Qin Lang travels to a world where multiple webcomics converge, and his grandfather is the only remaining old meritocracy. My father was in the civil service and was in a position of power. The mother is in business and is worth an appalling amount of money. He, on the other hand, is the only heir to the Qin family, such a godly man with a heavenly background. But on the contrary, he is the villain in the original story, to be wildly punched in the face by the protagonist, and the family to be a stepping stone for the protagonist? Ding! Heaven's Destiny Villain System Binding in Progress. Chapter 1, The Great Villain of Heaven's Destiny. Qin Lang, don't go too far, planting eyes around me and sending people to follow me. Just how despicable are you? The marriage contract with you was set by the family. Now I, Mu Yuyan, can tell you very clearly that I don't like you at all. I can even say that I loathe you. Please don't pester me again. Tianhai City, Mu Rain International. Inside the president's office, Mu Yuyan, the female president in a black OL uniform, looked across at Qin Lang, who was acting stupidly across the room, with fierce words, and coldly admonished. Qin Lang, who was disliked, ignored it. The corners of his mouth twitched as he sat frozen on the couch, digesting the barrage of information inside his head. Is he crossing over? And into a novel he'd familiarized himself with? The funny thing was that his current identity was not some protagonist surrounded by beautiful and stunning women, but a villain who had been madly punched in the face by the protagonist. Qin Lang, the first grandson of the Qin family in Yanjing, the only heir of the family. His grandfather was a real Taishan Beta with great achievements. My father is still in a high position today, the kind that can make the whole of China quake when he stomps his foot. My mother was in business and held a significant portion of the equity in all of the major well-known state-owned enterprises. The contacts around them were either rich or wealthy. It's a real rich kid. Quan too. The good hand of the opening king bomb was hardened in the hands of the original owner Qin Lang. Being a licking dog, kneeling to lick his fiancée Mu Yuyan, waiting for an opportunity to take out the shield Mu Yuyan had found, planting his own eyes around Mu Yuyan, and doing almost anything bad. At the end of the day, he even raised the knife towards the shield that Mu Yuyan had hired at great cost, that is, the protagonist, Yi Feng, and as a result, he drew fire and was played to death by Yi Feng. The brilliant family history, moreover, became a stepping stone for Yi Feng to fight monsters and become stronger and rise. It could be said that Yi Feng's rise to power was completely stepping on the Qin family behind Qin Lang and rocketing his way to the top. It's sad to think about. Licking a dog is fun for a while, but licking a crematorium? However, these are all the stupid things that did in his previous life. And now with a new person, everything will start all over again. Ding! Host's identity confirmed. Heaven's Destiny Villain System Binding in Progress. Accompanied by a mechanical sound inside his head, Qin Lang, who had read the 300 articles on the net, knew deep down that his own exclusive golden finger had come. The Heaven's Destiny Big Villain System, as the name suggests, is a cheat that aids him in being a big villain, crushing the sons of Qi along the way, and becoming bigger and stronger. It's by and taking chances that should have belonged to the destined son and acquiring the destined villain value, which can be used to exchange for commodities or lucky draws, etc., to enhance his strength. After familiarizing himself with the operation of the system, Qin Lang was quite satisfied. More than moralizing, the villains are pretty good too. It's only really cool if you're cool yourself. Mu Yuyan looked at Qin Lang, who showed a smile every now and then. Her body was trembling with anger. If it wasn't discovered by the bodyguard beside her, she didn't even know that her office had been bugged. Almost all of her private life had been bugged by Qin Lang. As a result, this guy had the nerve to laugh out loud? Qin Lang, you still have the nerve to laugh here? Withdraw from the marriage. I'm going to break off the engagement with you. Qin Lang, who had briefly familiarized himself with the system's gameplay, slowly raised his head and responded coldly. Good. ? What's going on? Mu Yuyan was confused. Qin Lang agreed? You know, it wasn't that long ago that Qin Lang was still pursuing after her with a deadpan grin, and doing things like installing bugs. Crazy as hell. Could it really be that the sun had come out of the west and she was going to be released from this unfortunate engagement? Qin Lang crossed his legs, lying on the sofa with a disinterested face, casually picking up a cup of tea and taking a sip. Break off the engagement. I won't object to it. You talk to Mu family's side to make it clear, so that the Mu family can open this mouth. You. Mu Yuyan's brows furrowed as she grunted in exasperation. You're just being disruptive. Qin Lang laughed. I'm disruptive? Why don't you say that your Mu family is insatiable? And you, Mu Yuyan, don't take yourself too seriously and think I'm not good enough for you, right? If it wasn't for my Qin family, your Mu family would have been carved up 10 years ago. 10 years ago, Mu Yuyan and Qin Lang's fathers were close friends, but an accident, Mu Yuyan's father unfortunately died. At that time, the entire Mu family was in a large area of turmoil. I do not know how many greedy speculators smelled the scent, and came in droves. It was Qin Lang's father who had stabilized the entire Mu family with the power of one man. It was in gratitude for the Qin family's kindness that Mu Yuyan's mother had taken the initiative to finalize this marriage contract. It could be said that Qin Lang and Mu Yuyan's marriage contract was completely begged by the Mu family for self-preservation. Thinking of this, Qin Lang again had to spit out. The original owner is really stupid. Obviously he holds a hand of King Bomb in the hand, but to go to be a licking dog. Doesn't he understand that in a woman's mind, a licking dog is a role that is worse than a spare tire? There is another option before you. That is to temporarily pretend that this marriage contract is still continuing. Of course, there is a time limit. And one day, if I am happy, I might just dump you with my hand. Qin Lang laughed. Ah, the daughter of luck. There was quite a lot of qi in his body, so how could he let go of such a tool man who could pull wool over his eyes before he was drained? Mu Yuyan clenched a mouthful of silver teeth. That's impossible. If you mess up, then what will I do? Qin Lang shook his head. Your mind is just too dirty. How can you think like that? It's just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend in front of outsiders. If you really don't want to, then we'll have to ask you to go back to the Mu family and ask them to open their mouths to break off the engagement. And I can't guarantee what will happen then. Want to take the Qin family's favors for nothing and not pay for them? What's wrong with you? Where in heaven's name is this pie in the sky? Mu Yuyan's brows furrowed as she fell into a deep tangle. She naturally knew what would happen if the Mu family opened this mouth. If Qin Lang withdrew from the marriage, then there was nothing to say. The Mu family would lose some face and could not help the Qin family. However, if Mu Yuyan withdrew from the marriage, then the nature would be completely different. Qin Lang was the first grandson of the Qin family, the only future heir of the Qin family. Her behavior like this was undoubtedly slapping the Qin family in the face. In the future, not to mention being blessed by the Qin family, not to be suppressed, is the ancestral grave smoking? Even if she was extremely disgusted with staying with Qin Lang, but a long pain was better than a short pain. If she did not agree to this agreement, she was afraid that there would be no other possibilities in her life other than marrying Qin Lang. Good, I promise you, but you must keep your promise of breaking off the engagement. Mu Yuyan took a deep breath, and a resolute gaze flashed out from within her beautiful water-shedding bright eyes. Ding! The plot has changed. Congratulations to the host's villainous chi value of plus 1000. Qin Lang also did not reply. Got up and pulled Mu Yuyan's slender little hand across the street and headed outside. Mu Yuyan subconsciously struggled, but was interrupted by Qin Lang's words. Are you not going to let me break off the engagement? A male and female friend can't even hold hands? Forget it. Just think of it as being scratched by a dog. Mu Yuyan thought hatefully in her heart. Ding! The female protagonist Mu Yuyan generates mood swings. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heavenly fate villain value of plus 300. Qin Lang didn't care about the thoughts inside her head. His eyes boldly scanned over her shapely body. He bad smile, girls, especially pretty girls, don't wear clothes so tight. The body is too good. It will attract bad people to follow. I followed 2 of them last night. Chapter 2 Sweepstakes. Charm value soars. An uncomfortable expression appeared amongst Mu Yuyan's beautiful eyes. She didn't know about this stunt. She had only heard rumors about Qin Lang, and her heart was full of dissatisfaction. After the office door opened, Mu Yuyan's female bodyguard saw the 2 walking out holding hands and said suspiciously, Miss, you guys are? Qin Lang gave an inch and wrapped his arms around Mu Yuyan's small waist. Is it shocking for couples to be a bit intimate with each other? Mu Yuyan's body trembled violently, thinking that she was again treated as if she had been pounced on by a dog, and could only pretend as if nothing had happened. Ding! The female protagonist Mu Yuyan has produced violent mood swings. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heavenly fate villain value of plus 600. During the next half day, Qin Lang put his arm around Mu Yuyan and wandered around inside the entire company for the afternoon, took advantage of the situation and also gained 6,800 points of divine destiny villain value. The act of catching Mu Yuyan in a wool-gathering frenzy came to an end along with having dinner. Qin Lang in front of Mu Ren International. After the parting hug drew a burst of shy escape from Mu Yuyan, turned his head on the Maybach. In front and behind a total of 4 Mercedes-Benz AMGs flanked by a vast and powerful drive towards his own villa. Qin Lang, who was sitting in the back row, sighed in his heart. Mu Yuyan, this for the original body's aversion. Not a little bit. And meticulous. Can only take advantage of a small advantage? And then further, but there is no possibility. She'll be so shy that she'll run away? Would it be so easy to be convinced? It was just a deliberate act, to create the illusion that the two had made up. Xin Lang wasn't in a hurry. Just take your time. As the original's daughter of Qi, Mu Yuyan's status was quite high. Naturally, it was also an extremely important part of his layout. The situation has improved a lot. At least it has gotten rid of the inherent impression of a licking dog. It still needs to work harder. Xin Lang let out a sigh of emotion and opened the system panel with a silent word in his mind. Characters, Xin Lang. Physique 6, Kidney Deficiency. Charm, 85. Divine Destiny Villain Value, 6,800. Skills, none. Mall not yet opened. Lucky Draw Center, in progress, each lucky draw consumes 100 of Destiny's villain value. Xin Lang looked at the character introduction and complained in his heart. System, overdo it. A weak kidney? As a traveling party, the host suffered such unfair treatment. Can you tolerate it? This body has a kidney deficiency. There's something greatly wrong with it. You must not fix this bug? The system's mechanical voice sounded again. Without any emotion. The host is wearing a body that has no relation to the original work's archvillain's physique. And there are a number of possibilities for the host's kidney deficiency, including and not limited to stunted growth and overwork. Enough is enough. Stop it. Give the newbie gift pack first. Xin Lang hastily stopped the system's prompt. He was afraid that if he continued, something big and scary would happen, so he hastened to interrupt. Ding! The newbie pack is ready. Do you want to claim it? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtaining Skill Affinity LV1, Group Affinity plus 10. Upgrading LV2 requires 100 points of Heaven's Destiny Villain Value, and each time you upgrade the required Heaven's Destiny Villain Value is doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtaining Physique Improvement Mini Pills plus 10, each one increases the host's physique by 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The host has gained a Charisma value of plus 13. It's all good stuff. Xin Lang's eyes lit up. With this skill of affinity, when you go out in the future, isn't it like stacking a layer of buffs that increase favor value? With a big wave of his hand, he directly spent 3,100 cumulative points of Divine Destiny Villain Value to raise the affinity to LV6. At the same time, he took 10 more small pills, boosting his physique by 10 points. A normal person's physique is around 10. With a physique of 16 points, Xin Lang has already bid farewell to his kidney deficiency completely from now on. As for charisma, that's a facelift in no uncertain terms. Full score of 100 reached 98 face value. In addition to holding a cell phone, lying on the side of the bed, one foot on the other foot, looking at the content of the screen to smile up someone. There is any other man's face value can fight with Xin Lang? With this 98 charmer, it made the next layout of Xin Lang much easier to carry out. Draw 10 in a row. The rest of the Divine Destiny Villain Value. Draw them all. Ding! Congratulations host. Gain plus 1 physique. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring beginner's piano skills. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring intermediate piano skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a copy of Auntie Chio's portrait. By the time the Heaven's Destiny Villain Value was exhausted, Xin Lang's attribute panel had been refreshed. Characters, Xin Lang. Physique 26. Charm, 98. Divine Destiny Villain Value, 0. Skills, Affinity LV6, Group Affinity plus 60. Advanced Piano Technique. Advanced Tea Craft. Mall not yet opened. Lucky Draw Center, in progress, each lucky draw consumes 100 of Destiny's Villain Value. System Backpack, 1 copy of Auntie Chio's portrait. Clear Breeze Drawing Paper plus 3. It's not bad. Other than drawing a couple items that are a bit weird, the rest are kind of useful. After closing off the attribute panel, Xin Lang instructed the driver cum bodyguard Junzi. On the way back, there are some people and things that require you to arrange for someone to go over and keep an eye on them. Xin Lang commanded everything. Knowing the plot was knowing the plot, but some plots had a timely nature. He had to get the news at the first time. Okay. In the rearview mirror, Junzi's smiling face was reflected. Young master, don't worry. I'm a professional in this kind of scouting and stalking. Usually, Junzi would not dare to make fun of Xin Lang like this. After all, the young master was temperamental, and no one knew when he would suddenly go crazy. But this day was different. Even as a man, Junzi felt that the young master had become handsome, especially that face, which was extraordinarily approachable. One meaning, Xin Lang didn't refute it. It was hard to cross over to this world that was familiar with the development of the plot, and there was still some time before the return of the king of mercenaries, Yi Feng. While Yi Feng had not yet returned, he had to make good relations with all the plots he knew in the meantime, and if he wanted to take out Yi Feng, it was unlikely that he could rely on force alone, and he had to start from the aspect of seizing the chance. After all, that guy is the son of luck. It is not possible to be shot in the heart and fall down the cliff. It is possible to be saved by a passing female NPC, and then have a felicitous love story. Before he had acquired the skill of immunity to the protagonist's aura, the only way he could defeat the son of Qi was to utilize his established chance. As the Maybach fleet drove into the ring road, Qin Lang's expression became mischievous. The king of mercenaries? Leader of the Blood Wolf mercenaries? He. I wonder how much divine fate villain value you, the son of Qi, can bring me. I'm really looking forward to the beginning of the episode when we meet. Chapter 3, Su Xiaoxiao, the earthly style. After returning to the luxurious villa, Qin Lang did not feel any discomfort. Before crossing over, he would have been a rich young man with a lot of money and had earned his billions from nothing. There is no right or wrong in capital, but the process of accumulating capital is to pile it up with blood. This was the reason why Qin Lang felt that he was not a good person. He was cozily reclining on a European sofa, gently shaking the goblet in his hand, and in front of him stood a frail girl with her head bowed, who was tugging at the corner of her coat. Junzi was beside him with a cold face. Young master, this cleaning work was careless and broke your collection of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain. Hearing Junzi's angry voice, Su Xiaoxiao's fearful fingers interlaced and pinched her fingertips white. Even as poor as she was, she knew how valuable celadon could become when it was embellished with the word Yuan dynasty in front of it. And it was such a precious antique that she had just broken. Qin Lang raised his head and looked at the little girl in front of him, sizing her up carefully. A little over 6 meters tall, his slim figure made even his blue and white janitorial clothes look a little fat on him. And it's this earthy little girl who was one of the big heroines of the book, Su Xiaoxiao. Don't look at the current Su Xiaoxiao, just wearing cleaning clothes, a small girl in the dirt. But in the original work, Su Xiaoxiao's role is particularly heavy. She and Yi Feng as the same orphanage grew up childhood sweethearts. In Yi Feng's heart, has an indispensable important position. And, also because of this time to break the vase, the original owner of the oppression of Su Xiaoxiao, and played behind her orphanage that piece of land idea, and Su Xiaoxiao as well as the orphanage, have made a deadly enemy. Later on, because of this matter, he also started a head-on conflict with Yi Feng, and was madly punched in the face, allowing Yi Feng to heroically save his beauty. Of course, that's all old news. Qin Lang lightly sipped a mouthful of red wine and cozily said, Su Xiaoxiao? Qin Xiao. I know I'm wrong, I really didn't do it on purpose. I'll return the money for breaking the celadon. Please give me time. Su Xiaoxiao spoke a little sharply because she was overly nervous. She gathered the courage to look up and looked at the fierce foul young man in her colleague's mouth, only to feel a wave of coolness come over her heart, dispelling much of her fear. So handsome, eyes so soft. The stranger is like jade, and the gentleman is unmatched in the world. Why is such a flamboyant gentleman? In the mouths of his co-workers, an avian young man who loses his temper randomly without reason, and even beats people up? Could it be that she's been given the runaround? Qin Lang was satisfied with Su Xiaoxiao's reaction, hooked his finger towards her, and when it came to the front, one hand gave her a tug to sit on the sofa, and the other hand forced its way forward and pinched Su Xiaoxiao's delicate chin. Showy features, like a small family of young ladies as gentle, glistening smoky eyes flow, thin willow leaf eyebrows slightly knit, delicate yao nose lightly shrugged, can feel the back of the hand pinching the chin by a warm breath puffing. Zhu lips did not apply any modern artifacts, but flooded with a touch of tender red. It had to be said that excluding the figure, Su Xiaoxiao's face value, could definitely score more than 95 points. Qin Xiao, what do you want to do? Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed red. Her gaze flicked to the side as she nervously stammered. The military son next to him said in his heart, is the young master taking the wrong medicine this day? Why do you even want to take a bite out of such a bumpkin? However, the bodyguard who could stay by the original owner's side for such a long time naturally had skills that belonged to him, and quickly turned around and left the living room. Just one statement, I didn't see anything. What for? Qin Lang laughed at the question. You're a cleaning lady. What else do you want me to do? How dare you say you want compensation for breaking my celadon? How can you pay for it? That one blue and white porcelain is one that I spent $8 million on from the auction. Relying on your cleaning salary to pay it back. How long do you have to pay it back? 10 years? Or 100 years? I don't know. Su Xiaoxiao has been stunned by the figure of 8 million. So much money. Even if she didn't eat or drink, she wouldn't be able to save it in her lifetime. The aggrieved little girl, thinking about the wrongdoing she had committed. Inside her eyes, there were already teardrops with crystal bright light rolling, choking and begging. Qin Xiao, I really don't know how to make it up to you. According to the background provided by the agent, you grew up in the Sunshine Orphanage and are extremely well connected. If you can convince the director of that orphanage to let me acquire the orphanage at a low price, the matter of the Celadon porcelain can be written off. Su Xiaoxiao immediately shook her head. No way. This is impossible. She had long heard that a company wanted to acquire the orphanage's land, and she didn't realize that even Qin Lang wanted a piece of the pie. She was no longer a child, and when she encountered such a situation, she was a bit skeptical as to whether her breaking the Celadon was some sort of conspiracy to force her to persuade the director to sell the orphanage's land. Since it can't, then it can only be a public matter. Broke my collection. According to the value of the fixed damage, at least it must be a few $1,000,000. Have money, you pay your debt. No money, you go to squat inside the prison. Qin Lang withdrew his palm and leaned back on the sofa with his legs crossed with a careless face, squinting his eyes, unable to see any joy or anger. There wasn't much time left until Yifeng returned. He did not have the effort to wear out on Su Xiaoxiao, and even if he were to be good to Su Xiaoxiao for a month, I'm afraid that he would not be able to withstand the long years of being a childhood friend. If he wanted to use Su Xiaoxiao to fight Yifeng, he had to occupy a bigger position in her mind. It had to be a relationship between the two that came to be a little more etched in stone. Why are you still sitting here? Are you going to turn yourself in on your own initiative? Or am I going to call the police and have someone come to arrest you and take you away? Qin Lang coldly forced the question. Su Xiaoxiao panicked. I heard that the female inmates inside the prison can do anything. One is more vicious than the other. If she is locked in, she will definitely be bullied all day long. Poof. Under further hesitation, Su Xiaoxiao gave up her last dignity and fell on her knees in front of Qin Lang, her head lowered, coy and terrified. Young Qin, please give me another chance. I can work for you. As long as I don't break the law, I can help you with anything. Cleaning, washing clothes, cooking. I can do everything very well. Qin Lang was skeptical. Cleaning? Breaking a Yuan dynasty Celadon a day kind of cleaning? Chapter 4, Master. He's changed. No, I won't make this mistake again. Su Xiaoxiao hastily shook her head. She was now truly helpless, unjustified and without any room to make amends. If Qin Xiao really called the police, she was going to jail. Qin Lang squinted his eyes and thought for a while before slowly speaking. The cook inside the villa is indeed not very good at her craftsmanship, but there is a lack of a full-time nanny. Let's do it this way. You stay and try it out for a period of time. If you are able to do it, you stay, and if you can't do it, then say it again. Can do. I can definitely do it. Su Xiaoxiao nodded her head busily. I'm very capable. Ding. The plot has changed. Congratulations to the host for gaining the Divine Destiny villain value plus 1000. The villain value arrived. The corner of Qin Lang's mouth rose slightly, hooking up a playful smile, making the face that was originally as pleasant as a spring breeze more evil. Can you do it? You have to do it to know. The salary according to the monthly salary of 10,000 to open it, inclusive of food and accommodation. $10,000 a month? Su Xiaoxiao was shocked. Qin Lang was skeptical. Too little? Quite a lot. It's more. Too much. Su Xiaoxiao simply shook her head. She works as a janitor and works her ass off for a month for $5,000, and she doesn't get food or shelter. Now this treatment is like pie in the sky. Ding. The female protagonist Su Xiaoxiao generates mood swings. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heaven's Destiny villain value of plus 200. Qin Lang was amused by Su Xiaoxiao's expression of surprise. In the original work, Su Xiaoxiao was a girl who was pure-hearted and kind to the extreme, and now that he had witnessed it with his own eyes, it was true to its name. Simplicity to a fault. Don't think the paychecks are less even if they are, and say outright that they are more. If black-hearted capitalists don't squeeze such innocent little girls, who do they squeeze? More than 10,000 a month? For Su Xiaoxiao, of course more. But the premise is to go to compensate for that 8 million yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain. Even if the full reckoning without any other expenses, the early 20s Su Xiaoxiao will have to work for nearly 70 years in order to pay it all off. Being sold, Su Xiaoxiao's heart was still a burst of joy, feeling that she had met a big boss who treated her well. The heart is overwhelmed with gratitude and thankfulness. Change had to come little by little. It had to be circular and gradual. After arranging Su Xiaoxiao's affairs, Qin Lang returned to his bedroom. dialing the call of Mu Yuyen, who had just hung up. He said oddly after connecting, "Something's wrong?" This was the first time Mu Yuyen had called him, and it was somewhat rare. Mu Yuyen pondered for a moment and spoke stiffly, "Come to my house tomorrow." Not available. After saying that, Xin Lang hung up the phone. It's not a good idea to be unprofessional. He didn't think that he had that much charisma that he would completely change Mu Yuyen's opinion in just one day. Ding! The female protagonist Mu Yuyen has produced violent mood swings. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Destiny villain value plus 500. Soon, the phone dialed again. And even if Mu Yuyen had a good temper, she was a bit tense at this time. For the second time, getting hung up on one after another was something she never expected to happen to Qinlang. It's true that men are all big pigs' hooves, changing their hearts faster than their faces. My mom came and called you by name to have a meal. At least we are still a contractual couple now. According to the agreement, you should come. Mu Yuyen tried very hard to suppress her fire, and when she spoke, her tone was very hard. What time? Tomorrow at noon. Good. No sooner had we chatted than the phone was hung up again. Ding! The female protagonist Mu Yuyen has produced violent mood swings. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Destiny villain value of plus 600. TSK, TSK, TSK. Listening to the mechanical tone of the system prompt, Xin Lang smacked his lips, refusing to have villainous value to take, and agreeing to do so also had villainous value to take. Mu Yuyen was practically a mobile vault, too able to produce villainous values. He threw his cell phone aside and lay down on the soft big bed, stretching his waist, and inside his mind he began to think about the next layout, and unconsciously fell asleep. 6 o'clock. Has been accustomed to get up early. Xin Lang punctually opened his eyes, dressed and went downstairs, and found that on the table, has set up the breakfast, buns, soybean milk, donuts, millet congee, a full set. On the seat next to her, Su Xiaoxiao was still lying on her back, wearing a blue and white janitorial outfit, accompanied by delicate and even breathing, falling into a deep sleep. He looked around. The large villa, just moved in. Some places have not been touched, will leave a little dust, but the night has passed, become clean, spotless. Without thinking about it, he knew that it was the credit of Su Xiaoxiao's busy night. The 3-story villa, nearly 700 square feet, cleaned into the current situation. It can be seen that Su Xiaoxiao really cares about this job, is really do not want to be dismissed, or afraid to go to squat. Ahem. Xin Lang, who was sitting on the main seat and drinking congee, accidentally choked and the sound made woke up the sleeping Su Xiaoxiao. She confusedly rubbed her sleepy eyes. Her pretty face was still because of the pressure on the back of her hand. There was a piece of delicate skin that looked unevenly red and white. After seeing Xin Lang sitting in the main seat, she was immediately scared and awake, and she stammered, "Xin Xiao, is it that the breakfast that I made isn't to my liking? I only know how to make these homely breakfasts. If you're not used to it, I can go and learn. I'm a fast learner. I'll definitely be able to handle this job." Taking a bite of the bun, Xin Lang shook his head. "No need. The flavor is not bad. Breakfast should be lighter. The change of clothes is inside the bathroom, not in the washing machine." Su Xiaoxiao nodded solemnly, carefully pulling the chair away for fear of making a piercing noise, and then walked towards the bathroom on the second floor somewhat dizzily. Not a moment later, Xin Lang, who was eating breakfast, called out to his son, pointing to the side, "Sit down. Eat some?" Junzi sat down and shook his head with a simple smile. "Young master, I've eaten." After Xin Lang finished the buns he was holding in his chopsticks, he said carelessly, "Later on, order down and pack up a bedroom for Su Xiaoxiao to use as a babysitting room, so that she can have a place to rest." Junzi looked at Su Xiaoxiao who was weaving her way through the second floor and murmured softly, "Young master, you don't really want to keep this girl, do you?" Xin Lang, who was drinking millet porridge, half raised his head and cast a sidelong glance. "What? No?" Junzi wore an awkward smile. "It's not that I can't. It's just that this breakfast, isn't it too simple?" Glancing at the light breakfast on the table, compared to the original cook inside the villa, it was simply a world away. A difference of mud in clouds. To say that Su Xiaoxiao was a superbly beautiful woman, that would be fine. He wouldn't be insensitive enough to ask such an unintelligent question. But the key, Su Xiaoxiao looks rustic, like from the countryside out of the mud leg, like a village girl. Young master in the end figure what He realized that not only had the young master become handsome, his temperament had become refined. Even what was in his heart was inscrutable. Chapter 5, Su Xiaoxiao is aggrieved. How's the investigation of the matter that I asked you to investigate? Qin Lang wiped the corners of his mouth and faintly inquired. Junzi collected his smile and turned serious as he talked about business. Bai Xiaoyun and Bai Ruyu are siblings. Both of them are from the Bai family in Tianhai City. One is still studying and the other is working as the acting general manager inside the Bai family's company. As for Qiu Zhou, her identity is a bit sensitive. It seems that she has a deep involvement with the Black Dragon Society. Qin Lang nodded. The efficiency was not bad. Is there enough manpower? Junzi laughed bitterly. The Bai sisters have bodyguards around them. Qiu Zhou is even followed by a group of people around her at all times. There is no way for unusual people to go and follow them. They all have to mobilize good hands from the villa's bodyguard team to go. The number of bodyguards in the villa can't be less. If the manpower is not enough, go and recruit them. You go and arrange this matter. And look for the ones who know what they are doing. Qin Lang stared at him with a face of recognition. Treatments you see to open. Also, from today onwards, the wages of all bodyguards will all rise by 5,000. And your wages will rise by 10,000. Junzi was in a trance for a while, followed by a strong feeling of emotion welling up in his heart. Even such things as recruiting private bodyguards were given to him to operate single-handedly. In the young master's heart, was his status already high to such a point? God has eyes. Young master, he's finally not a loser with only pussy in his eyes. Do a good job. It won't be long before the car will be there. The house will be there. The Fiber Lotus Clubhouse, you don't need to save money to go 3 or 4 times a month. When the money is there, you live in it every day all into. Qin Lang walked to Junzi's side and patted his shoulder. As a veteran of the special forces, Junzi is definitely a good hand. That is, with the just returned from a broad Yifeng fight, can also hold up hundreds of rounds. And, in terms of loyalty, the bodyguard army son is definitely qualified enough. In the original, in order to cover Qin Lang, he even went so far as to take his own life to intercept the pursuing Yifeng, preferring to be hardened into a severe disability himself, but also temporarily preserving a small life of Qin Lang. How could Qin Lang not be able to let some power go down with such an iron-blooded and loyal man? Young master, Junzi gritted his teeth and sincerely grasped Qin Lang's palm on his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll definitely complete the mission. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I'll definitely not go west. If you tell me to chase chickens, I'll definitely not shoot dogs. Good. I believe you. Qin Lang didn't move and used a bit of force before pulling his palm out. Bring the car in. Accompany me to buy some clothes. There are endless clothes at home. One for each day. One for each month. But the original owner's taste, Qin Lang dare not agree. Cannot wait is to be the brand's logo to the heart. Afraid of other people do not know how much the clothes he is wearing worth. It was close to writing the words rich kid on his head. In comparison, Qin Lang preferred to be a bit more introverted. He looked at Su Xiaoxiao, who was weaving her way up the second floor, and shouted, "Come down." Su Xiaoxiao was a little short of breath. Her cheeks were still stained with a little foam. Qin Lang stepped forward and reached out to scrape at her cheeks. Frightening Su Xiaoxiao hastily took a step back, shyly lowered her head, and stammered, Qin Xiao, is there anything you want to order? Qin Lang pinched the foam on his fingertips and sized up Su Xiaoxiao's slim figure. The blue and white janitorial clothes were extraordinarily eye-catching. Go out with me, pick out a few pieces of clothing for yourself. Wearing this janitorial clothes around inside the home, it looks like an eyesore. Su Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. She wanted to say that she had a change of clothes inside the house she rented, but after a night of cleaning last night, especially after seeing the luxury inside the villa, she felt that she was wearing her old clothes as a babysitter here, which was a defilement of Qin Lang's status. In particular, she was afraid that because of her dressing aspect she would cause Qin Lang's disgust and subsequently be dismissed. Then he planned to use a little of his savings to buy 2 slightly more expensive outfits. Junzi drove the car and sent Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao to the mall and went to park the car. Walking through the entrance into the mall, the two received a lot of attention. Wow, what a handsome young man. He must be the young master of some family. He's so handsome and has a good body. OMG. He smiled at me. Oh my god, how can you have such a healing smile? Dying. He's like the Prince Charming of my dreams. Hey, who's that cleaning lady following the handsome guy? She's walking so close, on purpose, right? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror to see what kind of behavior you have? Why are you so shameless? You think you can get a good-looking guy to look at you just because you're close? Su Xiaoxiao, who was wearing the cleaning clothes, followed Qin Lang's side and received the attention from the pointing fingers of the guests coming and going, and sheepishly lowered her head, not daring to look at those people's eyes. Qin Lang's temperament was like that of a prince inside an ancient palace aristocracy. and no matter who saw it, they would feel emotion and praise from the bottom of their hearts. And she was like a humble maidservant, lowly to the inside of the dust, not worthy of staying by Qin Lang's side at all, subconsciously taking a step to the side, spacing out a bit. Let's go to this store, and you can pick out 2 pieces. At the entrance of a women's clothing store, Qin Lang stopped, pointed inside and said, and after leaving Su Xiaoxiao behind, he went straight ahead and went shopping by himself. He entered an Italian private designer's suit store and selected a dozen or so suits inside the store, replacing the clothes he was wearing that reeked of money with suits. Qin Lang's temperament became more and more understated and introverted. Young master, if it wasn't for me following you every day, I would have thought that you have been to Korea. It's amazing. It feels as if your whole person has changed, become much more handsome, Junzi heartily exclaimed. Not a bit of skulking, was truly shocked by the refreshed Qin Lang. Qin Lang straightened his tie, took the small ticket from the hands of the flamboyant female clerk, and casually threw it inside the garment bag, smiled and didn't retort. 98 charisma value. Is that a joke to you? He glanced at his watch. It's almost 10 o'clock. Su Xiaoxiao is still not ready? Junzi, carrying a large bag in both hands, volunteered. I'll go find it. With your full body outfit, it's better to return your clothes to the car and wait outside. Qin Lang looked at it and shook his head. I'll go find her. Returning to the previous women's clothing store, he glanced towards the inside, but did not find Su Xiaoxiao's figure. Instead, in the direction of the corner, he saw a familiar blue and white stripe. Walked up to see, but wearing cleaning clothes, Su Xiaoxiao squatting curled up in the corner inside. Is that a strong sobbing it? Chapter 6 The Wounded Wildcat. What's going on? Was it so hard to let you pick out 2 dresses? Why are you crying here? Did you pick out your clothes? Qin Lang grimaced and chided in a cold voice. Young Qin, can I change the store? The one you chose is too expensive. I can't afford it. Su Xiaoxiao choked. Her speech was a little broken. One hand wiping her tears, one hand placed in front of her belly, was a little at a loss for words, as if there was a hand blocking there that could give her a sense of security in general. Qin Lang frowned coldly. Change one? What's the difference between that and what you used to wear? Just this one. Go in now. His tone was firm, not to be denied. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head and didn't dare to speak, following Qin Lang, like a little follower, and once again walked inside the store. Yo yo yo, which one of these ungrateful ones has just freshened up the air for a short while, and then it's made to stink again? A young woman dressed in gold and silver, flamboyant, walked over. She crossed her orchid fingers and pressed her nose, as if she had smelled some foul odor, and made a gesture of wanting to vomit. She looked at Su Xiaoxiao who walked in, rolled her eyes and said in disgust, wasn't it you who said that just now or what? You're a housekeeper. Come to Fendi's brand store to buy clothes. Is this the place for you to come? You can't even afford to buy a bag after 2 months as a cleaning lady. I can't afford it. Su Xiaoxiao stubbornly walked to the counter, glanced at the price of the bag, the series of numbers, straight shook her eyes a blur, and she was afraid that she would be dismissed if she made the young master lose face. In that case, she'd be handed over to the police, ruined for life. I don't buy bags, I buy clothes. Su Xiaoxiao walked to the front of the coat rack, walked from the head to the tail, shopped round and round, and did not say which one to choose. 9,888, 8,888, 11,800. After looking at dozens of dresses, the cheapest, they were all more than $8,000. $8,000. Su Xiaoxiao would have had. She's been out of the workforce for over a year now and has saved $50,000 by saving her money. But some time ago, the dean wanted to help the children of the orphanage unified procurement of beds, solicited donations from the residents. Su Xiaoxiao donated $45,000 in one breath. On her body now, there were still $5,000 left. In the case of paying the rent in advance, this amount of money is completely enough for her daily food and clothing. Save a little to be able to use nearly 4 months. But to say that the purchase of luxury goods, not to mention often tens of thousands of bags, a piece of Fendi's clothes, is not now she can buy, she cannot afford to buy. The voluptuous woman stood in front of the hanger, fanning the air in front of her nose, with a sneer on her face. What's the matter? Didn't you say you could afford it? You pick one and pay for it. What are you doing here? If you can afford it, buy it. Dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Sons born of rats can make holes. Civilians like you from the bottom of the social ladder should stay inside the garbage heap that belongs to you. Don't run inside this kind of high-class consumption place, dirtying the air and defiling my eyes. What's wrong with cleaning? I make my own money clean. Why don't you let me come here? Is this store run by your family? Su Xiaoxiao's aggravated slender body was trembling. I didn't let you look at me. Why do you have the right to say that about me? Although I'm wearing cleaning clothes, I'm cleanly washed. There's no stink at all. Why are you scolding me like this? It's not like I've ever messed with you. Why are you bullying? Su Xiaoxiao, who had been scolded to the bone, was like a small wildcat that had exploded its fur at this moment, fiercely retorting and questioning in the direction of the voluptuous woman. But she was too timid, or perhaps it was her character. This is the case of such a rage. The rebuttal words in the end also become more and more weak. Like a fight cannot beat, scolding and scolding cannot win, can only obediently huddle in a dark corner, silently licking wounds all over the body of the blood scar of the small wildcat. Oh my god, can you stop crying here? Go back to your garbage if you wanna cry. It's so noisy, no one cares. Where's the shopper? Where's the shopper? We're your customers. We're your gods. Can't you let a janitor like that into your store? It's an insult to me to confuse my taste with janitorial. Xin Lang squatted down by Su Zhao's side amidst the voluptuous woman's ostentatious sounds and handed out a silk scarf. Don't cry. Wipe your tears. Thanks. Su Xiaoxiao subconsciously took it in her hand, wiped her tears, and also shrugged gently on her yawning nose. She stood up and held the silk scarf in her hand, looking at Xin Lang in shame. Sorry for dirtying your silk scarf. I'll return it to you after I go back and wash it. This silk scarf is not mine. Xin Lang pointed to the exhibition cabinet on the side. It was drawn from there. Ha! Su Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded, and froze into a statue on the spot. You! The voluptuous woman nearly fainted in anger when she saw this scene. That silk scarf as she looked at, pestered her boyfriend for a long time, did not spare to buy it down. The result is now taken by Su Xiaoxiao to wipe her nose? You're screwed. Out of luck. You can't even afford a dress. You even spoiled a limited edition Fendi silk scarf. Do you know how much this one costs? $42,000. Even I haven't made up my mind to buy it yet, and you even spoiled this silk scarf. Chapter 7, The Ugly Duckling Becomes a Black Swan. Under the do-gooder sound of the voluptuous woman, the guide lady who had deliberately avoided it finally did not hold back and came over, and seeing this scene in front of her, she also had some scalp numbness. I didn't do it on purpose. Su Xiaoxiao nervously pinched the silk scarf. Her soul is about to be scared. This silk scarf is not dirty. I will take it back to wash it and return it if it is clean. The shopping guide lady bitterly shook her head. This is not possible, customer. According to our store's rules, this silk scarf is no longer qualified to be on the sales counter again. Under the three women's shocked gazes, Xin Lang took the silk scarf and gently wiped it on the tip of Su Xiaoxiao's nose, as if she had a compulsion to do so, and comfortably said, "This is finally clean." He surveyed the silk scarf again. Unfortunately, it's a bit dirty and unusable now. Why don't I buy it and give it to you? The silk scarf was handed to the voluptuous woman. The voluptuous woman followed suit for a moment, subconsciously asking after her, "Why did you give it to me?" Xin Lang revealed a warm smile that made people feel like spring breeze. After all, dirty things go well with dirty things. You dare to scold me? The voluptuous woman admitted that a large part of the reason why she would taunt even more ferociously since Su Xiaoxiao first entered the store was because Su Xiaoxiao had Xin Lang standing beside her. She's jealous. Why should a lowly janitor stand next to such a handsome man? But now, just short of being pointed at by Xin Lang and called herself a broken shoe, the voluptuous woman instantly exploded, showing her teeth and hissing, "Do you know who my husband is?" Xin Lang shook his head with an innocent face. "I don't know. Why don't you call out so I can get to know you? You wait for me. If I don't let you all learn a lesson today, my old lady will take your last name." The voluptuous woman twisted her waist like a teddy, shaking her ass and leaving. Xin Xiao, this silk scarf. Somewhat overwhelmed, he held up the silk scarf in his hand, and his heart was a bit flustered. Xin Xiao just now, was he standing up for her? You don't think so? It won't. What kind of person is Mr. Xin? How could he stand up for her? What are her qualifications? It must have been because Xin Xiao was tired of hearing that woman's noise, so he deliberately sent her away. Xin Lang lightly laughed. Passive skill affinity LV6 produced a storm, warm smile, like a summer breeze, blowing on Su Xiaoxiao's flustered heart, letting it feel a cool and cozy, all of a sudden made Su Xiaoxiao red cheeks, like a ripe apple. Ding! The female protagonist, Su Xiaoxiao, produces violent mood swings. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Fate villain value of +800. If you like this silk scarf, keep it. It's been used anyway. If not, just throw it away as trash. Su Xiaoxiao baby grabbed the silk scarf and shook her head reluctantly. No lose. But, I can't afford it. Qin Lang rightfully said. Letting you buy a few new clothes is a request I made. It's a necessary accompaniment to being a nanny. And the same goes for this silk scarf. It's for you. He pointed to a few pieces of clothing in the store that were hung separately on the display cabinet and patted Su Xiaoxiao's slender shoulders. This one, and that piece. Go try them all on. Su Xiaoxiao, who was unable to refuse Qin Lang's request at this moment, obediently carried the clothes handed over by the shopper and walked into the fitting room. Without a moment's effort, the refreshed Su Xiaoxiao came out with a long dress, black base with a high drawstring waist. The upper half of the skirt has more flattering corner ruffles and is in the position of a woman's most attractive breasts, where it is outlined with semi-sheer lace, which is small but gives a sense of anticipation that foresees what is yet to come. Two straight and well-proportioned legs with slingback heels that added a few more inches of height. Coupled with Su Xiaoxiao's natural and pretty face, she looks particularly fresh and playful. The shopping guide lady's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed heartily, "It's so beautiful." She is in the business of clothing, naturally knows that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. But Su Xiaoxiao, who had changed her clothes, was like transforming from an ugly duckling to a black swan. The difference is so great, unheard of. In comparison, Qin Lang is much more calm. As the heroine, Su Xiaoxiao's face value cannot be enough to beat. It was only the fact that she had lived on so little before, with bad food and poor clothing, that made her look flat. After living in his villa for a while and polishing up a bit, Su Xiaoxiao will be able to compete with Mu Yuyan of Mu Rin International. This one is good. Wrap it up and try the other one. Qin Lang easily clapped his hands. Su Xiaoxiao, who had changed into another set, carefully walked out from the fitting room. White camisole. Su Xiaoxiao's crystal clear collarbone was revealed. Smooth and sinuous curves. All are showing people the slenderness of her figure. A light pink short skirt, only an inch above the knee, which for Su Xiaoxiao, has never tried to the point. She squirmed, yet boldly looked in Qin Lang's direction. Her voice as thin as a mosquito fly. Is Qin Xiao good looking? Looking good. Wrapped. Next one. A dozen pieces of clothes in a row, worn on Su Xiaoxiao's body, are extremely appropriate, or pure, or playful, or pure imperial. Su Xiaoxiao's figure was like a natural clothes rack, too suitable for wearing this kind of clothes that showed her figure. Mr. Qin has such a good eye. The clothes he picked are all particularly suitable for Miss Su. The guide smiled sweetly. She found it really interesting to talk to Qin Lang, even if it was a bland topic. There was something about it that made people want to continue. Then I'll politely accept the compliments from the beautiful woman. Qin Lang shrugged. Non-committal. Wrap up all the clothes you just tried on. They all look good on you. And yes, there's that silk scarf. Su Xiaoxiao muttered. It's too much. These clothes are expensive. Qin Lang turned his head. The corner of his mouth curved up in a playful arc. Is it as expensive as that blue and white porcelain you broke? Gotta. One sentence killed the conversation. Su Xiaoxiao was blocked speechless, and could only obediently act as a bag-carrying toolman. Swipe. The guide operated with a smooth flow, and the beep of more than $400,000 in cash arrived in her ears before she realized over. What's your obsession? Just now she had made a big order of more than $40,000, and she would get tens of thousands of dollars just from the commission. Why, before this, had she not felt anything at all? Not even the suspicion that Qin Lang could afford the payment risen in her mind? Just as Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao walked out of the store, a familiar and tiresome pretentious sound rang out from outside. Hubby, this is it. Right here. Just now a couple of dogs said that someone is a broken shoe. You have to stand up for her. Chapter 8, Bullying and Protecting. Outside the Fendi boutique, the voluptuous woman was wrapping her arms around an unattractive middle-aged man, flirtatiously egging him on, her hands wrapped around his arms and squeezing them into her bosom. Upon seeing Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao who had just walked out, she immediately pointed in the direction of the two of them and cursed. It's this pair of dogs, husband. They're the ones who cursed me. Her seductive eyes glanced at Su Xiaoxiao's body, and when she saw that a tiny housekeeper was actually wearing Fendi Fashion Week clothing, her eyes turned red with envy and she shook the man's arm, pouting daintily. Husband, I also want to buy Fashion Week clothes. Buy. Don't be in a hurry first. One size fits all. Kai Yong stepped forward with a cold face, staring at Qin Lang with a fierce aura. Kid, which family are you from in Tianhai City? Look at Su Xiaoxiao handbags. Look, no spent a lot of money. Although he has been working as a contractor for a few years to earn a lot, but in the city of Tianhai, There are still a lot of big people cannot afford to mess with. Out of caution to ask a question. The Qin family. Kai Yong raised an eyebrow. Qin Qingshan's family? His face became playful. Qin Qingshan, Tianhai City, a small real estate company's chairman, worth tens of millions of dollars, is also counted as a small success of successful people. However, that is only for ordinary people. In front of his Kai Yong, Qin Qingshan is nothing, but also rely on him to give work to be able to make money. The thought of his relying on their own to feed the Qin family. Suddenly arrogant. Young man, do not say that I do not give you the opportunity to offend people have to be prepared to be retaliated against. You let my baby to draw a few slaps, and then say I am sorry. This matter will be henceforth unveiled. Or else. Qin Lang laughed. Or what? From the first moment he saw the voluptuous woman, he knew that this wasn't a high-class person. Where would someone with real money be as vocal as she was? Each one is a muffled master. Guessed that the voluptuous woman was using the opportunity to get to the top, but did not realize that she was even evening the big money is this tasteless. Kai Yong looked cold. Little pussy brat, don't be too rampant. Even if your father came to see me, he'd have to obediently call out to Mr. Kai. Qin Lang shook his head. Really? I don't believe it. Don't believe in your mom. Kai Yong was originally a hot-tempered, always end it, see Qin Lang so a dangling look. Suddenly the fire came up, rushed forward with a slap on the past, screaming and cursing, do you think you're a big head of Lu big head ah? Snap. The palm slapped down, but the one who hit was not Qin Lang, but Su Xiaoxiao who suddenly appeared in front of Qin Lang. A redness quickly appeared on Su Xiaoxiao's pretty cheeks as she opened her arms and stubbornly protected herself in front of Qin Lang. This matter has nothing to do with young Qin. If you want to hit me, just hit me. She didn't think that the slender Qin Lang would be a match for a big and thick man like Kai Yong. Not to mention that Qin Lang didn't even have a bodyguard by his side. If she had come across this kind of thing before, Su Xiaoxiao definitely wouldn't have made such a bold move. But today, Qin Lang had offended the voluptuous woman for her sake. There was no way she could watch Qin Lang get beaten up and sit back and do nothing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll even beat you together today. Kai Yong was furious and slapped towards Su Xiaoxiao again. Snap. With a crisp ringing sound, Kai Yong's slap stopped in midair as Qin Lang grabbed his wrist with a cold expression. Just now was not expected Su Xiaoxiao will have this kind of reaction. Let Su Xiaoxiao blocked his just outstretched palm, which led to its being hit. And now back to God and how can let Kai Yong continue to show off? Normal people's physique on the 10-point or so. This Kai Yong looks big and thick, but because of the busy in a variety of meals and business places, has long been emptied of the body by the wine and color, can have a 8 or 9-point physique is not allowed. In front of Qin Lang's 26-point physique, the wonk was like a child. Hitting someone? Who gave you the face? The strength in Qin Lang's hands rapidly increased, pinching Kai Yong's wrists rapidly turning white. Kai Yong's facial muscles twisted together in pain and hissed, let go of my hand, or I'll waste you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qin Lang pulled violently, staggering Kai Yong, his body sagging downward, and slammed his knee into Kai Yong's arm, making a crisp bone-breaking sound. Arm, broken. Aha. My hand. Damn it. How dare you. I'll kill you. Kai Yong clutched his arm, collapsed on the ground in pain, and roared his heart out. Because of the intense pain, causing his large face, which had been suffocated into the color of pig's liver, the voluptuous woman crouched down in panic. Hubby, get out. Get the hell out. Kai Yong kicked the voluptuous woman down. Where did he have the heart to play with women now? The only thing on his mind was to get revenge on Qin Lang, to get revenge on the Qin family. He wanted to make the Qin family broken, to make Qin Qingshan atone for his son's sins. Qin Lang, who was on the side, treated Kai Yong, who was putting out harsh words, as a cloud of air and ignored it, as he reached out and touched Su Xiaoxiao's red cheeks, softly inquiring, is everything alright? Why are you so stupid? Why did you foolishly run over here? Su Xiaoxiao twisted her head, not letting Qin Lang's hand touch her. She blushed her cheeks like a mimosa. I didn't know that you were such a good fighter, young Qin, and thought that you weren't his opponent without a bodyguard. So I stood up for myself, and it was because of me that this matter was originally in trouble. You don't have to worry, young Qin. There were many people who bullied me when I was a child. This little injury is no matter. It will soon be fine. Being hit a slap Su Xiaoxiao, sheer water bright eyes inside, full of strong, compared with the previous hiding in the corner of a person sobbing, formed a huge difference, just like two people. In fact, what Qin Lang didn't know was that it wasn't that Su Xiaoxiao's personality had changed in such a short period of time. but that her own personality was like that. Physical pain, Su Xiaoxiao can go to endure, but the aggression in the heart, the little girl how can not endure? The more in that direction to think, the heart is more aggrieved. The tears inside the eyes, disobediently surged out. Looking at the understanding Su Xiaoxiao, a ripple arose in Qin Lang's heart. His hand was placed on Su Xiaoxiao's head, and he spoke solemnly and domineeringly. I don't know what kind of life you had in the past, and I don't know who bullied you in the past, but from now on, you're my Qin Lang's nanny, and you're a member of my Qin family. No one can bully you, let alone beat you. If these two guys can't do it, neither can anyone else. Even if the God of Heaven comes, he's not qualified to bully my Qin family. As long as I, Qin Lang, am still around, you will still be blessed by my Qin family. Get it? Chapter 9, A Bad Move? Ding! The female protagonist Su Xiaoxiao generates mood swings. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Heavenly Fate villain value of plus 300. Ding! The heroine Su Xiaoxiao's favorability has increased. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heaven's Destiny villain value of plus 500. Ding! Heroine Su Xiaoxiao's favorability continues to soar. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Destiny villain value plus 1000. Su Xiaoxiao raised her little head, and inside her large watery eyes, there was a crystal bright light flowing. Qin Lang, who was close at hand, that Fengshen Yulong's facial features, as if he had turned on the special effects of his boyfriend's perspective, became exquisite and angular, and around it, there was also a bright starlight emanating from the bright stars, buling and flickering. For a while, the inside of Su Xiaoxiao's brain had been filled with that domineering oath. Little pussy brat, don't run if you're capable. If I don't break your legs today, I won't be surnamed Kai. Kai Yong's ferocious words woke Su Xiaoxiao from her daydream. She slapped her hands on her cheeks and shook her head vigorously, mentally scolding herself. Su Xiaoxiao, why are you so shameless? What's on your mind? Qin Xiaovi just cares about the Qin family's face and won't allow the Qin family's nanny to be bullied. It's not like it's for you alone. Don't flatter yourself. But even after thinking it through, Su Xiaoxiao's heart was still wrapped in a strong sense of security. What are you giggling about? Qin Lang looked at Su Xiaoxiao, who was laughing there for a while, cupping her cheeks for a while, and beaming at the gloomy Su Xiaoxiao for a while, and couldn't help but feel a little bit embarrassed in his heart. This little girl is too good to understand, isn't she? Almost what was going on in his mind was shown on his face, pure as a blank sheet of paper. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. It's nothing. Qin Xiao, let's hurry up and leave. If the people he shouted at come over, we won't be able to leave. Go, why are you leaving? The debt of him beating you has not been settled yet. Qin Lang stood still. No matter how Su Xiaoxiao tugged, she didn't move at all, but instead, with a slight force, she pulled Su Xiaoxiao and crashed into her arms. Like a frightened white rabbit, Su Xiaoxiao quickly popped out of his arms, blushing and lowering her nodding head. Such an intimate behavior. The little girl, who has never had this kind of contact with the opposite sex, was really a little panicked in her heart. Qin Lang was very satisfied with this performance of Su Xiaoxiao now. First cold and then hot, coupled with his charisma, a two-pronged approach, capturing the favorability of a simple little girl like Su Xiaoxiao. Simply not too simple. The constant harvest of divine destiny villain values is what proves his point. Qin Lang looked at Kai Yong, who was cursing angrily on the phone, and snorted. Isn't it just calling and shaking people? Who doesn't know how to do that? I'll shake too. Less than 10 minutes. Both sides shouted people. All came together. Plus some of the good things about the customers inside the mall. Gathered in a circle to watch the fun. How's this going to play out? It's over. My handsome guy is going to get his ass kicked. The numbers gap is too big. All said to shout for someone. How come handsome brother he only shouted for such a guy? Can one person fight a group of people even if they are capable of fighting? Isn't this looking for abuse? A group of little girls, all panicked, fearing that they would next see the miserable scene of their little brother being violently beaten up. Kai Yong sighed, because perennial work in the construction site above, from time to time, will be used to violence to solve things in the situation, and therefore the men will be raised a gang of fighters. This day all was called to him. 13 people, each as a tiger back and waist, strong with the head of the bull like. On the other hand, it seems a lot more monotonous, on the military son of a person, and also as a cow, not only to cover the scene, just now on the opposite side of the people did not come all the time, but also ran a trip, to help Su Xiaoxiao will be carrying a big bag to the car up, being a father and a mother. Qin Xiao, villa inside is not there are other people, if you cannot fight how to do? Su Xiaoxiao is a little nervous, the opposite side of the vast swath, Looks like everyone is strong, more than the military sun stout. Qin Lang didn't reply either, looking in Kai Yong's direction with a relaxed writing. Just this many people? Have they all arrived? I'll see how much longer you can be arrogant. Kai Yong grimaced viciously and snapped at his fighters. All of you, get on me. Reward 100,000 for breaking one of this guy's arms. 200,000 for breaking a leg. Roar. Money moves people. A dozen or so thugs, like vicious wolves descending from the mountain, pounced in Qin Lang's direction. The fastest guy, who had already arrived in front of Qin Lang, Junzi, who had been standing there like an ancient pine, moved so fast that he almost formed a phantom, and kicked out. Pang! The nearly 180-pound strong man flew out several meters backwards like a sack filled with gravel. Sell your strength. Settle it in 3 minutes. And at night, you and your brothers will go to the Slender Finger Lotus Club to spend money, and I'll pay for it. Qin Lang patted Junzi's shoulder. Junzi's eyes lit up, and he smiled heatedly. Young master, this is what you said. 3 minutes? It's too much to look down on me, isn't it? As soon as the words fell, he rushed out, like a tiger out of its cage, instantly tearing an opening in the group of a dozen or so thugs. Where is this a brawl? It's clearly abusive. In front of the military, these ordinary fighters simply cannot even close to the body. A hand knife down as a person fainted on the spot. A kick, but also flew a few meters. 3 minutes? In less than even a minute, the 13 thugs, all of them, collapsed to the ground, howling their hearts out. Hiss. Everyone present, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. What the? Is it still human? What's so mean? With his own strength, he had actually wasted all of the dozen or so fighters in such a short period of time? If it wasn't for what I saw with my own eyes, I almost wouldn't dare to imagine the scene that had just happened in front of me. All of them, including Su Xiao, were shocked by Junzi's terrifying stance. Qin Lang was the only one who was as plain as that, and did not have the slightest bit of excess shock at Junzi's stance. If he didn't even have the skill, how could Junzi be able to fight Yifeng for hundreds of rounds? If Qin Lang's physique was 26, then Junzi had to be at least 80 or 90, and as for Yifeng, it was estimated that it had to be more than 90, or even nearly 100. Kai Yong came back to his senses in the midst of thick shock. He took a deep breath and gazed solemnly at Qin Lang. You're really capable, even finding this kind of bodyguard. It seems that Qin Xinshan has guarded you really tightly. Pity. He pointed at the camera inside the mall. You still made a bad move. Young man, in the future, grow more mindful. Nowadays society is not something you can do nothing about just because you have a big fist. You, and this bodyguard, one broke my arm, one seriously injured so many people. Even if I have to pay a big price, I'm going to send you all to jail for 1.5 years. Chapter 10, Yanjing Qin Family. Saiyan admitted that he was planted today. He didn't expect to fall into the hands of a young man, but that didn't mean he admitted defeat. Instead, it had been prepared for both. If the thugs he called out had wasted Qin Lang, the big deal would be to spend some money and let the thugs who did it go in and squat for 1.5 years. As for now, then we'll just have to let Qin Lang and his bodyguard go in for squatting. Although his heart was still very upset, when he thought that it wouldn't be long before Qin Xinshan would bring his son to kowtow in front of him to make amends, he had already begun to think about how he was going to humiliate this newborn calf. Get out of the way. Please, get out of the way. What happened here? Why are so many people hurt? The executives of the mall, with their security guards, were rushing over, their faces pale. Kai Yong's eye was overjoyed when he saw the visitor, covering his arms and welcoming him. Manager Wang, do you still recognize me? Wang Weishan frowned as he looked at Kai Yong in front of him, contempt flashing under his eyes. You are? Kai Yong smiled coyly. It's me, Xiao Kai. When the mall was built, I was the subcontractor for the earthworks, and I even invited you to dinner. Great. If it's you, Manager Wang, then it's too convenient. Today I had some trouble here. I was beaten up. Can I trouble you, Manager Wang, to call up the surveillance camera? As the chairman of the company, Kai Yong, by all rights, did not face a managerial level with such a low voice, but behind Wang Weishan stood a behemoth like the Tangshur Group, with tens of billions in assets. The resources that even a small manager could mobilize were not something that Kai Yong could go and climb. Kai Yong pointed to his broken arm. Look, Manager Wang, my arm is broken. Help. Wang Weishan didn't smile. The mall's camera had a problem and has been deactivated. There is no video footage. Kai Yong was suspicious. All out of order? Wang Weishan sneered. Right. Long time on the construction site, mixed Kai Yong. in which smelled an unusual odor, and then looked back at a face not far away from the unconcerned Qin, but also the heart of the crisis. "Ah, my leg!" Suddenly, a security guard yelled out in pain and collapsed to the ground. Pointing at one of the thugs, Kaiyong shouted at, "He's got a dagger hidden in his sleeve. Quickly rush up and control these guys. They're thugs." With a loud roar, as if it had been rehearsed dozens of times in advance, all the security guards brought by Wang Weishan rushed up, and once again wrestled with the seriously injured hitman. Kaiyong was dumbfounded. Even if he was no longer slow to react, he was able to see that Wang Weishan's arrival was definitely not a coincidence, and was here to help Qin wipe his ass. He was a bit dissatisfied. "Manager Wang, I don't know what kind of relationship you have with this kid, but a small Qin family isn't enough for you to insult me." Kaiyong, like this? Wang Weishan's eyes suffocated as he questioned in a voice that could only be heard by two people. "You knew he was a member of the Qin family?" Kaiyong sneered. "Of course I know. There's only one Qin family in Tianhai City, and that guy Qin Qingshan still relies on my company for his meals." "Qin Qingshan? Who is it?" Wang Weishan didn't recognize it, but he was able to guess from Kaiyong's words that the guy was mistaken. "What a ing ah. He's not from Tianhai City. He's from Yanjing." Pang. Whispering, Wang Weishan kicked Kaiyong in the small of the back, and while kicking with his foot, he rushed in the direction of the crowd and shouted, "This guy also carries a murder weapon on him. Come to the aid of two people. Together we can control it." Soon, in the midst of the crowd, came trotting over two young lasses in hats who had seen the light of day. Up came the greeting towards Tseon's lower third. Kaiyong, who had been beaten and curled up like a lost dog, was jolted by the pain inside his head. "The Qin family, not from Tianhai City, from Yanjing? The Qin family in Yanjing?" Kaiyong's heart shook wildly. Was there a Qin family in Yanjing's business world? Aside from that lord who could be seen on TV from time to time? Hiss. Thinking about it, it all became clear. The Tang Poetry Group's Tang Xiao is from Yanjing, and there is no one else who can confuse the Tang Poetry Group in this way except Tang Xiao. It's him. It must be the family of that lord in Yanjing. Only the Qin family could force Tang Xiao to do such a thing. Jesus. Who did he offend? Kaiyong curled up on the ground and looked in Qin direction through the cracks in the legs of the two little nuns. In his heart, he couldn't wait to be beaten to death at this moment. If he had known that Qin was from that Qin family in Yanjing, not to mention breaking one of his arms, even if all his limbs were broken, he wouldn't have had the guts to go and say a harsh word. The voluptuous woman watched her husband, who had been shouting for half a month, being beaten like this, and seeing that the situation was not right, she hurriedly wriggled her ass and fled the scene. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Qin in some confusion. "Young Qin, what's with these mall security guards?" Qin shrugged his shoulders. "Shake the people who come chanting." "I said shake the people, but I didn't say I only shook the military Sun Wan. Let's go. It's already late. There are still things to do at noon." Su Xiaoxiao nodded her head obediently and followed beside. "What would young Qin like to eat for lunch?" "I won't be home for lunch today, so just make yourself something for yourself." Junzi went to the underground garage to drive the car, while Qin and Su Xiaoxiao waited at the entrance of the mall. Instead of waiting for a Maybach, he waited for a Rolls-Royce. A fat man with his stomach upside down and a smile on his face like a Tai real person walked down from the backseat of the Rolls-Royce, jogged all the way to Qin front, rubbed his palms together, and smiled enthusiastically with a shy face. "Mr. Qin, how is it? Have things been resolved? I just received your call at home, so I immediately got up and rushed here. Are you alright? Are you alright?" The person who came was precisely the chairman of Tangshire Group, the eldest son of Yanjing Tang family. Tang Tianpei, 28 years old, 3 years ago was still a handsome young man with a jade-like appearance, and then because of some internal family affairs, which led to his own mistakes, he was expelled from Yanjing. All of them had hung out in Yanjing's rich second-generation circle and naturally had each other's contact information. It was just that times were different nowadays, and in the past, Tang Tianpei might still be able to stand at a slightly higher level to talk to Qin. But now, Tang Tianpei was an outcast who had been driven out of Yanjing, while Qin was the first grandson of the Yanjing Qin family, the only future heir. The two men are not to be mentioned in the same breath. Things were done well. Thank you, brother Tianpei. Qin smiled like a spring breeze. Today is considered a favor that I, Qin, owe to brother Tianpei. Next time I have the chance, I will definitely return this favor. Tang Tianpei's face was unhappy. "What is this from Qin Xiao? I've met a friend from another country. I'm more than happy to help out. What kind of favor is that?" "Qin Xiao, this is not to punish me. Today, it's your fault for keeping a low profile. If you knew who you were, this would still be happening. In fact, I came here today, I guess, to invite you to attend the Ding Feng rally in a few days. All the upper-class people of Tianhai City, and also to take this opportunity to let them see you. Young Qin, Chapter 11, If you can talk, you can talk more. Since Brother Tianpei has opened his mouth, then I will respectfully follow your order. Qin Lang smiled and dealt with a few sentences, and when Junzi brought the car around, he pulled Su Xiao into the car and left. While driving the car smoothly, Junzi asked curiously, "Young master, was that the eldest young master of the Tang family just now? How did he degenerate into his current state?" 3 years ago, Tang Tianpei was not said to be able to compete with the current Qin Lang in terms of face value, but he was definitely considered to be a jade-faced young man. Handsome. Just a couple of years, and you've turned into a greasy uncle? Fallen? Qin Lang didn't think so. The Tang family in Yanjing is also a pivotal big family. The Tang first grandson has fallen into this state now. In seeing me, but also that kind of low voice. Do you think it's normal? Junzi subconsciously nodded his head. It's normal. The Tang family is not comparable to your family, young master. Not to mention the fact that Tang Tianpei had a bad experience within the family and was expelled from Yanjing. Unlike you, young master, who is the only heir of the family. Isn't it normal for him to be a licking dog in front of you? Nothing to go back to read more books. Don't run to the Fiber Lotus Clubhouse all day long. You have to use your brain to see things. Don't be confused by the illusion in front of you. Qin Lang scolded without good humor. People have backbone and dignity. A big young man who used to be in the same circle with me. Even if he is down and out, it's impossible to become as groveling as he is right now. If he really becomes so abnormal, then there is only one explanation. His heart is not dead yet. Young master, you mean he still wants to return to Yanjing? Junzi was incredulous. Qin Lang, however, didn't continue to extend the topic any further and waved his hand. Drive your car. It was fine to talk to Junzi about this. Just to the point. After all, he intended to train Junzi as a beloved. In terms of force value, Junzi is definitely qualified and loyal enough. It's this brain. Sometimes it's one-dimensional and doesn't know how to change. If the military son knew to go for a change, then he would be groomed into a heart behind him. If not, then he would have to follow the family's wishes and let him continue to be a dead soldier. After sending Su Xiao back to the villa, it was already noon, and it was time to make an appointment with Mu Yuyan. Junzi carried Qin Lang towards Mu Yuyan's residence. On the car, Junzi hemmed and hawed, one hand holding the steering wheel, one hand behind his head giving a thumbs up. Young master, you are really powerful. With a poisonous vision. Su Xiao, that girl I looked at yesterday was rustic. Just like a village girl. I really don't understand what you mean by leaving her behind. This day changed a dress. Egu. Simply like young master you will magic. Big change. The whole person has become playful and lovely, watery, and this girl before the soil is a little bit of soil, but obedient and understanding do not make trouble. Is simply the home must have a little cotton coat. Ah. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. You like this type? Junzi obscenely cracked his mouth. I like older ones. Manager Zhang of Slender Fingers Lotus is good, sensible and mature, and most of all, she can hurt people. Qin Lang has been to Fiber Finger Lotus, and more than once. Manager Zhang is a reception lobby manager. He often saw Junzi and Manager Zhang walking in the back of a piece. I thought it was discussing which technician to order, but I did not expect it to be these two hooked up. Manager Zhang is more than 30. I'm afraid that there is a 40-year-old. Is not it? Older than you? Junzi hummed. 43, 8 years older than me. As the saying goes, female big 3, holding gold bricks. Female big 5, race old mother. Female eldest 8, old mother hugging gold brick. Jiangnan no. 1 villa area. Mu Yuyan sat in the living room, looking at her mother who was busy in the kitchen with her apron tied on, and muttered with some grudges. Mom, when I went back to Yanjing, I couldn't even see you in the kitchen once. And today it's just for that Qin Lang guy that it's worth you personally cooking? As a daughter, Mu Yuyan felt that she had been treated unfairly. Jealous of Qin Lang, Lin Wanqing served the last of the homely fried pork with hairy beans on the dining table, wiped her hands on her apron and wiped the fine sweat on her forehead with the back of her hand, and laughed amiably. You girl, you just don't know what's good for you. The future Aunt Master comes to the door. I as the mother-in-law shall not show? What future auntie? Mu Yuyan looked at her mother's joyful appearance. Her heart was simply not a taste. It may not be yet. On the character of that guy Qin Lang, outside the womanizer. I guess in a few years, Even the child has. It is hard not to be that you are ready to let me go over to be the stepmother directly? What are you talking nonsense about? Lin Wanqing had a stern face. Didn't I tell you? In the future, this kind of thing should be clear in your heart. Don't put it on your lips. Do you think there's any man in the world who isn't like that? Either he's incompetent or he's not. Which one of the competent ones is clean on the outside? Including your father's. Remember? Mu Yuyan's father, when the man was gone, caused a big upheaval in the Mu family, nearly expelling Mu Yuyan and her mother directly outside the Mu family. Why? Because that gang of power seekers found Mu Yuyan's father's illegitimate son outside, holding the parent-child to order the relatives. If the Qin family hadn't backed up the orphan mother and child and given the bastard mother and child a large sum of money, this matter would never have been resolved so easily. Yu Yan, Mom has only one daughter like you. Can she harm you? Lin Wanqing sat beside her daughter and persuaded her bitterly. That Qin Lang kid is a bit naughty and does things a bit overbearingly, but anyone can see that he likes you. Naughty? He even installed a bug inside my office. That's called naughty? Also, the boyfriends that I intentionally found to gaslight him have all disappeared one by one. Whether they are dead or alive is unknown. Do you call this bullying? Mu Yuyan clenched a mouthful of silver teeth. This kind of person is clearly an arrogant and domineering second-generation son. Is the big villain okay? If it wasn't for having a good father, would he be able to get away with it until now? Just as the words fell, a figure appeared in the corner of the living room. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than the rushing Qin Lang, who stood there with a cold expression on his face, looking at Mu Yuyan, who was still carrying anger on her stunningly beautiful face. Qin Lang, you child, why didn't you call in advance when you came? Lin Wanqing was startled and quickly explained. Yu Yan, she's still young. Her words are not pleasant. Don't take it to heart. Qin Lang ignored it and hooked up an evil smile as he stared at Mu Yuyan. If you have the ability, say that sentence again just now. Just say it. Mu Yuyan was getting angry and snorted coldly. Am I not right? If you didn't have a good father, could you have gotten away with it until now? Qin Lang nodded with satisfaction. That's the one. It sounds really good. If you can talk, you can say more. Chapter 12. Who's the real one? I had thought that Qin Lang would be furious, and at the very least, his face would look bad. Mu Yuyan really didn't expect that her angry words in the heat of anger. Instead of provoking Qin Lang to anger, she even said that he had a smug look on his face? How can people be so shameless? Calling him out for relying on his family is undoubtedly calling him out for chewing on his old age. And the guy ends up gladly accepting it? You! She pointed at Qin Lang's nose. I've never seen a guy as shameless as you. Yu Yan, how can you talk? Quickly apologized to Qin Lang. Lin Wanqing couldn't hold back any longer. To insult Qin Lang like this again and again, even if she, her own mother, was listening at the side, her heart wasn't in a good mood, let alone an outsider. Mu Yuyan stubbornly skimmed her head. I don't. It's not like I said anything wrong. Why should I apologize? She subconsciously went to look at Qin Lang's reaction, and seeing that this guy did not look annoyed at all, she could not help but raise a few more doubts. What's going on today? When she saw Qin Lang for the first time, she felt that there was something wrong. It was only a day's time that she had not met him, but how did she feel that Qin Lang's whole person had become handsome? It's also extraordinarily smooth to look at. Moreover, if according to the former Qin Lang that cranky nature, she slightly provoked, either angry, or smashing things, now suddenly quiet down, disturbed her heart strange not used to. I don't know whether Qin Lang was angry or not, but Lin Wanqing herself was infuriated, and a wave of ups and downs in her chest rippled out. Mu Yuyan, I asked you to apologize. Did you hear me? Don't you even listen to Mom anymore? Mom! Mu Yuyan was holding fire in her heart, and as she looked at her mother in such an angry manner, she couldn't help but weaken her aura. No matter how strong she was, she had grown up following her mother's ass, and in her mother's presence, she was a child who never grew up. It was the first time in my life that I had been scolded like this by my mother. In his heart, he was both scared and aggrieved, and in a short while, his eyes became a little red. Seeing this, Qin Lang also no longer stood stupidly, walked up and pulled Mu Yuyan's slender little hand. Squeezing it softly, he smiled and said, Auntie, don't be so angry. See, you've scared Yuyan. Maybe you don't know, but Yuyan and I are already a couple. We're dating, and that's the way we get along on weekdays, and we don't take anything we say to each other to heart. We're both young people. We're more in tune with the trends. Really? Lin Wanqing frowned. Mu Yuyan nodded along behind her, pinching the flesh of Qin Lang's back with her other hand behind her back before agreeing against her will. If you don't believe me, You can go ask Ah Ning. Ah Ning was Mu Yuyan's personal bodyguard, following her around on a daily basis, and would be aware of any slightest breeze. Only then did Lin Wanqing not continue to be angry. With the face of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, the more she looks at him the better she looks. Smiling, rather, it's auntie who's old and can't keep up with the trend. It's good that you young people like it. Qin Lang slapped his face. What is auntie talking about? What do you mean auntie is old? If auntie and Yu Yan walked up the street, those who don't know would think that the two of you are close sisters. There is a saying that there is a meaning of flattery to please the elders, but it also has to be said that Lin Wanqing is in her early 40s, but she maintains her face like a little girl, and her face is full of collagen. Dressed, but also extraordinarily cool and decent. A light pink long-sleeved t-shirt, with a little translucent meaning in the inside, to be able to vaguely see its slender belly and body. Underneath, she wore blue skinny jeans, and her legs were straight and long. A real eye-catcher. In terms of face value, compared to Mu Yuyan, there may be a slight inferiority, but there is not much difference. Instead, there are also a few more points of the woman's mature flavor in it. Lin Wanqing's face overflowed with a satisfied smile, laughing and scolding. You child, a period of time has not seen, but has become oily. Auntie is old, cannot compare to the young people. This clothes are also Yu Yan's, used to wear, but also appropriate. TSK. Got it. Qin Lang understood and immediately exclaimed with desire. Ah, no way. This dress is Yu Yan's? Previously did not see her through Yu Yan's body I know. Simply according to the golden ratio tailor-made did not expect auntie you wear Yu Yan's clothes are also so well-fitting. The body is inevitably also too enviable it. Where is it? This child of yours? You have a very sweet mouth. Auntie is embarrassed by the compliments. Lin Wanqing smiled. A small mouth containing Dan has not been pursed up, affectionately pulling Qin Lang's hand. Come just in time. Auntie specially cooks a meal of home cooking for you. You taste how the flavor is. Then I'm really in for a treat today. Looking at Qin Lang and her mother walking intimately to the restaurant holding hands, the corners of Mu Yuyan's nice-looking mouth tugged, like a left-behind child who had been abandoned. Changed, is really changed. This guy used to be well-behaved and bossy, and now he's become oily. He's not a good person by any stretch of the imagination. She grunted angrily and glanced down at her homey pajamas with the embroidered bear hugging the pillow. Even if she didn't get Qin Lang's compliments, she wasn't going to go and change her clothes. It was just a meal. Was it necessary to go to so much trouble? On the dining table, Lin Wanqing sat at the main seat, with Qin Lang and Mu Yuyan on either side. A meal down. Qin Lang's bowl. The dishes have always been full. Not his own initiative to clip the dishes. On the contrary, Mu Yuyan, instead of enjoying Lin Wanqing's service of pinching the food, there was also a time when she touched chopsticks with Lin Wanqing while scrambling for the last cola chicken wing. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes. If you're a girl, why do you eat so much? With that, he pinched the last piece of cola chicken wings into Qin Lang's bowl. Mu Yuyan wanted to cry. Mom, who is your biological child? Me or him? Of course you're pro-life. Lin Wanqing chided unhappily. You're jealous even when the mother-in-law, treats my own aunt a little better? Mu Yuyan skimmed her mouth and muttered in her heart. This was no longer a matter of not being better or not. It's almost like differential treatment. She's tempted to get her DNA checked. I really don't know what kind of magic soup that guy Qin Lang had given her mom, but he had fooled her mom. Yu Yan, if you want to eat it, this piece of chicken wing will be fine for you to eat, although it tastes very good, but I will satisfy you with whatever you want. Qin Lang got up and put the piece of chicken wing into Mu Yuyan's bowl. The passive technique affinity was activated with a spring-like smile on his face, causing ripples to ripple across one's heart, sparing Mu Yuyan, who had always disliked Qin Lang in her heart. At this moment, inside her beautiful eyes, she had set off a little color. Chapter 13. Mu Yuyan's anger is unstoppable. Qin Lang, this guy, to be honest, also truly like her well. Although this guy was incredibly well behaved outside, hitting people at every turn, he had always been softer in front of her, or at least had never bullied her, much less moved. Moreover, the Qin family has a significant position in Yinjing, and if we are to weigh it according to the family match, this marriage is definitely a high climb for the Mu family. Most of all, when she looked at Qin Lang now, the aversion in her heart seemed to have subsided a lot, and the more she looked at him, the better she looked at him. Blah blah blah. Mu Yuyan, who was caught up in her self-imagination, suddenly reacted and quenched herself several times in her mind. She slapped her cheeks with both hands, a little reddened, and glared in annoyance at Qin Lang, who had chucked the cola chicken wings into her bowl, and reprimanded. Who wants to eat the food you chucked? There's your saliva all over the chopsticks. If you don't mind. I still think it's dirty. While disliking Qin Lang, Mu Yuyan cursed herself in her heart. What just happened to her? How could you suddenly think of Qin Lang's favor? Not only was Qin Lang off today, she was even less like her old self. Qin Lang skimmed his lips and shook the chopsticks in his hand. I took the rough edges of the sandwich. There's no drool on it from me. Saying that, and not caring about Mu Yuyan's refusal, he put it into her bowl. It's not dirty. If you want to eat it, eat it. If you don't eat it, just put it back into the dish tray. Lin Wanqing watched from the side as the young couple flirted, stroking their white necks from time to time, and smiled delightedly. It was said outside that Qin Lang was the second-generation son who had no one in his sight, arrogant and domineering, and dared to do anything, and almost the face of the Qin family was lost to Qin Lang outside. But it's better to be known than to be seen. Only after today's gathering did Lin Wanqing realize that all those rumors out there were all made up by other people off the top of their heads. How can such a good son-in-law be as bad as what others say? Glancing at her mother, Mu Yuyan said in her heart that it was bad. She felt that this fellow Qin Lang must have deliberately put on such a well-behaved appearance today just to gain a good impression in front of her mother, for the sake of trying to make a fake out of the contracted couple. Damn you guys! How devious! Unhappy in her heart, Mu Yuyan poked the piece of cola chicken wing with her chopsticks and gritted her teeth, itching to break the chicken wing into pieces. You this girl, eat a meal are not a proper behavior. Can not learn from Shao Qin? The heart is too happy. Lin Wanqing even to Qin Lang's name, also become intimate up. The more you look at Qin Lang more eyes, the more you look at their own daughters, the more not a taste. I really do not know the little Qin in the end on you which point, if our era, little Qin such a just adult. The family to propose the marriage of the threshold to be stepped on the broken. She was rubbing her neck and frowning as she reprimanded her unruly daughter. Auntie, it just so happens that there's nothing to do today. After dinner later, let's go to the hospital and have a look for you. Qin Lang put down his chopsticks and took the initiative to softly say. Lin Wanqing was puzzled. What's the point of going to the hospital? Mu Yuyan had no place to vent her anger in her heart. She scolded Qin Lang in a bad mood. Are you looking for pain on purpose? My mom is in good health. What are you asking her to go to the hospital for? Why did you let her go to the hospital to see a doctor? Qin Lang said this as if he was clearly saying that her mom was sick. Not to mention that Mu Yuyan was already in a bad mood right now. Even if she was a real couple with Qin Lang, hearing this would still be unpleasant. Qin Lang also did not refute. Nothing to do is also nothing. Just as to do a physical examination. Auntie, you have recently done a physical examination? Lin Wanqing shook her head. No. Yanjing side of the company in a pile of big and small things. Busy or too busy. A moment of this meeting. A moment of that board of directors vote. Even this time to Tianhai City is also busy. Can only stay for 3 or 4 days? Where is the time to do physical examination? There wouldn't be a need for that. Would there? It's weirdly cumbersome. And the inside of the hospital doesn't smell too good. She followed it up with. You've got a lot of heart for a kid, but I feel like I'm in pretty good shape. That's right. Mu Yuyan followed behind and nodded her head busily, gladly praising. Mom will live a long life and stay young forever. Forever 18. This. Qin Lang frowned and hesitated, as if he had made a huge decision, gritting his teeth. Auntie, you said so. Originally I shouldn't force myself, but today I, Qin Lang, as a junior, have to be the bad guy for once, whether you go or not. Even if I had to tie you up, I'd still have to tie you up. Even if he was more than sure of what he had in mind, Qin Lang would not tell the reasons and axioms within now. It was the ambiguity he wanted. All that was needed was to make Mu Yuyan angry and make Lin Wanqing feel uncomfortable. Wanting to raise the bar first. Wanting to completely change Mu Yuyan's opinion of him was the first step. First make her angry, then make her pout. Sure enough, Mu Yuyan's smiling face that had just complimented her mother disappeared, replaced by a gloomy face, glaring at Qin Lang. A mouthful of silver teeth clenched tightly. Qin Lang, is there something wrong with you? I've already said that no, my mom's health is very good. Why are you still messing around here? Do you have to force me to kick you out so that you can feel pain in your heart? Qin Lang's face was suffocating red, wanting to open his mouth to say something, and then stopped when he reached his mouth and ended abruptly, looking very suffocating. Lin Wanqing watched from the side and waved her hand with a smile. Yu Yan, don't be angry with Shao Qin. He also has a peace of mind. Since Shao Qin has said so, then go to the hospital and take a walk. It won't be in the way. And it just so happens that there hasn't been a medical checkup done for a long time. Mom! Mu Yuyan shouted. Lin Wanqing was certain. That's it. Don't shout. Mom's body. Mom makes her own decisions. Mu Yuyan rolled her eyes. Just spoil him. After saying that, he glared at Qin Lang again. And within that look, it was as nasty as it could be. She hated to make an issue out of her mother, the only relative she had left in the world. No one is allowed to malign anyone. A lunch, not happy, Junzi drove a Maybach. Originally invited Mu Yuyan mother and daughter together on the seat, but Mu Yuyan refused to do so, and insisted on driving an open-topped pink BMW out of the garage by herself, as well as giving her mother a ride by herself. After arriving at the hospital, Lin Wanqing was arranged to have blood tests drawn and scanned by various instruments. Dizzy for a small half-day. Dizzy, subconsciously touching her neck with increasing frequency. Finally, when it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the inspection report came out. The doctor in the white coat shouted, "Lin Wanqing, who is Lin Wanqing? Come and get the medical report." Mu Yuyan pulled her mother's hand and deliberately squeezed Qin Lang out of the door. Looking at the doctor, "Here you go. Doctor, how is my mom's health? Is it particularly healthy?" The doctor looked up with a question. "You're the patient's daughter? How come you don't even know about your mom's health? How can she still be healthy? Your mom's coronary heart disease has already progressed to the 3rd level. Any later and she could die suddenly at any time." Boom! With one sentence, Mu Yuyan was directly stunned, frozen in place with a blank inside her brain. Chapter 14, Make her angry first, then make her shy. Without bothering with Mu Yuyan again, the doctor in the white coat frowned at Lin Wanqing. "It's not possible that even you yourself don't know the condition of your body, right?" Lin Wanqing, still in a daze, shook her head and stammered, "I don't know. Doctor, could it be a wrong check?" The doctor rolled his eyes. "There are more than a dozen normal people in the medical checkup with you. Why is it that all the people in front of you and behind you are normal, and you're the only one who made a mistake? Rather strange. If you two are so sloppy, why would you suddenly want to come for a physical?" Both mother and daughter, subconsciously, looked towards Qin Lang, who had been blocked outside the door and had hesitantly not entered until now. "Little Qin, come in quickly. What are you standing outside for?" Lin Wanqing hurriedly beckoned and looked at Qin Lang, who walked up to her, and said with a bitter smile, "Thanks to you this time, or else Auntie would have died suddenly one day and wouldn't even know what happened. Coronary heart disease, and it's still the 3rd level." Lin Wanqing herself felt incredulous, as well as fearful afterward. "Did you see something? Otherwise, why would you have been so forceful at home just now, asking Auntie to come over for a medical checkup?" Lin Wanqing was puzzled. Qin Lang nodded. "I can see that something is wrong. Auntie, when you are talking, you intentionally or unintentionally touch your neck, and when you are angry, the frequency of touching your neck is getting higher and higher. It's very abnormal." The white lab coat doctor gave a very timely thumbs up. "The young man is studying medicine? Coronary heart disease is due to severe arterial stiffening of the coronary arteries, making the blood supply to the heart muscle insufficient, leading to the occurrence of myocardial ischemia, which can cause angina pectoris, and patients with coronary artery disease. Patients in the 3rd level, if angina, can also be manifested as neck pain. Subconsciously touching the neck is one of the most notable symptoms, thanks to the timely arrival. If the condition is controlled, the possibility of improvement is still very high. If it is a little later, or if it is more intense work, maybe one day it will break out, causing myocardial infarction, followed by sudden death. Mom! It was only now that Mu Yuyan was able to return to her senses. Just now, after hearing the doctor's words, a cold sweat broke out on his back, and his entire heart was suspended high in the air, experiencing that weightless feeling of falling from a height. Scared the out of her. Her hands were shaking as she grasped her mother's hand, her eyes glistening with tears inside, her eyes red and on the verge of crying out. "Silly boy. It's okay, Mom's okay, it was caught early, wasn't it? It'll be fine if you nourish your body." Lin Wanqing patted the back of her daughter's hand and comforted her. At the same time, she looked at Qin Lang with gratitude. "This child of yours, you can see something fishy. Why didn't you say anything at home just now? Yu Yan even got angry and scolded you. Aren't you aggrieved in your heart?" Qin Lang bitterly shook his head. "I don't dare to say Auntie, you don't know. What is your position in Yu Yan's heart? I just see a little doorway, and I don't dare to be sure. If I casually give those my own opinion, then in case you're in good health? I'm not sure, but I'm not sure if I'm going to tell you what I think. If I said that, I'd be maligning you, and that would piss off Yu Yan to no end. I'll be fine, as long as you're healthy. What's the big deal? Besides, I'm a manly man, and Yu Yan is a little girl. Where else can I be condescended to?" You child. Lin Wanqing's heart was filled with emotion. How can this kid, Qin Lang, be so understanding and considerate? She cared for her daughter so much that even she, as a mother, could not hope to do so, preferring to be aggrieved herself rather than letting her daughter feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. It's really moving. No way. Lin Wanqing made a decision in her heart. Next time if she hears what guys are saying bad things about her future son-in-law behind her back, she absolutely can't turn a blind eye to it anymore. She must pull it out and give him a hard scolding. What kind of skill is it to chew the cud? And it's still malignant. Her son-in-law is such a nice big boy. How could he be such a despicable and shameless second-generation son of the legend? The doctor joked with amusement. You young man, you look handsome, just like a big boy. I didn't realize that your mind is so meticulous. You'll definitely be a wife-keeper in the future. Saying that, he even glanced in Mu Yuyan's direction. It caused Mu Yuyan to lower her head in some embarrassment. She bit her lip, hesitantly stepped forward, clenched her pink fists, and muttered in a very weak voice. I'm sorry, it's me who misunderstood you. I apologize to you. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even know about mom's health condition. I'm too incompetent to be a daughter. Thanks to you. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Thank you. Mu Yuyan's mood at this moment was complicated to the extreme. How angry she was at Qin Lang's offer inside the villa. At this moment doubled how guilty she felt. Qin Lang is clearly concerned about her mother's health, but also in order to not let her wildly guess, but also a bellyful of aggression swallowed down the stomach, to bear alone. Thinking about this, Mu Yuyan felt that her earlier performance was simply unbearable, not even qualified to be a mother's daughter. How could she be that disruptive and casually try to discredit Qin Lang's good intentions? That is, the one she was talking about was Qin Lang. If it was other person, at this time, even if she was pointing at her nose and scolding her for having her conscience eaten by a dog, she would not have half a sentence to retort. Idiot, what are you saying to me about being sorry? I'm your boyfriend. Isn't your mom my relative? How can you look at your relatives and feel uncomfortable? Don't be paranoid. Your eyes are red. If you don't know, you'll think I'm bullying you. But don't cry. I can't bear to part with it. Qin Lang touched Mu Yuyan's head. It was the first time he'd made this kind of initiative and not been met with resistance to the intimate gesture. Ding! The female protagonist Mu Yuyan's favorability towards the host has increased. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 800. Ding! The heroine Mu Yuyan's favorability towards the host continues to rise. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Heavenly Fate villain value of plus 1000. Ding! Son of Qi Yifeng's Qi points have dropped by 500 points. Congratulations to the host for gaining the Divine Destiny villain value plus 5000. While the doctor was dispensing Lin Wanqing's medication and instructing her on daily precautions, the mechanical tone of a system prompt rang in Qin Lang's head. Good guy. What should have been done by Yifeng? He had operated in advance, not only harvesting the Heavenly Fate villain value that Mu Yuyan had provided in large quantities, but also making Yifeng's Qi luck points drop by 500. He himself harvested 5000 Heavenly Fate villain values. Dare I say that seizing Yifeng's chance would not only make his Qi points go down, but would also allow himself to reap 10 times the value of his Heavenly Destiny villain chant? Thinking about it, hey, this big villain was becoming more and more exciting for Qin Lang. Chapter 15, Breaking the Ice. Back to Jiangnan No. 1. Mu Yuyan at all times in Lin Wanqing's body, and is the tea scent water, and is the warmth of the hush. Disturbed Lin Wanqing heart is both warm and bitter laughter. You this girl? When mom is 70 years old? Even the road are not moving? Mu Yuyan shook her head. On her stunningly beautiful face, she was still in shock until now. I'm not scared? Mom, why don't I accompany you back to Yanjing tomorrow? The hospital there is the top one in the country. Surely this coronary heart disease can be cured. Hey, Lin Wanqing sighed helplessly in her heart. Coronary heart disease where is so easy to cure? I do not know how many rich people is suffering from this disease. One day accidentally stay up a night people are gone. I also did not expect this disease will fall on my body. Mom! Mu Yuyan's eyes reddened again. She really didn't dare to think about what her life would be like afterward if she didn't have her mother and daughter. In the living room of the sofa hug a ball, a large small two beauties, really formed a beautiful landscape. Qin Lang sat on the opposite side of the coffee table and gently coughed. Auntie, Yuyan, you guys shouldn't be too worried and scared. This disease bar relying on medication is part of it, but more of it is to go for recuperation. This way, when you return to Yanjing, I'll talk to my family and arrange for you to stay at the Fragrant Hills Sanatorium for a period of time. If you want to talk about medical care, the Fragrant Hills Sanatorium is definitely the best in the whole of China. Auntie, if you just follow the doctor's orders and take care of yourself, there won't be any major problems. Fragrant Hills Sanatorium? Lin Wanqing's eyes suffocated. Can I go in there? In China, very few people know about the Xiangshan Sanatorium because it is not open to the public. Which one of them is not a leading figure in the Chinese civil service world? Not only are the most sophisticated medical instruments available there, but the doctors are also globally renowned. To put it bluntly, the Fragrant Hills Sanatorium is the equivalent of an ancient imperial hospital. Qin Lang smiled and said back, I don't know about others, but Auntie your side. Halfway through, he looked towards Mu Yuyan who still had red eyes, and continued, look at Yuyan's look of a frightened soul. I feel a strange heartache. I'm sorry to hear that. Anyway, Auntie, you don't have to worry about this. If not, I'll let Grandpa say hello to the director of the Xiangshan Sanatorium. Little Qin, you have a heart. Lin Wanqing looked at her future son-in-law who cared so much about her daughter. How she looked at him, how she liked him. But, on the old man's side of the Qin family, if it wasn't for Qin Lang, maybe one day she would have died of a sudden myocardial infarction and wouldn't even know what happened. Grateful words, more to say no good, just to let the Qin family old man side. Lin Wanqing heart more or less a little worried. After all, Xiangshan Sanatorium is equivalent to the Imperial Hospital. Not anyone can be arranged to go in. Not that I do not believe that the old man's position. Elder Qin was the only remaining old meritocracy since the founding of China. Truly a Tarzan-level big shot. If he helped her out in this matter, he was worried that he would be gossiped about by some big shot who didn't get along. Mu Yuyan pulled her mother's hand. Mom, just don't reject it. This is also a piece of Qin Lang's heart. She wanted to accompany her mother back to Yinjing for treatment. But where was the best hospital in Huaxia compared to the Xiangshan Sanatorium? Then, well, it's not easy to come to a trip to Tianhai City. I don't want to go back in such a hurry. Stay a few more days. Go back to trouble Shaoqin. In Tianhai City, Lin Wanqing only stayed for 3 days before returning to the capital. In the villa's living room, Mu Yuyan sat next to Qin Lang. Without her mother, the two of them were alone. The atmosphere appeared to be extraordinarily bizarre. How's it going with my mom? Can she get into the Fragrant Hills Sanatorium? She turned her head sideways, looking at Qin Lang's handsome flank, and inquired in a low voice. It's already been arranged. As soon as Auntie gets off the plane, someone will directly arrange for her to live in. Don't worry, Qin Lang replied while resting his hand on the back of Mu Yuyan's slender and slippery hand. It was as if Mu Yuyan hadn't felt it, or perhaps she had gotten used to such small gestures during these 3 days together. In the mind, not even the self-congratulation of being scratched by a dog rose again. Well, this future son-in-law of mine has behaved alright these past few days, right? Qin Lang bravely tried to pull Mu Yuyan's wrist, and with a slight force, he wrapped it into his arms. Mu Yuyan felt that broad chest and struggled slightly before giving up with a red face. I don't know what was going on, but perhaps it was a way to repay his gratitude to Qin Lang? Or perhaps Qin Lang's performance in the past few days had completely changed her inherent impression? Really? Mu Yuyan would never have thought that Qin Lang would behave so well in front of her mother. Could it be that the arrogance of the second-generation son of Qin Lang in the past was all a disguise? Otherwise, how could Qin Lang have possessed that kind of superior art in such a short period of time? During these 3 days, Qin Lang came to the villa every day, accompanied her mother to chat, and also fried tea for her. 12 courses of the tea ceremony, lighting incense and burning incense to remove delusions, washing cups of ice to go to the heart of the mortal world, cool soup and jade pots to raise Taihe, throwing tea to the Qing palace to welcome the beautiful. Even her mother, who was once a great lady, couldn't stop admiring and appreciating it. It's a complete appreciation of the tea ceremony from the perspective of the tea ceremony. Also, having just learned of the condition, Mu Yuyan and Lin Wanqing couldn't help but go into reverie at night, which then led to insomnia. When he learned of the situation, not only did Qin Lang not get tired of it, but he also played a soothing and calming lullaby for them. The delicate sound of the zither, like the gurgling of a clear spring in the mountains, whisks at one's heart, and one can't help but be at peace. If it wasn't for the fact that Mu Yuyan had once sneaked downstairs to peek and watch Qin Lang's long and slender fingers skillfully gliding on the black and white keys, accompanied by the pleasant music flowing out, she definitely wouldn't have believed that Qin Lang would possess that kind of piano skills. Not a bad performance. Keep it up. Mu Yuyan, like a real couple, snuggled into Qin Lang's embrace. Her palm touched his belly, and said in surprise, I didn't see it. You're quite well built. You even have abs? Qin Lang laughed, pinched Mu Yuyan's waist, forked her pair of slender legs and made them sit on his body. Smiling playfully, there are still more things you haven't seen. With 4 eyes, Mu Yuyan was wearing the exact same outfit today that Lin Wanqing had worn the day she first arrived. Wide pink tunic, semi-sheer, with dark blue skinny jeans. Under its slender figure, it looks a little more charming and cool. A mother-daughter flower set? Qin Lang's hands followed Mu Yuyan's slender waist and tugged that white pink long shirt back, the entire delicate curve, then brightly revealed. Glancing down at that proud heart chest, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Your figure is not bad. Chapter 16, a momentary battering of the husband. Along with the atmosphere becoming more and more meandering, Qin Lang's poem, too, became more and more bold, slowly veering upwards from the slender waist. Enough! Mu Yuyan smacked away Qin Lang's fidgeting palms and stood up from his lap with a straight face, picking up her messy clothes. She felt that Qin Lang was a bit too bold, and his demeanor was becoming more and more frivolous. If he didn't interrupt this atmosphere in time, I wonder what else this guy is afraid to do. Just give a little taste of sweetness. You can't really lose yourself in it. My mom's side of things still need to trouble you to take care of some more. This matter is considered that I owe you a favor. I will remember it in my heart. Mu Yuyan looked like she had come back to her senses from the illusion of a couple, and resumed her former high and proud self, transforming into a cold and colorful iceberg female president. Qin Lang shrugged his shoulders. You're just plainly crossing the river and breaking down the bridge, letting me step in when you need me, and kicking me out when you don't, regardless of 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Mu Yuyan wanted to retort, but the words stopped at her mouth, and she coldly hummed. If you think so, there's nothing you can do. If it's fine, you can go back. Fine, I'll go. Qin Lang wasn't angry. He just stared at Mu Yuyan if he had any deep meaning, then turned around and left. Be condescending, continue to be condescending. Abuse him to your heart's content if you can, and cross the river to your heart's content. Abusing your husband is fun for a while, but after a while, I'll let you know what it means to chase your husband to the crematorium. It's just for fun. Who wouldn't? Let's ride on a donkey and see what happens. Mu Yuyan, who was wearing a semi-transparent long shirt, escorted Qin Lang to the car at the front yard entrance of the villa, and waved, "Be careful on the road, and send me a message when you arrive home." That intimate look saw the military son driving the Maybach look up to him for a while. As the Maybach drove away from Jiangnan No. 1, Junzi said with emotion, "Young master, you are really a ing talent. Heifer upside down to see the lightning, powerful to the sky." How arrogant was CEO Mu in the past? His eyes were almost up to his nostrils. When he saw you, he rolled his eyes and threw a cold face. In just a few days' work, it's completely changed. Have you gotten on the bus already, young master? He said, and winked. What's the point of getting into a car when the wheels haven't even touched it? Qin Lang muttered. Mu Yuyan, this change of face speed can be called a master level? The previous second inside the living room is still sitting upright and serious. But the result is out to see the military son of the moment. The smile is simply a natural-born playwright. It's ing loaded. He didn't dwell on this matter, and opened the system panel with a silent chant. Characters, Qin Lang. Physique 26. Charm, 98. Divine Destiny Villain Value, 36. 200. Skills, Affinity LV6, Group Affinity plus 60. Advanced Piano Technique. Advanced Tea Craft. Shopping Mall, in the process of opening, the value of the destined villain reaches 30,000. The first-class shopping mall has been opened. Lucky Draw Center, in progress, each lucky draw consumes 100 of Destiny's villain value. System Backpack, 1 copy of Anticho's portrait. Clear Breeze Drawing Paper plus 2. During these few days, Qin Lang accompanying the mother and daughter wasn't gaining nothing. The brush of goodwill rubbed off on them, and the Heavenly Fate villain value gained was also huge. Plus there was still such a sweet little cotton girl like Su Xiaoxiao inside the house, and from time to time, pretending to unintentionally touch her little hand with his hand and rubbing her, but would reap quite a lot of Heavenly Destiny villain value. Cumulatively, they had exceeded 30,000, and the system mall had reached the criteria for opening. Open the mall. In front of Qin Lang, a burst of illusory screens lit up with various colors of commodities and the Heaven's Destiny villain value that needed to be spent for the purchase below. Physique plus 1, physique below 6,500 points of Divine Destiny villain value. Physique plus 1, physique less than 101,000 points of Divine Destiny villain value. Charisma plus 1:50,000 points of Destiny villain value. Skill Advanced Aesthetics, 3, 000 points of destiny villain value. Skill primary healing, 100. 000 points of divine destiny villain value. After patronizing the circle, Qin Lang's eyes were a bit spent. Where was this system mall? It's clearly a treacherous business. He had worked hard for several days to earn such a villainous value of 30. 000 out of 10. 000. And as a result, inside the mall, there were not even a few things he could afford to buy. After spending 17. 000 points of villain value to increase his constitution to 60 points, and another 9. 600 points to raise his skill affinity to LV8. He didn't purchase any more of the rest, and used all of it for the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of MS White's portrait. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining one advanced medical appliance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining +1 physique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill advanced aesthetic. After the raffle. System panel. Characters, Qin Lang. Physical 68. Charm, 98. Divine Destiny Villain Value, 0. Skills, Affinity LV8, Group Affinity +80. Advanced Piano Technique. Advanced Tea Craft. Advanced Aesthetic. Mall Opening. Lucky Draw Center, in progress, each lucky draw consumes 100 of Destiny's Villain Value. System Backpack, 1 copy of Anticho's portrait. Clear Breeze Drawing Paper +2. 1 copy of MS Bai's portrait. Advanced Medical Utensils +1. After his physique reached 68, for a short period of time, Qin Lang had an illusionary feeling as if there was a mammoth elephant standing in front of him, and he was able to blast it into crumbs with a single punch. Of course, this was a lack of self-awareness brought about by too rapid a physical enhancement, and would disappear once the body had adapted to the power. Not to mention the mammoth giant elephant. Even if it was Junzi who was driving in the front, odds were that Qin Lang would not be an opponent. But there's no rush at all. How many days has it been? He then went from a state of kidney weakness to a physique 68 7 times a night Lang. Before long, surpassing Junzi would be a matter of course. And before Yifeng returned, breaking the 100 would not be a problem. As the Maybach stopped in front of the family villa, Su Xiaoxiao in the house had already heard the sound and trotted out. She stood coyly inside the corner of the doorway, her head lowered as she muttered in a low voice, "Young master, welcome home. Where did you learn that? Didn't I tell you? It's just like in your own home here. Do what you need to do. Don't be so formal. Don't you understand?" Qin Lang pulled Su Xiaoxiao's soft and boneless little hand. Su Xiaoxiao wanted to pull her hand out, and after using her strength a few times, she did not succeed. And when she looked up and saw Qin Lang's smirking smile, she immediately lowered her red cheeks and stopped struggling. She realized that she seemed to be confused, knowing that every time the young master saw her, she would do something small, but as soon as she heard a familiar voice, she still ran all the way to the door, and, already, with this scene, has become enamored. She didn't even know if it was her subconscious move or if she was deliberately approaching the young master like this. Chapter 17, Silly Su Xiaoxiao. In the living room, Qin Lang sat on the sofa, loosened his hold on Su Xiaoxiao's hand and said suspiciously, "Xiao, is it true that when I hold your hand, you feel uncomfortable in your heart? Otherwise, why do you always try to struggle away so vigorously? Or maybe it's because you already have someone else in mind?" Ah, Su Xiaoxiao was startled. Her flowery face lost color. "Young master, how could you say this?" Her heart poofed, and with the corner of her eye she glanced at Qin Lang, who was sitting on the sofa with a sad face, her head already in a muddle. What does the young master mean by asking this? Could it be, relative to modern times, Su Xiaoxiao's age is at the beginning of the cardamom years? The beginning of love. It is inevitable that these male and female relationships above will become unusually sensitive, especially when it was an object like Qin Lang who could make her have the same beautiful dream for several nights in a row with just a smile. She couldn't help but be in a reverie. It's like an ordinary boy in class. The always unsmiling cold class flower suddenly turned back to look at him one more time. Will be in the heart of the mind to think, this is not like me? Why else would she keep looking back at me? Is she going to confess to me? So am I going to reject it? Or do I accept? Puberty. Not only boys have it, but little girls are no exception. Su Xiaoxiao is one of them. She pinched her whitened fingers, fighting a violent battle against her coattails, unsure of what to say. If she said yes, what if the young master misunderstood and got angry and would never hold her hand again? But if she said that there was none, the young master would become more and more bold in the future. And she was a bit scared. For a while, it was caught in the middle of a tangle. Qin Lang saw the little girl that kind of squirming posture, lightly laughed. You do not have to be too entangled. There is no thing. There is a favorite object to say to me. You're those things. I have been roughly already know. The big thing is that in the future I do not furtive is. That boy is Yifeng, right? He grew up with you in the Sunshine Orphanage, and was a childhood friend, but now he seems to have disappeared? You don't have to worry. I believe in good luck for good people, and he's sure to come back someday, and maybe that day isn't too far away. Each sentence was like a blunt knife, cutting a hole above Su Xiaoxiao's fragile skin. In the end, Qin Lang even stuck a sharp knife into Su Xiao's heart. I wish that you lovers will finally get married. No, it's not like that. Young master, you've misunderstood. Su Xiaoxiao stammered in panic. Her words were somewhat tinged with a crying tone. When she was young, Su Xiaoxiao and Yifeng were indeed childhood sweethearts, but at such a young age, how could she understand the feelings between men and women? What's more, in the past, it was always Su Xiaoxiao who helped Yifeng to fight against those bad kids in the orphanage, and quite a few of them were beaten up even by Yifeng. Between the two, it's more like siblings in distress, even in the middle of the original prequel. Why are you crying? Qin Lang reached out, pulling Su Xiaoxiao's delicate body into his arms, helping to wipe her tears. Did I say something wrong? Su Xiaoxiao aggressively deflated her small mouth and hummed from inside her nose. Qin Lang curiously said, what if when Yifeng comes back, he wants to pursue you? It can't be. Little Feng has always treated me as a sister. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, but after seeing Qin Lang's frown that didn't stretch out, she continued to add, if Xiao Feng is really like what young master said, I won't agree to him. I just treat him as a younger brother. Ding! Son of Qi Yifeng's Qi points have dropped by 1,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 10,000. TSK. Hearing the system beep, Qin Lang's heart felt a wave of relief. He was just helping Su Xiaoxiao with a dose of precaution, but he didn't expect to have this unexpected gain. Embracing Su Xiaoxiao, who was still trembling in his arms, Qin Lang was in a state of mind. Although the little girl was light and soft, her skin was still slippery and tight, especially the pair of long and delicate legs, wrapped in white stockings, pressed against his body, which would inevitably have a few charming moments. Young master, Su Xiaoxiao's heart flooded with mutterings wanting to bow her head. Qin Lang quickly changed the topic and pinched Su Xiao's thigh. It's been so many days, why are you still so thin? You didn't even eat properly when young master wasn't home? Eat it. Su Xiaoxiao hummed lightly with red cheeks. She could feel that the young master was no longer obsessed over the matter of little Feng, and her heart was much better. It's really true. I don't know why young master likes to be so imaginative. How did he make her and little Feng into a couple? She really did look at little Feng as if he was her own brother, and it was unknown how long little Feng had been missing, whether he had forgotten her as his sister or not. Let's add a dish tonight. The usual 8 dishes and 2 soups plus a papaya rib soup. Su Xiaoxiao subconsciously let out a no sound, and in her heart, when she was curious about why an extra dish of pork rib soup was added, she saw Qin Lang's gaze resting on her chest, and her pretty face flushed. Hurriedly, she escaped from Qin Lang's arms. What's wrong? Qin Lang asked of his own accord as he crossed his legs without blushing. Su Xiaoxiao hummed blushingly and turned around like a lark, lightly running up to the nanny room on the 2nd floor. Knock! After closing the door behind her, Su Xiaoxiao's blushing cheeks fell onto the soft bed, burying her head inside the pillow, her mouth repeating the word bad egg over and over again. After a while, covering the face are suffocated red, only to be considered to let go of their own. A large mouth and greedily breathe the air. The heart still cannot help but think of the things just now. She made a grip with her hands and placed them on her chest, weighing them carefully and falling into self-doubt. Isn't it really too small? Does young master like the plump type? Is it true that I can grow up a little bit by drinking papaya rib soup? Thinking about it, Su Xiaoxiao quenched herself again and cursed herself for being shameless. She cupped her cheeks with both hands, rubbing them together in anger. Su Xiaoxiao, why do you always like to be so imaginative? Young master, he likes the big one, and what does it have to do with you? Don't you dare to be imaginative. Young master lets me drink. I don't want to drink. Anyway, he likes the big one. A little smaller. Young master, he might not hold hands in the future. Chapter 18, Su Xiaoxiao, how fragrant. Looking at Su Xiaoxiao, who ran upstairs in a panic, Qin Lang smiled slightly in his heart. Well-behaved and caring. Su Xiaoxiao is true to her name. Gradually, this time the progress might be a bit too fast for Su Xiaoxiao, but it wasn't too much of a problem. As long as it calmed down a little for the next few days, Su Xiaoxiao would ease herself over. Young master, there's a bit of a situation over at the Bai family. Junzi walked in from outside the house, stood beside Qinlang, looked around, and asked suspiciously, "Miss Su isn't here?" Junzi is still on the up and up in some ways, and the ugly duckling and the swan are treated quite differently. After seeing Su Xiaoxiao's refreshed and brand new dress, the name-calling all started to change. "It's upstairs." Qinlang pointed to the upstairs nanny's room. "It's okay, go ahead." "What's up?" Junzi nodded and said bluntly. The sound of a quarrel came out from the Bai family's side, and when our people got close enough to investigate, they found that the ones arguing were the Bai family's father and daughter duo. And based on what Bai Ruyu meant inside just a few words, our people found out in the market that there's a large number of cash-outs happening inside the Bai family's company lately. "Got it." Qinlang pursed the corners of his lips and hooked up a playful smile. "Here we go." The opportunity to raid the two Bai Ruyu sisters had finally arrived. Not to mention Bai Xiaoyun, that child-faced giant Ruru's nymphomaniac. Bai Ruyu, a large-sized loli, is definitely a resounding no. One big shot in the business world. Among the category of financial high school students returning to China, most of them are out of the gold-plated, have a good resume, and Bai Ruyu is different. She is really have real talent. Moreover, it also possesses extremely strong psychological qualities, and is simply a future queen of the business world. This is something that has been verified in the original work. How could Qinlang let go of such a talent? He all since came to this world, naturally need to spend money, can't go to the Qin family side to ask for everything once or twice, 1 billion or 800 million to be simple, but in case the number of times more, by the family that he has nothing to do, directly dragged to Yanjing to inherit the family business. How to do? He doesn't want to be tied up. There are still plenty of free days left to enjoy. If you start your own company, you can't stay inside the company every day and be busy with your career. What's the difference between that and your previous life? Bai Ruyu is his best entrusted object, as long as Bai Ruyu will take down, according to Bai Ruyu's conscientious, meticulous, and to their own men unreservedly pay the character. Qinlang is absolutely able to relax as a shirker, say it and do it. At that moment, Qinlang personally dialed the Bai family side and spoke of his desire to pay a visit. After all, the identity was placed there, even the Bai family, it was impossible to have any refusal in mind, and after a few polite moments on the phone, the matter was finalized. When it was time for dinner, at the dining table, Qinlang from time to time cast his gaze towards Su Xiaoxiao, who was drinking papaya soup. Su Xiaoxiao's head, as she watched, was lowered without ever raising it. She felt that she was too shameless. Obviously she had said 1,000 times inside the upstairs bedroom that she would not drink, but when it came to the critical time, once she saw the young master's appearance, all the self-cautions did not break through, and she drank especially a lot, and her little stomach was bulging. The White House compound, second floor bedroom, Bai Xiaoyun lying on the bed, flipping through the brand new comic book in his hand. The male piglets on it one by one are all super handsome men who come out with a halo of flowers. As for the plot, it sucks, but Bai Xiaoyun she doesn't care. She likes this kind of look, super big handsome guy. Other things are secondary. Dressed in a cute lowly style, Bai Xiaoyun was absorbed in reading the manga, her legs wrapped in 2 white stockings kicking from time to time on the soft bed, her cheeks pouting, and her still somewhat baby-fat cheeks looking especially cute. Squeak! The door to the room was opened and Bai Ruyu, who was dressed in the standard black silk OL uniform of a businesswoman, walked in and took a deep breath when she saw her sister, who was lying on her back on the bed innocently. With a heavy heart, she had no choice but to pamper her after meeting such a naive sister. Yun, how many times have I told you, don't keep lying down, it's not good for your body. Bai Ruyu stepped forward, looking at her sister who, like herself, had been carrying more weight than girls her age since she was a child, and admonished with concern. Bai Xiaoyun let out an oh so subtle sound and moved over. Bai Ruyu shook her head with a bitter smile. She is really a belly full of grievances. There is no way to talk to someone, can only be a strong one. Forced to smile and said, Yun, you have a favorite boy? No. Bai Xiaoyun shook her head decisively. Those girls inside the school are so devoid of discernment. One by one they say this is the school grass, that is the school grass, but after I went to look at them, they are all very ordinary, not handsome at all. My boyfriend must be the kind that is especially handsome, and then the one who treats me extraordinarily well. Little fool. Bai Ruyu favored her sister with a light scratch on the tip of her nose. Fools also have the good of fools, at least they will not casually like a boy, so that, even after a few more years, they will not arbitrarily agree to the marriage arranged by their father. As long as she, Bai Ruyu, was still around for a day, She would never allow her father to do anything against her sister. No matter what. No matter who. No matter what. Sis, are you angry again? I heard it all. You had a fight with Dad, right? Bai Xiaoyan grabbed her sister's palm and muttered. Don't you fight with Dad, okay? Dad treats me very well. Sister, you treat me better. I don't want the two of you to fight, okay? Bai Ruyu asked herself. If measured by normal human standards, Bai Xiaochun's method of raising her daughter was indeed considered good. It's just a shame that her sister is still in the dark. If she grows up just a little bit more, she'll realize that in her father's eyes, girls are never family, just victims to be used for profit. Chapter 19 Conflict between father and daughter. Qin Lang's great opportunity to raid Bai Ruyu. That night, Bai Ruyu slept with her sister, and in the middle of the night, from time to time, she wrapped her sister into her arms, the hard kind, fearing that her sister would run away from her. As for Bai Xiaoyun, this stupid little loli wants a sleep thunder. Not only that, but also to the white as jade's chest from time to sip on two mouths. Also do not know in what dream. Joyful. By the evening, the entire Bai family was decorated and lit up, and even the servants in the house had changed into formal attire. In the living room, Bai Xiaochun idly flipped through the newspaper that had fallen out of date and waited quietly and respectfully. Yanjing Qin family's great young man to visit, although he has a few thin face in this acre of Tianhai City, but at least in the face of the project must do enough. People need faces. Trees need skin. Besides, this kind of rich second generation, the most important thing is the name. As long as the hospitality is good, it is not likely to be able to squeeze the value he needs from this kind of top rich second generation. Daddy, are we expecting guests at the house tonight? Bai Xiaoyun was wearing a budding lolita, and her two thighs wrapped in white stockings looked extraordinarily white and slippery. She trotted over, a curious look on her face. Bai Xiaochun's wife died of illness at an early age and he did not renew his marriage, and the outside world praised him for his noble qualities. Perhaps it was because his temperament had become tranquilized. The Bai family hadn't had any guests for a long time, and usually, they were just out socializing with guests. It's still rare to see this kind of feast at home. Bai Xiaochun reached out, touched her youngest daughter's head, and said with a smile, "That's right, there's going to be an honored guest. Who is it? Do I know him? A man or a woman? Handsome or not?" Bai Xiaoyun, the little nymphomaniac, didn't care about anything else in her heart, chirped and asked a whole bunch of questions, and the final question still rested on whether it was handsome or not. This should be handsome. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment and shook his head with a bitter smile. He really didn't know in this regard, and he hadn't met Qin Lang. However, it was reasonable to say that those who came out of such a big family had good genes and couldn't be worse. After all, which of this stuff? Rich guys get wives that aren't brighter than one another? Awesome or not? Bai Xiaoyan blinked her big eyes. Bai Xiaochun bitterly smiled and said, "Of course it's awesome, the first eldest son of a big family in Yanjing." With that, he glanced at his eldest daughter again. Out of the corner of his eye, Bai Ruyu stood by the side, watching her father and sister talking, originally not intending to intervene. As a result, when he saw his father looking at himself, he immediately said without any good humor, "What are you looking at me for? I don't know that. What's his name? At a time like this, do you also want to bring me out and compare me to him alone?" Bai Xiaochun could hear that her daughter was arguing with herself about something else, and also intended to purposely suppress on this, and said quietly, "Comparing with him? Are you taking yourself too seriously? With your little weight, how can you compare to the first son of the Qin family in Yanjing? Do you know that his grandfather stood in the front row at the founding ceremony? So what? Just relying on himself to have a better family lineage. It's just a matter of the people in front planting trees and the people after them taking advantage of them." Bai Ruyu clenched her silver teeth. It's not like he's the one standing in the front row. As soon as she heard her father's habitual elevation of men's status and subsequent demeaning of herself, a nameless fire would rise in Bai Ruyu's heart. There was anger, resentment, and even more aggression. At this time, the butler at the door jogged in. "Master, young Qin has arrived." Bai Xiaochun got up, straightened his clothes, and looked at Bai Ruyu with a furrowed brow. "Serve me right in front of people. Some things can just be said at home." Accompanied by the butler's lead, a man in a slim suit walked in at the door, and Bai Ruyu subconsciously turned around and met her four eyes. That fretful and disturbing thought. In this instant, the moment it came into contact with Qin Lang's gaze, it was as if it had been blown by a summer evening breeze, and surprisingly gradually calmed down. Chapter 20, Doing your homework in advance to obtain opportunities. Skill affinity was activated. And with the effective plus 80 affinity of the whole group brought by LV8, even the objects that were hated before would become calmer at this moment. Not to mention the fact that Bai Ruyu and Qin Lang were strangers to each other, so there was no barrier at all. While smiling at Bai Ruyu, Qin Lang deliberately shifted his gaze to Bai Xiaoyun's face for just a few moments, and then shifted away in an instant. He was well aware of this Bai Xiaoyun's nymphomaniac attribute, and shallowly addicting her. As expected, the moment Bai Xiaoyun saw Qin Lang, bright stars had already started to shine outwards inside her bright peach blossom eyes. So handsome. This brother is so handsome. How could his smile be so spoiled? How can he be so slender? It's almost like he's the hero of a comic book. What if he wallops me? Do I accept it? Or do I just pounce on him? The little nymphomaniac was now in a daze inside her brain. 1 second she was still blaming Qin Lang for the delay in coming, causing her to even be about to starve. The next second after seeing Qin Lang himself, all the things were thrown to the back of her mind. What's hungry or not? As long as there is a handsome man, she can go 3 days without eating. For 1 day. Forget it. 1 meal without eating. Yun. Bai Ruyu frowned and patted her sister's shoulder beside her. Bai Xiaoyun didn't turn her head back, staring dead at Qin Lang, reluctantly complaining. What for? A row of small black dots fluttered across Bai Ruyu's forehead as she patted her sister's palm that was pinching her waist. You subconsciously pinch the corners of your clothes when you're nervous. And my sister doesn't blame you for that. But the next time you pinch the corners of your sister's clothes, can you not pinch the flesh? Ha! Bai Xiaoyun turned around. Looking at her hand that was pinching her sister's waist, she panicked and let go with a guilty face. Sister, I'm sorry Anan. It's fine. Bai Ruyu shook her head with a bitter smile. The two of them, Bai Xiaochun and Qin Lang, at the doorway, had already walked in, talking and laughing in a very intimate manner. A mouthful of nephews, a mouthful of Uncle Bai. Knowing that these two only met this day, do not know thought it was a familiar relative. Qin Lang catered with a respectful face, but in his heart, he sighed. Being a big villain is cool. The family lineage was there, and even a business tycoon like Bai Xiaochun, who was sitting on tens of billions of dollars in assets, was treated with courtesy. You know, don't look at Bai Xiaochun now this attentive and polite, but in reality, this old man is very snobbish. It's just him. If ordinary people, there is no such treatment. Bai Xiaochun eyes are very high, and is not anyone can be in the eyes? These two beauties are? Qin Lang looked at the two Bai Ruyu Bai Xiaoyun sisters in front of him and knowingly played dumb. Bai Xiaochun pointed to her eldest daughter and made an introduction to herself. This is uncle's eldest daughter Bai Ruyu, 25 years old this year, the same age as you, Xiao Qin, who previously studied abroad and has only returned in the last few years. Bai Ruyu was about 1 meter 6.5 tall, stepping on high heels, nearly 1 meter 72, with a slender figure that set off the curves of the black OL uniform. That proud top, full of visual impact, makes people can't help but go worry about how the 2 buttons on its small suit can bear such a big burden. It looked a little shaky, as if the slightest movement would cause it to break free from its bonds and jump out. Instead, Bai Ruyu, who has such a proud figure, has a waist that is as slender as a willow, which is too small to hold. The exaggerated curves of the two, forming a stark contrast, made people only feel a dizzy spell in front of their eyes, followed by the desire to want to put their entire head into this proud bosom. The black wraparound skirt, which was also modest, wrapped the delicate curve just right. The whole devil body, that is Bai Ruyu. And then look at the exquisite face, bright eyes and white teeth, the eyebrows and the nose, Dan's little mouth, vermilion lips and jade, deserving of the title of daughter of chakra, one of the absolute great heroines. MS. Bai. Hello, I'm Qin Lang. Nice to meet you. Qin Lang extended his hand and introduced himself in a friendly manner. Bai Ruyu originally had an excellent first impression of Qin Lang, a fluttering gentleman, a stranger like jade. At the end, he was handsome and extraordinary, with the temperament of being from a big family. However, after seeing his father so attentive and hating the situation, he was very cold and shook hands with Qin Lang slightly without saying too much. Bai Xiaochun was not happy in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face, and instead began to introduce her youngest daughter. Where did Bai Xiaoyun need her father's introduction? She had long been impatient to get to know her handsome brother, grabbing the lead and pointing to her nose, smiling. Handsome brother, my name is Bai Xiaoyun. I'm a younger sister, reading senior high school inside Tianhai First Middle School. Do you like my sister? Ha! Qin Lang was a bit dumbfounded by the question. Bai Xiaoyun didn't care about her sisters coughing next to her, smilingly caught Qin Lang's big hand with both hands, and said very actively, "If you don't like your sister, brother, you can wait for a few more years. Oh, when I grow up, I'll say that I'll give you a wife, okay?" She compared her figure with both hands, and somewhat reluctantly but very confidently continued, "Brother, don't look at people who are still small now, but after a few more years, they will definitely have a better figure than her sister." Small? It's not small. It's really not small. Xin Lang had a scarless glance. Only a teenager by Xiaoyun has already fallen out more and more with the charm of a woman. Hot body, if changed into a professional OL uniform, will certainly be able to attract a group of geeks' nostrils inside the overflow of scarlet, but it is this little girl like cute style, wearing Lolita, wrapped in white stockings, together with the somewhat baby-fat cheeks, big watery eyes, delicate and small agaric nose, and a beak to look even more watery and moist little mouth. But it's a rare child, isn't it? One size fits all. Although his heart is good for this, but on the surface he still has to put on a show. He reached out and patted Bai Xiaoyun's head gently. "Then you have to study hard. Your sister is so good. If you don't study hard, you won't be able to catch up." Ha! Bai Xiaoyun instantly looked like a deflated leather ball. She only talked about catching up with her sister in terms of body image. Ah! She didn't say in terms of studies. Sister has been smart since childhood. How many people called it genius? Go abroad to study as soon as the vacation back to Tianhai City, lazy not to mention, but also spend less than 4 years to read. Other people have to 7 years to complete the study. This was an area in which she had no confidence. Bai Ruyu glanced gratefully at Xin Lang from the side, then pulled her sister aside to comfort her. She knew that her sister was a nymphomaniac, but she didn't think that Xin Lang would use this to get her sister to learn. It had to be said that Xin Lang's words were, "I'm afraid," better than her mumbling bitterly around for months. At least my sister, right now, is somewhat remorseful that she didn't study hard enough before. Xin Lang reported a warm smile. Today the main goal is still on the body of Bai Ruyu. As for Bai Xiaoyun, not urgent. Things have to take one step at a time. Cannot mess up the order. Chapter 21, Drunken and Straightforward. Capturing Bai Ruyu. Xin Lang was seated under the warm hospitality. The gifts that came with them were also carried by Bai Xiaoyun and placed in the living room. The entire Bai family was bustling with activity, and dishes were constantly being brought from the kitchen to the table. "Xian nephew, it's not easy to come here. Today you have to accompany Uncle Me to have a drink." Bai Xiaochun sat at the main seat and personally filled his wine glass. Tea overflows when it is full, and it is a gift to the guest. The wine is full of love and it is a welcome. Xin Lang also does not rely on his family lineage and self-esteem. He got up and picked up the wine cup, took the initiative to toast, gently touched the mouth of the cup below Bai Xiaochun's, and said with self-effacing modesty, "It's the kid who doesn't know the rules anymore, and even let Uncle Shi pour the wine. I'll take a forfeit. Please bear with me. Please bear with me. Uncle Shi. Say it." A glass of 1 or 2 or so of mutai, tilted back for self-satisfaction, with the top of the glass facing down, not a drop left. "Ha ha ha, ah, virtuous nephew, where did you get these rules? Looking at me, this old antique is somewhat looking furtive." Bai Xiaochun took a sip. His mouth looked like an unhappy reproach, but his heart was actually satisfied. The more he looked at Xin Lang, the more pleasant to his eyes. The first son of the Yanjing Qin family, a real top family son. That is, he was with him as a peer, even if the sentence was abrupt, even if Bai Xiaochun's heart was not happy, but he did not dare to do anything harmful to Xin Lang. However, Xin Lang did not, but also a mouthful of a kid to call himself, really have rules, have the style of everyone. A good, hearty meal. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Bai Xiaochun drank a little too much, some redness on his face. He smiled and said, "Nephew, you in Yanjing, not to inherit the big family business, run to this Tianhai City to open an investment line to do what?" Tianhai City in China is also considered to be a relatively rich big city, but that also depends on where compared to. Compared with Yanjing, it is insignificant. Letting go of such a great family business not to inherit, running to this Tianhai City. Those who do not know thought that Xin Lang had failed to seize the throne within the family. Of course, a little informed, will not go to such nonsense. After all, the huge Qin family, only Xin Lang so a first grandson. There is no such thing as seizing the first. Xin Lang's cheeks reddened and he was a bit dizzy. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Uncle Shi doesn't know. In Yanjing everyone says that I, Xin Lang, am a playboy who only knows to rely on my family's power, and doesn't have any skills at all, and also says that any person, even if it's just a different dog that has this family history of mine, can do better than me. Nonsense. A bunch of babbling eye rollers. Bai Xiaochun cursed with his mouth, but in his heart, he deeply agreed and asked rhetorically with a smile that, so Xian nephew came to this Tianhai city on purpose, not relying on his family's energy, wanting to make a career on his own, wanting to prove to those who doubted? Then why did you come to visit my Bai family alone? Qin Lang nodded his head and rubbed his eyes in a daze. Uncle Shi started from nothing, and with just the husband and wife, he has broken into this huge family business, and has a pivotal position in Tianhai city, so whether it is as a newcomer or as a junior, it is only right that I come to pay my respects and ask for some advice. Even Bai Xiaochun did not notice that when Qin Lang pretended to be drunk and intentionally said the word husband and wife, Bai Ruyu's small fists that were placed under the table on the opposite side of the table silently clenched for a few moments. Hey, Xian nephew do not know Talking about himself, Bai Xiaochun also became saddened. Uncle, I'm old. The Norwegian family business is no more brilliant, but also life does not bring, death does not bring. Do not look at my white family is now like the sun. And so uncle, I two legs stirrups. The tree fell rats scattering ship. Will become what? Who knows? How? Qin Lang's eyes glazed over. In the eyes of outsiders, clearly a drunken look, as he loudly vetoed Bai Xiaochun's opinion. How could Uncle Shi say those words? Who in the vast Tianhai city doesn't know that the Bai family's eldest young miss is already putting the Bai family's family business in order at a young age? This kind of business elite already don't know how many people rumor that the white family's eldest miss already has the style of Uncle Shi back then. With the white family's eldest miss in one day, the foundation of the white family will continue to be brilliant for one day. Really? Is that really what he thinks? Bai Ruyu's beautiful eyes flickered brightly inside, staring dead on in Qin Lang's direction, wanting to see through what kind of mind he had when he spoke these words. But no matter how she watched, the Qin Lang in front of her was still in that giddy look, not at all like an intentional act, but more like an idea imprinted inside her head, taking advantage of the drunkenness, and saying it all in one lump. Bai Xiaochun's face is a little not so good. He has been in the business world for many years. The amount of alcohol is even more massive. Blushing to blushing, but still thinking clearly. Hearing Qin Lang's words, his heart was even more displeased. A woman is still a woman, and in the end, she will still have to marry into another family. And how can she inherit the Bai family's large fortune? He didn't shy away from it, and said bluntly, "You does have the ability, but after all, she is a daughter, and with the trivial matters bothering her, I'm afraid she can't fully focus her mind on running the family business." There it is again. Again. It's a woman's way of stonewalling and dismissing her efforts. Bai Ruyu's eyes reddened. Exasperated. Her delicate body was trembling, and those two buttons in front of her chest even began to take on more and more rippling loads. She tried to open her mouth to go for a rebuttal, but she didn't expect to be preempted. Uncle Shi, this idea of yours is wrong. Qin Lang's voice grew a few points. In ancient times, there was Hua Mulan who joined the army in her father's stead, and today, there is Bai Ruyu who runs across the business world. Isn't it a beautiful story? What's wrong with girls? Who says women are inferior to men? At least in the eyes of the kid, Miss White is far superior to the kid I'm going to be. If Uncle Shi is not at ease, there's no need to be. With Miss Bai's ability, it would be more than enough to find a son-in-law to come to the house. This way not only can you realize your own home, but also devote yourself to the family business. Isn't it two birds with one stone? For a while, both Bai Xiaochun and Bai Ruyu were in deep thought. This statement, a nod of sorts, did cause both men to simultaneously both consider the feasibility of this approach. Just as Bai Ruyu made up her mind and prepared to find a door-to-door son-in-law, Bai Xiaochun, who had come to a conclusion in his thinking, waved his hand. Xian nephew has had too much to drink. It's better to go back earlier. Pang! Qin Lang sniffed, giddy, and sat down on his buttocks in a drunken stupor. Bai Xiaochun froze, looked to the butler waiting at the side, and without being polite, bluntly said, "Where is young Qin's driver? Forget it. Arrange a room and let him rest here for a night. Go to my room." My room. Bai Xiaoyun raised her arms in a leap of faith. Her heart was overjoyed. Great. Handsome brother is drunk. Now she doesn't have to leave at night. She has a chance to be alone. Bai Xiaochun's gaze with scrutiny came. Bai Xiaoyun instantly shrunk her neck. I'll go sleep in the study next door. Handsome brother has such a big background. If she arranges a random servant's room for her to stay in, what if she wakes up angry tomorrow? Ah foo. Arrange for someone to send young Qin to Xiaoyun's room. Bai Xiaochun sighed, got up, left the table, and walked straight to the study. While Qin Lang was being carried upstairs, Bai Ruyu sat on the dining table, biting her lips, looking at her father's back. The desolation in her heart increased a few more points. How ironic was it that her own father hadn't had an outsider willing to trust her. Chapter 22 Night Attack on the Little Nymphomaniac. Ding! The female protagonist by Ryu produces violent mood swings. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Heavenly Fate villain value of plus 500. Ding! The heroine by Ryu's favorability has increased. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heaven's Destiny villain value of plus 800. Ding! The heroine by Xiaoyun's favorability continues to rise. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heaven's Destiny villain value of plus 1000. Listening to the system beeps that kept ringing in his ears, Xin Lang's heart was filled with emotion. One operation. Double the reward. Sisterhood. What a joy. Pinching his forehead, Xin Lang took a few deep breaths to ease his suffocating red cheeks. Did that old man by Xiaochun really think he could get him drunk to death? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. In his previous life, he was in the business world. Often encountered the kind of goods to drink alcohol by talking about business. Drink each other's stomach to vomit blood. Go to the hospital to wash the stomach. Are common operations. Not to mention that now, the physique is not what it used to be. There were already more than 2 pounds of him. How much can he drink now? He has no idea in his own heart. He was lying on a big soft bed filled with the scent of Loli's boudoir, and looking around. The inside of the pink room was plastered with stickers of big, handsome men in all kinds of hair colors. The little nymphomaniac lives up to her name. This girl is cute. It's good to be a little nymphomaniac. She doesn't have much heart. Xin Lang took a sniff of the warm bedding, which still had a slight sweet and mushy roux scent, and it was estimated that before his door-to-door visit, that little nymphomaniac by Xiaoyun was still lounging on the bed. Following the sheer aroma, Xin Lang took a nap, not rushing this moment. In the eyes of the Bai family, he was now drunk and dead in the past, and to go to Bai Ruyu now to reveal his desire to recruit him would be a bit too purposeful. I don't know whether it was because he was really a bit tired, or it was because inside Bai Xiaoyun's room, the fragrance that came with it helped him sleep, and in a daze, Xin Lang really fell into a light sleep. Squeak! After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, and the White family compound had quieted down, the door to the room was quietly pushed open with a subtle sound. If not for the fact that Xin Lang's physical constitution had improved by a few notches, he would not have been able to notice it at all. Obviously a lightweight is at work. A light figure followed the darkness and burrowed inside the comforter. That petite body, because of too much excitement and agitation, also issued a slight tremor. Brother? Handsome brother? Bai Xiaoyun tried in a small voice. Xin Lang closed his eyes. His eyelids twitched, rolled over, and continued to pretend to be asleep. Tonight there is still business. Need to strike while the iron is hot. Looking for Bai Ruyu to reveal his mind of recruiting. A kind of preventive shot. It can't be held up by Bai Xiaoyun. This little fool. He. Bai Xiaoyun let out a snickering laugh and stood up from the comforter, running across Xin Lang to the other side, lying on the bedding, her 2 big watery eyes, bubbling with little stars staring at Xin Lang's face. So handsome. It's a pity that I'm too young it. If I were a few years older, I would be able to tell Dad to marry me to my handsome brother. Bai Xiaoyun gazed with a florid face. It doesn't get tiresome how you look at it. The more you look at it, the more you like it. Do you really think she's stupid? Just like handsome boys with no brains? Humph. She's not that much of a nymphomaniac. Not only did Xin Lang have an appalling family background, even her father felt a huge pressure. But at the banquet just now, Xin Lang's words, every word of them, were helping to give voice to her favorite sister. Of course, the most important thing was that Xin Lang's face value was still so high, and when he smiled, it was almost as if he had thrown her inside a pile of candies. So sweet. Such a handsome brother is clearly the hero of a comic book. Okay? She wasn't going to miss it, pretending that she was providing Xin Lang with a comfortable place to stay. But in reality, she had her own calculations in her heart. Don't look at her sometimes silly, but inside the vast majority of the time, she's a stroke of wit. Nose is so straight, so long eyelashes, lips are so thin. I wonder if it tastes sweet. Bai Xiaoyun carefully measured up. The more clearly she looked, the more she felt Xin Lang's handsome. Even when she was asleep, the delicate features completely stepped on her aesthetic point. Bravely, she moved a few steps towards Xin Lang's heels, pouting her moist mouth, wanting to come up for a kiss, but when she reached the halfway point, she came to a screeching halt. Seems a bit too silly, hey? Bai Xiaoyun thought as such in her heart. This was still her first kiss, and she hadn't even said more than a few words to her handsome brother yet, so wasn't it a bit too casual to hand it over of her own accord? At least At least she had to wait until handsome brother woke up before she offered it. What a shame, Bai Xiaoyun muttered in a small voice, following which she burrowed inside the quilt and curled up in Qin Lang's embrace, feeling the warm chest, as well as the well-defined abs, and couldn't help but touch them with her hands. This one night Bai Xiaoyun, as if he was Columbus who had discovered a new continent, pounded a little here, picked up a little there, and his guts grew bigger and bigger from the beginning of his attempts to the back. Ding! The female protagonist Bai Xiaoyun has developed violent shameful emotions. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Destiny villain value of plus 800. After the little nymphomaniac attempted a sneak attack and was frightened instead, she immediately got up and ran away in a panic with her little red cheeks. There's quite a bit of that something ruthless in there. Only after the door of the room was closed tightly did Qin Lang open his eyes with a bitter smile, his heart screaming helplessness. This Bai Xiaoyun ah! It really is even better than Mu Yuyan at crossing the river and breaking down bridges. It had been a hard night, inking away at him for nearly 3 or 4 hours, groping at his body relentlessly. Seeing that it was late at night, Qin Lang was on the verge of giving up on going to look for Bai Ruyu, following which he planned to wake up and give Bai Xiaoyun, the little guy, a lesson first. This guy is good. He comes to cheat, not to speak martial arts, and then run away with nothing. That's not how it works. What a lack of responsibility. Complaining to complain, Qin Lang honestly does not hate Bai Xiaoyun's silly character. On the contrary, having seen more and more deceitful, he also prefers this kind of simple and heartless. After pulling the clothes back into place, he looked at the pink alarm clock placed on the computer desk. At this point in time, Bai Ruyu had already gone to bed, so he stopped thinking about other things and fell back to sleep. He slept until the next morning, but he didn't see Bai Ruyu appear in the Bai family compound. While washing up, he bumped into Bai Xiaoyun, who was wearing a small white bear pajamas. This girl saw Qin Lang as if she had done something wrong, red-faced, stepped on the pink slippers and turned around and ran without looking back. Chapter 23 on tea. Qin Lang is serious. Only after having breakfast at the Bai family did Qin Lang get into the backseat of the Maybach amidst the hypocritical, virtuous nephew. Come more often next time when you are free. Invitations. Driving the car away, Junzi said with emotion, "Young master, from now on, I'll hold you up if I don't hold up the wall when I pee." This Bai family is at least a powerful family in Tianhai City, especially that Bai Xiaochun. When he was young, he started with nothing, so now he is sitting on tens of billions of assets. I didn't expect that young master you would capture that Bai Xiaochun after just one visit. Captured? Qin Lang snorted. Only to a stunning beauty like Bai Ruyu would be called captured. As for an old man like Bai Xiaochun, it would be considered subdued at best. Besides, do you think Bai Xiaochun has really befriended me? Don't look at him like he's so eager, but I'm afraid in his heart he wants me to go as far away as possible. Bai Xiaochun? That's not a good name. I think he should change his name to Hey de Dirt. Pust. Junzi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although that Bai Xiaochun attentive and polite, but the young master's performance, that is also absolute bored. In front of Bai Xiaochun, respectfully executing the disciples' salute, just like a treatment of seniors' attitude. As a result, I just went out and renamed Bai Xiaochun to Black Big Dirt, rating the shoots nah. Anyway, during this period of time, he can see that the young master has changed, and has become a face that smiles with you, but in his heart, he may be cursing your mom. Old silver coins, coughing, Junzi said with a straight face. Young master, that Blood Wolf mercenary corps you asked to investigate has come to Tianhai City, and there are some abnormalities on Miss Su's side as well. It should have contacted that Yi Feng, but due to Ms. Su's identity, it's not convenient for us to check her chat records. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, which was an organization created by the Son of Luck outside of the country, was not huge, but in the chaotic African land, it could definitely have its own place. And Yi Feng, as the founder of the mercenary group, was even more ferocious and had the power to break people's lives and deaths. Of course, that has to be outside the country. Back in China, is a tiger has to lie down? Is a dragon also have to coil? A mercenary group? AK-47? Dongfeng Express? Same-day delivery business understand? Once they entered China, the members of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps had fewer hot weapons, and their strength had to be at least discounted, and at most, they were equivalent to the unarmed physical qualities of a special forces soldier, and couldn't afford to make any waves. This was still half a month away from the return of the Son of Qi, and the members of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps shouldn't have appeared in Tianhai City at this point in time. Could it be that he had changed the plot, causing Yi Feng's return to be brought forward? Go back, and on Kai Yong's side, tell him to. Qin Lang methodically instructed on what to do next. A few days ago, Kai Yong, who he had beaten up, was apologizing to him through various channels, and assuring him that he would do anything to atone for his sins. It's a good time to use someone from the real estate company. If you can get a prostitute for nothing, why not? Nope. With Qin Lang's status, how can he call it a free ride? It's only right to give Sion a chance to redeem himself. There's still not enough manpower. Qin Lang leaned back in his seat, took a deep breath, and looked out the window. Even Yi Feng owned an organization like the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, while he only had a few dozen bodyguards like Junzi by his side. Manpower, it needs to be expanded again. It was night and the stars were shining. Su Xiaoxiao was wearing that black silk dress with a very high girdle, which set off her slender figure perfectly. Her mind was filled with tumultuous thoughts as she walked to the orphanage. Little Feng had returned, and inside the words, there was a different meaning revealed, as if it was right on the young master's suspicions. And, also, has sent someone to meet with her. Going to meet? On one side was the brother she had grown up protecting, while on the other was the young master who intruded into her dreams every night. It's hard to leave either side. The implication was strong within Keith's words, but maybe she was overthinking it? No more. When the next time they really met, she would speak clearly with little Feng, revealing that she had always treated her as her younger brother. After thinking about it, Su Xiaoxiao's face gradually blossomed into a smile, laughing and scolding. Xiao Feng, this guy, now developed. The guts are getting bigger and bigger. Used to call me Sister Su, now it is not big and small dare to call me Xiao Xiao. And I don't know what Dean is calling me over there for at night. With such an agitated tone? Holding a curious mind, Su Xiaoxiao accelerated her steps and came to that old and dilapidated old orphanage that she remembered. When she saw the scene in front of her, Su Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. There were ruins everywhere, and the already small orphanage, even the walls that wrapped around the outside had disappeared, the entire size shriveled in half. The rainbow panel of the Sunshine Orphanage that stands at the front door, a sign for the orphanage, was violently torn in half and abandoned in disrepair on the ground. What's going on here? The orphanage was razed? Who are you? What are doing? What gives you the right to tear down the Sunshine Orphanage? You're breaking the law. Su Xiaoxiao ran up and yanked a contractor who was guiding the demolition, questioning loudly. It had long been known that a real estate company had moved towards the Sunshine Orphanage, only that the demolition compensation had not been negotiated, and the money the real estate company was willing to pay was simply not enough to build even half a new orphanage. If it is torn down, the children will no longer have a place that can accommodate them. Who are you? What are you doing here? Didn't you see the demolition? The contractor frowned. Don't yell at me. I'm just an officer who takes over jobs. If you're capable, go find Boss Qin. It's Boss Qin who made the demolition happen. Mr. Qin? Which Boss Qin? Su Xiaoxiao questioned unwillingly. The Sunshine Orphanage was home to her childhood and her dreams. She wanted to repay Dean. Wanted to work hard to earn lots and lots of money and then donate it to him so that he could provide a peaceful little home for more homeless orphans. But now, looking at the ruins in front of her, Su Xiaoxiao felt that her dream was instantly destroyed and broken. The contractor rolled his eyes in dismay. The Qin World Investment Bank Qin Lang Qin boss, don't get in the way here, okay? Move away. Su Xiaoxiao, who had been pushed and staggered, backed up with a dull look in her beautiful eyes. In his mind, the young master with a gentle smile and the unscrupulous boss who violently commanded the workers to demolish the orphanage gradually overlapped. Young master? Why would it be the young master? This can't be right. Su Xiaoxiao nearly collapsed squatting on the ground. Tears inside the eyes can no longer hold back. From the corners of the eyes slipped, bean-sized teardrops, fell in the dusty demolition site. Will be that the ground dust, stained with a large area of wetness. Chapter 24, This wave? This wave is Su Xiaoxiao's undoing. Complaints, helplessness, despair, all kinds of sad emotions, instantly filled Su Xiao's entire chest. She couldn't stop her body from shivering. Why? Why would it be the young master? Could it be that his mind has never been set down above the orphanage? Was he talking to himself about something about the orphanage? And was it also a preview for the subsequent forcible takeover of the orphanage's land? A suffocating feeling filled the location of Su Xiaoxiao's heart, hurting her painfully. It hurts so hard. If it were one of the other bosses, she would be more angry and wanting to argue at the moment, right? But now, after knowing that the boss behind the demolition of the orphanage was Qin Lang, for some reason, Su Xiaoxiao's entire body was wrapped in that feeling of heartache. Cheating? Betrayal? Or maybe it was a cat and mouse charade in the first place? Qin Xiao. A soft cry caught Su Xiao's attention. She looked up, her tearful eyes hazy, saw Qin Lang who walked out from the back of the orphanage inside that neighborhood. Still that familiar and handsome face, but when she saw it again, Su Xiaoxiao's heart was filled with a wave of remorse and shame. She rushed forward defiantly. Tiny, why are you here? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Qin Lang was a little flustered amongst his complexion, and unavoidably looked to the side of the orphanage that had been half demolished, and at the same time, glared at the contractor who had just called out to him. On Su Xiaoxiao's pretty cheeks, there were still traces of tears, and her heart was filled with sadness as she looked at Qin Lang's flustered appearance. I'm afraid even young master didn't expect her to show up here tonight. Why else would you be so flustered? There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. She really didn't want to believe that Qin Lang would be such an unscrupulous boss, but the facts were right in front of her eyes and she couldn't afford to doubt them. Why are you crying? Who bullied you? Qin Lang reached out with a heartbroken hand, wanting to wipe the tears from Su Xiaoxiao's face. Su Xiaoxiao in the betrayal and once in the fantasy, struggling violently, inside the mind of a variety of thoughts, have messy intertwined together. The anger in her heart has been suppressed to the extreme. She thought well-opened teeth and claws to scratch Qin Lang, but at this time standing in front of him, but can only be full of grievances, all vented in the fist above. Why? Why is it you? Why did you demolish the orphanage? It was so hard for so many children to have a place to live. Why did you covet this bit of land? Su Xiaoxiao crashed into Qin Lang's arms in grief and indignation, two small fists forcefully on its chest, like rain falling pounding. Two lines of tears slipped, in the night under the demolition of the lighting lamp, flashing a string of crystals. You bad guy. Big bad guy. My coworker was right. A big young man like you takes pleasure in teasing people. So why are you bullying me? Why? Qin Lang had some masochistic tendencies, allowing Su Xiaoxiao in his arms to whack her. Not only did he not try to stop it, but instead, he intentionally puffed out his chest. Hit it. Hammer it. Exertion. The harder you smash, the more guilty you'll feel when you find out the truth later. Only when Su Xiaoxiao in his arms was about to run out of strength did Qin Lang catch her white wrist with one hand and ask back with a sad face. Xiao, what are you talking about? What do you mean I'm hijacking the land of the orphanage? Because of Su Xiaoxiao's excessive anger and strenuous exercise, her pretty face was not only streaked with tears, but also red. It was even more painful to look at the handsome face that was close at hand, and countless times it had been this close to him in his dreams. She pointed at the demolition site. The orphanage has been torn down to this state. The facts are right in front of us. What is there to explain? From the beginning when you asked me to stay, you were ready to take over the orphanage land by force, weren't you? It was no wonder that she would reverie in this regard. When she had broken the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain, the first request made by Qin Lang was for her to convince the director to sell the land of the orphanage at a low price. In the end it's all businessmen. Seeing that there is no other way out, we can only resort to forced demolition. Then there was the dean's urgent call for her to come over on the phone, followed up by saying it was fine and abruptly hanging up. It was also because she didn't want her to provoke Qin Lang, the big boss. Everything, it's all clear. Qin Lang did not say a word, silently enduring Su Xiaoxiao's anger, and then being rebuked by her pointing at her nose. He did not utter a word. It was only until Su Xiaoxiao calmed down that he slowly opened his mouth, his brows furrowed, his expression full of pain, and he laughed at himself. Xiao, could it be that in your mind? I am such a selfish and self-serving villain who would not hesitate to cheat you for the sake of a little profit from the land? Su Xiaoxiao's heart thumped, as if she had done something bad, and subconsciously softened her heart. But when she turned her head to look at the raised orphanage, her heart crossed, and she rebuked. Isn't it? You still want to continue to argue here? The argument between the two drew the attention of a large number of workers at the scene, including the grandmother with silver hair, who had come out from inside the neighborhood. Xiao, why are you here? The dean unconsciously put a smile on his face when he saw Xiao, and when he got closer and saw that the atmosphere at the scene wasn't quite right, he suspiciously said, Qin Xiao, what's wrong with you guys? Quarreling? Dean, don't be afraid. We are justified. Even if we talk about it, we don't need to be afraid of him. Su Xiaoxiao pulled the rough palm of the dean and stood in one piece, biting her lips with abnormal firmness. The beautiful eyes carried a resolute and determined look, just as if the eyes of that day when she blocked in front of Qin Lang and was slapped by Kaiyong were exactly the same. She's not afraid, because the heart isn't condemned and it feels like the right thing to do. What are you afraid of? Xiao, what are you talking about? How come it seems like young Qin is like a big bad guy? The dean laughed bitterly. Su Xiaoxiao had a questioning look on her face, pointing at the demolished orphanage. Isn't he a big bad guy? Even the orphanage was razed. The dean rolled his eyes. Xiao, why are you talking nonsense again? What do you mean by forced demolition? Our orphanage is in a state of disrepair and is already in a dangerous condition. So it's only right that it should be demolished and relocated. Besides, young Qin has already bought an apartment building inside the Sunshine District as a new orphanage, quadrupling the size 4 or 5 times. In the future, every child will have that little room of their own. Saying that, the dean handed over the real estate certificate left behind by Qin Lang in his arms. Smiling amiably, young Qin, it's our Sunshine Orphanage's blessing that you can help. This real estate certificate indeed cannot be accepted. It's too expensive. It's a big $50 million. Even if it's to tear down 10 of our orphanages, it's not worth it. Where is the sense in doing business that you should be allowed to lose so much money? Chapter 25, Pain, Remorse, and Remorse. Qin Lang pushed the real estate license away and politely refused. Dean, you can take this real estate license. It's a place for the children to live anyway. It's more reassuring to put it at your place. The dean was grateful. But, Qin Xiao, this thing is done. You are also too much effort. Just for the sake of proximity. Hard to agree with that real estate boss lionized. $50 million. That's $50 million. I've never seen so much money in all my life. Qin Lang shrugged his shoulders. His smile was a bit far-fetched. This is also to facilitate the children to go to school in the future. After this orphanage is demolished, a new elementary school will be built so that the children can have a place to study. The dean's heart is warm. Looking at Qin Lang, more and more feel that this is the real entrepreneur should have the style. The greater the ability, the greater the contribution to society. Another glance at Su Xiao, ashamed to help explain. Qin Xiao, this matter is all my fault. Did not think you were planning to give Xiao a surprise. Immediately gave her a phone call. The follow-up is even more busy talking about buying apartments. Forget to return the phone call. You are a generous person. Don't remember to blame Xiao. She also has a good intention. She just takes the orphanage where she was raised too seriously. That's why she got angry for a moment and misunderstood you. Su Xiao froze stupidly in place, listening to the conversation between the dean's grandmother and Qin Lang, as if her worldview had been turned upside down. The orphanage wasn't razed? Was it the young master who saw that it had fallen into disrepair before he arranged for it to be torn down in preparation for the subsequent construction of a new elementary school, so that the children could have a place where they could learn knowledge? And the young master also spent a huge sum of $50 million to buy a condominium for the sake of the children's future proximity to school, knowing that he was being screwed over by the real estate company, providing the children with living conditions that were superior by an unknown number of times? Most of all, the dean's grandmother called and hung up halfway through the call, not because she was afraid of letting her attract evil forces as she thought earlier, but the young master was planning to give her a surprise, and it turned out to be a mistake that she bumped into? Rumble. Su Xiao's mind was buzzing and her brain went blank. Young master. The young master was not at all the unscrupulous boss she had imagined who had raised the orphanage for profit. Rather, it was for her, going to great lengths and spending tons of money just to give the Sunshine Orphanage a makeover and surprise her? How come? Young master, why would he be so devoted to her? It was simply more perfect and touching than in a dream. Half a day ago, if Su Xiao had been informed of all this, he was afraid that the whole person would have been melted by this loving gesture full of warmth. She would have risen to the occasion and jumped at the young master, willing to give everything she had. But now, no, she doesn't have that qualification anymore. The young master was perfect to an extreme, and everything he did for her was enough to impress any girl. But it so happened that she not only didn't bother to be grateful or touched in any way, but she even pointed at the young master's nose and scolded him for being unscrupulous, for being deceitful and for betraying. She felt like a white-eyed wolf, the kind that eats people without spitting out their bones, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was envious. Hiss! A sound of cold air being sucked backward rang out. Only Qin Lang's brow was furrowed and his face shook with pain, and he sat down on his butt in a sorry state. Young master! Young Qin! Su Xiao and Dean immediately gathered around, and a few of the packers also came forward. Young master, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Are you alright? Where are you uncomfortable? Su Xiao hugged Qin Lang's slim body from behind to prevent him from collapsing. Her tears were like a kite that had taken off its strings and crashed onto Qin Lang's shoulders. Qin Lang gritted his teeth and shook his head painfully. It's fine. I'm fine. It just hurts a little. Where does it hurt? Su Xiao nervously came forward. The trepidation and uneasiness in her heart exploded in this instant. Qin Lang raised his hand, trembling. slowly in his chest heart position, gently poked a few times, breathless sigh. This, here hurts. How shrewd is the dean? He was also a human savant, and when he saw Qin Lang talking like this, he immediately moved a few steps and deviated a little bit, leaving a space for Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao to be alone. However, Su Xiaoxiao didn't notice the abnormality of others in the slightest. A heart. All of them pounced on Qin Lang's body, no longer moving away half a point. The small, slender and slippery hand, gently caressing Qin Lang's heart, while sobbing heartily and nervously, she suppressed her self-reproach and inquired in a small voice, "Okay, is it better? Young master, why are you suddenly heartbroken?" As soon as the words fell, Su Xiaoxiao's complexion choked, remembering the pain she felt when she squatted on the ground when she was so aggrieved and helpless just now. In retrospect, isn't that what it feels like to have pain in the heart position? Young master he also the same feeling? So in the young master's heart, she was not dispensable, but a girl who could make his heart ache? Surprise? It was only a momentary thing, quickly suppressed by self-doubt and trepidation. Su Xiaoxiao choked and sat on her knees on the dusty ground, one hand gently patting Qin Lang's back, and a slender and slippery palm gently soothing on his chest. Xiao, I shouldn't have hidden it from you, let you misunderstand. I'm sorry, I'm just a big bad egg. Qin Lang grabbed the soft razor that was placed on his chest, and vocalized a soft voice. Seeing this, the dean didn't stay long and stood up, ready to bolt, while also waving his hand at a group of workers, signaling them to evacuate. In no time, only Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao were left in the large area. There was not the slightest awareness of the outside world, as if they were caught up in a two-person world. Young master, don't say that. It's all my fault. It's all because I'm imagining things, talking nonsense, making things up. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously, flinging out a string of teardrops bright in the light. Her grief chagrin, the tear system cannot stop. Young master, you scolded me, hit me. It is all my fault, otherwise it would not have caused you to become like this. Now, little girl, the most can't suffer aggression, especially Su Xiaoxiao is now still bear a strong self-reproach, is the kind of pain that knowingly misunderstand the good people. She would rather suffer 10 times the physical pain than the psychological torture that watching her young master in such a sorry state would bring her. As long as the young master could get well, she could do anything. Don't cry, I don't blame you. Qin Lang used his hand to wipe away the crystalline tears, but the more he went to wipe them away, the trend of rolling tears became more and more turbulent. It had broken the dike and could not be stopped. Don't cry, okay? All I want to do is to want to make you happy, to make you happy, to make you live each day happily, and the more aggrieved you are, the more useless I feel. Chapter 26, Before the Son of Fortune returns. Let's pit him first. No crying, I'm not crying. Su Xiaoxiao stubbornly deflated her rosy little mouth, struggling to lift her tears upwards, rubbing the corners of her eyes vigorously. She didn't want to make the young master sad, didn't want to make him suffer anymore, trying very hard to hold back the tears. After a while, Su Xiaoxiao, who shrugged her yao nose, bit her lips and stammered, "Young master." Qin Lang was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Su Xiaoxiao choked. "Why did you treat me so well? The apartment that the children are living in cost so much. Didn't you lose money on all of it?" Qin Lang laughed. "How come? I'm an unscrupulous boss, a big villain. How could I do something that loses money? Unconscionable? The big bad? Under the sky. If even the young master is unscrupulous and a villain, then there are no good people to speak of." Su Xiaoxiao thought as such, and then said suspiciously, "Young master has other plans?" Qin Lang color, catch Su Xiaoxiao's soft and boneless small hand. "Of course, you think such a large sum of money can be for you to spend out. You must not want to compensate me? Together with the compensation for the vase you broke. How can you give me a 400 or 500 years of work according to the fixed value of the damages? And don't be afraid, if you can't pay it back in your life, then you'll be with me for the next life, and the next." Young master Su Xiaoxiao blushed her cheeks, unable to lift her head at these moving words of love. She felt that tonight, her whole body was as if she was riding a roller coaster, one time rushing up to the clouds, one time falling down to hell, big ups and downs, and the clothes on her back were soaked with sweat. While blaming himself, more than anything else, the whole person was wrapped up in a strong sense of happiness and security. Looking at Su Xiaoxiao's eyes filled with guilt and petulance, Qin Lang felt that it was time for his weakness to ease over, so he propped himself up and stood up, saying, "Go home. It's dusty and dirty here." Su Xiaoxiao softly hummed, "Your body. I will call and let Junzi brother come to pick it up, right?" Qin Lang waved his hand, It's fine, as long as you're not sad. I'm fit as a fiddle. It's just the two of us. Let's walk back together. Take a stroll. Su Xiao, who was being held by the hand, looked down and no longer made any move to struggle, and even pushed a little harder, pulling back on Qin Lang's big warm hand. The moon and stars are thin, and the trees are full of shadows. The summer evening breeze brushed by. Su Xiaoxiao's head of waterfall-like green silk fluttered. The silk strands crossed over Qin Lang's cheeks, a refreshing fragrance that penetrated into the nostrils. The two walked side by side as if they were couples on a nighttime stroll. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head and looked at the upper of the shoe with the laces tied, and in her heart, she began to ruminate again. Young master treats her so well. And this intimacy, again. Now it was even holding hands with the young master and walking home with just the two of them. Since she was a child, she had never acted so intimately with the opposite sex in this way. And now, like this, was she considered to be the young master's girlfriend? Subconsciously, Su Xiaoxiao wanted to see Qin Lang's reaction at this moment. But just then, the hand holding her let go and shoved her aside quite vigorously. When she staggered and stood still, Su Xiaoxiao fixed her eyes to see that it was Qin Lang fighting with a black-robed mysterious man who appeared out of nowhere. Pust! The man in black held a dagger and cut a wound on Qin Lang's arm, with blood flowing out. Young master! Su Xiaoxiao cried out in shock. Don't come over! Qin Lang didn't even turn his head back and loudly rebuked, while taking the initiative to attack towards that mysterious person. Don't look at Qin Lang's skinny looks, but he has grown meat on his bones. Under his brutal leg whip, he beat the black-robed man back, and even his dagger was smashed to the ground. In the end, the black-robed mysterious man was outmatched, and when he tried to retrieve the dagger, he was kicked again by Qin Lang, who turned around and fled away. Young master, your hand is injured. Su Xiaoxiao nervously ran over, and without waiting for Qin Lang's command, she took the initiative to dial Junzi's number. The two just waited, and not 10 minutes later, Junko arrived in his car with his personal doctor. After a simple bandage, the injury on Qin Lang's arm was under control. Junzi walked in front of Qin Lang with a guilty face and lowered his head. Young master, it is my fault for not doing my duty to protect you. Qin Lang waved his hand. What does it have to do with you? I'm the one who wants to walk back. The tugging of the arm caused a hiss of teeth. In his heart, he was cursing. Just now he didn't cooperate well. The dagger cut the wound a little deep. Fortunately, his physique was different from normal people. Otherwise that scene would not be able to act well. Su Xiaoxiao looked painfully at Qin Lang's arm wrapped in white bandage and said with fear, Young master, who was that person just now? Why did he hurt you? Qin Lang also shook his head in confusion. I don't know. Junzi flashed the dagger she had just picked up. It has a special pattern on it, but it's never been seen before. Su Xiaoxiao raised her head, looking at the handle that was grasped by Junzi in his hand. The hilt of the knife was also engraved with a bright red wolf's head. Her complexion was stifled, and inside her brain, she went blank. Qin Lang waved his hand carelessly. There's no need to think about it. Just strengthen the security force in the future. There are a lot of people who want my life. How can every one of them inquire about it? Junzi drove and picked up the two back to the villa. Su Xiaoxiao didn't know what was going on, and after confirming that Qin Lang's injuries were unharmed, she ran back to the bedroom alone. As for Qin Lang, on the other hand, he was lying on the bed and tapped on the system's beep. Earlier he felt that the system's voice was always ringing in his ears and was a bit tiresome, so he turned it off for the time being, and now that the matter was over, he naturally had to take stock of the harvest. Ding! The female protagonist, Su Xiaoxiao, produces violent fluctuations. Congratulations to the host for gaining the Heaven's Destiny villain value of plus 800. Ding! The heroine Su Xiaoxiao's favorability has increased. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heaven's Destiny villain value of plus 1000. Ding! Son of Qi Yifeng's Qi points have dropped by 500. Congratulations to the host for gaining the Divine Destiny villain value plus 5000. Ding! Son of Qi Yifeng's Qi points have dropped by 1000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one beauty pill, repairing trauma and eliminating scars, and one copy of the beauty pill prescription. Listening to the system's beep. I'm afraid that Su Xiaoxiao already knew that the dagger had a great relationship with Yifeng, which is why she ran back to the bedroom as soon as she came back. And I'm afraid that she's chasing after Yifeng. What was going on here? Qin Lang did not intend to get involved, and being too enthusiastic in pouring dirty water on Yifeng would be abnormal. Anyway, that was what Su Xiaoxiao had seen with her own eyes. Plus that member of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps who had held the actual dagger was dead, and there was no proof of death. Any more explanation from Yifeng would be sophistry. Putting the matter to the back of his mind, He glanced at his system backpack. TSK. Qin Lang smacked his lips. The rewards gained from engaging the Sons of Qi were truly rich. Not only is there a divine order villain worth taking, but there's also a prescription? Wasn't this beauty pill meant for him to repair this scratched arm? Taking the beauty pill out of the system backpack, he took it, and the fiery sensation on his arm was swallowed up by a wave of coolness. In no time at all, it disappeared completely, and after moving his arms, there was no more discomfort. It has been healed. Chapter 27 Blessed Star. Early detonation. Beauty pill prescription? The system produces a good product. Qin Lang took that system-given prescription and sized it up. The raw materials on it were all commercially available. It was that some of the main herbs were more expensive, such as 100-year ginseng and the like. However, this beauty pill is so powerful. Personal experience. It is even more profound. Not only can repair injuries, but also remove scars and whiten the skin. This thing is clearly for women who love beauty. Of course, if it was produced, it would be absolutely impossible to follow the ratio on this prescription to create real beauty pills. How high the cost of that thing was, and the medicinal effect was too powerful. If it is diluted 100 times, 1,000 times, would be suitable for circulation in the market. In the middle of thinking, the cell phone placed on the bed lit up, and the caller ID was Mu Yuyan. After connecting, Mu Yuyan on the other end split her head and criticized. Qin Lang, are you unable to understand me? I asked you to call me back when you arrive home, and you didn't take it to heart? Qin Lang was bewildered, but on second thought, it seemed that the fake-smiling Mu Yuyan had indeed said such a sentence when she came out of Jiangnan No. 1 villa earlier. Remember it till now? He said in an unsmiling, raw manner. Is there any mistake? Mu Yuyan, Big President Mu, I have to report everything to you? Mu Yuyan snorted coldly. Based on our relationship, isn't this something that should be done? TSK. Up top. Mu Yuyan is definitely on top. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Just because of the words before parting, had been remembered until now, and had not yet come to question that night, calling after so many days. I'm afraid that Mu Yuyan's heart has been tangled up in this matter for the past few days, and she finally couldn't help but explode. He didn't break it down. His voice became playful. What? It's a big night, all alone inside the villa. Miss me? Why don't I come and stay at your place for a night and keep you company? Mu Yuyan scolded angrily. Thinking about you, who's all alone. Don't come over. No one will open the door for you. Looking for you is a matter of business. The day after tomorrow in Tianhai City will hold the Ding Feng rally. Almost all of the dignified entrepreneurs and tycoons will attend. You'll go with me. There was silence on the other end of the line. Mu Yuyan pursued. Going or not? Go. Qin Lang agreed. The last time Tang Tianpei invited him he had mentioned a bit that most of the parties of this level were for the rich and powerful level to provide connections as well as channels. I'm sure Bai Ruyu will be there for that. Right? There was no opportunity to spend time alone with Bai Ruyu and the Bai family yesterday, and blindly going on a proactive search was afraid that it would lead to Bai Ruyu's suspicions, and if it was a chance encounter at the Dingfeng gathering, it would appear to be less purposeful. After chatting for a few sentences, the phone was hung up by Qin Lang. Jiangnan No. 1. The villa where Mu Yuyan lived. Mu Yuyan gritted her teeth. Qin Lang, this is so bold. Hanging up on me one after another. Isn't it too much of a stomping ground? The personal female bodyguard, Aining, stood at the side and said with amusement, Miss, you used to hang up on young Qin's incoming calls so casually as well. Yes? Did I? Mu Yuyan suspiciously remembered what happened before, and immediately said defensively, what kind of a person was he in the past? The calls that were made were all harassing calls. I had something serious to say to him. After complaining uncomfortably in her heart, Mu Yuyan looked at Aining, who was standing at the side, and said suspiciously, do you have any feeling that Qin Lang has changed? Aining nodded her head fervently. Yes. Qin Xiao's entire aura is different from before, becoming more handsome and more introspective. How can a person, in such a short period of time, produce such a big change? Is there something fishy going on here? Mu Yuyan bit the corner of her mouth. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she pinched her fingertips white. Do you think it's possible that everything Qin Lang used to do in Yinjing was an act, in order to leave an impression of a playboy? After all, when the status reached that level of the Qin family, there were some things that had to be hidden, and if Qin Lang had acted outstandingly and unusually right from the start, I'm afraid that a lot of people wouldn't be able to sleep well at night, right? As for now, in order to whisk away a fiancé, are far away from Yinjing, such a dude, and who can be put in the heart? Simply don't pretend? This one night, Mu Yuyan thought a lot and was slow to fall asleep. On the contrary, on Qin Lang's side, he immediately hung up the phone and went to open the door after the bedroom door had just been knocked on. That light footsteps. There was no one else but Su Xiaoxiao. After opening the door, I really saw Su Xiaoxiao, who was still wearing the black silk long dress that she came back in, standing in front of the door with a disoriented and guilty face. Tiny, what's wrong? Where are you uncomfortable? Qin Lang's attitude before and after made a 180-degree turnaround. Hurriedly pulled Su Xiaoxiao into the house and sat down, inquiring painfully, what happened? Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head with a look of grief. Young master, that person who hurt you, I know who sent him. Who is it? Su Xiaoxiao guiltily returned. It's Xiao Feng. He contacted me from abroad. The pattern on that dagger I've seen in the photo Xiao Feng sent over. It's exactly the same. Is that such a coincidence? Qin Lang's heart jumped. It should be a mistake, right? That pattern is strange. But it's not so strange that it's involved with people from abroad. 100,000 miles apart? Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. It must be Xiao Feng. The more Qin Lang spoke for Yi Feng like this, the more Su Xiaoxiao felt guilty in her heart. Before today, Little Feng said that his men had arrived in Tianhai City and said they wanted to meet with me. I hadn't thought about it yet, but after what happened tonight, when I went to find Little Feng, he refused to admit anything. However, when I said I was going to meet with his men tomorrow, he said he had lost track of his men. Where is there such a coincidence? Young master, I really didn't mean it. I didn't know that Little Feng he would have this idea of wanting to hurt you because I got too close to you. Don't think nonsense, it might be a misunderstanding. Qin Lang acted like a good old boy and embraced Su Xiaoxiao's head into his arms. To meet with Yi Feng's men? See, the people are gone, and Yi Feng can still be contacted, and his cell phone is still connected to the Naiad? Thinking of this, Qin Lang wrapped his arms around Su Xiaoxiao's head and pressed harder and harder. What a blessing. He just acted out such a drama in order to lay a thunderbolt for Yi Feng in advance. Good guy. Su Xiaoxiao rigidly found the lead from inside 10,000 messy wires and pulled it violently. Pang. Blow up. Chapter 28, The Son of Fortune loses his chance again. Ding. The female protagonist Su Xiaoxiao has created a huge disconnect with the Son of Qi. Congratulations to the host for gaining the Heavenly Fate villain value plus 5,000. Su Xiaoxiao, who was in her arms, moved a little twisted. Qin Lang loosened his hard arms and looked down at the frowning little girl. Not like guilt, but more like physical pain. Then he asked softly, what's wrong? Really uncomfortable? Su Xiaoxiao reddened her face and nodded. My stomach hurts. It just so happens that in the past few days, when relatives are visiting, Su Xiaoxiao is already in the physiological stage of irritability and low mood. Instead, he encountered this Yi Feng incident, and held a pent-up anger in his heart. She had already misunderstood the young master once. The guilt in her heart hadn't disintegrated by now. As a result, Yi Feng sighed again because of her. Hurt the young master. The two things together, it is even worse, and then lead to come to the relative stage of the small abdominal cramps. Qin Lang said with concern, let me accompany you to the hospital. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. There's no need. It's not the first time. It'll get better after a while. She struggled to squeeze out a smile and said comfortingly, young master, don't worry. How many girls go to the hospital at times like this? Qin Lang was suspicious. Having your period? Su Xiaoxiao nodded and softly hummed. It's fine. I'll just go back and sleep. Then you can't do nothing? Qin Lang had a stern face, assisting Su Xiaoxiao, lying down on her own bed. Frowning, you just rest here. Don't move around. After that, he went downstairs. It took a long time to return. Su Xiaoxiao, who had been lying on the bed for a long time thinking nonsense, looked at the brown sugar water that Qin Lang had brought to her front, and her eyes were a little red inside. Young master, did you just go to boil brown sugar water? Qin Lang hummed. Otherwise, don't they all say that it's useful for girls to drink brown sugar water when they come to relatives? Did I boil it wrong? That's not what I meant. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. Qin Lang held the brown sugar water in one hand and passed it to Su Xiaoxiao's small mouth. It's not hot. Quickly drink it to warm your stomach. Su Xiaoxiao sips the brown sugar water one mouthful at a time, over and over again with her eyes to glance at Qin Lang. Her heart is warm. The flavor is strong and not that sweet brown sugar water, at the moment flowing in the stomach, but it is like that honey sweet. Young master is too good to her, warm and considerate, and puts down the big young man. She, Su Xiaoxiao, is just a poor girl born as an orphan. What virtue can she have? How can I repay you? Does it still hurt? Qin Lang placed the empty bowl on the table and softly inquired. Su Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "It doesn't hurt anymore. Lying to me again. Do you think I'm stupid?" Qin Lang had a stern face. "If you weren't in pain, why would you be frowning all the time? Lie down. I'll rub it for you." Qin Lang stretched out his hand, drilled inside the bedding, groped and touched a place that shouldn't be touched, causing Su Xiaoxiao to blush for a while before finally placing it on that flat and smooth belly, gently rubbing it. Su Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes and cozily let out a muffled hum from her nose. So warm. So cozy. Qin Lang's big hand, as if it really did have magic power, was able to help her stop the pain. That burst of throbbing pain actually really got much better under Qin Lang's touch. It's the action that's a little too intimate. Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks, then, had been flushed and hadn't calmed down ever, but her mouth was half a sentence of refusal hadn't been uttered. She knew the young master's mind. Rigid and upright, just to ease her pain. If he opened his mouth to say anything more, he would appear to be treating the gentleman's heart with a small man's heart. What's more, even if Qin Lang wanted to take advantage of her, to be honest, after coming down today, her heart was afraid to be willing. "You move inside, I'll sleep on it too, and you'll lie in my arms again. In that case, it's easier to rub it." Qin Lang did not blush or gasp as he made a big move to take advantage of the situation. Su Xiaoxiao reddened her cheeks, coyly following Qin Lang's orders, and within a short while, she tensed her body as if she was blushingly lying in Qin Lang's arms. Without a word, without half an extra movement, he lay on his back, like a white rabbit being carried by the back of its neck. Qin Lang laughed in his heart, but he didn't see anything wrong with it. You know, a few days ago, when he held Su Xiaoxiao's hand, it would cause a struggle, and now that they are all directly together, in bed, what is there to complain about? It is important to treat girls with different personalities, just like Su Xiaoxiao. Lack of care since childhood. It is necessary to give her care from the smallest details of life, to give her a kind of protection, often a very small thing, such as boiling a bowl of brown sugar water, can be touched. This was why Qin Lang was happy to do these small things. Under Qin Lang's willowy behavior of having only one hand caressing his belly and not moving the rest of his body, Su Xiaoxiao's stiff and delicate body gradually softened. Gradually, Su Xiaoxiao was bold enough to reach out and hug Qin Lang's chest, sticking on it, her red face, if anything, staring at Qin Lang's face, stealing glances. When Qin Lang moved his eyes away a little, Su Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity and took the initiative to kiss him on the cheek, like a dragonfly pointing at water, and then immediately lowered her head. "You have great guts." Qin Lang frowned, becoming serious about Su Xiao's following offense. What's wrong with that? A small nanny, dare to be so reckless in front of him, not to punish a little, that is not good enough? Chapter 29 Ding Phone Gathering. Sometimes kissing can be really addictive. For example, the current Su Xiaoxiao, after knowing Qin Lang's so-called punishment, she was happily challenging the young master's authority. In other words, she was asking for punishment in disguise. After 3 or 2 punishments, Qin Lang looked a bit bored. It's not that he's not interested in Su Xiaoxiao anymore. Rather, I'm afraid to. Such a gentle and understanding sweetheart, and born with a beautiful face. Even Lu Xiaohui in the world. I am afraid it will be difficult to resist awe. But what happens once you stoke that fire in your heart? Qin Lang does not intend to be so a big night. Not the slightest regard for Su Xiaoxiao's feelings. A sweet-smelling night passed in a flash. Next day, afternoon, under Qin Lang's guidance, Su Xiaoxiao, dressed in a floral cheongsam, was methodically helping to make tea. The slender figure was accentuated by the fitted cheongsam. The split is very low, an inch below the knee, and as she walks around serving tea, the scent wafts and the delicacy emerges. At this time, Junzi ran in with a hurried face. "Young master," the Bai family sighed, seeing that Su Xiaoxiao was also there. The words that came to his mouth were immediately swallowed, and his head was consciously lowered. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at Qin Lang in a very well-behaved and understanding manner, and then left the tea room. "What's all the panic for? If you have something to say, sit down and have a cup of tea and speak slowly." Qin Lang waved his hand very flatly. Junzi sat down on his butt and swallowed a mouthful of Westlake Longjing in one gulp, like a cow chewing peony. Then he hurriedly spoke out the news he received. Something happened on the Bai family's side. Bai Xiaoyun was abducted on her way home. Qin Lang let out an "Oh." "Do you know Bai Xiaoyun's current whereabouts?" Junzi had a puzzled look on his face. In his opinion, the Bai family sisters were already this close to the young master, and learning about Bai Xiaoyun's abduction, it was really odd that they could still be so calm. He nodded. "Our men are outside, but the gang that abducted Bai Xiaoyun has been planning this for a long time. so I plan to personally lead my men forward to rescue them. There's no hurry first. Qin Lang shook his head. Withdraw the people tracking by Xiaoyun's side. Leave one just in case. Just know the hiding spot. For Bai Xiaoyun was abducted this thing. He has long been familiar with the heart. Naturally will not show that kind of surprise. Besides, the person who abducted Bai Xiaoyun was just intimidating for once. Just using it as a bargaining chip. And didn't have any other ideas. And it was even more unlikely that he would try to hurt. Alright, I'll go make arrangements. Even if Junzi had any doubts in his heart, he would not go against Qin Lang's wishes. He was Qin Lang's confidant, not the Bai family's bodyguard, so why did he care so much? Another day has passed. By the time it was time to attend the Dingfeng rally, outside the villa, Junzi was already waiting. As Qin Lang stood at the door, Su Xiaoxiao acted like a homely little daughter-in-law, helping to straighten the collar of her coat, and worriedly admonished, "Young master, you have to be careful out there, and don't get too far away from Junzi's brother. I've warned him about Yi Feng's side, but I'm still afraid he'll do something to hurt you." Ding! Son of Qi Yifeng's chi points have dropped by 500. Congratulations to the host for gaining the Divine Destiny villain value plus 5,000. Qin Lang dotingly rubbed on Su Xiaoxiao's head. He could feel that right now this little girl was genuinely worried about herself, afraid that he would be hurt, inevitably somewhat touched, took the initiative to kiss on its small mouth, soothingly said, "Don't worry, be good at home, wait for me to come back." Su Xiaoxiao gave a light him. She stood in the doorway, watching the Maybach carrying Qin Lang move away, and did not move her eyes away for a long time. Dingfeng International, a landmark building standing 100 stories high in Tianhai City. There was a steady stream of luxury cars coming and going. Qin Lang, dressed in a black suit, met Mu Yuyan, who was dressed up, at the entrance of the venue, blue evening dress, long skirt swaying, stepping on a pair of crystal shoes, like a European royal princess in general, noble temperament, dignified and decent. "Thought you weren't coming." Mu Yuyan stepped forward and took the initiative to take Qin Lang's arm, fearing that he would misunderstand, and took the initiative to explain. "At this party, everyone has their own female companion. I don't want to stay with some people I don't know well. Isn't that nonsense? You're my girlfriend. What would it look like if you stayed with another man?" Qin Lang snorted coldly. "If I see anyone who dares to think ill of you, I'll hammer his head off." Rude. Mu Yuyan rolled her flirtatious white eyes and cursed in disgust. I don't know why. If I heard Qin Lang say these words before, I'm afraid that I couldn't wait to kick him away and leave far away, for fear of being tainted by that playboy's breath. But now, she feels that her boyfriend is so bossy, and it feels good? The two of them held hands and traveled through the crowd, and every now and then someone from Mu Yuyan's side would come over to clink glasses and chat a bit. Some are present with the idea of approaching, others with the idea of cooperation. Mu Yuyan came to the rescue, nodding her head and negotiating to the point. When you do business, you naturally can't do it behind closed doors. What's more, with Qin Lang by his side, he was still afraid that those second-generation sons would find trouble for him? I'm afraid it's not those second-generation sons who are looking for death. Don't you know that Qin Lang is a top dude in the capital city? Who is that guy? He's so close to Mu Yuyan. How come he's never seen him before? Where did he come from? Hush, don't talk nonsense. Beware of being heard by someone with a heart of gold. That's President Mu's fiancé from the capital. Can't afford to be offended. Fart. The one from the capital city is powerful? Our Tianhai city is not a papier-mâché. Even a dragon has to be coiled. I don't believe in this evil. He was invited by Tang Xiao. If you don't believe me, go and touch him. Don't say I didn't tell you. He's from the capital city Qin family, the one that often appears on the capital city link. Hiss. The rich young man who had planned to pick a fight sucked in a breath of cold air and shivered in fear. The Qin family? The one that appeared on Capital Link? That. Why did this kind of god come to Tianhai City? Come to abuse? Although Tianhai City was prosperous, it immediately fell behind when compared to an international metropolis like Yanjing. How could the top gentry from the capital city like the capital city come to Tianhai City? Even if someone like Tang Xiao, who had failed among the family's attempts to seize the throne, came to Tianhai City, it was definitely not something they could afford to offend. Let alone Qin Lang. A few second-generation sons who had a heart for Mu Yuyan, although they didn't dare to find fault, in their hearts, they cursed Qin Lang. What they didn't know was that Qin Lang was not only a member of the Qin family, but also the first grandson of the Qin family and the sole future heir. If I knew that, I wouldn't have dared to think about it. I'm afraid that I would have gone up on my knees long ago. Chapter 30, one more time. So what? AI. There are times when having a background that is too strong is also a helplessness. Qin Lang thought as such in his heart. This kind of big occasion, big gathering, if it were the son of Chi Luk who was here, he would not be able to avoid being picked on by a few eyeless rich second generation. Then a meal of output as fierce as a tiger's operation. The group of rich children will be slapped in the face, capturing the heart of the beauty. To him, even if he was cradling a stunning beauty like Mu Yuyen, not to mention the ones who were looking for a fight, there wasn't even one who choked. He didn't even give him a chance to pretend. Qin Lang lamented. I want it. What's the use of this background? I have. What about this handsome face? Mu Yuyen twisted her head, breathlessly blanking. Should you be so shameless? Aren't you just? She was just about to say, don't you just have a great dad? But remembering Qin Lang's dejected expression after hearing it, he stopped again, the corners of his good-looking mouth twitching, and froze, not saying this compliment out loud. Young Qin, you've come to our humble abode. Not far away, Tang Tianpei had his arm around his female companion and was followed by many celebrities, all of whom gathered around. In the eyes of these celebrities, Tang Tianpei could be much more powerful than those rich kids. Do not look at the background of others, but the Yanjing Tang family, that is, in the future cannot inherit the family business, but a little bit of sporadic industry, is not Tianhai City. This group of rich second generation can be compared. Naturally, the celebrities had to flock to Tang Tianpei. At this moment, when he saw Tang Tianpei treating Qin Lang with such an attentive demeanor, he instantly said curiously, Young Tang, who is this handsome man? Tang Tianpei embraced his female companion and took the initiative to help introduce. Xin Xiaoa, used to mix with Yanjing circles, but unfortunately, now I am really down to Tianhai City. But people Qin Xiao came here just to capture the hearts of the beautiful with Tang Tianpei used to mix with Yanjing circle, and listen to this tone, and then how the background is not worse than the Tang family to wear. The main thing is that people Qin Lang is now not down and out just came to hunt for sex in Tianhai City. Where would the celebrities want to miss such a great opportunity? One by one, they all took the initiative to go up and make a toast, with great eagerness, not to mention the family background. Just in terms of face value and body shape, Tang Tianpei was finished off. Even when looking at the entire venue, Qin Lang was definitely unique just by virtue of his external conditions. Handsome man with a golden background. If this isn't a golden son-in-law, who is? With a kaiju like Qin Lang around, who had the leisure to bother with Tang Tianpei? Young Qin, Tianhai City has a lot of places of interest, so if you're free, let's go for a stroll together. Young Qin, the breakfast stall downstairs of my house is a famous snack in Tianhai City. You can go to my house when you have time and have breakfast together the next morning. Young Qin, you're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Can I get to know you? Leave your contact information. And me. I also want Young Qin's contact information. These celebrities, commonly known as the Atmosphere Group, are the ones who drive the atmosphere of the venue? Perhaps. These celebrities are not much noble ladies, but their vision is definitely unique. Non-handsome, golden son-in-laws don't even take a ride. It's quite a card to be surrounded by so many celebrities. The flower sedan chair is carried by all. Tang Tianpei followed behind and bragged. Xin Xiao can really be charming. Once the entire venue of beautiful women, they all flocked over. Qin Lang smiled calmly on the surface. This is a common thing. Get used to it. Get used to it. Behind the scenes, you and I, by the celebrities sneak a little bit, and not to be outdone, in the dead center of the line of sight, but also pinch back, attracting the autumn waves. Mu Yuyen looked at Qin Lang's blindly dejected expression and said suspiciously, Used to it? How did you get used to it? Qin Lang glanced at it and coughed lightly. Once before, I attended a party to chat, and when I was chatting, my eyes suddenly went black. A celebrity was surprised. Low blood sugar? Qin Lang shook his head. That's not true. It took me 3 or 4 seconds before I saw the light again. And that's when I realized that a beautiful woman had buried my head in her breasts. Mu Yuyen snorted coldly without any good humor. And I'm not afraid of suffocating you. The celebrities weren't like Mu Yuyen, who sneered at Qin Lang. They were all sweet sisters who only knew how to heart Gigi. Understandingly, he pursued. Ah, how can there be such a casual girl? Young Qin, you must have been shocked, right? Will it leave any shadows because of this? Qin Lang returned in a serious manner. It's okay. In fact, this kind of thing, what if it happens again? Po ha 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 ha. Qin Xiao, you're so funny. Young Qin is so bad, but he can really make a girl happy. Are you free to go for a walk in the evening? Eating cold drinks while walking on a summer night is much better. Leave a contact. If you like it. If you want to happen a few times, you can do it. A slender figure, but has the Bai family sisters like the proud body of the celebrities. Bright send wink winking winks. I see an acquaintance. Accompany me there. That discomfort in Mu Yuyan's heart intensified, pulling Qin Lang away from this group of celebrities who were swaying around in two waves after two waves. Once they were out of the enclosure, the area around them finally emptied out. Qin Lang playfully snickered. What? Jealous of seeing your boyfriend being liked and touted by so many girls? Can you stop with the wishful thinking? I would be jealous of you? Mu Yuyan snorted lightly, and that contemptuous expression was already at her fingertips. I just don't want you to get too close to those women. That's all. With your character that can't withstand temptation, if no one is in charge, sooner or later you'll be ruined by a dirty disease. Don't look at that group of atmosphere group celebrities who are all dressed in designer labels and generous. But in fact, on top of this kind of gathering, as long as a little look at the right eyes, you can go to a room together to spend the night that night, clean or not. Who knows? So you want to control me? Qin Lang stared at Mu Yuyan with hooked eyes. Mu Yuyan was stared at a bit uncomfortably. Who wants to care about you? Can you not take yourself too seriously? Qin Lang held up his arm that was being held. Then why are you locking it so tight? Who cares? Mu Yuyan let out a petulant snort, and then released Qin Lang's arm. Qin Lang, who was liberated, turned around without looking back and walked towards the corner. There, Bai Ruyu was dressed in a black silk OL uniform, drinking mulled wine alone there, looking out of place with this lively venue. Qin Lang, Mu Yuyan watched from behind, her heart not to mention how tasty and sour it was. There's no mistaking it, leaving her here unattended. This Qin Lang guy even ran off to actively hook up with another woman? Chapter 31, Recruiting by Ruyu. Qin Lang didn't have the heart to care about what Mu Yuyan was thinking in her mind at the moment. He was already a bit apprehensive. The Bai family had that mess before the Ding Feng gathering, and it was questionable whether Bai Ruyu would even come to participate. Now that he saw Bai Ruyu standing alone in the corner, how would he want to miss this opportunity? He immediately greeted her and said with a smile, Miss Bai, what a fate. Meeting again. Bai Ruyu frowned and turned around to see that it was Qin Lang, who had visited her home that day, and immediately squeezed out a smile and nodded her head before moving away. She was not in the mood to catch up here at all. Her sister had been abducted and her whereabouts were unknown, and she still hadn't been found even now. Not even any clues, and her heart felt like a ball of flames piled up there. Either she would find her sister to douse that flame, or she would let it continue to burn and eventually incinerate her into a pile of flying ash. To Qin Lang, she held a favorable impression. After all, at the dinner party that day, Qin Lang's generous and straightforward words had spoken to her heart. But now, before finding her sister, she can't rise up half of her other thoughts, not to mention with outsiders, even some of the things that have happened recently in her own company. She doesn't have the mood to govern. Miss White, with such a sad face, could it be that you have encountered something difficult? Why don't you tell me so that I can share it? Qin Lang seemed as if he did not feel Bai Ruyu's coldness of rejecting others at all, and even moved forward. Bai Ruyu frowned. Qin Xiao, I'm sorry, I'm not in a good mood lately. Can we talk next time if there's something wrong? In a bad mood? Qin Lang said suspiciously. Can it be that it's because Uncle Bai he has an illegitimate child outside and Miss Bai knows about it? Brush. Bai Ruyu turned back and stared tightly at Qin Lang. Inside her beautiful eyes, there was a shock. It looks like it shouldn't be. Qin Lang seemed to be muttering to himself. Or maybe it's Uncle Bai he's been privately embezzling company shares to cash in for his illegitimate son? Miss Bai found out about it? Bai Ruyu was horrified and stared at Qin Lang with wide eyes, as if she was looking at a stranger she had never seen before. What else do you know in the end? Qin Lang's two words directly exposed all the scandals in her family. Bai Xiaochun has a child outside and it's a nearly grown boy, a few years older than even Bai Xiaoyun. What kind of concept is that? Representing the fact that her father had been seeing someone outside before her mother had even died. Now it's even for that bastard. Privately. No, I should say blatantly cashing in on the company, trying to leave that bastard more legacy. These are all private matters of the Bai family, and even Bai Xiaoyun and even some of the company's elders have no way of knowing. If Bai Ruyu hadn't stumbled upon it by chance, he would have been kept in the dark until now. That was why Bai Ruyu had constantly worked hard and risen to the occasion when she had suffered from her father's cold eyes in the past, wanting to prove to her father that she was capable, to the point where now whenever her father says a woman is inferior to a man, she is outright angry for a reason. It was all because of that bastard son who had dealt a devastating blow to Bai Ruyu's worldview. Who could have imagined that the father, who was known in the business world as honest, responsible and loving to his wife and daughter, and who had not renewed his marriage for more than a decade, would have had an affair long before his mother had passed away? And now even more so, transferring the family's assets and the company's assets that her mother once had her heart and soul into, for the sake of that mistress's son? How do you know all this? What the hell is going on? Bai Ruyu was shocked and terrified at the same time, as if everything about herself had been seen through. She stared at Qin Lang, full of vigilance. Qin Lang shrugged his shoulders and spoke in a shocking manner. Don't be afraid, Miss White. I actually know very little. For example, the matter of your sister being abducted. I only just learned about it yesterday afternoon. Afternoon? Bai Ruyu also waited until the evening to learn about her sister's abduction when she received a call from Mo Ming. As a result, Qin Lang's side knew about it in the afternoon? What do you want? Don't hurt Yun Yun. As long as you don't hurt Yun Yun, I can fulfill any request. Bai Ruyu subconsciously took Qin Lang as the mastermind behind this. How else would he have known that his sister's abduction was in the afternoon? Getting the news ahead of her? No wonder this guy knows everything about her by family. It turns out that he has been planning for a long time. Miss White, is there a need to be so shocked? I can tell you responsibly that the matter of your sister's disappearance has nothing to do with me. Qin Lang smiled bitterly. Besides, haven't you already weighed it in your own mind? Why are you still pouring this pot of dirty water on me? He didn't believe that a smart and clever brain like Bai Ruyu's couldn't even see this little tactic. Or perhaps she was deliberately not letting herself think in that direction, preferring to play dumb yourself rather than accept reality? Bai Ruyu took a deep breath, her heart undulating in front of her mouth. She tried her hardest to calm herself down and gazed at Qin Lang. You know so many things you shouldn't know. Do you also know where Yun Yun is hidden? Qin Lang nodded. Not only do I know, but I was able to save her. What do you want? As long as I can get Yun Yun out, I'll agree to anything you ask for. Bai Ruyu had a resolute face. It didn't matter if the kidnapper was Qin Lang or the one she already had an image of in her head but didn't want to think about much. She would have given anything for her sister to be rescued. Qin Lang didn't drag his feet at all and opened the door. I want your people. Do not wait for Bai Ruyu attack. And continued a colorful continued, White family company side. After all, just your father's industry. Even if you how to prove, ultimately cannot withstand your father's willfulness. If your father intends to pass the company to you, it will not have been a long time did not release the power, much less blatantly start cashing in on the stock inside the company at such a crunch time. Why? Because he thinks his son can't beat you. Because he thinks that with his son's ability, it is impossible for him to fight you. And once he stomps on his two legs, perhaps his son will be left penniless in the midst of his power grab with you. So why not just cash out and get some real money to leave to your son? Don't look at Bai Ruyu just like a weak woman's appearance, but in fact, in the shopping mall, definitely counted as a ruthless person. Do things decisively, thunder and lightning. Then some men who look like big and thick, are ferocious. Just by virtue of what his father had done for the bastard over the years. Bai Ruyu didn't say that it would affect that bastard's life, but that bastard wanted to get a penny of the Bai family's money, and he was afraid that it would be as hard as heaven. Even Qin Lang, a human outsider, knew so well, let alone Bai Ruyu's own father. Early on, he's already started planning for what will happen after he dies. Qin Lang looked at Bai Ruyu, who was caught in the middle of her thoughts, and said in a kindly manner, it would be better for you to follow me and cooperate with me, and I guarantee that I can give you enough personal space for your talents to be fully utilized, and all the power inside the company. I will decentralize, will not be involved in all the decisions you make. In the company you are a voice. No one can disobey your decision. As far as dividends are concerned, with equity, it could also be split 60/40ths, or 50/50ths. Bai Ruyu looked at the serious Qin Lang in front of her, as if she was listening to a heavenly book. And as if she was being drawn a big cake, and said suspiciously, decentralization. You're not afraid that I'll dilute my equity and clamor for the master? Qin Lang shrugged his shoulders. Since I've chosen to trust you, then I won't have any more hesitation. If that kind of thing really happens, it's also my own deserving. It has nothing to do with you. I give you my absolute trust. Bai Ruyu is a person. He knows very well, a drop of water when the spring returns. Or you can say, you to her 1 point of good. She will give 10 times in the future, or even 100 times the return. What did Qin Lang have to worry about for such a love-hate she-luck daughter? Hustle and hustle and hustle to dominate the company? Not to mention the fact that Bai Ruyu's character wouldn't do such an ungrateful thing. Even if she did, what could she do? The district is just a local company's female president, and it has not yet achieved a brilliant future map. Can it make any waves? Of course, this was what he had in mind, and the outward politeness still needed to be put on to give her plenty of credit. I need to think about this matter. I'll give you an answer when I see Yun Yun. Is that okay? Bai Ruyu's mind was troubled and she didn't reply immediately. On the one hand, Qin Lang knew too many things that made her smack her lips, and on the other hand, she was shocked by the extreme trust it gave her and felt that it was a bit unreal. Chapter 32 Great Opportunity. Interception. Eldest Miss Bai. Just rest assured, the safety of your sister's sight can be guaranteed. Some conjectures can be a bit bolder. After all, in this world, anything can happen. After seeing more, it will naturally be clear. Qin Lang patted Bai Ruyu's fragrant shoulder and softly comforted. He didn't give the words away, but guided Bai Ruyu to think in that direction. Since they had already begun to recruit, why not make the gap that the White family already had at this time even bigger? Otherwise, how can we make Bai Ruyu's mind up? Why do you know so much about my Bai family? Bai Ruyu stared at him cautiously. Qin Lang did not blush or gasp. Miss Bai's talent in business is amazing. I had the intention of cooperating with Miss Bai, so I deliberately paid more attention to it, and I didn't expect to coincidentally come across such a thing. It wasn't that Bai Ruyu was arrogant. She had made some decisions in the middle of the reform of the Bai Group, and in the whole of Tianhai City, even those veteran business powerhouses weren't necessarily able to compare. If it was Qin Lang who wanted to recruit her, this kind of excuse would be considered an explanation. She also did not reveal a squirming daughterly gesture, and said with some urgency, I want to see Yun Yun earlier. Can I? The sooner I see her safe and sound, the sooner I will be able to make a decision. Qin Lang nodded. Yes, of course. Your sister will be able to reunite with you tonight. However, there are some things that are too hasty. If you follow Miss Bai, you will be prone to making mistakes. Just wait here quietly. Looking at Bai Ruyu's eager appearance, he had to open his mouth to remind him how cumbersome it would be to bring such a big drag. At that moment, he turned around and left the venue, not even bothering with Mu Yuyen who came to ask questions, and walked out the door. In the back seat of the Maybach, 32,000 points of Divine Destiny villainy were spent directly to raise the physique to 100. System panel. Characters, Qin Lang. Physical fitness 100. Charm, 98. Divine Destiny villain value, 21. 800. Skills, Affinity LV8, Group Affinity plus 80. Advanced Piano Technique. Advanced Tea Craft. Advanced Aesthetic. Mall Opening. Lucky Draw Center, in progress, each lucky draw consumes 100 of Destiny's villain value. System Backpack, Anti-Cho's Photo Book. Breeze Drawing Paper plus 1. MS. Bai's Photo Book. Electric Medical Utensils plus 1. After adapting to the surge in his physique, Qin Lang blandly said to Junzi, later on, have all the people guarding the outside evacuate and just send me there. On the other side, the kidnapper's base. The room was clean, and Bai Xiaoyun was the only one. Terrified, she clasped her hands around her knees and huddled in the corner of the room. Her fleshy little face streaked with tears, her petite body shivering. She had been kidnapped, and even just now, those kidnappers had tried to bully her. So scary. She has always been the little princess of the Bai family, held in the hand for fear of falling, in the mouth for fear of melting. When encountered such a situation, it was as if she had been left inside a wolf's den full of jackals, facing a pack of big bad wolves that might swallow her up at any time. Luckily, a woman in a black leather jacket came over earlier, and although she didn't see her face clearly, that woman was the one who scolded the flowery-mouthed kidnappers, and scolded them fiercely, which prevented her from being bullied by the kidnappers. Fear, aggrieved, a variety of emotions coalesced inside Bai Xiaoyun's chest, and the more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. Just as Bai Xiaoyun was crying with an increasingly helpless shrug of her agitated nose, the door to the room was pushed open. Bai Xiaoyun looked up curiously, but saw a familiar and handsome face. Brother! She got up in a panic, and her entire body stumbled and crashed towards Qin Lang's arms. Bai Xiaoyun's big watery eyes were full of grievances. Brother, those bad guys are so scary. You're here to save me, right? Will you hurry up and take me to escape? Qin Lang felt a recoil in front of him as if he had hit two large leather balls, and while he was appalled in his heart, he reached out with concern to gently caress Bai Xiaoyun's head. Don't be afraid. Since I've already come here, I won't let you have half a moment's lapse. Qin Lang patted Bai Xiaoyun's head and softly soothed. Don't be afraid. No matter where you are, no matter who it is, As long as brother is still around for a day, he will never allow them to bully you. Knock. The door to the left side of the room was kicked open forcefully from the outside, and two big men with tiger backs and a black dragon embroidered on their necks looked at Qin Lang, who had groped his way in from who knows where, and cursed and *********. Are you out of your mind? You're making such a big noise to save someone. Are you afraid that people won't find out or what? Bai Xiaoyun looked at the vicious two-strong man. The fear of the heart all of a sudden rose up, fearfully grasped the corner of Qin Lang, watery eyes inside, dense with a layer of water mist. If you're scared, cover your eyes. It'll be clear in a while. Qin Lang stroked Bai Xiaoyun's little head, but he snorted in his heart. If we don't make more noise, how can we alert the kidnappers inside the villa? How was he going to pretend in front of Bai Xiaoyun if he didn't mess with this group of kidnappers? He stretched out a finger and hooked it towards the two. Easy to write while full of picking crumbs. Little pussy, you're asking for death, so you can't blame anyone. A burly man craned his neck and charged up aggressively, raising his arm, which was comparable to Bai Xiaoyun's well-proportioned thigh, and charging straight at the bridge of Qin Lang's nose. That ferocious stance scared Bai Xiaoyun so much that she immediately cupped her hands over her face. Click! With a crisp ringing sound came a miserable roar. Qin Lang held the big man's arm with one hand and easily dislodged his strength with a twist and a shake. At the same time, he pulled downward, and his knee slammed upward, hitting the knuckle, and a big, good arm, which was instantly snapped off. Chapter 33 A Wise Piece of Junko. Aha! My hand! I want your life! The big man hissed in pain and raised his foot to kick towards Qin Lang, but how could his speed be compared to Qin Lang, who had a physique of 100? The same kicks were thrown and clashed with each other. There was a muffled thud, and the big man's entire body sped along the ground. If one looked closely, one could notice that a bulge appeared at the knee of the big man's suit pants, a large bag formed by misaligned bones. Even the bones had been broken and knocked out of place. That is, there was a pair of pants wrapped around it. Otherwise the picture, absolutely bloody. The commotion here immediately caught the attention of all the kidnappers inside the villa. No, we can't call it kidnapping. We should say that it has attracted the attention of the Black Dragon Society. This place was originally a stronghold of the Black Dragon Society, and Bai Xiaoyun was only temporarily imprisoned here. A swarm of Black Dragon Society members all rushed in, at a glance, but no less than a dozen. Each is a fierce fighter. There's something fishy about this kid. All bring your guys. The other burly man who was the first to rush in looked at his fainted accomplice with some scalp numbness and gritted his teeth. Together, we can't let this guy take Bai Xiaoyun away. That's a lot of money. You can get a large sum of money if you are imprisoned until the time. How could you stand by and watch her being taken? A dozen or so fighters, eyeing intently, approached towards Qin Lang, carrying either a throwing stick or a black-backed machete in their hands, all of which were some of the common things used on the road. As long as you don't mess around, you can't get anyone killed, but it's too easy to waste someone. But in this situation where the enemy was outnumbered, a bizarre scene happened. Instead of standing there and waiting for the thugs to approach, Qin Lang even took the initiative to meet them, one hand gripping a throwing stick from the nearest thug and snatching it down with hard brute force. And the force was so great that the fighter lost his dick, and stumbled forward, and was hit squarely in the head with a vicious swing, and then his eyes rolled over like a dead dog, and he was knocked to the ground right then and there. You guys are so bold. Even my people dare to kidnap me? If I, Qin Lang, don't let you guys learn a lesson today. You really don't know your last name. Qin Lang carried a flinging stick like a Chuba wand with the courage of a million men. He was extremely fast, and once he threw the baton down, one of the fighters was immediately hit squarely in the head, or his shoulder collapsed, and he fainted and fell to the ground. With a kick, right in the belly, another person was directly kicked out of the encirclement. He was far too strong for the group of thugs to match. Where is this some kidnapper trying to bully Qin Lang? It was clearly Qin Lang alone whisking away a group of kidnappers and abusing them. In the miserable cries, Bai Xiaoyun's big eyes looked at the brave and invincible Qin Lang through the gap of her forked fingers, and the Prince Charming inside her mind and his stature, completely overlapped together. Bai Xiaoyun, who had already been charmed by Qin Lang's face value, now encountered this scene. Inside her mind, where was there any other half of consciousness? The entire brain, the entire chest cavity, and the entire body were completely filled to the brim with Qin Lang's figure alone. Let's go. Qin Lang pulled Bai Xiaoyun's soft and boneless little hand and walked out of the doorway in a straightforward manner. In the corridor, there were Black Dragon Society members who blocked the way and attacked. Qin Lang knocked down one with the fall of a baton, and the fighters who rushed out from the cubicles, kicked out and went back to wherever they came from. The entire inside of the villa was densely populated with members of the Black Dragon Society, and as this was a stronghold, one could only imagine how many people there were. Even if a Special Forces 1-level expert came, it was definitely a dragon's den here. 9 deaths. But Qin Lang walked within the corridor as if he were strolling leisurely, at ease. What's the concept of a body mass of 100? A normal person's physique is about 10. 20 is already superb. It's equivalent to the strength of 2 people, superimposed on one person's body. Is a man with a physique of 20 a tie if he's facing 2 physiques of 10? No. It's abuse. Physical quality doubled. All aspects of physical quality have been exponentially increased. The strength caused by the more exponential growth is not the same twice the number of people can go to make up for it. Not to mention the current Qin Lang. Facing this group of fighters was like encountering a group of teething babies, dirt and dogs that could be pinched to death with his hands, all the way through. By the time he reached the front door of the villa, there was no one left to stop him. Behind them was already a mess, with paralyzed Black Dragon Society members wailing everywhere. That's it? That's it? That's what you call a vicious kidnapper? Qin Lang dropped the flinging stick in the villa's living room and shook his head in disdain, pulling the little nymphomaniac beside him, who was already giddy and walking without looking ahead, but only staring at the side of his face obsessively. He left the stronghold in a straight line. It wasn't until he had walked some distance out to the road that he got into the back seat of the waiting Maybach. He looked at the brightly lit villa and began to look forward to it in his heart. After exterminating a Black Dragon Society stronghold, according to the Black Dragon Society's nature, he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to let it go, right? Besides, he had acted so arrogantly just now, and had repeatedly reported his name, and looking inside that villa, there were still cameras. By all indications, he was able to be found. Vengeance Jor? Oh, it looked like this heroine didn't need him to look for her at all. Instead, it was the other party, who would take the initiative to look for her. Soothing, in a happy mood, Qin Lang felt by Xiaoyun, who was sitting beside him, tugging at himself and subconsciously turned back, but a delicate and pretty face came over, and that small, rosy mouth, without giving him any room to think, imprinted on his lips. Bai Xiaoyun had become obsessed. The entire mind, the entire chest, was filled to overflowing with Qin Lang's actions today. She identified Qin Lang as her Prince Charming. She was willing to be Qin Lang's little nymphomaniac for the rest of her life. Only his. The feeling of those lips touching, sweet and silky, like cotton candy, was so mesmerizing that he couldn't let go. After a long time, the raw Bai Xiaoyun slowly lowered her head, burying her head in Qin Lang's embrace, hugging his waist and murmuring in a low voice, "Brother, when I grow up in the future, I'll say that I'll be your daughter-in-law, okay?" The lowly driver, at this point, will speak up and discourage the backseat from buckling up. There are millions of roads, and safety comes first. The advanced driver, at the moment, had silently shifted his rearview mirror and silently turned on the soothing car music. He will be your groom, and from now on, he will be your lifetime companion. Chapter 34, Uncomfortable Mu Yuyan. Bai Xiaoyun had never heard this song before. Old as hell. Not music from her era. And, not her type either. But, the most frightening thing about listening to music is the environment. In such an environment at this moment, Bai Xiaoyun had just uttered those vows of being Qin Lang's youngest daughter-in-law. But then she heard the lyrics within this music and was greatly touched. "Brother, from now on, I'll accompany you all my life, okay?" Bai Xiaoyun hugged Qin Lang, her soft milky voice sounding like it was sweet to the inside of her heart. If this were any other man, I'm afraid that at this moment, he would have already been overwhelmed by the hot blood that surged to his head, and could have done anything. Even Qin Lang didn't feel very right, and kept admonishing himself in his mind that she was still young. Bai Xiaoyun was still a child. But the glance down, the 2 large leather balls coming into view, was a rejection of his self-importance. Not so little. It's really not small. Drive your car properly and go back. Qin Lang pressed down the fire in his heart and rushed at Junzi to urge him without any good humor. Junzi hastily gave an oh-so-subtle sound and stepped on the gas, and the Maybach instantly raised its speed. Qin Lang just gently embraced Bai Xiaoyun in his arms without saying too much, and from time to time, because of carelessness, the back of his hand and the palm of his hand would touch twice on his thighs. It's a normal thing to do. It's not excessive. Moreover, Bai Xiaoyun just walked all the way over here and wore a cute pink skirt. It is inevitable that there will be some wrinkles, so it's not too much to help smooth out the skirt on the buttocks with your hands, and then touch a few times to see if there is any place that has been hurt by the kidnappers, right? This kind of move that consumed his mind and soul was something that Qin Lang was not willing to do in the first place. Just looking at Bai Xiaoyun's pretty face that was flushed, but gazing at him with that look full of emotion, his heart was filled with a burst of emotion. If you did it, you did it. Who let Bai Xiaoyun know? Child, grace, face, figure, huge, reward, breast, Tianhai City, outside a townhouse. Bai Xiaoyun, who had been pulling Qin Lang's palm, when she saw Bai Ruyu standing outside the door, her fascinated eyes regained their color, and a layer of misty water mist came out from inside. Stepping on two little legs wrapped in white stockings, he hurried over and came crashing in with the ball. Sister, sister, I thought I'd never see you again. Those big bad guys are so scary. Woo woo. Bai Xiaoyun was in her sister's arms, wantonly pampering herself and telling her heart's grievances. Bai Ruyu painfully embraced her sister, stroking her little head while softly soothing. It's okay, don't be afraid. Sister is here. Sister will never let you get hurt again. Does Dad know that I was rescued by my brother? Bai Xiaoyun looked up, somewhat impatient to tell Bai Xiaochun the news. Bai Ruyu's gaze slightly paused and she smiled. I know. It's already so late. Will Yun just rest here? Not going home. This one townhouse was Bai Ruyu's private property. She rarely came to live here on weekdays, but if she encountered a situation where she had a violent argument with her father, she would gamble and come over alone. She didn't want her sister back in that home for a while. It's gone sour. It's not that safe, and there's no telling what might happen again. Then, will brothers stay together tonight? Bai Xiaoyun turned back and looked at Qin Lang who was standing not far behind her. Her cheeks flushed. Bai Ruyu sighed in her heart. She knew her sister's temperament, but Qin Lang, this person was like wrapped inside a mist, too mysterious, and it always felt like getting too close, in turn, would be something wrong. Besides, age-wise, the gap is a bit too big. She took her sister's small hand and walked over to Qin Lang, saying gratefully, Young Qin, thanks to you stepping in for tonight's matter. I'm here to express my most sincere gratitude to you. We'll talk about other things when this time passes. Okay? Qin Lang nodded his head with a smile. Of course you can. And there is no hurry for this moment. It's not easy to save Yun from inside that dragon's lair. It's the most important thing for you two sisters to be reunited. So I won't bother you anymore. Bai Ruyu is still trustworthy in terms of his integrity as a person. Besides, he had already made it clear that Bai Xiaoyun had been kidnapped, and was close to saying it directly and plainly. As long as it's not a cutie. I'm afraid I can check something out based on the clues. Give Bai Ruyu a little time. The more you learn the truth of the matter, only the more it will be that the gap that was already there, infinitely magnified, to the point that the final break. Brother, don't go. When Bai Xiaoyun saw Qin Lang, who had turned to leave, she immediately broke away from Bai Ruyu's grip and chased after him, hugging his waist from behind, her head pressed up. Brother, don't go. Okay? He felt hit by two leather balls, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he reached down and pulled the two small hands that were locked around him away, turned around, and had to issue a yellow card warning for hitting a man with the ball. In front of Bai Ruyu, some things still needed to be circumvented. He touched Bai Xiaoyun's head and smiled dotingly. Yun is good. Stay with your sister, and in the future, if you encounter any difficulties or are unhappy, you can look for your brother. Okay? Good. Bai Xiaoyun nodded her small head understandingly, still somewhat reluctant to clutch Qin Lang's big warm hand, her mouth murmuring, brother. It took a long time before he let go of his small hand at Bai Ruyu's comforting voice. Taking one step forward and 3 steps back, led by Bai Ruyu, he walked into the townhouse until the door was closed. Ding! The plot has changed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Heaven's Destiny villain value of plus 5,000. Ding! Son of Qi Yifeng's Qi points have dropped by 500. Congratulations to the host for gaining the Divine Destiny villain value plus 5,000. Listening to the system beeps that kept coming from beside his ears, Qin Lang turned back with a satisfied look on his face. Just after leaving the front yard of the townhouse, he saw Mu Yuyan, who was leaning on the wall, the smiling Mu Yuyan, holding her bladder and staring at him there. What? Even the Dingfeng rally quit halfway through and ran to find someone else. Bai Ruyu, only to be turned away? Who is Mu Yuyan? Although the family background is not as good as Qin Lang, but even when he was in Yanjing, the secret admirers appeared in heaps. If there is not that marriage contract with Qin Lang, I'm afraid that the suitors can be lined up from the square to Daxing Airport. What man doesn't smile when he sees her? When had one ever encountered a situation like Qin Lang's? When he struck up a conversation at the Dingfeng rally, he was ignored and walked out without looking back. It's like it just doesn't matter at all. Later, Bai Ruyu even left right after. And driven by curiosity, she followed. Rather, she wanted to see what Qin Lang had to do. Only then would he be so reckless that he didn't even bother with her. Unexpectedly, he saw the situation of Qin Lang's visit to the door in the middle of the night and was rejected. So he could not help but sneer. Chapter 35, Tearing Down Mu Yuyan's Amulet. Qin Lang threw a big white eyeball over. Have you heard of Lu Huangshu's 3 visits? I'm not only coming tonight, I'm coming tomorrow night, and I'm coming the night after tomorrow. What's it to you? Is it fun to stalk people? Mu Yuyan grimaced. Could it be that a girlfriend can't even know where you're going? I can't be bothered with you messing around out there. I can't even ask questions? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. It's not like you're here to make a snide remark. It's like a family drama in which the main court comes to catch the mistress of the house. Good lord. Is Mu Yuyan on top of her game? He didn't want to intentionally annoy her above this matter for the time being, and said in a serious manner, I came to find Bai Ruyu for a serious matter. The newly opened company needs someone inside who can really manage things, and she's very suitable. Starting another company? It's because the $1 billion of startup capital that the Qin family gave you last time was spent. So you're looking for an excuse to scam money again, right? Mu Yuyan seemed to see through everything. It wasn't that she was self-righteous, but the Qin Lang of the past was indeed this virtuous. She lightly grunted. Lack of people. You won't go to the talent market to look for them? Still come to find Bai Ruyu. Your brain is not letting the door clip. Bai Ruyu is also the big miss of the Bai family no matter how you put it. The noble white family group can't even take charge of it, and still have that leisure to help you? Before was before. Now is now. This time I'm serious. Qin Lang took a step forward, reaching out and bracing himself against the wall, covering Mu Yuyan, who was a head lower than himself, in a wallop, his gaze filled with seriousness. Mu Yuyan was a little flustered in her heart, and her 2 hands were against Qin Lang's chest, trying to push him away, but no matter how hard she pressed, Qin Lang, who was pressing in front of her, just didn't move. She gritted her teeth. What does it matter to me if you're serious or not? Do you think doing business is really that simple? Even if Qin Lang had deliberately pretended to be a playboy in the past, it was simple to learn how to be bad, but not so easy to learn how to be good. If starting a company was that easy to succeed, there would be big bosses everywhere. Where do the white-collar workers in the company and the small workers on the construction site come from? Qin Lang unbuttoned his suit, his hands still in the way. Mu Yuyan was a bit anxious. What do you want to do? Qin Lang, let me tell you, if you dare to mess around without my consent, believe it or not I'll bite you to death? She hugged Qin Lang's arm, and her small mouth was already placed on top of his wrist, so that once the situation was not right, she would immediately open her bite and run away. Qin Lang sighed and pulled out a prescription from his pocket with a righteous expression. Can you slightly not think in those directions? What's inside your mind all day long? It's not pure at all. Qin Lang, I'll fight you. Mu Yuyan was furious with shame in her heart, and raised her head to greet Qin Lang towards his lower 3 paths. But with her strength, how could she show off in front of Qin Lang? Only 2 rounds, the lower part of the knee, has been Qin Lang's. Qin Lang against the control of the tight, cannot move, out of thin air. Mu Yuyan was like a frog lying on the operating table, only given a change of position, replacing the operating table with a wall, from lying down to having her feet not on the ground, being propped up in mid-air. Let go of me. You let go of me. Mu Yuyan reprimanded. Looking at the current position, she only felt that all the qi and blood in her body surged to the top of her head, and her entire stunningly beautiful face was suffocated to a reddish color. She was angry. She berated. She almost broke down. But Qin Lang turned a deaf ear and put a note in front of her. Mu Yuyan forced herself to hold back her shame and asked in panic, "What is this? A beauty remedy? Isn't your company's main business beauty products?" Qin Lang explained. He didn't have the heart to bother with this beauty pill right now. Not that much energy. Mu Yuyan is a connoisseur of this piece of work, and leaving it to her has both channels and production lines. White whoring. Doesn't it smell good? Mu Yuyan just glanced at it and scoffed. Joke. Who gave you this prescription? Think you can just add a few expensive herbs to this and use it as a beauty product? If the formula of a product is really that simple, then what is the point of having an R&D team? You sizable cutie. You've been cheated and you don't even know it. You want to start a company with this prescription? You're dreaming. And, put me down. The knee socket hurts too much with you against it. Qin Lang glanced down at Mu Yuyan, who had changed into a wraparound skirt, and there was some redness above those 2 white and greasy calves. At the position of the knee sockets, he said with a straight face, "You don't have to care if I've been tricked. The prescription is right here. You can take it for a test. However, it should be noted that the medicinal effect of this beauty pill is extremely violent. It is not recommended that you follow the recipe in this regard and go directly to develop it. It is best to dilute it a few dozen times. The prescription he took out, of course, was not the original copy of the one in the system's backpack, but one that had been diluted 100 times by himself. If the beauty pill was configured according to the prescription on it, it wouldn't appear to be something that would cause the injury to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. But compared to beauty products, it's still a little too overbearing, and exactly how to go about watering it down, that would require Mu Yuyan, a connoisseur, to hook it up. It wasn't his specialty and he didn't want to waste time on it. Mu Yuyan held the prescription, her brows slightly furrowed. Are you serious? The opening of the company, and the recruitment of Bai Ruyu, are all serious? She had thought that Qin Lang had run here in the middle of the night for the sake of hunting, but she didn't think that it seemed like she had really misunderstood. Is it so important whether it's true or not? You just follow what I say and don't bother with the rest. Qin Lang tidied up the corners of his. Also, don't forget that our couple relationship is only maintained by the contract. Once the contract is voided, our relationship ends here. And the stalking thing? Don't show up again. This game of love was undoubtedly a game that Mu Yuyan had already gotten on top of. However, in a situation that seemed to be true, or perhaps Mu Yuyan was deliberately trying to forget, he still had to take the initiative to remind and puncture that one fantasy. It seems to be true, but it is not true. When Mu Yuyan fell in, Qin Lang reached out and gave her a big mouthful, waking her up. Want to play dumb and use the deed as an excuse in the future? Want to continue to be noble and proud? No. How could Qin Lang allow Mu Yuyan to continue to appear in front of him in such a posture? In the past, the contract was a binding in Mu Yuyan's eyes. But now, this contract seemed to be a protective talisman for Mu Yuyan to deliberately play dumb. Qin Lang had to tear it apart. Abusive husbands are fun for a while, but chasing husbands is a crematorium. It's not just something to go over in your mind. Chapter 36. Let's start with a 1-month package. Mu Yuyan left, her face raw and her head not returning. That look of cold eyes made anyone who saw it feel as if they owed her millions of dollars for not paying back. Remember to experiment. My company still has to rely on this prescription to make its first bucket of money. Qin Lang followed behind and stimulated. Boom! Responding to his white exhaust, the BMW rode off with a roar and sped away, waiting for the BMW to disappear at the end of the road. Only then did Junzi awkwardly walk out from the corner, hemmed and hawed and said, "Young master, I'm sorry, I really didn't think that President Mu would do such a thing as stalking a person. Hasty, it's rate, it has nothing to do with you." Qin Lang waved his hand. "You've performed well these past few days, and the things you were instructed to do were done quite properly. Call those brothers of yours together tonight and go to the Slender Finger Lotus Club for a bit of pizzazz." Ooh! As soon as he heard the 3 words, Slender Finger Lotus, Junzi's eyes lit up. Originally, he was still curious about how the young master had rescued the person from inside the Black Dragon Society's stronghold, and was planning to ask about it, but now he was halfway stumped by Qin Lang's sudden decision. What's the point of asking? It's important to go to the Fingerling Lotus. Half an hour later, on the asphalt road, a long fleet of luxury cars, like a long dragon, slowly stopped in front of the Fiber Lotus Clubhouse. Passers-by stopped to watch the luxurious scene of male silence and female love. Not to mention that one extended Maybach, just the dozen or so Mercedes-AMGs are already worth more than $30 million. Who the hell is it? Come to a clubhouse and have such a big show? Could it be the chairman of that listed group in person? It is not that they don't want to guess which rich second generation. The truth is that this row, too shocking, not at all like the rich second generation of small fights. The military son in a black suit got out of the car, walked to the back, opened the door, and bent down respectfully. "Young master, we're here." Only then did Qin Lang slowly walk out. The moment that face appeared, the eyes of passers-by, including the welcome guests of the Slender Finger Lotus Club and the technicians who ran out to watch, all lit up. "My goodness, so handsome. Which male son is this? Surprisingly so handsome, and such a luxurious caravan?" He smiled at me. Dying. Will he order me later? What if he needs special services? Do I say yes? Or do I take the initiative and tell him? It's too luxurious, isn't it? A dozen luxury cars, more than 40 bodyguards, and so young. I'm wearing light makeup tonight. Ah, no. I have to go back and touch up my makeup. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, with the 2 bodyguards opening the way, Qin Lang walked into the crowning Fiber Lotus Hall. A Cheonsam lobby manager hastily took the initiative to welcome up, politely said, "Hello VIP, I am the lobby manager of the Fiber Lotus Club. I wonder if I have the honor to be able to serve you." Everyone who can be a manager in this paper-thin place is well versed in the ways of the world. The moment she saw Qin Lang, not to mention the black pressurized piece of bodyguards, just this set of introverted and atmospheric suits, and the air of superiority, had already shocked her, and took the initiative to place herself, placing her position very low, and almost asking the question in a humble tone of voice. Qin Lang was curious. What kind of services are available? Lobby manager like counting like a family. VIP you good. Our slender finger lotus has a total of 5 floors. The second floor is a bathing place. There are health spa bathing. There are also common area of the large bath. The third floor is a recreational area with a buffet of assorted snacks with fruit platters and a casino. On the fourth floor is the massage service area with technicians of all grades available to serve you. On the fifth floor, there is a lounge area, all in separate rooms, and a single spa bathing service is also available. Qin Lang nodded. What price for the fifth floor? The lobby manager smiled awkwardly. Different services, different prices. Qin Lang frowned. I was asking what the price was for the fifth floor package. Ah, the lobby manager was startled, but looking at Qin Lang's posture, he didn't dare to be abrupt, and hurriedly said, "One night requires $600,000. She has not really encountered the package of the fifth floor of the venue. The price naturally does not have a price tag," said 600,000 a night price, completely in accordance with the fifth floor of the highest daily sales set. $600,000 a night? That expensive? Qin Lang gave a surprised foxed cry. The lobby manager hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. VIP, our fifth floor rest area adopts. Before she finished her words, without even saying the word discount, she heard Qin Lang continue to say, "Don't talk so much. I'm not interested in listening. Let's pack for a month first. Do you want a check or cash? I can give it to you now if it's a check. Cash might take a little longer to wait. Need to order it from the bank and send a car to escort it over." Wow! With one sentence, it directly made all those waiters and technicians inside the lobby dumbfounded. They all thought that Qin Lang was a tycoon, but now they realized that this was no tycoon. It's clearly a god's man. Splurge on gold. Then right under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Qin Lang took out his checkbook, brushed a bunch of them, tore off a page, and handed it to Junzi. "Here's $20 million. You take manager Zhang to get the money, and you can see to the rest of the 2 million, and give the brothers their bonuses." Junzi was holding the check in his hand and had been frowning with manager Zhang for a long time. You know, Junzi and manager Zhang, originally ambiguous, but delayed to get on. Today was different. Qin Lang's arrival, posing and throwing millions of dollars, just this monthly commission alone. Manager Zhang would be able to get hundreds of thousands or even millions. What kind of a concept is that? A total overnight millionaire. At manager Zhang's age, she naturally doesn't have the luxury of getting too entangled with Qin Lang, but it doesn't prevent her from continuing to hook up with Junzi. As long as he could keep such a big patron as Qin Lang. Manager Zhang had already put up a fight. The eyes that looked at Junzi became more and more flirtatious. With bright autumn waves, dozens of bodyguards, each with the young technician who had taken the initiative to welcome them in their arms, walked up the elevator. Without exception, the gazes of the group of bodyguards, including Junzi, looked at Qin Lang with intense gratitude and loyalty. Do you really think Qin Lang has no place to spend his money? You come here to throw away $20 million and pretend to be a rich man? He's not that stupid. This recent period of time, especially outside the military son of these bodyguards, day and night in the tracking and surveillance, for fear of missing the slightest hint of any significant information. Although the wages are not low, but the intensity of the work is indeed a big frightening, afraid that early in the heart of the uncomfortable. At a time like this, it's important to be well appeased. Direct payment? That won't work. Not everyone is as loyal and honorable as Junko. More money given often invites not absolute loyalty, but greed. Qin Lang still understands the truth that if you are gracious with rice, you will have to fight with rice. Bringing them out to have fun, giving them enough face, and then giving them some bonuses, and enjoying both the women and the money. This is the only way to truly grasp the loyalty of this group of bodyguards. Of course, the main thing was that Qin Lang knew who the boss behind this slender finger lotus was. Chapter 37, Chojior appears. Finger lotus 5th floor. Imperial box. Covering an area of more than 150 square feet, the decoration was cozy and luxurious. Not at all like a box inside a clubhouse, but rather like the living room of a rich family. It also comes with a separate hot tub. He was wrapped in a towel, lying in a hollowed-out area on the edge of the bath, tilting his head comfortably and enjoying the moment of peace and quiet. Behind her, a girl in a floral cheongsam was sitting on her knees at the back, and with her small, slender hands, she was helping to press her shoulders, very gently and with great care. Inside the bathtub were also accompanied by two young girls with pretty figures, aged around 18 or 19, one on the left and one on the right, who were helping to squeeze Qin Lang's shoulders. Young Qin, is this strength okay? I'll press a little lighter if it's heavy. A girl on the left wearing light makeup and a pink swimsuit asked with a smiling face. Qin Lang squinted his eyes and nodded in a leisurely manner. It's okay, I can strain myself. Qin Xiao, really didn't see it. You look skinny and tall. I didn't expect such a good body. Do you work out a lot? The girl on the right, wearing a blue swimsuit, reluctantly chimed in, flattering while showing off her pride. No, Qin Lang casually replied, glancing at him if he had any deep meaning, and then withdrew his eyes. The body is there, but it depends on who you're comparing it to. It was definitely more than enough to compare to ordinary people, but if they were put together with the Bai sisters, the difference would be obvious. I don't know how many times I've been hit by people with balls when I came back with Bai Xiaoyun at night, but I've become somewhat immune to the white bathing suit's punch on the right. The same are all with the ball-hit people. The girl's side is just not as fierce as Bai Xiaoyun. Ah, young Qin, why don't you lift your legs up? The arms have already been pressed for you. Why don't the two of us press your legs for you? The girl in the pink swimsuit blinked her eyes and said with a smile. Qin Lang opened his eyes in confusion and glanced left and right. You too? Yes. What's wrong? Young Qin, is there something we didn't do well enough? We'll try to change it. You don't want to change anyone, okay? Otherwise we'll have our wages docked by the manager. The girl in the pink swimsuit instantly begged pitifully. The girl in the white swimsuit also had some reddened eyes. Young Qin, don't change, okay? We can change. As long as you make a request, we will fulfill it. The two girls, with tears in their pear blossoms, were aggrieved, as if they really seemed to have encountered some great grievances. Is it really the fear of being dinged? Not necessarily, I'm afraid. At Slender Fingers Lotus, money is only deducted if a customer complains, and likewise, if any other service is discovered, the same will be done. If Qin Lang called on these two girls to go out and have some fun, say to stay inside a hotel for one night, will they still be so aggrieved to be here and act pathetic? Don't get any ideas, just the two of you. It's quite good. Why change for no reason? The corner of Qin Lang's mouth hooked into a playful smile. The girl in the pink bathing suit held her mouth and muttered in a petulant manner. Then what was the meaning of young Qin's expression just now? Did you think that I didn't press well enough? Qin Lang shook his head. That's not true. I just suspect that you guys don't know how to count. The girl in the white bathing suit pouted. Why don't you know how to count anymore? Qin Lang laughed evilly. Isn't this still missing someone? Ah, young Qin, you're so bad. Young Qin, you're so annoying. Why are you saying these things? Isn't this bullying? Both swimsuit girls took the opportunity to get into Qin Lang's arms and pouted shyly. Ooh, nice guy. Qin Lang felt like a bait that was being entangled by several octopuses. It's a little awkward and uncomfortable though, but in the spirit of the three life standards of consistent non-initiation, non-rejection, and non-responsibility, it kept him from pushing the girl out of his arms as well. During the period of flirting, the Cheongsam girls also walked in from outside the bathtub, all flocking to Qin Lang's side. Such a happy situation for all should have been pay-per-view please below, but with the entrance to the private spa walking in with one person, this subplot is broken. The woman who came in was wearing a close-fitting black leather jacket, which set off her proud figure to the fullest. She had a slight smile on her face, but deep in the bottom of her eyes, there was extreme coldness. Approaching carelessly, he aroused the hostility of the three girls clustered around Qin Lang. Who are you and what are you doing here? This is the Imperial Box. The doors are closed. How did you get in? Where did you steal the room card from? If you offend Mr. Qin, do you believe we'll call the police to arrest you? The three girls, you and I. Words and phrases defended Qin Lang. The black leather-clothed woman slightly owed her body and sat on the steps of the bath, her long hair like a waterfall resting on her right fragrant shoulder, looking at Qin Lang with a smile or not. Is this the taste of young Qin? Playing with these few girls, can you also have such a great interest? Who are you cursing? The pink bathing suit girl glared fiercely. The black leather-clad woman smiled as she unhooked a watch from her wrist and tossed it inside the pool. Take this watch and get the hell out of here. Che, who do you think you are? A watch to get rid of people? How expensive can a watch be? Don't take yourself too seriously. The three girls are clustered Qinlang, more and more intimate. They do not say that they can have contact with Qinlang for a long time, but as long as today and night, Qinlang casually reveal a little, are enough for them to eat for years. What does one care about a watch? The pink swimsuit girl gazed at Qinlang with a smiling face. How much can this crappy watch be worth, right? Young Qin. Qinlang nodded his head fervently. Of course you guys are right. A Patek Philippe is just a Patek Philippe. At most it's worth $8 million. What kind of money is it? Poof, poof, poof. After the sentence was finished, the three girls beside him, all of them lunged towards the location where the watch had fallen and swam frantically. After grabbing the watch, it was more of a scramble for you and me, and eventually, under a cold stare from the black leather-clad woman, she obediently left. The bathroom was instantly quiet, leaving only Qinlang and the black leather-clad woman. She looked at Qinlang and said with a smile, "Young Qin is so generous, but he is really good at elegance. First, he saved by Xiaoyun from my Black Dragon Club, and then he even spent a lot of money in the Fiber Lotus Club under the Black Dragon Club. Why? Do you think that the Black Dragon Society can't help you at all?" The voice was laced with laughter, and the words were cold and full of killing. The woman in black leather is no one else. It was none other than the head of the Black Dragon Society's Rose Hall, Xiao. Chapter 38, Drunk. Can't drink anymore. Qinlang nodded his head fervently. I also feel that I've gone a bit overboard. I didn't even say hello, but after the errand was done, I even took the initiative to send myself to the door. Why don't we do it this way? Hall Master Chiu will see to it. As long as you can take the edge off, anything is fine. Yes. Xiao looked deeply at Qinlang and got up to leave the bath. Not long after, Qinlang finished bathing and changed into his robe, walked out of the bathroom to take a look, but saw a black leather jacket Xiao sitting on the living room sofa, opposite the coffee table, placed several bottles of flying mutai. She casually invited, "Have a few drinks with me. If you drink me down, this matter will be over. If you fall down first, I want you to unconditionally agree to one of my demands." Qinlang's stance, which she had seen through the surveillance video, was categorically not something that 3 or 2 of the Black Dragon Society's gold medal fighters could take down. By Xiaoyun this matter has been planted. Want to undo are not possible. She, Xiao, never did anything to lose. If she could tie up an expert like Qinlang, or if she let him train the members of the Rose Hall, her battle power would definitely skyrocket. As for taking out Qinlang, she really hadn't thought about it for the time being. No matter if it was the Black Dragon Society or the business world, those who did business never had trouble with profit. Qinlang stroked his chin and pondered for a while. Drinking is not my strong point, but having agreed to it, naturally I can't put it off. Subsequently, the waiter from Slender Fingers Lotus brought in a few of the downers. Qinlang and Xiao then drank to each other. Hallmaster Chiu really has a huge capacity, drinking 2 tails of white without blushing or gasping. It's admirable. Qinlang, with a slight wine dizziness on his face, exclaimed in admiration, while grabbing a handful of peanuts and throwing them inside his mouth and chewing on them. Xiao sneered in her heart. Her drinking capacity, even the gang of big men from the Black Dragon Club couldn't compare to her, let alone this Qinlang. Just one drink and her face was red, clearly the type that couldn't drink, and she had a greater certainty in her mind. Qin Xiao, I'll toast you again. By Xiaoyun's matter, although there is a conflict between you and me, but I have to say, Qin Xiao's body is indeed breathtaking. A great man should be like this. A man can't be separated from a man. Bam! A cup of 2 tails of white wine. A drink into the belly. Qinlang's face, more and more with a few points of redness. After a short break, Xiao once again raised her cup. Young Qin, don't just eat your food. I'll toast you again. And I'm a bit curious in my heart. How did young Qin know where Bai Xiaoyun was imprisoned? Is it possible that there is a traitor within my Black Dragon Society? Qinlang's entire face, suffocated red, dizzily forced a cup of wine down. Traitor? I can't say this, but I still know some big and small information about Tianhai City. You can think of me as an intelligence merchant. Any information you want to know, I can sell it to you too, as long as the price is right. Got it? No wonder. Xiao's heart was shaken, paying more and more attention to the man in front of her. It looks like Qinlang's ability. I'm afraid that it's not just limited to that powerful strength, but there are other things as well, hidden very deeply. Such a mysterious and unpredictable man. Xiao wanted to pull him to her side more and more. There were no enemies at the wine table, not to mention that Xiao was deliberately condescending, and between the two of them, it was as if they were familiar friends. Seeing that Qin Lang shut up and didn't say anything anymore, Xiao Jiu'er picked up the wine glass again. Young Qin, I'll toast you again. What I, Xiao Jiu'er, admire most in my life is a great man like you. With your skill, I'm afraid that even the gold medal fighters of the Black Dragon Society would have to bow down when they see you. If young Qin is willing to help teach the members of my Rose Hall, that would be great. No more. I can't drink anymore. I'm already drunk. Qin Lang was in a daze, and from time to time, he had to lie down on the table to take a nap. Xiao Jiu'er heart sneer. This is where to wear a bottle of wine have not finished it. Qin Xiao Hallman is not afraid of me, a weak woman, a master of soft and hard persuasion. Qin Lang smacked his lips, gritted his teeth and picked up the wine glass, taking several sips before swallowing the glass. Good. Refreshing. Xiao Jiu'er then followed suit and finished off a glass of wine. Young Qin, can you still drink? I'll toast you again? I can't. Vomit, I'm going to throw up. Young Qin, I'll drink this cup first. It's really not working. Young Qin, why don't we just drink here? I see that you're already going to fail. No? Nonsense. A man should never say he can't in front of a woman. I'm okay. I'm a little drunk. What's going on? Have another drink. After this drink, I'll agree to all your requests. Not to mention teaching the Rose Hall. I'll have no problem giving you a job as a fighter. Change the cup. It's too small. Forget the hassle. Just take the bottle and blow. Young Qin, how do I feel like I've changed places? Don't be ridiculous. You're not sitting on the couch here? Young Qin, is there something weighing me down? Where is the matter? Your clothes are all stained by the wine. Hall Master Chiu, you can't do this. Drinking wine and raising fish. I'll change it for you. A wonderful evening, spent extremely slowly. The following day, the first rays of the morning sun poured over the large floor-to-ceiling glass of the Imperial box, reflecting on the messy round bedding. A female member of the Rose Hall pushed the door in and looked around at the mess inside the Imperial box, and with some panic in her heart, she walked to the bedroom, looking at Missy, who was lying underneath the quilt, as well as the black leather jacket that had been recklessly thrown on the floor. Missy, there was panic in the woman's voice. You didn't see anything, got it? Xiao Jiu'er's voice was cold. Her body was covered with a quilt, leaning against the bed. Her gaze had a slight blankness. The woman quickly nodded. Missy, Qin Xiaohe. He just left the Fiber Lotus and left with the group of bodyguards. Qin Lang? Recalling everything that happened last night, the shame and anger in Xiao Jiu'er's heart surged out like a volcanic eruption. Damn Qin Lang, assholes. How dare you deliberately pretend you can't drink to fool her and paralyze her? How in heaven's name can there be such a shameless man? She wanted nothing more than to utilize Qin Lang's value to help her increase the battle power of the Rose Hall. But this guy Qin Lang was so good that he deliberately pretended to be drunk and got her drunk to take advantage of her while he was drunk. Obviously, her beloved is right in front of her. But Xiao Jiu'er is not good enough to ask her to help. Even if it means asking her to take the mattress away. She can't even speak. If she was given another chance to start over. When Qin Lang finally opened his mouth and said that he was blowing on the bottle, she definitely would not listen to this guy's nonsense. And with a turn of her hand, she would have smashed the bottle towards his head. This stifling experience was undoubtedly a fatal blow to Xiao Jiu'er, shattering all her pride into a pile of pieces. And the anger in her heart was beyond words. He couldn't wait to hold the Qin Lang fellow down on the ground and give him an explosive hammering. And after beating him, he would have to stomp on his head a few more times. Unable to vent his anger. Chapter 39, The Great Harvest. Hall Master, the President has something to say to you. The woman from the Rose Hall fumbled for her cell phone, but in her heart, she was laughing bitterly. Missy and the President always do not get along. Not to mention meet. Even cell phone contact information have been blacked out. On the contrary, today the President wanted to see Missy and asked her to call personally. What did she do wrong? What did she do to deserve such a retribution? Though she grumbled in her mind, she had to step forward respectfully and hold the phone. Where was Xiao Jiu'er in the mood to answer the phone? Rolling his eyes, just tell me I'm busy and unavailable. The woman smiled bitterly. The President said that if you, Missy, refuse to pick up the phone, he will have to come to you personally. Crazy, right? Come to her now? Wouldn't she be screwed if what happened in the moment was discovered? If her father knew that she had been spoiled by Qin Lang, he was afraid that he wouldn't even need to match her anymore and would directly forcefully betroth her to a man. In the case of holding fire in the heart, Xiao Jiu'er took over the phone, dialed to the other side, and said in a bad mood, early in the morning, still not let people sleep? Have something to say. Have a fart quickly put. A man's calm voice came from the other end. Do you talk to your father like that? Xiao Air. Love to listen or not? If not, I'll hang up. Xiao Long snorted coldly. I've already been informed of what happened in the stronghold last night, so you shouldn't get involved in the Bai clan side of things. And also, forget about Qin Lang rescuing the people. What? Not going after Qin Lang? The fire in Xiao Air's heart spurted out again. This is impossible. Saving someone away on my territory is like slapping my face. You don't want face, Xiao Air, want it? There's no way this matter can just be left alone. She didn't know why her father, who had never been nosy, would purposely admonish himself on this matter of Qin Lang, but the only thing that is certain is that this is definitely not over. She hadn't suffered this kind of aggravation since she was a child. How can you hold this fire? Xiao Long sighed. There are some people that we can't afford to offend. Qin Lang's come from a very big place. Don't mess with him. Xiao Jior laughed. What did I think? So it's Lord President who's afraid? Isn't the Black Dragon Society the biggest force in Tianhai City? What? You don't even dare to offend a rich second generation? Are you getting old? If you've lost your guts as well, why don't you just hand over the Black Dragon Society to me, and put it in your hands? It'll have to fall sooner or later. Xiao Long chided. Don't give me any nonsense. Get back to the blind date. If you don't find a date, not to mention the Black Dragon Society, even the Rose Hall, I'll take it back for you. On what grounds? Rose Hall is my heart and soul. If you dare to meddle within Rose Hall, believe it or not, I will fight you. Xiao Jior was furious. Old thing, how can you talk? Don't you know what kind of temperament Jior has? If you push her to do something stupid, let's see what you'll do. Give me the cell phone. I'll talk. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Jior's mother gave a chortle and picked up the phone. Her voice was tender and doting. Jior, still listening? It's Mom. Listening. Xiao Jior's fire dissipated a lot. Fang Chuanya slowly said, Jior, you are 26 this year. The age is not small. Other girls like you so old. Children have too. The result you? Until now, there is not even an object. How can you let Mom and Dad not anxious? Jior, listen to Mom's advice. Don't wander around outside. Come back. Mom has recently found a good match for you. He's 5 feet 8 inches tall. He's white and clean. And he's a high achiever who came back from overseas study. Hearing this, Xiao Jior's head got big. No matter how thunderous she was, no matter how much she spoke her mind inside the Rose Hall, she was powerless in the face of her family, especially in the face of her mother-in-law's crushing words. Gritting her teeth, she stubbornly said, a high school student wouldn't be necessary. I already have a boyfriend. Yeah? Really? Jior, don't lie to Mom. Fang Chuanya got agitated on the other end of the phone. And if anything, Xiao Long's voice still came through. Ask who that boy is. You guys also know each other. It's that Qin Lang that you're afraid of. Xiao Jior sneered in her heart. Are you guys satisfied now? Impossible. Xiao Long picked up the phone. How could Qin Lang hook up with you? What family background does he have? Doesn't he know it in his own heart? Xiao Jior became angry. What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm not good enough for Qin Lang? Vengeful Dragon nodded. It's definitely not a match. But since you said so, it's definitely not an empty claim. What exactly happened? Snap. The phone gave out. No, to be precise, it was Xiao Jior who even shattered her cell phone. The conversation between father and daughter collapsed. On the other hand, Qin Lang, holy as an immortal god afterward, had returned to the villa and opened the system prompt. Ding! The plot has changed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Destiny villain value of plus 2000. Ding! The host has taken down the female protagonist, Xiao Jior. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50,000 plus 1000 asterisk 6. Silently checking the arrived Heavenly Destiny villain value, Qin Lang's heart shook wildly. Nice guy, take down a female lead and get plus 50. 000 direct Divine Order villain value? And that asterisk 6 for the follow-up? Doesn't that mean that the follow-up will continue to produce villain values? Sustainability? This is? Getting rich. After harvesting a large amount of Heavenly Fate villain value, Qin Lang purchased a little bit of charm from inside the mall at the first time, and left the rest untouched, intending to accumulate more and take it along with the physique upgrade when it was completed. Characters, Qin Lang. Physical fitness 100, in the process of being upgraded. Charm, 99. Divine Destiny villain value, 42. 500. Skills, Affinity LV8, Group Affinity plus 80. Advanced Piano Technique. Advanced Tea Craft. Advanced Aesthetics. Mall Opening. Lucky Draw Center, in progress, each lucky draw consumes 100 of Destiny's villain value. System Backpack, 1 copy of Landlady Portrait. Breeze Drawing Paper +1. 1 copy of Sister White Portrait. Advanced Medical Utensils +1. Although it only added a little bit of charm, but the premise was on the basis of 98. Qin Lang felt that his entire person, all over his body, was receiving a wave of coolness in the baptism in general. Junzi walked in and had a slight trance the moment he saw Qin Lang, then recovered immediately after. Young master, you called me for something? Qin Lang tapped his fingertips on the corner of the table, a smile at the corner of his mouth. How was your fun last night? Did you get it? Not to mention, Manager Zhang is really flavorful. By the way, young master, you chartered the month at Fiberfinger Lotus. It's not possible for us to go over there for a month in a row. I've already talked to Manager Zhang. We can go over there at any time as long as the number of times we chartered the place exceeds 31. Qin Lang waved his hand. You can just do these things on your own. There's no need to report to me one by one. Playing all the time. What needs to be done still needs to be done. I have a few Black Dragon Society strongholds here. You take your men and go and give them an end. Chapter 40, for your own good. Inside the next 3 days, Jun Zi led the people, 1 per day, consecutively terminated the 3 strongholds of the Black Dragon Society, not to mention the group of Black Dragon Society members who could only lie down when they were dried out, but the number of people who had been caught in the process alone had already exceeded 30, and each one of them will be in there for at least almost 10 years, depending on the offense. This kind of blow is tantamount to making the Black Dragon Society cut off its own arm. Qiu Air is already strong. Encountered this kind of rootless disaster wave. Where is willing to endure half? Directly looking for the door. Knock. The gate was kicked in. Qiu Air was followed by dozens of Black Dragon Society thugs, all with tiger backs and unkind gazes. These are the real elites of the Black Dragon Society. From the Mountain of Swords and the Sea of Fire over. Which body does not have a few horrifying scars? Just that aura alone would be able to scare ordinary people into submission. It was also that Su Xiaoxiao was busy going over to the orphanage and was not at home during this recent period of time, or else if she saw this scene, she was afraid that she would be scared to death. What's all this fuss about? Just come and bring so many people to protect me, making me feel bad. Qin Lang smiled and waved at Qiu, who had changed into a long black dress outfit. Don't freeze outside. Come in and have a drink. Qin Lang. Qiu's voice was icy cold. Don't sell yourself short when you've gotten a bargain. Don't you know in your own heart what it is that you've come to see you about today? Just based on the relationship between the two of us, is it necessary to be so rusty? Qin Lang blankly glanced at him without any good humor. There's no need for this group of people you've brought with you to come in. All of them should wait outside. It's fine if you don't drink. Have a cup of tea. Missy. A group of bodyguards, all of them shouted loudly, and their gazes towards Qin Lang were full of mischief. Qiu frowned and waved her hand. You guys wait outside. I'll call you if anything happens. She followed Qin Lang and went up to the second floor to the tranquil tea room. Qin Lang personally, washing tea, crossing water, making tea, the 12 channels of tea art. Dao exquisite. Accompanied by the curling incense, and then with a freshly steeped rainy day dragon well. The tranquil fragrance, so that Qiu's chest full of fire, cannot help but gradually calm down. She looked at Qin Lang, who was sipping tea with a serene face across from her, and the suffocation in her heart immediately suppressed that serenity. The one who suffered was her, and as a result, she hadn't even retaliated yet, and she was being beaten back by Qin Lang. How could she swallow this grievance? Annoyed, he said in a cold voice. Qin Lang, aren't you going too far? I haven't even settled the score with you for what happened that night, but as a result, your people went and smashed my Black Dragon Society's venue? For 3 consecutive days, smashed 3 of my Black Dragon Society's venues. What? Are you planning to start a war with my Black Dragon Society? Qin Lang put the cup down, a smile at the corner of his mouth. There's no interest in starting a war with the Black Dragon Society, but it's not impossible to start a war with you. This battle is not a battle. Although 3 days had passed, seeing this look of Qin Lang with teasing, Qiu seemed to recall the tearing sensation of that early morning. Unwarranted fire rose in her heart, and she raised her teacup to splash it over, but was interrupted by Qin Lang raising his hand. Don't get angry first. I'm doing all these things for your own good. For me? For me to overthrow the Black Dragon Society? Qiu was amused and sneered. Why don't you make up a reason for me? Qin Lang smacked his lips and sighed. Don't tell me that you still don't know what was done in those 3 terminated strongholds until now. The formula inside the stronghold has nothing to do with our Black Dragon Society. Xiaojio's beautiful eyes suffocated, and her entire body became serious. This time, the strongholds were taken out, and more than 30 people were arrested in the aftermath, because these 3 strongholds were mixed with the business of milk powder. Although the Black Dragon Society is mixed underground, but this aspect of the business, Xiao Long had instructions, resolutely will not touch. Now, but was found to have this aspect of the transaction. Had to let Xiaojio air attention. Xin Lang took a sip of tea. Of course it has nothing to do with you, but it has an inescapable relationship with the Black Dragon Society. After all, it was found inside your stronghold. Xiaojio's brows knit tightly, biting the corners of that red, moist mouth. In the midst of deep thought, are you saying that the milk powder was privately done by my father? Pust. Even Xin Lang did not hold back, and a mouthful of tea touched the face of Xiaojio on the opposite side. He hurried forward and took a cloth and wiped it on her stunning face, while also placing it in front of her chest and dabbing it to remove the water stains from a piece of white, greasy. He said in a trance, "What kind of person is Mr. Xiao? Don't you as a daughter know in your heart? It has nothing to do with him either. This is supposed to be a bomb. If that batch of milk powder piles up too much, or once it is sold out, then your Black Dragon Society will be in the even if the mud falls off your pants. Not, and you won't be able to wash it even if you jump into the Yellow River. Isn't it for your own good that I eliminated the bomb for you before it was detonated? And at best it will be assumed that the dozens of guys with ties to formula are addicted?" Xiaojio thought about it and felt that it made some sense. Even if Qin Lang had heavenly abilities, it was impossible for him to have contact with dozens of people from their Black Dragon Society so many days in advance. "You mean there are traitors inside the Black Dragon Society?" Xiaojio questioned, while touching her cheek with her hand and twisting off a piece of tea leaf. Then on the contrary, the cloth that had been used to wipe her face earlier was casually thrown beside the tea table, and she suddenly rebuked. "Did you just take a rag to wipe my face with?" Qin Lang shook his head. "That's not important. What's important is that someone did move that Black Dragon Society's idea, didn't they? This one time is an early warning, but there are more than one-time bomb inside the Black Dragon Society. What I hate the most is a traitor. No matter who it is, if he dares to betray the Black Dragon Society, I'll make him pay a price he can't afford." Xiaojio gritted her teeth and, "Aren't you an intelligence merchant? Tell me what other traitors are inside the Black Dragon Society." Seeing that Qin Lang didn't say anything, "I'll give you just as much reward as you want, insatiable fellow." He nodded his head, and from a small cabinet beside him, he took out a set of Snow White maid's outfit, which was almost just a few pieces of cloth. Other than that, inside the small cabinet, there were a large number of clothes, such as some kind of rabbit girl, police woman, nurse, air hostess, and even an imp. He carried the maid outfit out and looked at the opposite fiery figure of Xiaojio with a smile, the meaning of which was self-evident. "Impossible. Qin Lang, don't take yourself too seriously. No matter how angry I am, I, Xiaojio, will never use myself as a reward. Even without you today, I can still find out who the traitor is." Chapter 41, The Fish is Biting. 3 hours later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the Divine Destiny villain value plus 1000 *2. Wang Tao. Tian Hung. If it's really as Qin Lang said, and you dare to betray the Black Dragon Society, I'll make you pay a price you can't afford. Xiaojio sat in the backseat of the Black Grand Ben, her heart infuriated. These two men. One is the Black Dragon Society's outwardly publicized spokesperson, and frankly, the current representative of whitewashing. The other was, like Xiaojio, a hallmaster of the Black Dragon Society, sitting in the Battle Soul Hall, one of the 3 main halls of the Black Dragon Society. No matter how much vengeance Joer tried to doubt, she didn't dare to set her eyes on these two. But now, Qin Lang's words, word for word, hit the heart. Even the family background of these two guys and the amount of bribes they received were clear. What else was impossible? Once the private investigation is clear, she will dispose of it directly. The loss of these two great generals was equivalent to the Black Dragon Society cutting off its own arms. But it was better than being bitten back by these two guys and sent to infinite hell at a critical moment. Not long after Xiaojio left, Qin Lang received a call from Mu Yuyan. "Where exactly did you get the formula for the beauty pill?" On the phone, Mu Yuyan's words were filled with shock. She almost couldn't believe that the medicinal effect of the beauty pill made according to the recipe was that powerful. Not only can the skin be whitened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even through scientific tests, it has been found that this beauty pill has the miraculous efficacy of healing wounds and getting rid of scars. What kind of concept is that? Doesn't it mean that if you take the beauty pill for a long period of time, It is the equivalent of a healing medicine, and it doesn't have any side effects. Mu Yuyan, who had been immersed in the cosmetics industry for many years, seriously recognized the importance of beauty pills. If this beauty pill is once launched, it will definitely cause a frenzied pursuit in the market, and its value and future prospects will be unlimited. It doesn't matter where it comes from, the important thing is whether you have diluted it. To what extent can it be diluted to be categorized as a cosmetic product with the beauty products on the market? Qin Lang was too lazy to think of an excuse. Just don't say it. You can't tell Mu Yuyan that this thing is a fine product produced by the system, right? Mu Yuyan seriously said. Experiments have been done, and it has only been diluted to 50 times at the moment, and its effect is still far beyond the best whitening masks on the market. Such a product is certainly not able to launch. Will cause market disruption above? The price cannot be set indiscriminately, but also need to further testing to arrive at the most accurate dilution ratio. 50 times? Qin Lang took a deep breath. The formula he gave Mu Yuyan was all diluted by 100 times on its own. Wouldn't that mean that it was the original formula inside the system that was diluted by 5,000 times? And that's far from the best mask on the market? It must be known that the mask is divided into levels. There are a few dollars a piece of the civilian version, but there are also worth a few thousand or even tens of thousands of the top version of the mask inside the essence of the aloe vera. The degree of its preciousness is not than the formulation of the precious herbs inside the cheaper odd where it is. It seems that this future launch of beauty pills alone will be a major money sucker. Mu Yuyan was a little excited. I intend to do a centralized summary based on the major products on the market, and then rely on the R&D team side of the test. Will be the formula according to different dilution, divided into high grade, mid-range, low grade, 3 different prices to launch the sale of. Inside the phone, Mu Yuyan was chattering and excited, talking so much that she was like a chatterbox. It can't be helped. Mu Yuyan left Yanjing to start a business in Tianhai for a few years, but during this time, not to mention relying on the family's assets and the lingering, but how much more trust, but only a net profit of tens of millions of dollars, or at most hundreds of millions of dollars. She used to think that she had consumed a lot of manpower and material resources in the past few years to complete the padding, the follow-up as long as the steady development. Each year's profit can be hundreds of millions. That is, on the family side, will not be gossiped about. But now, seeing the great prospect of the beauty pill, Mu Yuyan felt that as long as the beauty pill is launched, it is bound to ignite the market. If anyone on the family side dared to gossip about their mother and daughter, they would be directly slapped in the face. It would be impossible not to be in an emotional state. Mu Yuyan paused slightly, then nervously asked after her, Qin Lang, how do you plan to distribute the production and sales of the beauty pills? How? Qin Lang returned carelessly, how else can it be distributed? Murin International has a research and development team, and also has ready-made sales channels that have already been laid out. These are not something that can be built overnight, so why should I bother with the ready-made ones? The production and sale of everything for the beauty pill is left entirely to you. I'm only responsible for collecting the money. Mu Yuyan readily accepted. Good. We still need to have an in-depth conversation about the cooperation. Are you free now? I'll wait for you at the company, or I can go back later. Don't worry about the cooperation. There will be someone to negotiate with you. Qin Lang revealed a playful smile and did not go head-on to answer the question. For 3 days, he and Mu Yuyan had no contact with each other. He did it on purpose. But what about Mu Yuyan? Was she really busy with the progress of the beauty pill dilution? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That was all the business of the R&D team. Mu Yuyan only needed to check the R&D report, holding back for 3 days before coming to him, and not mentioning a word about that night. Had he been busy and forgotten? Or had he purposely not mentioned the deed? Mu Yuyan on the other side of the phone was still looking for a topic and didn't seem to have the intention of hanging up the phone. But Qin Lang found an excuse and casually cut it off. Meanwhile, abroad, inside an upscale presidential suite, Yi Feng, whose face was resolute, casually lit a cigarette, swallowed clouds and exhaled. And only after a long time did he slowly look at the man below and indifferently said, "What's the matter?" The man with a monstrous aura spoke. "My lord, our people were betrayed in an ambush over in the Congo, and have a great deal to do with the local hierarchy. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, famous on the foreign mercenary battlefields, often received invitations to fight from all over the world. This time, the team that traveled to the Congo had not yet unfolded and was ambushed before entering the battlefield, killing 5 people and breaking 20 casualties. Let the Blood Eagles people come back, and the Blood Fiends go over." Yi Feng's face was unchanged, but in his words, He was filled with an extreme killing aura. No matter who it is, whoever touches my blood wolf's people will have to pay the price. It doesn't matter if he's a high-ranking Congolese or a leader. Have Bloodsbane hang the head of the employer who betrayed us on the black market, and tell the entire mercenary community that this is the price for betraying me. Bloodwolf. Yi Feng paused and continued. Starting from tomorrow, I will temporarily leave, and Blood Fury's side will take over everything of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps. And when I'm not around, Blood Fury will be the leader of the Blood Wolves. His words, not to be questioned, only orders to be obeyed. This was the iron law of the Blood Wolves. The men slowly exited the presidential box. Yi Feng looked up at the neon rainbow outside the window, and in his expression, there was a hint of sadness. For some reason, during this period of time, he always had an inexplicable feeling as if he had lost a lot of things, but when he wanted to pursue them, he couldn't catch them. It was this inexplicable feeling, as well as the accusations from Su Xiaozhao's side, that made him decide to change his plans and return to Huaxia early. Chapter 42 by Ruyu's Crisis. Regarding Yi Feng's return, Qin Lang's mind was already laid out in advance, and Junzi and the others were keeping a close eye on the matter. No matter what, once Yi Feng landed in Tianhai City, news would reach Qin Lang's ears. However, at this moment, Qin Lang did not have the energy to focus on this aspect anymore. He immediately rushed towards the villa after getting a report from Junzi that something had happened to Bai Ruyu at the company. Taking down Bai Ruyu is here to stay. Inside the villa, the two sisters, Bai Ruyu by Xiao Yun, hugged each other and rubbed their face wash on each other. What's going on here? Qin Lang walked in from outside with a smirk on his face. Brother! When Bai Xiaoyun saw Qin Lang, little stars twinkled inside her big eyes, wanting to pounce on her, but when she looked down at her sister who was secretly sad, she only mumbled with her eyes. Instead of making any moves to leave, Bai Ruyu looked up feebly and snorted as if mocking herself. Aren't you an intelligence merchant? What's happening inside the company? Do you still need to ask me? Qin Lang walked to the opposite side and sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. I am an intelligence businessman no less, and I also know that a large number of loopholes such as suspected private use of public funds have appeared inside the Bai family company, and that there are still people pointing the finger of blame at you, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to put you on the shelf. Yet, I wonder, you have no solution at all when faced with such a situation? Bai Ruyu's lost look turned cold. She had only asked casually, not realizing that what had just happened inside the company had been made known to Qin Lang, but after a little reprieve, it became relieved again. Qin Lang Disguise relationship network is too huge. I do not know how many years and eyes. Even his sister was kidnapped in the location can know. For the company inside the things that happened to get the news, it is not surprising. She shook her head bitterly. Now that the company side has disallowed me to intervene, and even threatened to report to the public, I don't have any contacts at all. What solution is there? Even if she didn't do the thing and knew that there was definitely something fishy going on here, how could she defend herself when those old geezers inside the company wouldn't even give her a chance to operate? How is she going to prove her innocence when all that information and stuff is blocked? Don't be in a hurry. As much as I want your man. Qin Lang's voice interrupted slightly, meaning inexplicably, not waiting for the sisters to react, and then continued. I want you to work for me, but not at this time, and I don't want to see such a disheveled sight of my future business queen. Snap. He casually threw a pile of information onto the coffee table, and nudged his mouth towards Bai Ruyu's direction. See, here are all the information of the undercover agents inside the company, as well as some specific case histories. With this information, you will be able to prove your innocence for yourself without having to expend any more energy. Bai Ruyu being shelved in the company is something that will happen by the book in the plot. Before this, Qin Lang had already prepared all the catty clues inside the Bai family company in advance. Prove Pak Ruyuk's innocence? No, no, no. Just to let her see more clearly. This Bai family, in the end still worth it is not worth her to continue to stay just. As expected, Bai Ruyu took the information and took a deep breath after carefully looking at it. She didn't care about how the information Qin Lang got, about how deep Qin Lang penetrated her own company. Upon seeing that list of one mole, Bai Ruyu's heart had long been completely overshadowed by anger. All of them are his father's inner circle. She hadn't wanted to think of things in that light, but the truth forced her to believe it. It's all, again, the father who's in on it, kidnapping her sister and now colluding with company insiders to plant evidence to frame her and try to hollow out her real power. Everything, is it paving the way for that bastard? She stood up, her beautiful eyes filled with anger inside. I'm going out. Please take care of Yin Yun's side. Without waiting for Qin Lang to say anything, she ran out. unable to wait in general. What's wrong with her sister? Bai Xiaoyun looked up at Qin Lang, somewhat puzzled. Qin Lang smiled and patted her head. Don't be afraid. Nothing's wrong. Even if the sky collapses, there's still me to hold it for you. Brother is the best. Bai Xiaoyun was touched and hugged Qin Lang's neck, taking his head into her arms. Qin Lang felt his eyes go black, and it took several seconds before he regained his sight. Familiar cleanser. However, the killing power was astonishingly large under Bai Xiaoyun's use. Not only did it take over the sight, it also took over the sense of smell, and until it was loosened, a faint ring of Ru scent lingered in front of the tip of Qin Lang's nose. With her mind and spirit exhausted, Bai Xiaoyun was in Qin Lang's arms, and after a while of kung fu pampering, she felt sleepiness coming on. Qin Lang told her to go upstairs and sleep, but the little girl refused to come down in his arms. There was no way out. Qin Lang could only carry her upstairs, kick open the door of the room, and place her on the bed. When she was about to leave, Bai Xiaoyun's hand tugged at Qin Lang's arm with a weak milky voice. Brother, don't go. Don't leave me, okay? She was now extremely insecure, and although she had been comforting her sister before Qin Lang had rushed over, in reality, in her own heart, she was all aggravated, and was just unwilling to let her sister worry. It was not easy for Qin Lang's arrival to bring her a beam of light. How long has it been? And leave her alone in the dark again? Bai Xiaoyun was afraid, very much in awe of the feeling of being abandoned. Then I'll go bring a chair over? Qin Lang looked at Bai Xiaoyun, who was lying on the edge of the bed, and asked in confusion. Bai Xiaoyun moved inside and patted the spot where she had been lying. Her cheeks flushed as she muttered, Brother sleeps here. Qin Lang's sight had just laid down, when Bai Xiaoyun squeezed into his arms, and after stammering, she gradually turned into ravings, like a little kid, sleeping really fast. Qin Lang let out a sigh of emotion with a smile. Reaching out his hand, he scraped at its agitated nose and gazed at the little girl's face. The little girl really fell out of the playful and lovely. This age, already have this kind of face value. In the future if it grows again, that's not good? Isn't it even more demonic than Bai Ruyu? Brother. In the dream, Bai Xiaoyun didn't know what she saw, but just hugged Qin Lang's neck one after another, muttering under her breath. Don't look at the little girl, usually silly, but should know she understands, just did not show it to people. Dad's heartlessness. Sister was hurt again. As a younger sister, she is the most helpless. The grievances in her heart can only be swallowed alone inside the stomach. Do not dare to express it. Otherwise, her sister, who was already hurt, would be in a bad mood again, because of her. That was not something Bai Xiaoyun wanted to happen. Chapter 43 Night Talk with Bai Ruyu. This late night was extremely difficult, so much so that Qin Lang was in an extreme state of entanglement. Bai Xiaoyun was right beside him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Still in a daze? Should I earn villain value? Or do you raise it first? While Qin Lang had yet to make a decision, an uninvited guest came inside the villa. Qin Lang, who had a physique of 100 and had a bright ear, only heard some small movements and hurriedly left Bai Xiaoyun's bedroom, going to the room next door to temporarily avoid the wind. Hearing the subtle sound of the door opening next door, Qin Lang pretended to be awakened as if he had been awakened, sleepily opening the door and meeting Bai Ruyu, who was standing at the door of Bai Xiaoyun's bedroom. In a four-eyed glance, Bai Ruyu made a silent motion and looked at Qin Lang, who had come out of her bedroom, with some shame in her heart, but at the same time, there was also some relief. Luckily, Qin Lang had a bit of self-awareness and slept in her room, not with his sister. Otherwise, with my sister's little nymphomaniac nature and her uncovered sleeping face, I'm afraid she'll suffer any loss. Young Qin, go down and talk, Bai Ruyu whispered, pointing to the living room downstairs. Qin Lang nodded, and the two of them, one after the other, arrived at the villa's living room. Bai Ruyu turned on the chandelier, and went to the kitchen to brew a pot of tea, steeped it for Qin Lang and brought it in front of her, and said gratefully, Young Qin, today's matter is thanks to you, or else I don't know what kind of trouble I'm going to cause. Qin Lang pursed a mouthful of tea. His face was not red, as if the one who just slept on Bai Xiaoyun's bed was not him, and said flatly, there's no need to say anything more if you're thankful. How are things being handled? Bai Ruyu bit her lip, a hint of hatred inside her beautiful eyes. Don't look at Bai Ruyu as just a woman, but those who were able to make a career in the mall were not cowards. Capital is bloodless, but blood is essential in the process of capital accumulation. But how could she not have imagined that things would come to such a pass? A tiger's venom is still alive and well. How could he, Bai Xiaochun, hurt the two sisters over and over again? First, She hurt her sister. And now she's already planted the seeds of false accusations against her inside the company since a long time ago. If it wasn't for Qin Lang's intervention, she would have really been hollowed out and would no longer have any involvement with the company. Father, he has always favored sons over daughters since before, and has never really taken Yun Yun and I as the heirs of the Bai family. In his eyes, only sons can inherit the Bai family's assets. Originally, his intention was to leave 10% to our sisters, and after this matter of Yun Yun, he promised that he could give up to 20%. But just now, after I went back and had a big fight with him, he promised to give up to 40%, on the condition that I must be completely out of control of the company. When she said these words, Bai Ruyu's heart was tormented. Let's not talk about the fact that he had worked hard all these years to help stabilize the White family group after his father's retirement, and that he had worked hard without merit. Just his own mother who passed away after overworking for the group company. Could it be that the three of them, mother and daughter, together, could not hold their weight against a bastard? To be honest, Bai Ruyu didn't really just care about the Bai family's assets, but she was holding a breath in her heart that she couldn't swallow. Qin Lang hesitated for a moment before speaking. So what's your plan now? Bai Ruyu had a bitter smile on her face. If it was before, even if I couldn't get a single penny, I wouldn't let that bastard get away with it. The big thing is to drag it out. As long as I'm still around for a day, the Bai family's money won't be so easily transferred. But now, I'm scared. I don't know what else father he can do to threaten. Mother is gone, and father only cares about that bastard. I only have one relative left like Yun Yun. For her sake, I don't dare to gamble anymore. Scared. Bai Ruyu was really scared. If it weren't for the fact that it was right in front of her, she really couldn't believe that her father would put Yun Yun in the middle of a dragon's den for a bastard. She really didn't dare to gamble anymore for fear of what she might incur as a result of hurting her sister. Qin Xiao. Bai Ruyu put away her sadness and gazed at Qin Lang. I'm very grateful to you for what happened today. I never thought that my own father would one day do such a heartless thing. Bai Ruyu bit the corner of her mouth. I agree to that thing you proposed last time. I'm willing to take over your company and run it for you. And even in terms of equity, even if you're not willing to hand it over to someone else, I'll accept it. The White family? What more did she need to hold on to fantasize about? When her father had done so much, is it hard to wait until your own father comes over and apologizes to you? Is that possible? It was simply delusional. In her father's heart, he did not give his two daughters a second thought. He did not even have the basic trust. Instead of trusting such a vicious father, she was more willing to entrust the future of her sisters to Qin Lang. At least, so far, Qin Lang hadn't done anything to harm the two sisters, and it was even because of Qin Lang that he had allowed his sister to escape from that dragon's den. Young Qin, from now on, there's absolutely no way Bai Ruyu, will do anything to apologize to the company. I'm willing to pay everything for the company. Whatever the cost, I'm willing to accept it. Bai Ruyu gazed earnestly at Qin Lang, the gaze in her beautiful eyes, becoming strange, even, including myself. Who knows what exactly she's thinking inside her head right now, and what she's saying all this for. Give Qin Lang a peace of mind so that he would have the fighting spirit to continue protecting his sisters? Is it to protect your sister? Or maybe it was the break with her father that caused her to have a breakdown? Or was it because Qin Lang gave unlimited trust and gave her a surge of energy that she wanted to rely on? Ruyu, are you for real? One of these reasons. Qin Lang didn't bother to think about it, but just opened his mouth wide, a little surprised. Really didn't think that Bai Ruyu, who had gone and returned, would come back and actually take the initiative to say these words. Denial? Unless he's stupid. All he knew was that he had just smothered himself inside Bai Xiaoyan's bedroom. Since Bai Ruyu had opened her mouth, it was naturally not good for him to refuse. Ding! The host has taken down the female protagonist Bai Ruyu. Congratulations to the host for gaining the Heavenly Fate villain value plus 50,000. Chapter 44 White Family Dinner. Bodyguard Yi Feng. The next day, early morning, Bai Xiaoyun, who had just woken up, realized that Qin Lang, who was by her bedside, had disappeared, and she hurriedly ran downstairs. But when they arrived downstairs, they didn't see the brother they had been thinking about, but they saw their sister sitting on the couch with a haggard face. Where's brother? Bai Xiaoyun muttered sharply. Brother, he went back. Yun Yun, there is something I want to make clear to you. The father sighed. Bai Ruyu's absolutely beautiful face is full of bitterness. When I said the word father, it was as if my heart had been scorched on a fire and cut open with a dull knife, and there were tears rolling inside my eyes. Bai Xiaoyan stepped forward and sat on the sofa, pulling her sister's arm, muttering in a small voice. I know all about it. Sister, you guys were too loud when you argued. I heard it all. It's fine. There's still me by my sister's side in the future. And there's still my brother by my side. Moving her body, Bai Xiaoyun slowly walked to Bai Ruyu's front and reached out to help her wipe her tears. Sister isn't sad, okay? Yun. Bai Ruyu broke down a little. How could she have never thought that her sister, who had always been naive and innocent, would even know about the illegitimate child? The key to which was that she still pretended to know nothing, and that her heart had actually been very aggrieved all along, right? It was just that I was afraid of giving her trouble, so I swallowed all my grievances inside my stomach and kept them to myself. Bai Ruyu excitedly wrapped her sister into her arms and said heartily, Yun, Mom left us. Dad didn't want me for that bastard. Sister only has you as a relative. Don't leave sister in the future, okay? It was still possible for Bai Ruyu to suppress the grievances in her heart in front of Qinlang, but in front of his sister, who was related to him by blood, he let it all out without a trace. She is also a girl, just a few years older, not only have to face those leaning on the old man inside the group, back home, but also with the father tit for tat. How can she still hold up? Sister won't cry anymore, okay? People will never leave you. Bai Xiaoyun hugged her sister's head and habitually had a cleansing session. The whole thing was followed by an aggrieved sob. The sisters hugged and cried. Inside the entire villa, out of sight of everyone, just the two of them, clinging to each other. After a long time, Bai Ruyu shrugged her yao nose. Some of the aggression that was suppressed in her heart, after crying out, she felt better instead. She used the palm of her hand to help wipe Bai Xiaoyun's little face, and said heartily, Yun won't cry anymore. If you cry again you'll turn into a big flowery face. It won't look good. Aha. Bai Xiaoyun sniffled and wiped the corners of her eyes, asking worriedly, Sister, am I ugly when I cry? I also cried in my brother's arms last night. Will I be hated? Bai Ruyu broke into a smile. It's not ugly. Yun looks so cute. How could she be hated? Bai Xiaoyun readily accepted the compliment and nodded her head with a smile. That's good. If brother hates it, he won't be able to talk about being his daughter-in-law when he grows up in the future. To be a daughter-in-law? Bai Ruyu's heart smiled bitterly. The thing that her own sister daydreamed about doing only after she became Qinlang's daughter-in-law. Last night, she had already accomplished it ahead of time, and it was still in a super-doubled state. She didn't intend, nor did she have that ability to keep her sister from thinking about Qinlang, and could only ask for more on Qinlang's side. Yun, go back in the evening. Father, he set up a banquet to celebrate your rescue, and specially hired a high-level bodyguard from abroad at a high price. You're the one who owns it. Bai Xiaoyun shook her head vigorously. No going back. Don't want to see him. Not to mention Bai Xiaoyun's character of putting her joy and anger on her face. Even if a more calculating girl came across this kind of thing, she would subconsciously reject it. It was you who let someone kidnap you. Oh, now that you've been rescued by the others, you're setting up the next celebratory feast. How can you have such a cheeky father? Just to do it for outsiders. Don't even care about your own daughter's feelings? Bai Ruyu touched his sister's little head. A good comfort, and followed the temptation of serious. Yun, some things know in the heart on the line, there is no need to make it so stiff. The big thing is that in the heart to scold him a few times more, big bad guy. Moreover, at the banquet tonight, your brother Qinlang will also go over. Oh, Bai Xiaoyun's eyes lit up, and then she pouted her mouth gamely. In that case, then I'll go back, but I won't talk to that big bad dad. The Bai family compound. Because of Bai Xiaochun's invitation, almost the entire Tianhai city celebrities, all came to support the event. Even those who had important matters to attend to either had someone from the family come in their place or had greeted them in advance. Don't look at Bai Xiaochun's preference for sons and daughters, and his illegitimate son, and arranging for someone to kidnap his own daughter, the one that matters. Moreover, Bai Xiaochun was extremely traditional and seldom set up a banquet in his own compound, so it was evident that this one was grand. At the scene of the banquet, Bai Ruyu was dressed in full costume, with a long purple dress that trailed on the ground and a swaying figure that attracted the attention of the majority of her male compatriots with every move. Bai Xiaoyun had a white princess dress, and the location of her heart, which was propped up in a good-sized arc, was extraordinarily conspicuous. At such a young age, you already have such a big heart. If you were a few years older, what would happen? Looking again to the pair of well-proportioned thighs stepping on crystal shoes and wrapped in white stockings, the lowly style of the child face giant also really attracted a large number of attention seekers. Wow, what a manly handsome guy. Who is this guy? Why haven't I seen him before? He's almost on the verge of catching up with the Qin show I've seen before. Gosh, what's going on in Tianhai City lately? Handsome men and goddesses one after another. Who the hell am I going to choose to start with? Bah! Flea-hoofed horse. Who could ever look at you? Several celebrities had noticed the young man sipping red wine in one corner, with melancholy eyes and a slight coldness, so that people could not help but be hooked by those eyes. Mr. Yi Feng, thank you for showing your face and being willing to act as my sister's bodyguard. Bai Ruyu walked up to the youth, lifted her red wine glass in a gesture, and gently took a sip. Beside her, Bai Xiaoyun, too, flickered a hint of surprise inside her large, watery eyes. Based on Bai Xiaoyun's years of experience as a nymphomaniac, this was another big handsome guy. Of course, the little nymphomaniac who had already decided on a person would only be amazed now, and would not do anything else. Otherwise, it would not be a nymphomaniac attribute, but a red apricot. Chapter 45 Yi Feng's questioning. Yi Feng had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were tawdry as he scanned over the bodies of the pair of sisters if there were no traces of them, worthy of being the best sisters, whether it is body, or face value, are enough to reach more than 95 points, and often in foreign countries, he is accustomed to seeing those European and American women's big bones. All of a sudden to see this kind of elegant and slender excellent Chinese beauty, cannot help but is the heart and soul of a swing. I'm honored to be the bodyguard of the two of you. What happened to Miss Yun Yun? I've already heard from Mr. Bai. This kind of thing won't happen again in the future. As long as there is someone Yi, he will definitely not let the two young ladies suffer from any single bit of harm again. Yi Feng's one sentence directly put the two people, as much as possible, in the scope of their own protection. Of course, with his stature, with his ability, even in the country, even without any augmentation from the Blood Wolf mercenary corps. But so what? Does he need to worry about anything else when he wants to protect two women? This is the absolute confidence that comes from strength. Bai Xiaoyan's pair of big beautiful eyes stared at Yi Feng and said suspiciously, "Do you want to protect me too? But I already have a brother. Why don't you just be responsible for protecting my sister alone? Is that okay?" "Brother?" Yi Feng was puzzled. "You have a brother?" "Yeah, after I was kidnapped, it was my brother who saved me out." When talking about Qinlang, there was a bright light inside Bai Xiaoyun's eyes, although in her opinion, Yi Feng was also very handsome. To be fair, but if you compare it to your own brother, it's nothing. Don't look at the little girl as a nymphomaniac, but when she determines a person, she is also a stick in the mud. It was not that she hated Yi Feng, it was just that Bai Xiaoyun felt that if she let Yi Feng protect her, what if she was misunderstood by her brother? Bai Ruyu wanted to laugh a little. Her own sister said half a day and didn't say her name. She explained softly in an echoing voice, "It was Qinlang who saved Yunyan out. So in Yunyan's heart, Qinlang is just like her older brother." Mr. Yi, don't misunderstand. Qinlang? Upon hearing this name, subconsciously Yi Feng's brows furrowed even tighter. He had dealings with Bai Xiaochun abroad, and had once protected Bai Xiaochun's merchant fleet. This time, he agreed to be invited, not entirely because of the protection of the Bai family sisters, simply because Bai Xiaochun had mentioned the name Qinlang in just a few words. And how could he forget the man who made Little Miss delete his contact information? Miss Yun Yun, if my information is correct, this Mr. Qinlang should have a very bad reputation outside, right? Yi Feng laughed and did not have any intention to discredit Qinlang, but only mentioned the reputation outside. But, coincidentally, this guy bumped into Bai Xiaoyun, a nymphomaniac. What does she care about the public opinion? If one person said Qinlang was bad, Bai Xiaoyun felt that there was something wrong with that one person. If there were 100 people who said Qinlang was bad, Bai Xiaoyun felt that there was something wrong with those 100 people. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Bai Xiaoyun instantly pinched her waist in exasperation, her pretty face dense with a wave of anger. "What do you mean by this person? Who are you to say that your brother is not good? Don't you know it's better to be known than to be seen? You're bad-mouthing your brother without even meeting him. What's wrong with you? You must be jealous of your brother, right? That must be it. You're jealous that people let your brother protect them but not you, right? I don't want to talk to you." After huffing and puffing and cursing, Bai Xiaoyun's eyes noticed Qinlang, who walked in from the entrance of the courtyard, and instantly stopped tangling with Yi Feng and jogged all the way over to him, drilling into his arms as if she were a swallow in his arms. "Brother, why are you coming now? Just now, that bodyguard called Yi Feng even said that you have a bad reputation outside?" Bai Xiaoyun complained and generally moved in Qinlang's arms, changing to a comfortable position to lie down, then eagerly invited, "But brother, you don't need to be angry, la. Just now I've already helped you scold him. He. Oh, is that so? Then it's thanks to Yun Yun for helping me get justice. Qin Lang dotingly rubbed the little girl's head, while raising his head, with a smile like a spring breeze, he looked towards Yifeng who was not far away. Four eyes meet. Where their eyes met, there seemed to be arcs of electricity raging, pins and needles. Qin Lang sneered in his heart. I didn't expect it. It had all been laid out by him in advance. And this Yifeng was still able to get involved with the Bai family sisters, and even acted as the sisters' bodyguard. You know, in the original work, this Yifeng was the one who rescued Bai Xiaoyun from the hands of the Black Dragon Society by mistake. This was the opening of his encounter with the White Sisters, but now this chance had been taken away from him. Yifeng still appeared in front of the Bai sisters. I have to say, this guy's womanizing skills are indeed a bit powerful. It's a shame. Even if Yifeng returned even earlier, he was still a step too late. He also didn't directly confront Yifeng. Instead, after just glancing at him, he put his arm around Bai Xiaoyun and went elsewhere. On the other side, Yifeng narrowed his eyes, sensing an unusual implication from Qin Lang's body. After withdrawing his gaze, he looked at Bai Ruyu and said in a somewhat cold voice, Eldest Miss Bai, regarding Miss Yun Yun's relationship with Qin Lang like this, what do you think? How can it look? Bai Ruyu thought to herself. She stood and watched, sat and watched, lay down and watched, or what? However, his mouth was full of care and politeness. This can't be helped. Yun Yun's nature is naive, and young Qin saved her life from the kidnappers. It's normal for the two of them to be close to each other. And Mr. Yi, you don't have to always address me as Miss Bai. It's weirdly rusty. Just call me Ruyu. That's what all my acquaintances in the business world call me. Yifeng slowly said. However, as far as I know, the police were called when Miss Yun Yun disappeared, and at that time, even the police didn't inquire about any traces, but Qin Lang's side was able to rush before the police to rescue Miss Yun Yun. Could it be that there is an abnormality here that you have never suspected? Bai da. Ruyu? Yifeng's heart laughed coldly. Playing with his mind's eye? What kind of dirty tricks haven't you seen abroad? This little mind can only cheat by Xiaoyun, such a simple little girl? In front of him, all the ghost tricks will have nowhere to hide. He had already said his words to this extent, so he thought that Bai Ruyu, such an intelligent business elite, would not still be unable to understand. Right? That's right. What he meant was that what was going on inside this kidnapping was extremely likely, and it was even Qin Lang who was behind it making the trick. It's a bad thing done on purpose to create a heroic rescue. Bai Ruyu faintly swept a glance at Yifeng, and after a moment of contemplation, her voice became flat, with no more semblance of politeness to speak of. Mr. Yifeng, I'll take back what I said just now. From now on, you'd better address me as Miss Bai. Chapter 46 Sister, you're a glutton. Ruyu, what do you mean by this? Yifeng frowned. Although this is just a guess, I think it's very possible. Miss Yun Yun is simple-minded. Haven't you suspected towards this aspect as well? Bai Ruyu was silent in her heart. Had she not suspected Qin Lang? No. When Qin Lang said at the Ding Feng rally that her sister had been kidnapped in the afternoon, her first suspicion was Qin Lang, and she was quite certain of it. But then what? Reality slapped her in the face. Instead of being the mastermind behind the crime, Qin Lang had rescued his sister from the hands of the kidnappers. Mr. Yifeng, after all is said and done, I can only tell you that some things are not as simple as you think. The same Qin Lang's character you can question. But on this matter of Yun Yun, I hope you won't dwell on it much. Bai Ruyu left with a red wineglass in her hand, no longer having the slightest intention to converse. Her first impression of Yifeng was actually quite good, calm and collected, and with a godly gaze, she seemed to have a good head on her shoulders. But now it seems a bit overrated. Yifeng gazed at Bai Ruyu's pretty back. The strength in his cold hands increased by a few points, and the red wineglass gave out a creaking, ear-piercing sound, as if it was about to be overwhelmed. How come? He's always been a good judge of character. Bai Xiaoyun's side misunderstood him and scolded him. He could not take it seriously. After all, the leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps had seen life and death. Where would he be bothered with such a small girl? But why? Even Bai Ruyu would have such a reaction? Could it be that Qin Lang had given the sisters some kind of drug? Unbeknownst to him, even if Yifeng thought about it, he was afraid that he wouldn't think that Bai Xiaochun, the big black stain, was the one who was really behind the kidnapping of his daughter, right? An old fox who, after doing something bad, not only didn't stop, but even threw a big banquet to celebrate Qin Lang's rescue of his daughter from his own black men. Even a senior bodyguard like Yifeng was specially hired. It's fine that Yifeng is the protagonist of the original, but he's also a human being. Aside from Qin Lang, who was informed of the plot ahead of time like this, how would anyone else be able to see through an old fox like Bai Xiaoqun, who had been in disguise for multiple layers? What the hell went wrong? What the hell went wrong? Yi Feng lowered his head. His thoughts were disorganized, and he always felt that something was wrong. What the hell is wrong with that? Yi Feng's irritation that was often present during this recent period of time once again rose from his heart, and silently walked to a corner and began to adjust his breathing to calm himself down as much as possible. Years of survival in the field had taught him that no matter where he was, calmness was the first ingredient, and that the moment you got angry, you lost your mind, which then led to defeat. Like Jade. In the center of the venue, Qin Lang lightly exclaimed and approached Bai Ruyu from the back. Bai Ruyu was jolted as she whirled back, staring at Qin Lang, saying suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Qin Lang said with a straight face, "About the company. I still have to discuss with you. After all, this is my first time to do business. I can't be paralyzed. Even though you're a talented person in this area, what should be made clear, still have to make it clear." "No? Inconvenient." Bai Ruyu rolled her eyes. "Miss White, what did you say?" "Forget it. There are too many people here. Business matters. Let's go upstairs and talk about it alone." Seeing someone passing by, Qin Lang deliberately raised his voice by 8 degrees, avoiding the unintentional passing guests, and then if anything, patted her back a few times before urging Bai Ruyu towards the upper floors. 1 hour later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the Divine Destiny Villain value plus 1000. Bai Ruyu, who was afraid that something would go wrong, took the lead and came down from the second floor with a slight blush on her face. Any guests who noticed would only think that Miss White was really happy tonight and accidentally drank too much red wine. Those who thought so were not the only ones, including those who were familiar with Bai Ruyu. No, Bai Xiaoyun, who had just finished putting on a show, cheerfully broke away from the circle of old men and pounced towards her sister's side. Looking left and right, after not seeing her long for brother, she uncomfortably patted her heart, which had a great curvature, and complained, "Sister, I'm really tired. Is this just a show? If it wasn't for the fact that you told me in advance, I wouldn't have been able to stay for even 3 minutes." Those old men were disgusting, each praising him for loving his daughter, for being devoted to his feelings, and even urging him to renew his marriage. Those old men are kept in the dark by him, and are afraid that they don't even know that not only did he lay hands on his own daughter, but even his so-called devoted love is nothing but a load of nonsense. Ru. Bai Ruyu nervously reached out her hand and covered her mouth with her mouthy sister, looking around before letting go. "No nonsense." Bai Xiaoyun deflated her mouth, then hugged her sister's arm and said, Sister, you don't have to worry. Just now when I came here, I noticed that there was no one next to me. Besides, with all these people, who knows who I'm talking about?" Bai Xiaoyun was a bit full of concern, and she didn't know if she had really paid attention to the surrounding area in advance, or if she was deliberately venting her dissatisfaction in her heart, wanting to say the same thing for people to hear. She gazed at her sister, suddenly slightly puzzled, stepped forward, reached out a finger, and tickled the corner of her mouth. She complained in a milky voice, "Sister, you're a glutton. Today is a banquet, and you're still hiding up there to steal food? What's this? I'll taste it," he said, about to put his finger inside his mouth. Chapter 47, Talking Quite Merrily? "Shut up. Don't eat nonsense." Bai Ruyu hurriedly grabbed her sister's palm. She was a little unsure of her gluttonous sister and even wiped the corners of her mouth clean with her hand. "There are still so many guests. Be obedient." Bai Ruyu whispered comfortingly. This sister of his, she is good at everything, but she can't change her gluttony and nymphomania. If we don't teach him, what if he eats something from outside? Yun Yun, you're here too. What a coincidence. Qin Lang walked down the stairs with a spring in his step, and when he saw the two sisters standing at the stairway, he greeted them as if by coincidence. How did Bai Xiaoyun know what had just happened? It only felt as if it was really destined by heaven. She had run into this corner inside the house and still managed to bump into her brother. It was really destiny. "Hey, brother, where were you just now? People were dragged to drink. You didn't even help to stop them. Those old men are bad. One by one, they even praised me for my good ability to drink. Don't they just want me to drink more?" Bai Xiaoyun hugged Qin Lang's waist and shrunk in his arms, muttering in a grumpy voice, full of resentment. They all seem to be smiling, but in reality, all of them are bad guys who don't care if people like drinking or not. It's still my brother who has the most genuine smile. He. Qin Lang nodded his head in deep agreement. Yes, in terms of smiles, who is as sincere as me? Hiss. Just not a moment of complacency. Qin Lang hissed and grinned, sucked in a mouthful of cold air, turned his head to look, but it was two slender fingers. Is pinching his waist, a twist, raw pain in the panic. The pain was almost excruciating. Yes, young Qin. In terms of smiles, who has your sincerity? Bai Ruyu's skin smiled. The strength of her fingertips increased, and she pinched fiercely before retracting. She glared hatefully at Qin Lang. And before today, she also agreed with her sister's opinion. Deeply. However, after today, especially after experiencing being coaxed upstairs by Qin Lang's convincing smile, she no longer trusted Qin Lang. Have you ever been in love before? Qin Lang also looked at Bai Ruyu with some curiosity. Bai Ruyu wondered, why are you asking this question? Is it hard to believe that something is suspected? How could it be? Qin Lang wasn't blind last night. Didn't he see the falling red on the sofa? The corner of Qin Lang's mouth twitched. I'm just curious. Why do you know a woman's stance? Or maybe that stance comes with the woman's genes? It doesn't even need to be learned. And it blends in? Is this choking ability really a passive move hidden inside the NDA? What girl, no matter what she is, can instinctively break out whenever it comes to that kind of occasion? Who knows? If you know you're scared, pay attention next time. Bai Ruyu hummed. Seeing Qin Lang defeated, her heart was indescribably pleased, and she thought hatefully in her heart, let's see how much he dares to mess around next time. The dinner, which had reached its peak, had all the guests who should have come, and those who shouldn't have. For example, Mu Yan of Mu Yan International. She was still wearing the black OL black silk uniform that she had worn inside the company. After all, she had just rushed out from inside the R&D base, and had planned to go back to the company to deal with the paperwork on channel laying. However, when it was learned from Ning that fellow Qin Lang had attended the White family's dinner party, he didn't even change his clothes before rushing here. On the one hand, Mu Yuyan was able to overwhelm the scene without applying any powder, and she had absolute confidence in her looks. On the other hand, she wanted to see what kind of things Qin Lang, the big boss behind the scenes, was doing these days when she was so busy with the matter of the beauty pill that she didn't even have enough time to sleep. The eyes swept around, as if they were catching a mistress in the main palace, and almost instantly, they noticed Qin Lang's repulsive face, especially when he noticed that at Qin Lang's side, Bai Ruyu and Bai Xiaoyun, a pair of sisterly flowers, surrounded him. He was holding a vicious anger in his heart. Beautiful lady, you seem to hate Qin Lang over there? Yi Feng, who had just calmed down, noticed a beautiful woman who had just appeared at the door almost immediately. Face, body, all worth 95 points or more, and dressed in a black silk OL uniform. Perhaps for women, such office clothing is a generous and decent dress, but for men, not referring to Yi Feng alone, it is a different flavor. Especially when Yi Feng noticed the anger inside Mu Yan's beautiful eyes. He instantly hit it off and took the initiative to go up and strike up a conversation. Mu Yan was holding a fire in her heart. Where did she have the heart to cater to people hitting on her? He was just about to casually dismiss it, but when he noticed that Qin Lang over there had his eyes on him, the good spirits in his heart rose. She looked at Yi Feng beside her with a smiling face and said with a light smile, "It looks like you hate that Qin Lang fellow too?" Yi Feng shook his head. "I can't say I hate it. I'm just a little curious. Why is it that inside the news I know, this guy is clearly a remorseless dude, but in the eyes of some people, it's completely different from what I think." Inside the same puddle, Yi Feng would not fall twice. He was afraid of repeating the same mistake. This time it didn't start its assumptions directly, nor did it splash Qin Lang's dirty water, but rather, it threw out its questions in a doubtful manner. Perhaps it is not that your information is wrong, but rather that something is wrong with some of those people? Mu Yuyan seemed to be smiling. Seeing that Qin Lang and the Bai sisters were approaching, she continued to say deliberately, "In Yanjing, Qin Lang was originally a playboy, and had done so many bad things that he couldn't even count them." Yi Feng laughed, looking at the oncoming Qin Lang, smiling playfully. "Qin Xiao, your great name, like thunder, looks like according to this young lady, it's not empty talk." "It doesn't matter if it's empty talk." Qin Lang shrugged his shoulders full of concern, only to look at Mu Yuyan with some suspicion and said doubtfully, "I'm just a little curious to come over and take a look. By the looks of it, you two seem to be chatting quite happily." Chapter 48, Dissolution of Marriage? Satisfy you. Come to see? Mu Yuyan's beautiful eyes scanned Qin Lang's left and right. Just him, and he has the nerve to come over to his side to take a look? It's not enough to have a sisterhood. Do you want to add more to it? See now. Satisfied? Although Mu Yuyan felt that it wasn't good for her to look like this, The abominable desire to win and lose in her heart awakened at this moment. On what grounds? Why was it that Qin Lang could be so close to the Bai sisters while she needed to be all alone when she was clearly within the bounds of the contract? Who set the reasoning for this? Yi Feng was a little suspicious. He seemed to have detected the atmosphere inside the wrong. It is not possible that this a beautiful black silk OL uniformed woman, also with Qin Lang, has some kind of unspecified relationship? Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Yi Feng looked at Mu Yuyan. He was worried about encountering the situation with the two white sisters again, and he slowed down his hostility a bit. It wasn't really that the hostility towards Qin Lang had disappeared. It was just a way of retreating and trying Mu Yuyan's reaction. Mu Yuyan snorted. Disdainful. What misunderstanding can there be? Isn't it just that I have a marriage contract with him? A marriage contract? Bai Xiaoyun's expression was stifled inside her big watery eyes when she heard these two words, and immediately afterward, she looked at Qin Lang. Brother, what's going on here? Is she your fiancé? Bai Ruyu also had a somewhat less comfortable expression. Saying that she liked Qin Lang? That was a bit of an exaggeration. It wasn't that fast. However, it was impossible to say that Qin Lang did not care about the fact that he had a marriage contract. After all, the relationship had developed to that point. Mu Yuyan laughed coldly. It's just a piece of paper set down by the older generation. Who stipulates that it must be carried out? What kind of society is that? And you're still so old-fashioned? She was holding a vicious anger in her heart, especially after seeing the unusual reaction of the two Bai sisters when they heard the word marriage contract. Qin Lang and these two sisters must have an unspoken relationship. She couldn't help but hold back this bad anger in her heart. In the past few days, for the matter of the beauty pill, she was busy and exhausted. But it turned out that Qin Lang was good, picking up girls here behind her back. Did he ever consider her feelings? So that's it. Yes, it's too old-fashioned. Don't listen to your lordship's words, it's best, and you'll have to make up your own mind who you marry in the future. Bai Xiaoyun nodded her little head furiously, extremely agreeing with Mu Yuyan's opinion. Surely you can't marry. If Mu Yuyan marries her brother, what will she do when she grows up? Wouldn't there be no one to marry? Scared me to death. Bai Xiaoyun used her hand to smooth out the panic in her heart. Qin Lang gazed at Mu Yuyan for a long time, until Mu Yuyan dodged a bit inside her gaze, and glanced at Ji Feng, who was on the side, and sighed. So it's like this, ah. The fish took the bait. Qin Lang dared to be certain, but at this juncture, is this the time to start the rod? No, it isn't. It's time to drop the fishing rod. Master Wave fishes for the willing. Since this is the case, then I roughly understand your thoughts. Qin Lang took a deep breath before gazing earnestly at Mu Yuyan and solemnly said, Mu Yuyan, I'm sorry. I'm deeply sorry for the distress caused to you by the matter of the marriage contract, blocking your freedom to fall in love. But you needn't worry. This one bond will be completely free from this night. And in the future, none of you will be bound by any marriage contract as well as contract. Let's go. A misadventure. But it's a beautiful story. Qin Lang laughed mockingly, and then held Bai Xiaoyun's hand, turned to leave, walked not a few steps, but also paused, looked back at the stagnant Mu Yuyan, continued, I wish you happiness in the future, and with the people who love each other to keep each other for the rest of their lives. Qin Lang disappeared from Mu Yuyan's line of sight. She was left alone, standing somewhat dumbfounded, and Yi Feng beside her was somewhat hesitant. Really, in his experience, there was definitely something fishy about this. Whether it's Bai Xiaoyun or Bai Ruyu's previous experience tells him that he absolutely can't rush up to say congratulations and blessings for relief at such a time. That's looking for pain. By the looks of it, Mu Yuyan, this beautiful woman, seemed to have an indescribable relationship with Qin Lang, not like being in love, but as if she was entangled in something. Reason told him it was time to leave. Before leaving, in order to show his respect, Yi Feng pulled out a business card and handed it to Mu Yuyan. Ms. Mu, this is my business card. If there are any security pitfalls, I can help you solve them all. Mr. Yi is going to take his leave. Mu Yuyan grabbed the business card. Her dull expression gradually recovered. She turned around, looked at Yi Feng, and said coldly, Are you sick? Yi Feng frowned. Mu Yuyan continued to pursue. Why did you give me your business card? Did I ask you for your card? If I don't go to the security guard when I have a security problem, what's the point of looking for you? Yi Feng's frown tightened. Mu Yuyan was unforgiving. Didn't you say you were leaving? Why are you still standing here? Do I know you well? Is it fun to talk to women? You're sick. Yi Feng frowned. Even with his temperament, he was somewhat unable to stop his anger at such a moment. What did he do wrong? Didn't say anything. It was all Mu Yuyan's own fault. So how did it come to him that he made all the mistakes? It's not that he's sick. It's just that Mu Yuyan has a bad brain. However, after Mu Yuyan finished her 3 consecutive curses, she left the Bai family compound without looking back. Where did she give him any chance to retort? In fact, Yi Feng's idea is not wrong. Except that what he does not know is that when a woman is angry, she is already sick. And she is not very sick. Especially in Mu Yuyan's body. It presented a super doubled state. Mu Yuyan, who had left the Bai family compound, drove her car back to her own place. Not even dealing with a bunch of things inside the company. Only feeling distracted. Bastard Qin Lang, shameless Qin Lang, breaking off the marriage contract? Breaking off the contract? If you have the ability, you go to lift ah. Who doesn't know how to just talk? Why are you pretending in front of the Bai sisters? If you were willing to break off the engagement, would you have hesitated until now? Hell, I won't even give you a good look next time even if you try to go back and beg. Mu Yuyan cursed under her breath and frantically turned around in her own bed. A large white bear pinched in her hand. This was a gift that Qin Lang bought for her when her mom first left, saying that she would cuddle up at night when she had insomnia and fantasized that if he was with her, she would feel safe and be able to fall asleep. I'll strangle you. Mu Yuyan's hands were strangling the neck of the big white bear with both eyes bulging out. As if this was not enough to relieve her anger, she casually slammed the large white bear to the ground hard, and stomped her feet a few times in exasperation. Then alone, she leaned back against the bed and fell silent for a long time, and perhaps because this position did not give her a sense of security, she gradually hugged her knees again, shrinking her whole being into a very small ball. Phew. Inside the bedroom, the only thing that stood out to her ears was her single breath, and her gaze skimmed to the left to see the large white bear lying on the floor back in its original state. Mu Yuyan moved her arm outward and stopped again, seeming to be torn about something, and finally, reached out her hand again, picked up the big white bear not far from the ground, and hugged it in her arms, muttering in a small voice, "I'm sorry, I'm not angry with you, I just hate that guy Qin Lang, I shouldn't have taken it out on you." If Yi Feng was here, if he saw Mu Yuyan's behavior, he was afraid that he would directly vomit 3 liters of blood. The could apologize to a doll bear, and surprisingly, inside her head, not even a thought of apologizing to him flashed through her mind. Chapter 49 Mu Yuyan's regretfulness. Who are you bluffing? Still breaking off the engagement. What's the use of just talking about it? If you were willing to break it off, would you still make a contract with me to be boyfriend and girlfriend? Mu Yuyan hugged the big white bear and snorted coldly in her heart. That guy Qin Lang would just put on airs and graces. But in the end, it was still not settled? Just like last time, when she said she wanted to break off the marriage contract, Qin Lang threatened her with an unequal contract with the family. Let's see what tricks you'll pull the next time we meet. She kept admonishing herself in her heart that it wasn't that she was unwilling to break her engagement with Qin Lang, it was just that this word break coming out of Qin Lang's mouth made her very uncomfortable. Even if it was lifted, she should have been the one to bring up the mouth. And that asshole, where did he come from? Nothing to do. Why did he accost me? Mu Yuyan frowned as she recalled the Yi Feng she had encountered at the Bai family compound. Qin Lang had seen her standing and talking happily with Yi Feng, and only then did he say in a fit of anger that he wanted to break off the engagement. Now that I think about it, this would be him being jealous, right? Also right. This Qin Lang guy used to like her so much. How could he suddenly change his mind? Mostly jealous. Really liked to ramble on about how she could have just taken up with a strange man for no reason at all. Besides, that Yi Feng knows at a glance that he is not a good person. His heart is very deep. Compared to Qin Lang, this kind of obvious wilting bad, but also better than a chip. After figuring it out, Mu Yuyan lay on her big Simmons bed, hugging the big white bear, her mind rambling, still somewhat tranquil. And just then, the cell phone sitting on the bed rang. Almost as a reflex, Mu Yuyan quickly connected, without hearing Qin Lang's words of apology. On the contrary, at the other end of the phone, Lin Wanqing's voice carried an urgency within it. Yuyan, what happened between you and little Qin? How come the Qin family side called just now and said that if you have someone else you like anymore, you should be brave and go after them without caring about the binding of the marriage contract? Boom! Lin Wanqing's words exploded inside Mu Yuyan's mind, and her entire body froze, frozen on the bed with the phone in her hand. Qin's side of the family called and said this to her mother? It's a euphemism, but isn't that what withdrawal means? That Qin Lang guy, he wasn't joking, he's really breaking off the engagement, and had already notified the family side. What the hell is going on? Yuyan, tell mom, is it that you really don't like little Qin? Lin Wanqing's voice revealed a bit of anxiety. In the past, when she fixed this marriage contract, she did have the intention of utilizing the Qin family's energy. But now, after seeing Qin Lang's fervent pursuit of her daughter, she genuinely felt that Qin Lang was a good kid, not to mention that the last time she went to Tianhai City, if Qin Lang hadn't opened his mouth to point out that something wasn't right with her body, she was afraid that she wouldn't even know what was going on when she died suddenly. Mu Yuyan clutched her cell phone tightly in her hand, her shell teeth clenched tightly, her eyes a little red. Why should he do whatever he wants to do? He doesn't care about my feelings at all? He's out dabbling in the world, and I'm not allowed to say a word about it? Lin Wanqing was bitter, a pang of sadness in her heart. Yu Yan, Mom told you long ago, this is a common problem of the big families. It is not a problem of one person. In Yanjing, which big family, even those elders, look amiable on the surface, but behind the scenes, maybe his little honey is 2 years younger than his granddaughter. As long as you don't bring it into the house, these things are turned a blind eye. Hey, forget it, your nature is like this. If you can't endure it, don't endure it. Dissolve the marriage contract. Dissolve it. Xiaoqin, this child moms still prefer. Even if there is no marriage contract, this layer of relationship, to be a friend is still possible. The words had come to this. She was not going to force herself on her daughter. She couldn't just sacrifice her daughter's happiness for the sake of the family, could she? The Qin family's attitude this time was euphemistic, and as long as it was accepted, it would be fine from now on, as if there was no such thing as a marriage contract. The rest of the interactions are still the same as before. They won't change. Mu Yuyan bit her lip and muttered hesitantly, I didn't say anything about breaking off the engagement. It was all Qin Lang's own initiative alone. Yu Yan, what do you mean by that? Lin Wanqing was anxious. It can't be that you like Xiaoqin, right? Then why are you still at odds with him? Mu Yuyan stammered, her voice a little choked. I don't know, Mom. So what should I do now? She was a little flustered. She didn't know what was going on. She just had a blockage in her heart, and she always felt uncomfortable all over. Especially the 2 legs that were exposed outside the quilt were extraordinarily cold, as if there was a stream of cold air that was rapidly spreading from the soles of her feet towards her upper body, and the whole person couldn't stop shivering. Even when he uttered the words that he didn't want to break off the engagement, not a single excuse rose up in his heart to discern for himself again. She doesn't have that heart anymore. It only felt that the previously active brain was now blank, without the ability to think of a solution. This, Lin Wanqing's side also calmed down. She was hoping that her daughter would come together with Qin Lang, and truly liked Qin Lang as her future son-in-law, whether it was from her family lineage, or her character, or that fondness for her daughter. But now, having developed to such a state, she really wanted to point at her daughter's nose in her heart and scold her properly. Let you make. Now no regret, right? Complaining to complain, that is not a solution to the problem. Pondered for a long time, before slowly spoke. Now this situation. Mom cannot help you help. The Qin family side even more will not go to force Xiaoqin to do some pursuit of your things. If you still want to continue, then take the initiative. The Qin family side of the meaning of euphemism. If you can make Xiaoqin change his mind, anything can be said. Mother and daughter have been chatting until late at night, in the way of Xiangshan Sanatorium side of the caregiver urging, before hanging up the phone. After being without her mother's advice, Mu Yuyan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Unconsciously, she lifted her hand to touch the wrong pillow, only to find that it was already wet. Crying? Did she cry? Mu Yuyan was in a bit of a trance. Could it be that she really liked Qin Lang? Do you really want her to initiate the pursuit? However, growing up, she had never pursued a boy, or even, one could say, had never moved on. So where was the experience? Annoyance, complaint, sadness, aggression, heartache. All sorts of emotions brewed in Mu Yuyan's heart. This night was extremely difficult, and when she closed her eyes, she would recall Qin Lang's resolute words of breaking off the marriage contract in front of her. Chapter 50. What's the difference between having a 98% chance of winning and sending someone to their death? Compared to Mu Yuyan, who was secretly grieving, Qin Lang's side was more than pleased. The system beeps beside his ears, unceasingly. Ding! Heroine by Xiaoyun has broken with the son of Qi. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Destiny villain value plus 20,000. Ding! The female protagonist by Ruyu has created a gap with the son of Qi. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Fate villain value plus 10,000. Ding! The son of Qi, Yi Feng, has dropped 200 points of Qi value. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Destiny villain value plus 20,000. Ding! The Son of Chi generates violent emotional fluctuations. Congratulations to the host for gaining the Divine Destiny villain value of plus 5,000. Ding! The heroine Mu Yu Yen has broken with the Son of Chi. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Fate villain value plus 20,000. Batch after batch of villain values arrived, making Qin Lang feel that where did this Yifeng come from to be some kind of protagonist? It was clearly here to provide him with villain values. The harvest is too big. Originally, with the addition of Bai Ruyu's 50,000 points of Heavenly Destiny villain value, the total amount was only a little over 100,000 points. Now it's good that he met with Yifeng just once and directly doubled. The Divine Destiny villain value is a whopping 215,300. System Mall. Physique Pill, 1,500 points. Elementary Firearms Proficiency, 1,000 points. Advanced Firearms Proficiency, 100,000 points. Transfiguration, 50,000 points. Small Pill, 1,000 points. The mall is full of products. There are not only product illustrations and prices, but also product descriptions when you click on the illustrations. For example, the primary firearms proficiency. After the purchase can master the basic principles of firearms, not referring to the pistol, this kind of weapon. All kinds of weapons are included, but the effect of the primary is not very big, and more in favor of the mastery of the basic principles. And after the skill becomes advanced, it is able to perfectly master all kinds of firearms, bulletless, comparable to the king of soldiers in major military regions. The effect is naturally indisputable, and the system is a masterpiece. It's just that this is a slightly higher price, and in this country, this firearm is generally not really used, and there is no rush to improve skills in this area at a moment's notice. On the contrary, when he saw the physique small pill, Qi Lang's eyes glowed a little. This thing was a good thing. I had seen it when I first offered the newbie gift pack. There was no upper limit or not. As long as you took one, you would be able to improve your physique a little. Granted, he now had a physique that broke 100, which was a few points higher than even Yifeng was afraid of. But what if that guy Yifeng was the head of mercenaries in foreign countries, hardened inside the forest of guns and bullets, and was the son of Qi? Even if he was suppressed now, he was not so easy to be killed. Moreover, with the constant contact behind him, he definitely had to continue woolgathering on Yifeng, and a deadly feud that was inevitable. He was a bit worried that that guy Yifeng would assassinate him. Just a few points of physical advantage. Not a sure thing. Unwilling to take such a big risk, Qin Lang waved his hand and spent 150,000 Heavenly Fate villain value to directly purchase 100 of the physique small pills. In the system backpack, as the Heavenly Fate villain value decreased, there were 100 more small greenish-black physique pills. Qin Lang casually grabbed a handful of them and stuffed them inside his mouth, knocking them out like sugar peas. After knocking off these 100 small pills of physique, his physique could break through to 200 points. The chances of winning a single fight were raised to 98%. What's the difference between a 98% chance of winning and sending someone to their death? He had crossed over with great difficulty to become a big brother, to enjoy life, not to take such a big risk as 0.2 just to take out a Yifeng. It looks like we still need to find something for Yifeng to do, Qin Lang muttered, thinking about finding an explicit enemy for Yifeng to play with. As for himself, go in the background, waiting for Yifeng and the head of the two defeat. He then shot. Is not beautiful? After being certain, Qin Lang spent another 50,000 points of villain value to purchase the indispensable skill Transfiguration for planting evidence. System panel. Characters, Qin Lang. Physique 108. Charm, 99. Divine Destiny villain value, 15,300. Skills, Affinity LV8, Group Affinity plus 80. Advanced Piano Technique. Advanced Tea Craft. Advanced Aesthetics. Transfiguration. Mall opening. Lucky Draw Center, in progress. Each lucky draw consumes 100 of Destiny's villain value. System backpack, 1 copy of Landlady's portrait. Breeze drawing paper plus 1. 1 copy of Sister White's portrait. Electric vibrator plus 1, worn out. Looking at the significantly depleted villain value, Qin Lang had a meaty pain, and knocked another small physique pill to soothe the wounds in his heart. At the same time, inside his head, he was still searching for which unlucky person to find to start a conflict with Yifeng. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. Bai Xiaochun's cunning figure appeared inside his mind. Nice guy. How could he forget about Bai Xiaochun? This old patriarchal. With Yifeng still no. The main thing is, By Xiaochun Heart of a Batch, also known as the Black Big Stain. To their own that bastard son to see extremely heavy. Qin Lang made a phone call and called Junzi to the house, and instructed very seriously. Yi Feng just came to Tianhai. Keep a close eye on some of them, and some of his daily activities. All of them should be reported to me one by one. Junzi showed a difficult expression. Young master, that guy is not an ordinary person. His strength is extraordinary. Even if I meet him, I'm afraid I'm no match. Tonight 2 of the brothers who were following him were discovered and had 2 of their ribs broken by that Yi Feng. There's no way for the average person to get close to him, and he has an extremely strong sense of counter-surveillance. It wasn't that Junzi was timid and afraid. In this aspect Junzi followed Qin Lang's command. Even if it cost him his life, he wouldn't have the slightest hesitation. But he was worried that if he couldn't fulfill the young master's command and let things go wrong, then there was really no way to make up for it even if he were to kill him. Give those 2 injured brethren $200,000 a person. Medical expenses fully covered. Do the job for me. You can't treat them poorly. Qin Lang said indifferently, pondered for a moment, and continued to speak. As for the tracking side, put it a little farther away, but don't give up on it. You can start somewhere else, like paying off some of the ordinary people who live in the neighborhood to help keep an eye on it. I need to know where he's going. Cultivate underlings that naturally have to give up, cannot think of letting the horse run, but also refuse to give the horse to eat grass. Under the sky, there is no such a stupid underlings. The imperial strategy, not oppression, but a kind of control. Yes. Junko nodded solemnly and clenched his fists with a serious look on his face. I can see that the young master has a very high regard for this guy called Yi Feng. If it's really not possible, the big deal is that he will personally go on a stakeout. Even if he couldn't beat them head-on, he could put them slightly farther away, and the possibility of being discovered with his stature was still very small. Qin Lang pinched a sugar pea and put it in his mouth. What's going on with Bai Xiaochun's bastard side lately? At the same time, he smiled curiously and looked at Junzi. What do you think Bai Xiaochun would do if he found out that this illegitimate son of his had been touched? Junzi didn't hesitate for half a second. It'll probably go crazy. Others don't know. But recently our people found out that this Bai Xiaochun is actually still very close to that bastard. Extremely spoiled. It's not too much to say that it's indulgent and old-fashioned. Traditional macho man is naturally extremely legacy-oriented. In Bai Xiaochun's heart, she was afraid that her 2 daughters together were not as important as such a son. Chapter 51 Mu Yuyan's Active Invitation. For the military son, Qin Lang completely as a beloved to cultivate. Some things, although did not say straight to the point, but also spit out the inner thoughts. A number of times, the military son will naturally not be so old-fashioned, and gradually will be able to speculate on his thoughts. In this way, some small things often do not need him to say out loud. The military son will be able to understand and arrange. So how to save things? Do. Just then, the sudden ringing of a cell phone interrupted the two. Junzi glanced at it, and when he saw that it was Mu Yuyan's incoming call displayed on the screen, he immediately bowed with a sense of humor and said, "Young master, I'm going out to work, so why don't you get busy first?" Qin Lang waved his hand, and on the spur of the moment called out to Junzi again before he turned around and threw him a pill. Junzi looked down and asked oddly, "Young master, what is this?" "A potion that enhances the quality of your body, with no side effects, and can make you stronger after taking it." Qin Lang began to play the emotional card. "You've been following me for a large number of years, and in my eyes, you're like a big brother who always protects me. There are times when it's not good for me to ask for more, but when it comes to women, you still need to have moderation. Take this pill and take it. It will be able to improve your recently weakened physique." Junzi's 2 dark circles under his eyes were particularly obvious, and his complexion was rather haggard, and it looked like he was overworked. Qin Lang knew that it was caused by Junzi's busy schedule these days, but he put the blame on the woman. Is he blaming Junko? No, it isn't. Instead of arousing Junzi's disgust, saying so even revealed a stream of information. "As the young master, I saw that you emptied your body by spending time outside, but I didn't blame it. Instead, I even lovingly gave you a body tonic potion. Just ask you if you feel the dark pleasure of being favored in your heart?" "Young master." Junzi wanted to open his mouth to explain. This dark circle under his eyes was not tossed out on manager Zhang. It was the entirety of staying up all night during this time to organize the information that young master needed. But when the words reached his mouth, he stopped. Listening to the words that came out of Qin Lang's mouth just now, he only felt a warm current welling up within his heart, and solemnly responded, "Understood, young master. I'll go out first." The door to the room was gently closed and Qin Lang withdrew his gaze. Junko's loyalty was unquestionable, but at some points, it was more like an expression of duty, out of bodyguard status, and Qin Lang wanted more than that. He wanted Junzi's true heart. If in danger, under the obligation of duty, Junzi could only exert 100% of his own strength, but if he was sincere in protecting his master, he was able to explode 102% of his strength. A small physique pill is only worth 500 points of villain value. It's not expensive. The big deal is to let Xiao Zhou wear the maid's outfit twice more. Besides, the more money spent on Junzi, the stronger his strength is. Isn't he the one who will benefit in the end? This was just the beginning. Junzi's strength still had to be improved. How could one be limited to such feeble skills at his side? It didn't take long for the cell phone to ring for the second time already. Qin Lang is deliberately delaying the time. Feel almost, then smoothly took. Yawning, some impatient cursing. Hoo-ah. Not sleep at night. Nothing to play what harassment calls ah? It's me, Mu Yuyan. Am I disturbing you? Mu Yuyan's voice was very soft, as if she felt that she was going a bit overboard by calling at this point in time, and weakly muttered, "Why don't I contact you tomorrow? It's you. Speak up. What's the matter?" Qin Lang's voice sobered up a bit. "You want to come and urge me about my marriage contract, right?" Mu Yuyan's voice was weak and seemed to have grievances in her heart, but when she heard this, she still hastened to explain. "I'm not in the kind of relationship you think I am with the one called Yi Feng. I don't know him at all. I bumped into him on top of the banquet. Let's not talk about that. The contract has been lifted. It's none of my business who you have any relationship with." Qin Lang said urgently, "Get down to business, or I'll hang up." Mu Yuyan was depressed and annoyed in her heart, unspeakably aggrieved. She wanted to cry. She wanted to vent her inner emotions and tell her grievances in front of Qin Lang. However, she knew in her heart that Qin Lang wouldn't even pay attention to her, much less give her this opportunity. Worrying that Qin Lang would hang up the phone, Mu Yuyan had to press down her complaints. She thought her mom was absolutely right. It's her own fault. If she hadn't been the culprit, where would it have gotten to the situation we're in now? From within the sound of Qin Lang's words, she could hear a strong sense of impatience. It's the cooperation issue of the beauty pill. The dilution ratio has been finalized. I want to talk to you further. Why don't we find a time to meet tomorrow? This was the first time Mu Yuyan had taken the initiative to invite someone, and in her heart, she was worried that she would be rejected. Qin Lang pondered for a moment and hummed. "We should also talk it over. Sign a contract or something. You pick a location. Tomorrow happens to be fine. Why don't I go to your house?" Not being rejected. Mu Yuyan's heart was delighted. If she was able to go to Qin Lang's home, if there was anything, she could make it clear face to face, including the relationship with Yi Feng. She had to clarify that she didn't know any Yi Feng at all, and even more unlikely to have any relationship with him. And how could she be in love with that kind of guy? It's not too convenient, is it? There was hesitation within Qin Lang's words. "We are no longer in the same relationship as before. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for this to be a lone man and a woman?" Qin Lang spoke with a playful smile on his face. He has guessed that Mu Yuyan's mind at this time. If it is not in the heart with a tangled, and how can it be unprecedented? In front of him, this kind of tenderness? Oh, there's no rush. It's just getting started. How Mu Yuyan was proud in the past. In the future, she would be aggrieved. Who's to blame? It's all Mu Yuyan's fault. We walk the walk. So what's there to worry about? And we are talking business. It's not like we have any other ideas. Mu Yuyan was very insistent in redeeming Qin Lang. If she couldn't see Qin Lang this time, she still didn't know when the next time would be. The aggression in her heart right now simply couldn't be endured for too long, and she had to say it clearly in front of Qin Lang. In that case, fine then. Qin Lang gave a hum without giving Mu Yuyan any chance to reply. He cut off the call. The next day, late afternoon, Mu Yuyan, in order to go to the appointment, focused on dressing up before getting off the car, but also with the car's interior mirror to check a good look, to see if the lipstick is not painted, eyeliner is not exposed, the naked eye visible nervousness, extraordinarily solemn. The female bodyguard sighed. "Miss, we are just here to talk about business. Is there a need to be so concerned? Besides, miss, with this face value of yours, even without makeup, it's definitely enough to charm the Qin Lang fellow into a frenzy. And with this kind of dress up, won't you still make his eyes go straight? You're the one who talks too much." Mu Yuyan blanked, complaining with her mouth, but in her heart, she was joyful. She used to be in front of Qin Lang without a care in the world, often without makeup, and never considered Qin Lang's feelings at all. But in retrospect, was it possible that it was because he didn't look that good in his plain face that caused Qin Lang to change his heart? Now, she had to start focusing on her image in front of Qin Lang. It had to be shown that her Mu Yuyan's face was very resistant. You go back first. I'll call you when there's a need. After Mu Yuyan got out of the car, she leaned out of the car window and barked at Aining. Before heading towards the luxurious villa, the front yard was planted with spring flowers of various colors, and there was an open-air swimming pool on the side, which showed a blue color under the sunlight, and the whole front yard of the villa was very spacious. Under the environment of birdsong and flowers, Mu Yuyan stepped on her high heels and walked straight in, seeing the ink-green wooden gate, which was open, and there was already someone waiting inside. For some reason, after entering Qin Lang's home, Mu Yuyan's heartbeat had sped up. Her entire body was involuntarily taut and her expression was highly tense. Passing through the foyer, he came into the living room and saw 2 cups of tea set out, still steaming from them, and the sound of water running came from inside the restroom not far away. She sat down with her back to the restroom room and slapped her hand to her cheek, forcing herself to calm down and not show any signs of weakness. To meet up. It was finally time to meet Qin Lang. Last night, I thought about it all night, but when it really came to the critical moment, Mu Yuyan was a little hesitant, and the words that she had prepared were all confused and became messy. Mu Yuyan, who was caught up in a self-strategy, came back to her senses when someone had already approached beside her. She raised her head, ready to give Qin Lang a gentle smile, but when she saw the person walking past her, she widened her beautiful eyes and cried out in shock, "How come it's you? Where's the guy who came in as some kind of Qin Lang?" It was clearly Bai Ruyu who had tangled with Qin Lang at the Bai family home last night. Chapter 52. 2 women meet. Needle to needle. Why are you here? Mu Yuyan frowned. This was Qin Lang's home, and now that Bai Ruyu was here, didn't it mean that the two had already lived together? The relationship between the two, has it all developed to such a point? Why can't I be here? Bai Ruyu sat down on the opposite side, her 2 beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings together, leaning sideways against the lower corner of the sofa. She slightly gathered the green silk at her temples with a pleasant smile, remembering what happened last night in her home. But her heart was up with strange fun. She picked up a cup of tea, took a light sip, and spoke deliberately. Does it matter to you if I come to my own boyfriend's house to visit? Qin Lang wasn't there, and she didn't blush when she said these things. She was just deliberately trying to irritate Mu Yuyan. It is said that all beautiful women are enemies. These words were expressed between Mu Yuyan and Bai Ruyu. Phew, not angry. Not angry. Cheating. All cheating land. Mu Yuyan took a deep breath and admonished herself in her heart. What boyfriend? How can this guy, Qin Lang, have a girlfriend? Don't think I don't know. You're just working under Qin Lang's hand, and you're lying about being his girlfriend? Who do you think you are? It wasn't that she wasn't willing to admit it, but it was absolutely impossible for Qin Lang's character to have a regular girlfriend. Even in Yanjing, Qin Lang was surrounded by beautiful women, and had never seen who was his girlfriend openly to the public. So how could he really get on with Bai Ruyu for no reason? What a despicable trick. Bai Ruyu was trying to mess with her mindset, and categorically couldn't just fall for it. The anger in his heart, after gradually calming down, she was in a bit of a trance. She didn't expect Qin Lang to actually recruit Bai Ruyu under his hand. She originally thought that it was just Qin Lang's wishful thinking. After all, Bai Ruyu was the eldest daughter of the Bai family, and all the assets of the large Bai family were waiting for her to take care of them. Who knew that what she thought would never happen had happened and was right around the corner? There's no need to irritate me, but I would like to ask, why did you agree to work for Qin Lang? Also, before in the White family you were so close to Qin Lang, was it also because he was recruiting you? Mu Yuyan felt that she might have walked into a misunderstanding before. Perhaps it wasn't what she thought, and Qin Lang was close to Bai Ruyu not because of any other involvement, but to recruit her? The more Bai Ruyu spoke in such a straightforward manner, the more her heart was in the right place. President Mu, these things you're asking about shouldn't have anything to do with this cooperation, right? No comment on the individual reasons, Bai Ruyu coldly rebuffed. She didn't want to answer, nor did she have the means to do so. He couldn't tell Mu Yuyan that his father had an illegitimate son outside and had driven her out of the center of power of the Bai family. Could he? The lie was demolished, and there was even no desire to go on the defense. How persistent Mu Yuyan could be. Looking at this, it seemed that the relationship hadn't even reached that point yet. And as for her? Oh, although not willing to recognize, but at present the whole person, have long belonged to Qin Lang. Looking back now, they were all able to, If anything, scorned Qin Lang's terror. Mu Yuyan made a stern face and pushed the documents she brought in front of Bai Ruyu. Since you are Qin Lang's subordinate, you still have to go through the rules and regulations. This is the test report, as well as the division and pricing of the various grades of the beauty pills. Take a look at it. Bai Ruyu didn't refuse and took the document, examining it carefully. When she saw one of the data on there, even though she had seen a big scene, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Is this really a beauty product? How is that possible? The price/performance ratio is too high, right? Mid-range level of beauty pills. Surprisingly, the effect of the standard is the market above the high-grade beauty products. High-grade is far ahead of the vast majority of products on the market are all finished. Wouldn't that have set the market on fire if this had been launched? She had thought that the effects described by Qin Lang must have been exaggerated, but she hadn't expected that the data derived from the test would be so astonishing. Mu Yuyan slowly spoke. I had a conversation with Qin Lang before, and he meant that the production and sales of the beauty pills would be fully handed over to Murin International to handle. There's no problem with this, right? Bai Ruyu closed the document and nodded lightly. No problem. If it wasn't for the White family's side expelling her from the center of power, if it wasn't for her father's side simply not allowing her to meddle in business matters anymore. Honestly, she wanted to take over the beauty pill business herself. The Bai family also had a beauty product company, just not as large and formalized as Murin International. But it doesn't matter. There is a saying that any pig standing on the wind can take off. Now that this beauty pill was the next windfall, she didn't mind letting the Bai family be a pig. Of course, it's just a thought. Let's wait for Qin Lang to come back for the rest. Mu Yuyan was somewhat uninterested in confronting Bai Ruyu. Bai Ruyu, however, furrowed her brows. Since I'm the one who's here today, it's natural that I'm in charge of this matter. Do you not trust me? Or are you intentionally trying to continue entangling yourself with young Qin? Mu Yuyan's brows furrowed, coming to anger. What do you mean? What do you mean by entangled? What does my matter with Qin Lang have to do with you? Relationship? What relationship? Bai Ruyu scoffed. She was originally a person who was not convinced of defeat. Not to mention that for Qin Lang, there was also a different kind of sentiment. Perhaps not love, but also definitely not so easy for others to get their hands on it. If I remember correctly, it seems that you already had no relationship with Qin Xiao yesterday, right? After all, you were the one who said that you wanted to break off the engagement. And Qin Xiao, he was merely following your opinion. Where is that little white boy of yours? Why don't you see him with you? Bai Ruyu, are you taking yourself too seriously? Having been poked at a sore point, Mu Yuyan instantly exploded. Because of Yifeng's matter, she cried all night last night. And it took her a long time to put on makeup early in the morning to sort of cover up her reddened eyelids. She had come here to make a good impression on Qin Lang, not to be aggravated. Bai Ruyu's face likewise turned cold. Whether I take myself seriously or not, it doesn't have much to do with you. It's you. If you want to talk about business, then continue to talk. If you don't want to talk, then there's no point in chatting any further. You don't want to do this business. There are tons of people willing to take it over. Or even, we can set up our own production base. It's just a matter of time. As a woman, how could she be used to Mu Yuyan's behavior of swearing sovereignty in front of her as soon as they met? Tit for tat. Not a hint. Refusing to back down. Chapter 53, Little Man. The water here is very deep. Just as the smell of smoke inside the living room was getting thicker and thicker, and was about to erupt, the sound of arguing came from outside, drawing the two women's attention. Both of them. It's tiny. I'll go out and take a look, Bai Ruyu said and headed towards the door. She and Su Xiaoxiao also only met today. Knowing that it was Qin Lang's nanny, and listening to this voice, it seemed to be in some kind of trouble. Although Mu Yuyan was still angry in her heart, she could only endure it and followed. Not far away from the villa, Su Xiaoxiao, who was carrying some fruits and vegetables in her hand, had an exasperated look on her face as she stared at Yifeng in front of her and reprimanded in a petulant voice. Yifeng, I've told you many times not to bother me, but not only did you not listen to me, but instead, you still stalked me? What have you been through all these years out there? How did you get to be like this? She felt that the Yifeng in front of her was unfamiliar and somewhat dazed. Sure enough, people do become. After so many years, Feng had changed into a different person. Little miss, I really didn't mean it. Yifeng looked at Su Xiaoxiao, who was yearning for her abroad, and was distressed for a while. I still remembered that when he was small, Little Miss had once been beaten by the group of bad kids from the orphanage in order to protect him. Now that she is capable, she naturally wants to come back to protect and love her. However, reality played a big joke on him and made a huge misunderstanding. Not to mention protecting Little Miss. Even Little Miss's contact information he didn't have now. Deleted. Little Miss, you deleted my contact information. And your cell phone number was blacklisted. And when I called you from a public phone, you hung up as soon as you heard it was me. There is really a misunderstanding in the middle of this. Listen to my explanation, okay? Yifeng hurriedly said in a soft voice. Su Xiaoxiao's nature was already kind. Seeing the chagrined expression on Yifeng's face, her heart was also a bit intolerant. But remembering the blood that flowed out of the young master's arm that night, she instantly clenched her teeth ruthlessly and said, "What else is there to explain? I know you're capable now, but you shouldn't have gone and hurt the young master." "What harming young master? I didn't even know Qin Lang before this, so how could I hurt him? Moreover, the subordinate I sent to Tianhai City has no news until now, so I suspect that he has already been done for." Yifeng was annoyed. He felt that this whole thing, it was just bizarre, and almost all the evidence pointed to him. But doesn't he know what he's done? Little Miss, there are a lot of things in this world. A lot of people are far more than what you think. It might be possible for a thief to catch a thief. Su Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes glared. What are you babbling about? How could she not dare to think that Yifeng had poured dirty water on the young master? How could there be such a shameless person? Yifeng became more and more strange to her. Little Miss, I've never changed. I'm still the same Yifeng from when I was a child, and will always be your little Feng. There is indeed something odd here. Yifeng eagerly explained. Let's not talk about whether or not this matter is my doing or not. Even if it is, it's impossible for such a situation to occur. Can I still not be clear about what strength my own men are? It's impossible for a rich young man like Qin Lang to survive an assassination attempt. How could he just get his arm cut? Also, why was that pattern engraved with my blood wolf left behind at the scene, exposing my identity? It must have been because you told Qin Lang about my identity before this, and he deliberately went about it that way, in order to salvage the little miss. Yifeng sort of opened the door and threw out all the heavy suspicions. Snap! Applause rang out from inside the villa. Without waiting for Su Xiaoxiao to open her mouth, Mu Yuyan and Bai Ruyu both walked out from inside. Seeing Yifeng, Mu Yuyan first gave a cold laugh and then said questioningly, Yifeng, you are really sincere. What kind of person are you? What kind of character were you before? When you were small, you could already accost a girl and hand her a business card saying that you want to protect her? Yifeng was a bit lost in thought. His mind was focused on Su Xiaoxiao. Naturally he did not notice the arrival of these two acquaintances. Coincidentally, Mu Yuyan was resenting Yifeng's accosting last night in her heart, and now that she saw him in person, she was sneering again. Yifeng's face became very bad, wanting to explain, but he didn't know where to start. He had expected to run into Qin Lang, but he had not expected to run into Mu Yuyan. Bai Ruyu also grimaced and hummed. Mr. Yifeng, although I have to say that I agree with some of your views, and it is true that the character aspect of Qin Lang is debatable, but you can't just throw dirty water on people over and over again, right? Last night, you falsely accused Mr. Qin Lang of being the mastermind behind the kidnapping of my sister. But do you know that I already knew who that mastermind was? If it wasn't for Qin Lang, my sister might have really had to be imprisoned for a large period of time. Have you ever considered other people's feelings when you go about falsely accusing someone of innocence without any evidence like that? Coincidence. Isn't that a coincidence? Yifeng falsely accused Qin Lang. If there was no such thing as last night, perhaps Bai Ruyu would really think about the possibility. After all, Qin Lang's character, she is also very skeptical. There is a grudge in her heart, and the feelings of the upper and lower two mouths can be bad. However, after last night's incident, and encountering the scene of Yifeng pursuing Su Xiaoxiao, Bai Ruyu had already nailed Yifeng on top of the shameful, insulting, pillar of deliberately planting evidence and framing him if he couldn't woo him. Su Xiaoxiao gazed at Yifeng with a face as gloomy as water. The resentment in her heart was getting stronger and stronger. Yifeng had two big heads, clenched his iron fist. His heart was irritated, but he couldn't help but bear down and opened his mouth to explain. Little miss, things really aren't like what you think. There is a misunderstanding in here. The two of them aren't familiar with me. Don't you still understand me? Su Xiaoxiao chided. What do I know about you? Yifeng, we haven't seen each other for many years. What will become of you? How can I know? And, leaving aside the opinions of other people for now, there is one thing I must tell you. I have not told the young master a single one of those things you did outside. He has no idea what kind of mercenary corps you are or what exactly you were doing outside. Why would he falsely accuse you? Enough. Yifeng, go away. I don't want to see you anymore. Whether it was by Ruyu and Mu Yuyen, or Su Xiaoxiao's own heart, all the evidence pointed to Yi Feng. The original him, in Su Xiaoxiao's mind, was just someone who hurt the young master if he loved but couldn't. Now we have to add another one, insulting the young master's innocence out of thin air. The three women are turning away. A walker boss, by the way, saw the scene, walked to Yi Feng's heel, hand on his shoulder, exclaimed, "Small guy paper, four-cornered love. This inside the water is very deep nah, you cannot grasp." Chapter 54, Don't see each other again. Get out. Yi Feng quickly turned back and stared at the old man, the ferocious aura inside his eyes resembling a vicious wolf stealthily in the dark. The boss shivered as he watched, his feet quickened, and he hurriedly walked away, repeating the four words no martial virtue inside his mouth. Qin Lang, you wait, I'll take this revenge. The anger in Yi Feng's heart was like the waves of a wild sea, raging like never before. All of this was because Qin Lang was behind it. A surging murderous intent was so thick in his chest that it almost coalesced into a solid body. On the other hand, Tianhai City, Queen Bar, inside the luxurious third-floor box, Qin Lang, who was missed by Yi Feng, was lying on the sofa at the moment, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply, comfortably gulping down the clouds. In front of him, a black-dressed Qiu is one hand holding the big glass on the floor, one hand holding the patent leather high-heel shoes to the crystal jade feet. The cheeks with a little blush looks more and more charming. The graceful body with its slender curves formed a perfect S-shape. She turned back, looked at Qin Lang with annoyance, and rebuked in a cold voice, "Next time we'd better not meet again." "Why?" Qin Lang exhaled a smoke ring and asked curiously, "Wasn't it fine just now?" Qiu rolled her eyes. "What does it look like for us to be in this kind of relationship now? Is that how you do things? What do you think you're doing? Are you stuck here with me in a bug?" She felt that this relationship could not continue to be maintained in this way. It simply hurt his mind, and as soon as he saw Qin Lang's appearance, he became a bit leggy and had formed a psychological shadow. Looking at Qiu with a look of violent mood swings, Qin Lang turned on the system alert tone with increasing comfort. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Destiny villain value plus 1000*3. Ding! The female protagonist Qiu generates violent mood swings. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Fate villain value of plus 800. Ding! The son of Qi, Yi Feng, has produced violent emotional fluctuations. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Destiny villain value plus 1000. Ding! Son of Qi Yi Feng's Qi value has dropped by 500 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Destiny villain value plus 5000. Listening to the system beat beside his ears, Qin Lang smiled faintly. He had consumed so much time and energy on Qiu's body, all of which was not worth the earned villain value of making Yi Feng hate him. One day as a couple. I'll try to make us a 100-day couple as early as possible. Walking over to Qiu's side, Qin Lang domineeringly wrapped his arm around her waist, snorted and didn't bother to argue with her, and then pointed at the dance floor downstairs which had already started to come alive. This box is Qiu's exclusive use. The floor-to-ceiling glass is a one-way mirror. You can see the outside from the inside. Qin Lang pointed at a young man in a white shirt below him. The guy was carrying red wine upside down and pouring it on top of another middle-aged man's head. Arrogant and unbeatable. Curious, he asked. Who is that guy? Why does he look familiar to me? Qiu was originally being held in such a close embrace. According to her nature, she should have backhandedly given Qin Lang a big mouth, or at the very least, struggled violently. But, the more excessive poses and costumes she had tried, now this little advantage, she subconsciously ignored it, coldly grunted, "I flatter you? Worked up with me here?" Looking over in the direction Qin Lang was pointing, he saw the young man in the white shirt and let out a cold laugh. Bai Xiaochun's illegitimate son. Of course he looks familiar. So Bai Xiaochun's illegitimate son is him. I said it looked strangely familiar. Doesn't that mean that the Bai family sisters are estranged from Bai Xiaochun? That old thing? Because of this guy? He had come here because he had learned that Bai Xiaochun's illegitimate son would often come to the Queen's bar, and had come to step on the spot, and in the meantime, to liaise with Qiu. Now that the feelings have become strong, it's natural to get down to business. Qin Lang pretended that it was an accidental coincidence and said with a sneer, "What do you think would have happened if I had helped the Bai family sisters to do that little bastard down there?" In front of Qiu, there is no need for any concealment. After all, the relationship between the two have reached this point, although the verbal did not indicate anything, but every time he came, Qiu is not obedient with a small daughter-in-law like? It's all in the family. There's no need to get too defensive. After all, Xiao is what character? Others do not know. She cannot be clear? Cold face, hot heart, face how to see him how not good, heart for their own men, do not know how much concern it. Xiao turned to look at Qin Lang and frowned. I think it's better if you don't get this kind of mindset. Qin Lang smiled playfully. You mean, you're afraid that I won't be able to get past that old thing by Xiaochun? Xiao shook her head. It's not that we can't get it, but there's no need to. Bai Xiaochun is extremely doting on this illegitimate son, and is little known. If it wasn't for the fact that it's deeply involved with our Black Dragon Society, I'm afraid we wouldn't know that Bai Xiaochun would have such a son. This kid is called Bai Shui. When he was small, he did not know his father's power, and was bullied inside the school. When Bai Xiaochun led a few acquaintances in the Black Dragon Society of the small head of the family that bullied his son, all the family broke his legs, and threw it out of the country, and now it is alive or dead do not know. There was also a time when the director of the school beat Bai Shui because he was bullying little girls inside the school, and as a result, the body of that director was recovered the next day inside the artificial lake in Tianhai City. Such things abound. Bai Xiaochun to their own this bastard, spoiled to an extreme. If you suffer any harm, afraid that will be directly crazy off, anything could be done. And why would you want to mess with a crazy person? What seemed like an icy admonition was, in fact, a well-intentioned reminder. Reminding Qin Lang that although his background was heavenly and scary, if he really encountered a madman, the kind that didn't want to die, he also needed to be on guard, and it would be better not to provoke right and wrong. TSK. Qin Lang stroked his chin and looked evilly at Xiao staring at her stunningly beautiful face. A woman whose mouth is not her heart. Just now she also said that she wouldn't see me again in the future. What? Now this is starting to worry about my safety? I don't care about you. Xiao stepped on her patent leather high heels, twisted her slender waist, and walked in the direction of the toilet. She didn't have the mood to tangle with Qin Lang here anymore. Feeling a bit inconvenient and having to make a trip to the restroom, Qin Lang withdrew his eyes from Xiao's body and continued to gaze at the dance floor below, looking at Bai Shui's bullying demeanor there. The corner of his mouth rose slightly and he snorted. Good show. It's about to begin. After giving Junzi a call and asking him to wait outside the Queen's bar, Qin Lang left the Queen's bar one step ahead of Bai Shui. Chapter 55, Touching, Su Xiaoxiao falls into. Sitting in the back seat, as Junzi drove away from the Queen's bar and soothed his torso, Qin Lang slowly opened his mouth and said, the things you were instructed to deal with, how is it going now? Junzi held the steering wheel with both hands and drove the car smoothly, calmly saying, the people have all been found and will strike tonight. Young master, you don't know, Bai Shui, this guy, is simply a scum. The crimes are too numerous to mention. The deeper we go into the investigation, the more we know what kind of virtue this guy is. Several families have been hard by him to scourge. In his heart, Junzi felt no guilt at all for laying hands on this kind of person, and even felt pain. Even compared to Bai Shui, the bad things that the previous young master had done were simply forgivable. In that case, it would be perfect to utilize him. Qin Lang hummed, not surprised. Although Qin Lang's predecessor is also considered to be a playboy, but at least it is in the capital city, is in the Qin family's territory. At all times, Qin Lang's side is guarded. Do things are private, and have to worry about being found out by the family. And Bai Shui is different, lawless, and even when he did something wrong, there was Bai Xiaochun to help him cover. No, I should say it was a backbite. Under such coddling, it would be hell if Bai Shui's character could be good. Under Bai Xiaochun's connivance, Bai Shui would only become more and more arrogant and domineering, with no one in sight. Young master, just like you said, Yi Feng really came to look for Ms. Su, and there was a huge conflict. The two of them are now considered to have completely broken their relationship. If you put it in ancient times, a person like you, young master, is simply a cunning Zhuge Liang. Junzi heartily praised and gave a thumbs up. Qin Lang rolled his eyes. Zhuge Liang, that is called a tent. Let you read books to learn more knowledge. How? Is not last night when you go out? The knowledge learned. All of them back to Manager Zhang? That can't be. Junzi, with a Beijing accent, laughed awkwardly and nervously, and in order to show his knowledge, he took the initiative to suggest, I think, we're not in a hurry to go back now. Let Ms. Su stay alone first. Let this matter continue to develop, and by then, Yi Feng will have no possibility of turning over completely. I have something to do tonight, so I'll go directly to the Sunshine Orphanage later. Qin Lang leaned against the back seat and squinted his eyes, so he stopped talking. Junzi's mind is still thinking too simply right now. Instead of letting Su Xiaoxiao think about Yifeng's badness on her own, why not take the opportunity to add a fire at this time? Of course, this fire was added to other places, but was able to burn Yifeng's eyebrows. Why not? Half an hour later, received Su Xiaoxiao from home. When she got on the car, she saw the young master sleeping there. She didn't disturb, but sat quietly next to her. Her heart was heavy. Her mood was not very high. Until she arrived at her destination and got off the car. Su Xiaoxiao was still following behind Qin Lang with her head down, not saying a word, as if she had been wronged by something. At this moment, in front of Qin Lang's eyes, the old Sunshine Orphanage had already been demolished, and the scene was in ruins. Shortly after his stroll, he stopped in front of a swing, and Su Xiaoxiao, who was walking with her head down at her back, ran headlong into him. What's wrong? Absent-minded? Qin Lang turned around, touched Su Xiaoxiao's head, and asked softly, did anyone bully you? Tell young master. Young master will help you beat him up. Su Xiaoxiao raised her head, pursed her lips, and muttered in confusion. Young master, why do you think Yifeng has become the way he is now? Not only did he follow me all the way today, he also opened his mouth to slander you. And Miss Bai also said that he had similarly thrown dirty water on you in front of her. Also, late this evening, I inexplicably received a huge sum of money on top of my bank card. It should be from him as well. What does he mean by that? Wanting to hit me with money? In Su Xiaoxiao's heart, Yifeng is like her own brother. She once fantasized about Yifeng's return and the reunion of siblings, and even thought about finding him a beautiful girlfriend. But now, all illusions are shattered. Not only did Yifeng have bad thoughts about her, he also went out of his way to slander the young master in order to get her. It even made her a ton of money. What do you mean? Could it be that in Yifeng's eyes, she was a vain girl who stayed by Qin Lang's side because he was rich? Yifeng becoming the way he is now is something she never expected. Rather than simply being disgusted, Su Xiaoxiao's heart is more of a pity. That was Yifeng who was treated like her own brother. Why would he become like this now? Don't think too much. With the passage of time, people will always become. Qin Lang opened his arms and took her into his embrace, his chin knocking on the fragrant shoulder, murmuring softly in his ear. Not a word was mentioned about Yifeng transferring a large sum of money to Su Xiao. Su Xiaoxiao was like a small quail, being held in Qin Lang's arms, not daring to move. Her cheeks were red and she was a little nervous. There wasn't any rejection, not to mention the thought of pushing Qin Lang out, and even, at such a moment when she was depressed in her heart, suddenly being wrapped in a warm embrace. In Su Xiaoxiao's heart, she even felt a strong sense of happiness of being trusted. It's not just Yifeng who has changed. You've also changed a bit, without even realizing it. Qin Lang took out a somewhat blackened iron box from his bosom, slightly stepped back, gazed at Su Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes, and said with a smile, do you still remember this box? This was something he had asked for from the dean, and it had a great use, and for Su Xiaoxiao, it was equivalent to the existence of a great killing weapon level. Young master, how did you get this box? Su Xiaoxiao looked at the scene in front of her with surprise. This iron box was something from her childhood, when she was still small, always fantasizing about some unrealistic and beautiful dreams, and also like to write all these beautiful dreams to the paper, like the heroine in the TV, want to give hidden, but the wish bottle she cannot afford to buy, can only hide their wishes in this iron box. There were many of her dreams written inside this metal box, only it was lost and I don't know where it got lost. Even she herself was about to forget about the existence of this iron box, and really did not expect that it would appear in Qin Lang's hands. Too much time had passed, and if it wasn't for Qin Lang taking out the iron box now, Su Xiaoxiao would have already forgotten about this matter. Qin Lang also did not answer the iron box inside the paper to draw out, because the seal is very good. The above words are still very clear. Perhaps Su Xiaoxiao wrote this wish list when the age is too young. The font is still a little crooked, funny and at the same time with a little cute. Grandma Dean said again today that she doesn't have enough money and is worrying about money. I want to grow up and make lots and lots of money and give it to Grandma Dean who is short of money, so that Grandma Dean doesn't have to worry about money any more. Effort for all. Today a child in the courtyard found $1 and bought 2 ice creams and ate them with a very happy look. I also want to eat ice cream. I want to earn lots and lots of money in the future, not only for the Dean's grandma, but also to buy ice cream for myself. Grandma Dean said that girls have to marry when they grow up, and they have to find a boyfriend before they marry, and they want us girls to learn to love ourselves and to find a very, very good boyfriend. I saw girls on TV today going to an amusement park with their boyfriends and they were having so much fun. I want to go to the amusement park too. And find a boyfriend that Grandma Dean says is nice to go to the amusement park with. Wanted. Listening to Qin Lang read out the wishes he wrote down as a child. Word by word, Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks were red, all the way up to her neck, estimating that if she poked a hole into her head, she would be able to emit white gas outside. She blushingly rushed up, wanting to snatch the small note inside Qin Lang's hand, her mouth constantly saying eagerly, "Young master, don't read it. These are all written when I was young and unintelligent. I almost don't know what's in it anymore. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. Don't you read it out, okay?" Childhood wishes. Although she does not remember clearly, but roughly still have the impression. After all, the Dean grandmother once in her growing up years inside, do not know how many times said, wishing her to find a loving boy in the future. Who would have thought that these wishes that she had written down randomly when she was a child would actually be seen by the young master? At this moment, she really hated to dig a hole in the ground and bury her head inside a big dirt pit. She simply had no face to see others. She desperately wanted to snatch one of the little notes away from her, but no matter how hard she tried, she was unsuccessful. Qin Lang put a note into the iron box and raised it above his head, gazing at Su Xiaoxiao's soulful eyes, gradually getting serious. "Perhaps in your eyes, these wishes were all written down haphazardly when you were a child and don't count, but in my eyes, all of these are what you once wanted to have the most of. Even a childhood wish has a different meaning in my heart. Even if it's a childhood wish, I want to accompany you to fulfill it." He took Su Xiaoxiao's hand and solemnly inquired, "Su Xiaoxiao, I'm very greedy right now. I have many requests. I want to accompany you to eat ice cream together, go to the amusement park together, watch the sun rise together. Together. I'm greedy to the point that all your wishes, I want to be there with you to fulfill them. May I ask, will you?" Chapter 56. A little girl's heart can't be hidden. The two stared for a long time. Su Xiaoxiao was already infatuated. Standing there stupidly, her eyes red inside, some teardrops rolling. It wasn't angry, much less aggravated, but full of emotion. She didn't even know what to say, and froze a little. Qin Lang took a slight step forward and came closer. Su Xiaoxiao immediately closed her eyes, actively pouted her small mouth, and also moved forward, quietly waiting. "Little bad boy," a laugh and scolding, woke up Su Xiaoxiao. Looking at the face of a playful Qin Lang, suddenly blushing cheeks are surfaced two red clouds, pampering general pouting. "Young master, you're so bad." Qin Lang pinched the tip of Su Xiaoxiao's nose, dotingly said, "I'm afraid that you're addicted again, begging me to be punished for delaying the time. Tonight, we have to do a lot of things, but there are a lot of things. Oh, go late. The amusement park will be closed." "Aha!" Su Xiaoxiao nodded knowingly and took Qin Lang's arm, resting her head on his arm. It didn't let go until it was time to get in the car. Although Junzi's gaze carried a smile inside, Su Xiaoxiao was more reluctant to let go of Qin Lang's arm than to be laughed at. She wanted to be closer so that the warm touch in her heart could not boil over. At night, the amusement park, beautiful flowers, neon lights flashing. Then in the daytime parent-child stall, the night is more inclined to couples, hooking shoulders, hugging the young couples, abound. By all rights, Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao, who were holding their arms, should not have gotten so much attention. But on the contrary, Qin Lang had a smile on his face, and that self-contained affinity frequently made some young lasses look sideways, and their own boyfriends, who were hugging them in their hands, became unscented. All of them were sizing up Su Xiaoxiao with jealousy. Is there any mistake? Nowadays big handsome guys are favoring this kind of princess of peace? Although the girl next to me is pretty, but body-wise, she's not as good as me. Yeah, what's wrong with a good-looking face? With the lights off, isn't it all the same? So angry. Why am I not the one standing next to the handsome guy? People are more angry than people, have to say. Now the relationship between men and women, indeed some special, especially in the general population. Girls often strong yuppies, some extra bold. This obviously with insults to their boyfriend's words, but also in the face of the boyfriend said it. There were a few boys who didn't even dare to say anything, but just glanced at Qin Lang with hatred, extraordinarily envious of the well-behaved, understanding, and pretty Su Xiaoxiao by his side, walking amongst the gazes of the crowd. Some of the words spoken by the girls in close proximity reached Su Xiao's ears. She lowered her head, glancing at the moon that was only slightly bulging, but not very curved, and pouted a little unhappily. Although it was not good to compare, Su Xiaoxiao had always felt that the young master liked big ones, or else why would she have let her drink papaya rib soup before? She said she didn't drink it, but in fact she drank it every day for a while, one meal a day, never missing a beat. and especially when she went to bed at night, she felt a little warmth in her heart, as if she were growing. But it's still not as good as a lot of the girls. A lost emotion in Su Xiaoxiao's heart pervaded, and her body, which was wrapped around Qinlang, could not help but slightly avoid some. It wasn't that she didn't want to stay with Qinlang, it was just that she was a little afraid that if she was touched, the young master wouldn't like her so much if he knew how small she was. Girl's heart, sometimes especially sensitive. Su Xiaoxiao is one of the special cases. Extremely delicate mind, at the same time more afraid of losing. A little bit of small unpleasant, often will be sad for a long time. This is also something that cannot be helped. After all, Su Xiaoxiao is an orphan, grew up in the orphanage, the dean of the grandmother and how to treat her well. That is only a moment. After all, the orphanage inside so many children. It is impossible to dean grandmother a heart or all pounced on her body, right? The two pass a milk tea store that is playing a brainwashing song on a loop. You love me, I love you. Honey Snow Ice City Sweet. After buying 2 ice cream cones, one for each hand, Qinlang then took Su Xiaoxiao towards the location of the Ferris wheel. Along the way, the ice cream Su Xiaoxiao was holding in her hand was about to melt. Qinlang had to come up and take a bite. Curious, why don't you eat it? Su Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, but just lowered her head and looked at it, while at the same time gently licking at the spot Qinlang had bitten. Qinlang looked at Su Xiaoxiao's somewhat unusual behavior, followed her gaze, and immediately felt some amusement in his heart. Why don't you say Su Xiaoxiao can't hide anything in her heart? She was staring at her breasts in such a way, and there seemed to be a hateful self-reproach within those beautiful eyes. How can you hide such a small mind from anyone? On the contrary, Qinlang, slightly surprised, did not think that the passerby said a word. She is to the heart. Come forward. In its ear gently blew a mouthful of hot air, eyes glancing down, playful. Look at what good looking it. So mesmerized. Let me Kong together. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't stand this feeling of ear to ear, as if the whole person was like a boiled crab. Her soul was about to go out of her body. Comfortable her. The white soul on her head drifted out a large part of her head, leaving the last little bit of the soul tail similar to the shape of the tip of the ice cream, still hanging on the small head. She tenderly shrunk her neck, but unexpectedly, with Qinlang's cheeks grinding more and more intimately, feeling 2 legs, are slightly hair, soft, voice inside with the meaning of begging for mercy, ranting, young master. Qinlang placed a kiss on the small, delicate, slightly red, haloed ear and said with a doting smile, it's really quite pretty, I like it. Su Xiaoxiao blushed and muttered weakly, young master, you just like to coax people. Obviously when I was at home before, you even let me drink papaya rib soup. You like big ones, right? Her heart soured as she uttered the words, because while she wasn't considered particularly small, she definitely didn't have half as much to do with being large. Not the young master's favorite type. She was complaining a bit about her body. In his heart, he was even more secretly determined that after tonight, he must drink more papaya rib soup, which was 1 meal a day before, but now he was going to change it to 2 meals a day, 2 bowls a meal. Qinlang took the opportunity to sneak attack, barking a mouthful, beside the corner of Su Xiaoxiao's mouth, pecking a little, frightening her so much that she immediately looked around with her beautiful eyes to see if there was anyone beside her. Qinlang's voice sounded beside its ear again. You're right, I do like big ones. Sure enough, this is the case. Su Xiaoxiao only felt a wave of loss. In the bottom of the heart, the small heart is empty, extra sad. Before Su Xiaoxiao's loss was completely finalized, Qinlang continued his blowing, hot air. But, my favorite is still Xiaoxiao. Want to know why? Su Xiaoxiao nodded her head heavily, widening her beautiful eyes, with the air of a good student in class, ready to take notes in a notebook. Qinlang laughed evilly, deliberately dragging the end of the word along, because can be my small touch to big Chapter 57, Boundless Rage. When Su Xiaoxiao heard this, she felt that her bones, all of them, became powerless, and inside her pair of soulful eyes, there was a flicker of panic, but she did not move her eyes away. On the one hand, she was shamed. On the other hand, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly felt as if the knot in her heart had been untied. Holding her hand, Qinlang was guided by the staff onto the Ferris wheel, which gradually rose as the small enclosed room rose. It seemed extraordinarily small in a space with only 2 people. The moon hangs in the middle of the sky, dotted with stars. On the Ferris wheel, you can see the brightly lit and luxurious night view of Tianhai City. Vehicle traffic on the road seems to be denser than before. The endless flow of traffic, interspersed from time to time with a few police cars, sped past. seems to have encountered some major things, is in close proximity to the implementation of the investigation. Already? Qin Lang looked at the much increased number of police cars and smiled coldly in his heart. By Xiaochun, this old thing is really crazy. This just where to where? Already started to use their own energy in this way? Earlier when Bai Xiaoyun was kidnapped, even if she was pretending, how come she didn't see this kind of tension? Patriarchy has reached such a point that there is no one else. In the middle of his thoughts, Qin Lang collected his mind and turned his head to look at Su Xiaoxiao, who was sitting beside him, with her head lowered and fiddling with her fingers there. With that bored look, it really looked like she was pondering over her heart. But the small gesture of sneaking a glance at him from the corner of his eye every now and then was revealing the inner unrest. Young master, Su Xiaoxiao, who was suddenly picked up, cried out in a delicate voice, and before she could say anything, she was already being placed on Qin Lang's lap. She leaned her back against Qin Lang's warm chest and scrunched her neck, nervous like a little rabbit. Thinking of what young master had just said on the way, the little heart poofed and beat faster and faster. She was a bit scared. Earlier just letting the young master help touch her little tummy was already so comfortable and happy. If she was really touched somewhere else, what would happen? Stand high, see far. Although Tianhai City is not the most prosperous, but the night view is considered to be one of the best. Qin Lang wrapped his arms around the slender waist, pointing out the window. You just sat in the innermost part. You can only see the amusement park. From my side, I can see the downtown area. Su Xiaoxiao leaned in Qin Lang's arms. Where was her mind to look at the night view? I only felt my cheeks burning and rolling, and I was so ashamed in my heart that I couldn't even lift my head. The young master took her to see the night view in a serious manner, but she was thinking about those messy and unhealthy things in her mind. It's really shameless. Looking at the young master who was thinking seriously, Su Xiaoxiao felt more and more that her thoughts were becoming more and more immodest. She really didn't know what was going on. Every time she was alone with the young master, some blushing thoughts would always pop up in her head. The White family compound, brightly lit. Bai Xiaochun, who had always been calm and collected, had a rare outburst today. Asshole, where are the bodyguards? What are those bodyguards for? Letting them follow when people are just lost like this. Are they all freeloaders? Call me and tell Bureau Zhang to send someone to search. Have the people from the Black Dragon Society go door to door. Within tonight, make sure you get the person back for me. Lawless, my Bai Xiaochun's son. Even someone dares to have crooked thoughts. If I know who it is, I will definitely flay him. What are you looking at? Get the hell out of here and look for someone. If you can't find anyone, you don't have to come back for me. Ah fu. The Bai family's head butler was stiffly driven from the second floor by Bai Xiaochun. He kept his head down and was coy, and when he encountered Bai Ruyu at the stairway, he called out to the eldest miss and quickly ran out. Oh, this is retribution, isn't it? Bai Ruyu listened to the uninterrupted sounds of angry curses coming from the upstairs study and let out a cold laugh in her heart. What is it if not retribution to have your daughter kidnapped and now your illegitimate son lost? Bringing out a carton of milk from the refrigerator, Bai Ruyu divided 2 portions in cups on the coffee table and handed one of them to Bai Xiaoyun's face, softly soothingly saying, drink some milk to suppress the shock, and then go up to bed later when it's quieter. Bai Xiaoyun took a sip, and her heart wasn't in the right place. That was her father, after all, and how could she not lose it after suffering such differential treatment? Sister, are boys really that important? Girls aren't worth hurting at all, are they? Bai Ruyu wrapped her arm around her sister's shoulders and rubbed her little head as she softly urged. Silly sister, how could you think like that? Sister loves you. Bai Xiaoyun nodded her head gluttonously, her mind suddenly remembering the figure of Qin Lang's elder brother, and inside her big watery eyes, a rich smile suddenly permeated and narrowed. Her brother loved her too. Knock knock. Sharp footsteps came out from the stairway. Bai Xiaochun came down from upstairs and walked straight to the living room, her face carrying boundless anger as she stared angrily at Bai Ruyu. Does this matter have anything to do with you? If so, immediately release the person to me. We can forget about the past, but if you dare to harm Shud, don't blame me for being unsympathetic. After thinking about it, he felt that his eldest daughter was most likely behind the kidnapping of Shui. Especially in light of the fact that the eldest daughter was doting on Yun Yun. It was extremely likely that she was deliberately retaliating against him. Anger immediately found a vent, and regardless of whether it was a coincidence or not, it was a flurry of questioning. Where's the father-daughter love? It was as if they were pressing the suspect, without any mercy. Seeing this scene, even Bai Ruyu's state of mind couldn't help but set off shockwaves. Is this still her father? Even if you're a stranger? You shouldn't go around casually suspecting people like that, right? She clenched her shell teeth, her delicate body trembling as she rebuked in shame. Don't think everyone else is as bad as you. There are some things that I don't care to do. I didn't fight for the Bai family business for the sake of money. Rather, I don't want the blood and sweat that my mother shed back then to just become someone else's for no reason. I'll put my words here today, whether you like to hear them or not. If something happens to Bai Shui, I won't take a penny of the Bai family's money. I don't care about that crap. Bai Ruyu grabbed her sister's arm and glared fiercely at her father. There was resentment and anger and disdain. Only there was no disenchantment. Her heart had been broken. She pulled her sister and headed outside without looking back. Yun, let's go. Go back to our own home. This is no longer our home. Bai Xiaochun stood within the living room, looking at the backs of her two daughters, and the hint of guilt in her heart was quickly overshadowed by the anger that her son had been kidnapped. Chapter 58. Su Xiaoxiao, who was convinced. Late at night, Tianhai City boiled under Bai Xiaochun's boundless rage. Downtown headquarters, almost 50% of the police force, all mobilized, out searching. There is no way. Bai Xiaochun is the big taxpayer in Tianhai City. Something happened on his side. The bureau of the top have to pay attention. Must be this big taxpayer to appease. Otherwise, what if one day Bai Xiaochun is upset and he moves the center of gravity of his family's industry toward another provincial capital? By then, it was estimated that the entire GDP of Tianhai City and a large number of jobs would be completely lost with Bai Xiaochun's transfer. On top of that, almost 80% of the Black Dragon's personnel, all of them, were out and about. Compared to the bureau, which has a layer of pressure, the Black Dragons are clearly money-driven, and there's money to be had for skulking around. Cootie, not going out? What if I get lucky and run into it? That's tens of millions of dollars in prize money. Under such an environment, Qi Lang accompanied Su Xiaoxiao inside the amusement park and played hard until the park closed before leaving. Just after returning to the villa, I received a call from Qiu Jior, opening her mouth with one sentence. Bai Shui has been kidnapped. Qi Lang laughed. If you're kidnapped, then you're kidnapped. What's the point of telling me? Qiu Jior's voice held suspicion. This matter has nothing to do with you? Vaguely, she always felt that something was wrong somewhere. It just so happened that today Qi Lang met Bai Shui, and this guy was kidnapped. Was there such a coincidence? Besides, what kind of goods is this Qi Lang guy? Can she not have a point in her heart? If he didn't have any thoughts about Bai Shui, how could he have inquired so diligently when he was at the Queen's bar? And something happened just after inquiring. There must be something fishy going on. Qi Lang was amused. Are you worried about me? Afraid that I'll be retaliated against? Qiu Jior snorted coldly. You think you're beautiful? Worrying about you? You haven't even slept yet and you're dreaming? I'm just lining up your suspicions. After all, money moves people. This time Bai Xiaochun has put down a huge amount of money. Whoever is able to bring Bai Shi back will receive a reward of $500 million. Qi Lang snorted. $500 million. That's a lot. It's enough for my pocket money for half a year. Have you found out anything yet? We have money to earn together. We have this relationship. Who is with who? We've long been on the same page. Qiu Jior was also accustomed to Qi Lang's tone and graciously said, Good. I still have more than 100 suspects here. All of them have had trouble with Bai Shui. Since you're an intelligence businessman, why don't you provide me with their information? Snap. Hearing this, Qi Lang hung up the phone without saying a word. Over 100 enemies? That's enough. That bastard Bai Shui is quite capable of pulling hate. I know that this guy is a trashy guy outside. A bastard. Setting up enemies everywhere. But I really didn't expect that he is so trashy and has so many enemies. In a way, he needed to be grateful to Bai Shui. After all, this guy took his suspicion and almost cleared it. The only one who has doubts is Qiu Jior. As for Qiu Jior's side, is there any need to worry? It's all called to disguise a message for him. Not a deliberate reminder? If he really wanted to give him up, at this point in time it would have been that guy Bai Xiaochun himself who would have come to his door. It's not a matter of concern. If you show too much solicitude, it will be easy to find out the traces. The current situation needs a little fermentation, and when the time is right, everything will be fine. Knock knock. In Qi Lang's serious thinking, Su Xiaoxiao knocked on the door, and then pushed the door came in. She wore do not know where to find the clothes. Will get the slender figure? Set off the most. Although Su Xiaoxiao body is not hot, but wins in the youthful beauty, overflowing with a youthful beauty, and that comes with a small family, especially its appearance at this time with its head bowed, brittle. It is really pitying people. Xiao, where did you find these clothes? Qi Lang was surprised. Su Xiaoxiao reddened her cheeks. Young master, It was when I was cleaning the tea room. I found it inside the small cabinet. I am dressed like this. Young master, do you like it? She was no longer a child. After discovering this kind of costume, she naturally knew that it was Qin Lang who had stolen and hidden it. Remembering that of the several sets of costumes she had found, this was the only one that belonged to the normal ones, and summoned up the courage before she dared to wear it on her body. It didn't take much thought to realize that Qin Lang had bought these clothes because he liked them, and in Su Xiaoxiao's heart, as long as the young master liked it, she could work hard and try to do it. Qin Lang hooked his finger, and Su Xiaoxiao coyly walked up and sat on his lap, not squeaking even when she was straddled. Do you realize what you're doing? Qin Lang stared at Su Xiaoxiao with interest, and when he saw this reaction from her, he realized that what he had done was already in place. He had thought that he would need to add another fire, but he had not expected that Su Xiaoxiao would take the initiative to send it to his door. Su Xiaoxiao nodded her head numbly. She knew that she was in trouble tonight, but in her heart, she couldn't rise up with half a bit of resistance, because, in every aspect, she had been completely bowled over by Qin Lang, and was afraid that she would not be able to escape being bullied in this life. It's like Grandma Dean said, a girl's life, for sure, is about finding a boy she likes to be entrusted with. She has never deluded herself into thinking about climbing the dragon in Phoenix, and even more so, she does not have the luxury of flying up the branch to become a phoenix. In her eyes, Qin Lang had always been her young master, the one she needed to fulfill her duties, but the misunderstandings over and over again had caused her to feel guilty towards Qin Lang. Already, if Qin Lang had been mean to her, she would have felt justified in her heart. After all, it was she herself who had been indiscriminate to slander Qin Lang and denigrate him. But what about the reality? Not only had Qin Lang not been mean to her or tried to hurt her, he had even defended her in 100 ways, disregarding everything to think of her and treat her well. Most importantly, Qin Lang also learned about her childhood wishes for her sake. Really, if it wasn't for Qin Lang's initiative, maybe she herself hadn't even thought of going back to do those things. After all, the reality was already so tiring. Where would she have that kind of time to miss the beauty of her childhood and fulfill the wishes she had made in her childhood? Su Xiaoxiao raised her head and stared at Qin Lang with crimson cheeks. She seemed to recall her earlier encounter at the mall and the overbearing image of the young master punishing the pair for her sake. She remembered the unwillingness in the young master's eyes when she misunderstood him, and the pitying gaze that she couldn't spare to punish her. When she thought of her stomach pain, the young master comforted and accompanied her in a harmonious voice. Gradually, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes had no other images. The entire world of people was filled to the brim with the figure of Qin Lang alone. Chapter 59, Touched by the Daughter of Fortune. Ding! The host has taken down the female protagonist, Su Xiaoxiao. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 50,000. Ding! The female protagonist, Su Xiaoxiao, produces violent emotional fluctuations. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Fate villain value of plus 1,000. Listening to the system beat beside his ears, Qin Lang got up, covered the sleeping Su Xiaoxiao with a blanket, and gently kissed her on the forehead, then left the room. The moment the door closed, Su Xiaoxiao, who was lying there pretending to be dead, opened her eyes, her pretty face flushed as if she was drunk. She hugged the pillow that the young master had just pillowed and buried her head in it, inhaling deeply, the corners of her mouth rising slightly, and her entire being was filled with a sense of contented happiness. After leaving his home, Qin Lang rushed straight to the villa where the Bai sisters lived. One night, back to back, catching up. Just after arriving, Bai Ruyu greeted her from inside the living room with a bitter look on her face. I'm really sorry for calling you here so late at night, but Yun Yun was in a bad mood and refused to eat, so I really had no choice. Qin Lang said knowingly. What happened? Didn't you have it all figured out in your heart? Why is there a conflict again? Bai Ruyu eyes flashed a trace of resentment, and then shook his head indifferently. Forget it, have torn the skin, there is no need to hide anything, or that bastard's problem, and I do not know who will be that bastard to kidnap. The father. Bai Xiaochun at home inside the furious. The whole person are the same as crazy, and even suspected that I found someone to do it. Yun Yun and I couldn't stand it, so we came out, and we won't go back in the future. And since in Bai Xiaochun's mind, only that bastard is his child, let him live with the bastard. What about Yifeng? He's your sister's bodyguard. He shouldn't be living in this neighborhood too, right? Qin Lang looked around and didn't find anyone. Still a little nervous. What if that guy has bad intentions towards you? Bai Ruyu gazed into Qin Lang's eyes, and not realizing that the tense expression showed any signs of faking, she returned in a softer tone, and said, This period of time Yifeng is no effort to take care of us, although that Yifeng is not a good character. But in the eyes of Bai Xiaochun, he is particularly assured of his skill, and even threatened to say that Yifeng will most likely find that bastard. I see. Qin Lang nodded and was not surprised. Bai Xiaochun knew Yifeng's identity and naturally would not let go of such a great booster. As long as Yifeng stepped forward to look for it, his plan could continue down the road. Bai Ruyu looked up at the upstairs and said with a sigh, when Yun Yun loses her temper, even I can't do anything about it, and she refuses to eat her meals. Hey, you don't have to worry too much. Yun Yun just has a somewhat screwed up personality, but how kind she is in her heart. You should know better than me. After Qin Lang learned the information from Yifeng's side, he also sort of put down one thing in his heart. Regarding Yifeng's side, having someone follow him was not very effective, and was even easy to be discovered. Instead, Bai Ruyu's news through the Bai family's side was more accurate. I know. Go see Yun Yun first. Don't do anything stupid and refuse to open the door even now. Bai Ruyu had a helpless and worried face. Qin Lang nodded silently and headed upstairs. He didn't even have to knock when he got to the door. He just pushed it open, already leaving a crack for him ahead of time. Bai Xiaoyun was sitting upright and well-behaved like an elementary school student who was about to face a teacher's criticism. Qin Lang didn't rebuke either, but just faintly said, "Don't want to eat?" Bai Xiaoyun gently nodded her little head and glanced up to see that Qin Lang wasn't angry, so she nodded heavily again. "And you don't eat the food I cook?" Qin Lang asked again. "Ah." Bai Xiaoyun was surprised, quickly shook her head, felt a bit wrong and nodded heavily again. "Eat? I eat." How could she not eat her brother's cooking? Even if your stomach is already bulging, you still have to eat. Then come down. Qin Lang pulled Bai Xiaoyun's small hand, walked to the living room, tied on his apron, and walked into the kitchen. These are things that shouldn't be done by him, but for the sake of the sister's villainous value, spell it out. 1 plow, 2 harvests, cost effective. A temporary advanced cooking skill was exchanged inside the system mall, requiring only 20 points of villain value. He also has enough villain value to redeem for a permanent one. But there's no need. The sisters, standing right at the edge of the kitchen, gathered around to watch Qin Lang's skillful spoon bobbing and cooking techniques. No matter how bold Bai Ruyu was, she wouldn't dare to presume that Qin Lang, this guy, would even cook. In her opinion, Qin Lang was the top second-generation son who didn't dip his fingers in the water, so how could he possibly know this kind of skill? But the scene in front of her was a scene that collapsed her inherent impression. It seemed that Qin Lang was not the same as she had imagined. In less than half an hour, the 4-course meal came out perfectly. Bai Ruyu stepped forward and helped serve the dishes on the table. Qin Lang and Bai Xiaoyun sat together, while Bai Ruyu sat on the opposite side. The three of them were served a home-cooked meal, and they were picking at their rice. Yummy. Really yummy. How come you're so good at cooking, brother? Bai Xiaoyun's big eyes flashed buling brightly inside. The little girl, who was not too gentle in eating, took advantage of her hunger, coupled with the delicious dishes cooked by Qin Lang, and ate even more, and while she ate, she opened her mouth in admiration. Perfection. Brother is simply perfect. The more she spent time with her brother, the more she realized that he was the one for her, simply more perfect than even the Prince Charming of her dreams. I can't even dream about it. If it's delicious, eat more. Only when you're full will you have the strength to continue gambling with your sister. Qin Lang chilled the scene with one sentence. Bai Xiaoyun pulled at the rice in her mouth, and it didn't smell too good either. Is it because you think your sister's life is too comfortable that you're giving her a hard time? Or do you think that it's just you who's aggrieved and not your sister? Still gambling on not eating? A shot of 3 consecutive questions. Bai Xiaoyun gave her head a straight shake, and said no one by one. Ding! The heroine Bai Ruyu's favorability has increased. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heaven's Destiny villain value of plus 500. Ding! Heroine Bai Ruyu's favorability continues to rise. Congratulations to the host for gaining Heaven's Destiny villain value plus 800. Bai Ruyu watched from the sidelines, her heart warming. Don't look at Qin Lang who didn't have a proper form in front of her, but when it really came to Yunyun's face, he was completely posing as a brother-in-law. There was something inexplicable in her heart, as if that night's extreme one-for-one exchange wasn't so hard to accept. Chapter 60, the chairman takes a leave of absence from the manager. At the dinner table, Bai Xiaoyun's heart was mortified by the lecture. Her sister did so much for her and instead of trying to empathize, she gambled and didn't want to eat, making her sister sad. By doing so, she was undoubtedly rubbing salt into her sister's wounds. I'm sorry, brother. I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have gambled. I'm just aggrieved in my heart. Bai Xiaoyun deflated her mouth, recognizing her mistake. She shouldn't have lost her temper. Qin Lang dotingly patted her head and smiled. What's the point of apologizing to me? The one you should apologize to is your sister. Bai Xiaoyun nodded her little head and immediately stepped on the crystalline sandals and stood up from the chair with her little legs wrapped in 2 white stockings, running towards Bai Ruyu on the opposite side. The little pink dress twisted and turned, not quite voluptuous, but extraordinarily playful. Looking at Bai Ruyu, who was sitting on a chair and had just put down her dishes with a smile on her face, Bai Xiaoyun hit a ball with a crash and jumped into Bai Ruyu's arms, hugging her neck. Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I'm just so angry and pissed off in my heart. Looking at Dad treating us like that, it's especially aggravating. Bai Xiaoyun moved into a comfortable position in his arms and firmly muttered, from now on, I will never gamble with you, sister. After hearing what her brother said, Bai Xiaoyun realized how hurtful what she had done was. She knew it. Her sister loved her the most. But some small, unintentional temper tantrums were the cause of the torment and pain in my sister's heart. In Bai Xiaoyun's heart, guilt rose up, and she was a little too embarrassed to look at her sister's eyes. Bai Ruyu looked at Qin Lang across from her with a light smile, her heart a little warm. She reached out and pinched her sister's cheeks, smiling delightedly. As long as Yun is happy, it's good. We're not angry. In the future there will be a sister to love you. From now on, we sisters will live in this home. Just the 2 of us. No matter how aggrieved she was in her heart, Bai Ruyu would not say anything. That is her sister. The same father and mother's own sister. From a young age is she brought up. The heart does not know how much love. Where to give up half a point of blame. Glancing at Qin Lang next to her, Bai Ruyu's heart, with a hint of warm anticipation. Perhaps, without the Bai family, she could live a freer and happier life in the future. It could not be said? Aha! A home that only belongs to the 3 of us. And brother. Bai Xiaoyun nodded heavily, not forgetting to count Qin Lang as a family member. Then he muttered in an exasperated voice, I won't be angry anymore. Even though I don't have a father to love me, I still have my brother, who is much better than my father. So I don't care about my father. Sister, I'm all you've got, and I'll heart you well from now on. Alone? Bai Ruyu smiled bitterly in his heart, listening to his sister's mouth with a mouthful of brother. His heart was strangely unfavorable. It wasn't jealousy, it just felt a little weird. Yeah, the brother in her sister's mouth would heart her. But what her sister didn't know was that her brother had already hearted her sister more times than she knew what to do with. When I think of Qin Lang, I always can't help but get involved with that aspect of things. And in my heart, I even have the anticipation of the rest of the night. Sisterly love is all about saying things that are close to your heart. After a while, seeing that it was getting late, Qin Lang stood up and looked at the sisters who were holding hands and smiled. It's so nice to see the 2 of you being so amicable. I'll leave you sisters alone for tonight. Is brother going back? Just came over. Hey. Bai Xiaoyun instantly deflated her small mouth. Somewhat reluctantly, Bai Ruyu patted her sister's head and urged her to go upstairs, secretly promising to fight to keep Qin Lang, before Bai Xiaoyun took a step and turned back to go upstairs. The living room went cold, leaving only Qin Lang and Bai Ruyu, looking at each other. What? Don't you think it's a disturbance to you 2 sisters if I stay? Qin Lang snorted half-jokingly. Bai Ruyu rolled her flirtatious white eyes and hummed lightly. What do you think? Yun cares about you so much that I, as a sister, am a bit jealous. It's already so late. Why are you still going back? There are also rooms inside the home for you to rest. If it's really not possible, I'll go and sleep in one with Yun, and you can sleep in my room. Qin Lang shook his head. Then there's even less of a point in staying. You've left. So what am I staying for? He playfully swept his gaze over Bai Ruyu's slender and proud curves, bold and naked. Bai Ruyu hesitated for a moment and bit her lip. Seeing as you're helping out so late at night, as long as you stay, I'll go look for you when Yun falls asleep. She didn't know whether it was to be grateful to Qin Lang for his help, or whether it was because she was really empty in her heart during this period of time. As long as a person was left alone for a little bit longer, anxiety would well up in his heart, and Bai Xiaochun's ugly face constantly surfaced in his mind. On the contrary, staying with Qin Lang, even though she would be bullied and it would hurt a bit, the state of emptying her brain afterwards, where everything didn't matter, made her yearn a bit. It's like being a little mesmerized. Qin Lang refused insensitively. It's better to do it another time. On the one hand, he really had something going on tonight. Bai Xiaochun's side had already asked Yifeng to search for Bai Shui. It wasn't that he didn't feel comfortable with Junzi doing his job. Moreover, Yifeng was at least the person in charge of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, and he was extremely strong in terms of strength, so he had to take a step ahead and nail the situation down. Or else cause any emergencies, which was not something he would like to see. On the other hand, the truth is that all day today, he's been on a streak. With just half a day's work, he was still a little weak. Inside by Ryu's beautiful eyes, there was a flickering light of wisdom as she gazed at Qin Lang. You're in such a hurry to go back. It can't be that you're going to go to a rendezvous with Mu Yuyen. I can tell you that you've already given full authority to me on the matter of the beauty pill, so don't be fooled by the beauty trick. She was a little uncomfortable in her heart, having suffered a certain amount of blow to her heart when she was rejected for even taking the initiative to invite her. If Qin Lang had gone to find Mu Yuyen, she was afraid that she would have been so angry that she wouldn't be able to sleep for a night. How could it be? Qin Lang immediately shook his head. What does it have to do with her? He took a step forward, wrapped his arms around Bai Ryu's slender waist, and said with a straight face, Manager Bai, I am 1000% assured that I will definitely not intervene when the company's affairs are handed over to you. I'm here to assure you of that. And the same applies to you. Apply for what? Bai Ryu was confused by what was said. Qin Lang smiled awkwardly and said, how about applying for Manager Bai to allow me to take a night off and give the chairman a day off? Chapter 61, Disguise as Yi Feng. Rescue by Shu? After being scolded for being a hooligan, Qin Lang finally left the villa where the Bai family sisters resided. He stalked alone in the darkness, like a ghostly shadow, constantly scurrying. His speed was extremely fast, even if he was an assassination expert like Yi Feng. In front of Qin Lang at this moment, he was afraid that he would not be able to match him. During this time, after consuming the physique minor pill, his physique had come to 200 points, against a normal person. Even a strong man, not to say that exhaling could kill them, but one finger could poke a hole out of a normal person's brain. Nowadays, Qin Lang's physique was not what it used to be, and his battle power was unbelievably strong. As in the case of a son of Qi like Yi Feng, without mentioning any other factors, in a battle of life and death, he had a high degree of certainty. Of course, this kind of fight to the death, leave it to the men to do is. He is a big villain. With these sons of Qi to make a fuss thoughts turn back. By Shui's kidnapped location, Qin Lang is aware of. That group of kidnappers, although not directly related to him, but also the military son sent people over to encourage, are a hill of raccoons, and has been arranged to military son trusted brothers personally track. By Shui outside offended too many people, can not count, which there are a few ruthless characters. There was a vicious gas in the heart. As long as the slightest provocation, it will directly explode. No, people are being kidnapped. In less than an hour, Qin Lang arrived in front of a remote residential building and silently put on the human skin mask from inside the system backpack. And when it was completely reunited, it was clearly Yi Feng's face. Under the transfiguration technique, the bones of his body had also produced subtle changes, evolving towards Yi Feng's figure. And if one was not particularly familiar with it, there was no way to discover the difference at all. This kind of disguise is simply the best way to plant evidence. Of course, using this kind of disguise, he would also consider some consequences, such as only appearing in front of Bai Shui and some other unrelated men. In front of girls who knew Yi Feng, or knew him, this kind of disguise would never be performed, even if it was his own body, but wearing someone else's face, not to mention contact, even if it was just a few more words. Qin Lang felt diaphragmatic. Inside one of the more isolated residential buildings, 3 bare-chested society men, all with tattoos, sat around a table, drinking beer over peanuts. A man swallowed a mouthful of beer in exasperation and said angrily, Is there any mistake? Didn't you say that this kid is the son of a tycoon? How come things have gotten so big now? The whole Tianhai city is now stirred up. Outside everywhere is a siren police car. And even just now a group of car enthusiasts inside said that the Black Dragon Society of people have been mobilized. Black and White came out together to look for this kid. What the hell is this kid? The 3 of them, coincidentally, looked towards Bai Shui, who was tied up in the corner and beaten to a pulp, and gritted their teeth. They were just going to kidnap the kid, beat him up, and starve him for a few days to give him a taste of his own medicine. Who let this kid steal their chick inside the bar last time? And in order to humiliate them, he sent someone to send them the video of bullying that chick to watch. Try asking, what man in heaven could suffer such indignity? But now, half of the bad gas is out. It is difficult to ride the tiger. Listening to the movement outside, the 3 people's hearts are scared. The mood is extremely heavy. They knew that things had gone too far this time, but the arrow had to be sent, and there were no more pills of regret to take. Who? Go ask. A man with a black scorpion tattooed on his neck nudged towards Ah Who below and urged with a cold face, clutching a dagger in his hand. Ah Who stepped forward, yanked out the 2 pairs of original big pants stuffed inside by Shi's mouth, and chided in a cold voice, "Be honest with me. Don't yell or I'll let you know what it means to go in with a white knife and come out with a red knife. I'll stab you in the heart." Bai Shi's eyelids fluttered wildly, not in fear, but the swelling from being punched, the overflowing blood flowing into the inside of his eyes. It was hard to panic. He gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. "What do you guys want? Let me go and things can be discussed. I can give you all the money you want." "Money? Just think we're in it for a few stinking dollars? Have you forgotten all about the things you humiliated us for?" Ah Who was furious and, if I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, I'd be the first to stab you. Grass. That student girl or I to the wine drug, even if it is all to play. Also have to pay attention to a first come, right? Bai Shi rolled his eyes. Isn't it just a woman? If you want to play, why don't you just make it clear to me? As long as you let me go, you can play whoever you want. I'll arrange it for you. Where he remembers these 3 guys. Just a quick side trip. Beating up people, tying women up. All things his gang of lapdogs did. It's a ing cliché to grab a punk's woman and make a video for someone to send. It had always been the way he did it. For no other reason than a thrill. Snap. Ah Who slapped Bai Shi's face and cursed. "I'm not pulling these things with you. Say, which family's little bastard are you?" Bai Shi hissed and grinned in pain, stalking his neck. "My father is Bai Xiaochun." With his hands tied, he couldn't even wipe the blood or rub his face if he wanted to, so he could only answer obediently. When he was a child, he didn't know his father's identity, and he's all grown up, and he's still being kept in the dark? Even if Bai Xiaochun didn't tell him, couldn't he find out for himself? Even if the current Bai Xiaochun had retired to the background, but some of the photos and newspapers from the past, just by looking at them, Bai Shi would be able to recognize his own family father the chairman of the Bai Group, the Tianhai City tycoon with a value of tens of billions of dollars. If he didn't know his father's identity, plus being spoiled like that, where did he get the guts to be so arrogant and domineering outside? Just did not expect. Today is planted in the hands of so 3 do not want a life. Grass. Tiger was so angry that he shoved his original big pants into Bai Shi's mouth again. Returning to the table, he sat down on a stool with his butt, reached for a can of beer with the pull tab open, gulped it down, slammed his fist down on the table, and the peanuts popped out of the "Big brother, we've made a big deal out of it this time. In the beginning, we shouldn't have bragged with those guys. This kid is actually Bai Xiaochun's son, and now the whole Tianhai city is searching for us. Look at this. It doesn't seem like a lie at all, and only the White family's power like that can make such a big commotion. Big brother, what are we going to do now? Who ahead? Too big. At this time the heart is nervous. How did not expect. Actually will provoke to the head of the White family. That kind of rich and powerful family. Want to get them? Like crushing a few ants. Scorpion was even more alert. He narrowed his eyes and swept his fierce gaze in Bai Shi's direction, already moving to kill. Aha! Bai Shi struggled violently. He wanted to explain but the smell of urine and horse fleas coming from the inside of his mouth blocked his words. Settle down for me. Scorpion coldly scolded, waiting until Bai Shi was quiet before slowly looking at the 2 little brothers. Things have come to this. Regret is already useless. Right now the entire Tianhai city is searching for us. If we let Bai Xiaochun know that it was us who kidnapped his illegitimate son, I'm afraid that he would hate to use every means possible to get us killed. Tiger questioned. No way. Bai Xiaochun is a big entrepreneur and philanthropist in our Tianhai city. In his heart, he still has the luxury of hope, the luxury of still being able to have a way back, such as at this time to send Bai Shi back, and then make amends and apologize. Even if it is to break a leg, it is still better than being wanted all the time. Scorpion rolled his eyes. Even the Black Dragon Society has been mobilized. Do you think the Bureau drove the Black Dragon Society? Isn't it still Bai Xiaochun behind the scenes? These ones who play with capital have dirty hearts. Never mind. Let's just watch this for now. We're still safe here anyway. I'm going to take a piss first. After drinking too much alcohol, Scorpion had some urgency to urinate. And likewise, he looked at Tiger and the others with helplessness in his eyes. At this point, they still think that Bai Xiaochun can make peace with the situation? That's bull. Which of today's tycoons was a good Samaritan when they made their fortune? It's also heartfelt, and the hands are even more vicious. He didn't bother to explain, and with a pang of helplessness in his heart, He got up and walked toward the bathroom at the bottom of the stairs to let the water out. Coincidentally, just moments after the scorpion left, the door to the room was pried open from the outside with a crisp sound. Chapter 62 Yifeng. I know it's you. Ah, who and another accomplice Silly Strong heard the voice, immediately looked cold. They put down the hand-filling beer, holding the dagger. Left and right, one person quietly touched the door behind. When the person who knocked on the door had just stepped in, Ah Hu and Silly Chang's hearts crossed, and both daggers plunged towards the door at the same time. Pust! Two dull sounds of entering flesh rang out, followed by hissing sounds of pain. Ah Hu and Silly Chang's right hands, at the same time, were cut open by the other party's dagger, with blood pouring out, and both of their injured arms were still being yanked. Topped with a leaf maple mask, Qin Lang walked in from the outside, wearing a black mask on his face, also taken from inside the system backpack. All the gadgets of the system lottery. That is, it is not necessary to use it. Otherwise the gas masks are all for you to give you a whole box. He was tugging on two bleeding arms in his hands, carrying an air of protagonist pretentiousness. The corners of his mouth rose, hooking up a playful arc as he sneered. With your three-legged kung fu, you still want to hurt me? He also didn't skimp on opening his mouth to speak, and as a precautionary measure, had already taken a step ahead and exchanged the intermediate skill of voice mimicry from inside the system mall, so that there was no way to recognize it unless he was an expert in voices. The bound by Shi was like seeing his own father, Ao howling chaotically, agitated like a stinking maggot writhing on the ground. Qin Lang threw Ahu and Silly Chang to the ground and pointed at the thing stuffed in Bai Shi's mouth and urged, "Take it down." Terrified, Ahu staggered to Bai Shi's side, and instead of taking down his original big pants, he held a dagger in his left hand against Bai Shi's neck, and hissed frantically at Qin Lang, "Don't come over here, or I'll kill this brat. You're not just after Bai Xiaochun's money. There's something to discuss. Just let us leave Tianhai City and we'll naturally release the people at that time." He knew that Bai Xiaochun's hands and eyes were all over the place, but how could he not expect the speed to be so fast? It's a good thing that the guy who came here, despite his strength, seems to be missing a string in his brain, having caught them all. He even backhandedly let go of them. Night and day. Qin Lang was not annoyed. He backhanded the Silly Chang on the side, in order not to be threatened. The palm under the black glove picked up the dagger and poofed towards the right side of the Silly Chang's chest. "Don't mess around. Put the knife down. Don't hurt him, or your good brother will be dead. Blood is pouring out." Silly Chang hissed and grinned in pain, his mind roaring, "Who the did I invite? And who the hell is the kidnapper? Anyway, who has not even made a move. Just a verbal threat. The result is that this guy does not move, and directly gave him a knife first? This cut is just so tawdry." Who was also dumbfounded by that, swallowed hard, yanked the original pants out of Bai Shui's mouth, and yelled, "Make him stop." Bai Shui immediately shouted in fear, "Yi Feng, what the are you doing? Is it because you want me to die? You're capable of coming to the rescue. Take off your mask if you can. I know you're Yi Feng. Don't pretend if you can. If something happens to me, my father won't let you go." Pust. The dagger in Qin Lang's hand once again plunged into Silly Chang's chest, two large holes bleeding outwards. Silly Chang looked up with a pale face and looked at Qin Lang, aggravated and on the verge of tears. "Big brother." Qin Lang smiled awkwardly. "I'm OCD. There's a hole on the right side and not on the left. It's asymmetrical." The White Guardians looked dumbfounded. He did know Yi Feng, and his father had brought Yi Feng to have dinner with him, and although he didn't talk much during the meal, he could see that his father had a lot of respect for Yi Feng. But now this situation, even a little cute, it was also able to see that this guy didn't have the intention of saving him from leaving at all. "I know. It must be you who are in contact with those two stinking right? You're trying to get me killed so that the two of them can inherit the Bai family's property, right?" Bai Shi saw that the dagger on his neck had cut out a blood mark, and immediately his words changed abruptly, and he said in fear, "As long as you save me, I can give you as much money as you want. Save me." Qin Lang juggled a dagger flower and looked at Bai Shi playfully. "Can you compare yourself to Bai Ruyu and Bai Xiaoyun? Even if you like fencing, I don't like it." "Nonsense, not much to say. Should Bai Shi said he set out. Should not say while not yet open." Qin Lang a dagger flung out, directly hit Bai Shi's heart, poking it through the heart flew, until his death. Bai Shi had never thought that the one who set out to kill him would be Yi Feng. And, with this lack of scruples, it was as if he was worried that this group of kidnappers, who wouldn't want him dead, would personally come over to make up for it. Bai Shi's two eyes were glaringly round. slowly slipping down in Ahu's embrace. His four eyes met each other, and his second face was at a loss. Silly Strong didn't end much better. Getting his neck snapped straight away, Tiger backed up in shock, a look of panic and trepidation on his face, and before he could confess his accomplices, he had already been kicked out of breath. Afterwards, Qin Lang, as if he was setting up the scene, left Ah Chang's fingerprints on the dagger in Silly Chang's neck, and then disappeared into the night, as if he knew nothing about Scorpion, who had peeked into the toilet and seen everything. Phew! It wasn't until the man was far away that Scorpion leaned his back against the wall of the restroom and slid helplessly down the tiles, collapsing limply on the floor, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Crazy, crazy, borrowing a knife to kill. What a move to borrow a knife to kill. This damn Jifeng, even using our brothers as a shield for the purpose of embezzling by Xiaochun's family fortune. What a move. He swallowed hard, and without even thinking about it, he finished removing the traces of the scene that belonged to him, and then quickly left the scene. To seek revenge on Yifeng? Are you nuts? That guy's strength is simply extraordinary, able to wring the neck of a person with his bare hands. Their two brothers at least are more than 1.8 big man. In his hands like a small rabbit, he can beat, and even if he could, why would he risk the effort? As for going to find Bai Xiaochun to tell on him, that is even more impossible. After all, Yifeng killed Bai Shui. He is also an accomplice. Scorpion has been around longer than Tiger and has a more flexible brain. If this thing ratted out, Yifeng would definitely not be able to escape Bai Xiaochun's retaliation, and he would naturally be killed along with it. Thinking left and right, or slipping away, in the middle of the night, Qin Lang hid in the dark, looked at the scorpion that fled the scene, removed the black gloves, and took the human skin mask back into the system backpack. This stuff is no longer useful, but at least you can't litter around. It's still not good to leave any evidence. As for the chaotic situation at the scene, he didn't bother about it. If it was really investigated, the little traces erased by the scorpion would not be able to remove his suspicion. At least the deaths of Ahu and Silly Chang couldn't have been the result of fighting each other to death. Leave the rest to Bai Xiaochun himself. He was happy to be free. Hey, son of luck? Time and time again, he suffered a tragic blow, and I don't know what the situation is on the side of Yifeng, the son of fortune, and whether he has any feeling that something is not right. Perhaps Yifeng had also thought about getting bigger and stronger and creating another glory with the help of Bai Xiaochun, or even to lay hands on him. But where would Yifeng have thought that he was not the only one who wanted to do it? As a big villain, if you don't understand the reasoning that the first to strike is the strongest, and the last to suffer, then he doesn't need to continue to mix, and directly blow himself up to Yifeng when the experience is worth it. Chapter 63, Uncovering Qin Lang's True Face. The White Family Compound. It was early in the morning, and the sky was already white with the color of a fish's belly. Inside the study, Bai Xiaochun, who hadn't slept all night, was still in a state of exuberance, or one could say extreme anger. One night passed, there was no news from the bureau, and the Black Dragon Society was nowhere to be found. So much commotion that half of Tianhai City was lifted over. The entire Tianhai City's airport and high-speed rail station were even more focused on. His son's kidnapping is what happened last night. Where else could he get away with it? Sure, Dad won't let go of anyone who hurts you. Bai Xiaochun clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and his eyes were a little red. And just at this time, the door of the room was pushed open, and Yifeng, who had a slightly pale face, walked in from outside. Bai Xiaochun immediately got up and greeted him, inquiring with a look of anticipation on her face. Mr. Yi, is there any news from my son's side? He knew Yifeng's background, knew that his hand was in the sky, and still held great expectations for him. Yifeng shook his head. Not really. What about the White Way and Black Dragon Society side? Not just no news. To be precise, he didn't even bother to look for it. For one thing, he was in a bad mood lately and didn't want to be bothered on top of these things. Secondly, I don't know what I ate last night, but I had vomiting and diarrhea, and at the place where I was staying, I had a wild blast, and the whole thing was on the verge of being deflated. He felt more and more that this period of time was not right. Sometimes inexplicably feel upset, and even when he saw a beautiful woman, he often felt that this beautiful woman should have a good feeling about himself. But in fact, when he went to talk to him, the beautiful woman was not willing to take care of him. Then there's the luck aspect, which is extremely bad, with vomiting and diarrhea, encounters with bumper-to-bumper traffic, and walking into the shade of a tree where you can get shot in the head with bird poop. Bai Xiaochun looked deeply, saw his face pale, heart thought it was looking for a night. Still patient sigh. There is no news yet. Trouble Mr. Ye worry. Just this matter. Also need to trouble Mr. More help. Afterward there will be heavy thanks. Yi Feng nodded his head and comforted. Don't worry. The kidnappers should be doing this for the sake of their wealth. It's unlikely that they would lay their hands on Mr. Bai. As soon as the words fell, Bai Xiaochun received a phone call from the White Way side. Listening to the police officer's narration on the other end, especially when he heard the important news, Bai Xiaochun was struck by lightning, and the cell phone that he was holding crashed to the ground, emitting a crisp sound of snapping. His eyes were dull and lifeless, and his entire body seemed to have aged 10 years, followed by monstrous anger bursting out from inside his eyes. Who is it? Who the hell killed my son? An angry roar roared through the study, and Bai Xiaochun didn't even have time to change out of his clothes before rushing out in a hurry. Only Yi Feng was left alone, frozen in place, secretly agonizing. What the hell? He just said Bai Shi would be fine, and the next call comes to inform him that he's been slaughtered? So unlucky? On the other side, Jiangnan No. 1 Villa area. Mu Yuyan's place. Inside the living room, a girl wearing a white panda t-shirt sat on the sofa. The panda on her chest was supported by the fat face round, her two small, slender hands, helping Mu Yuyan massage her shoulders, whispered, President Mu, Sister Mu, anyway, you're not in the mood to go to work today. Accompany me to go shopping. We haven't been out shopping for a long time. We haven't gone out shopping for a long time. Mu Yuyan cast a sidelong glance and shook her head airily. Not interested. Lin Yuchu petulant wrinkled nose, holding Mu Yuyan's arm gently shaking. Mu's sister, why don't we both go to the movies together? There is a newly released funny movie. Listening to the evaluation said it is very good. It is just that we go together to change the mood. Okay, well, not in the mood. Mu Yuyan once again refused, while rolling her eyes in displeasure. Yuchu, don't keep shouting sister. You're still a month older than me. Lin Yuchu heart humming, although she is older, but long small dressed slightly playful. Do not know how many people still think she is in school high school students. In the past, when he called Mu Yuyan's sister, he had never been disliked, and today was the first time. Obviously, Mu Yuyan's heart had been broken by that scummy guy. She huffed and snorted coldly. Yuyan, isn't it just a smelly man? Is it necessary to be so sad? It's not even if you don't go to work. You don't even talk to me anymore. Do you even consider me as your best friend? In your eyes, do you still consider me as one of your own? Mu Yuyan looked at the TV woodenly. Her head didn't return as she whispered. If it wasn't you, do you think I would have told you about Qin Lang? In Mu Yuyan's heart, the status of Lin Yuchu, her best friend, was still quite high, otherwise it would not have been possible to tell her about Qin Lang. Is it worth it? Isn't it just a stinky man? Yuyan, you're so nice. Why do you have to hang yourself on this tree? All men under the sky are the same. Don't look like they're ignoring you now, but they're probably having a good time in their hearts. If he knew that you look like this, he wouldn't know how happy and proud he would be, and he might even deliberately tell others about it. Lin Yuchu tone inside with resentment. She has seen more than those who start and end of the scum, especially the metropolitan city dude that circle. The number is more than counted. Those scum, all day long to pick up girls on the mouth, not moving to take money to smash people. Do not mention how disgusting people. She originally thought that Mu Yuyan would be sober and self-aware, and would not fall into the trap of these scums. At least half a month ago, Mu Yuyan had no feelings for Qin Lang, and could even be said to loathe him, and often complained to her about Qin Lang's bad behavior. How could Lin Yuchu not have thought that in such a short period of time, Mu Yuyan's attitude towards Qin Lang would change so drastically? It's a flip-flop. It's just a Qin Lang. I'm sure this guy is doing it on purpose. He just wants to hang on to you. This is called a trick to catch you. The usual tactics of scum. It's just that you're busy with the company every day. Any other girl who's been in love a few times wouldn't fall for such a cheap trick. Just wait. You ask Qin Lang out. I have 100 ways to be able to dismantle his ugly face. Mu Yuyan turned back, frowning. You can't mess around. This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't add to my mess. I've already had enough trouble in my heart for a while. Although she is clear in her heart Lin Yuchu's good intentions, but her own this best friend is what character? She is clear in her heart. Quirky, mouth said how powerful and powerful. In fact, only on paper. Posing is what the master of the love scene, but fundamentally but just to have not been in love. See more than those sets of love scene idiot. Lin Yuchu also ignored Mu Yuyan's threats, and with a cold snort in her jealous heart, she looked towards Aining and took the initiative to speak. Sister Aining, Do you want to continue to watch Yu Yan be so degraded and depressed? What kind of person is Qin Lang? As a bystander, you should know very well. Even if Yu Yan has reached the stage of vernalization, she shouldn't be with such a scummy guy. Help us out. Let's both team up to bring Yu Yan under control. At that time, once Qin Lang's face is revealed, everyone will be happy. Mu Yuyan chided. How dare you? Lin Yuchu pounced up with her teeth and claws open, taking the brunt. What don't you dare to do? Don't forget, I'm a practicing student of Taekwondo for 2 years. A few minutes later, as Mu Yuyan was brought under control, Aining stood by the side with a helpless look on her face and said, Missy, really? I feel heartbroken as a bystander when I see you right now. Perhaps Ms. Lin is right. What if Qin Lang is really a scumbag who can't stand the temptation? Yu Yan, just don't struggle. Today Qin Lang will definitely die on the spot socially. Lin Yuchu played with Mu Yuyan's cell phone for a while before raising the screen and said smugly, an appointment has already been made, and the location is at my family's hotel. Wait and see how I reveal Qin Lang's true colors. Lin Yuchu's eyes were full of complacency. A face of pride and self-confidence was bursting. She had countless routines that would enable Qin Lang's true colors to be revealed. A mere scum of the earth. Lin Yuchu can expose it to all with a snap of her fingers. Humph. It's okay to bully other girls. Want to bully her? Lin Yuchu's best friend? It's a fool's errand. Lin Yuchu's eyes were filled with a sly smile, secretly muttering in her heart, Qin Lang, Qin Lang, don't blame Auntie for not giving you face. It can only be said that you were looking for the wrong object to start. See how Auntie will concoct you this time and make you lose face. Chapter 64, Lin Yuchu Online Reigning. It was midday before Qin Lang rushed towards Kaiyuan International. Junzi held the steering wheel with one hand and gave a thumbs up with one hand towards Qin Lang behind him. Young master, when it comes to dealing with women, I would call you the strongest. You're like a hunter looking for prey in general, and there's no prey you can't handle once you've finalized your target. It's amazing. I still remember when President Mu used to see you. He always looked indifferent or disgusted, but now it's good. He took the initiative to run to your residence for 3 days, and now he's even taking the initiative to invite you for lunch. This is obviously picking you up. Junzi is really admire Qin Lang. Even Mu Yuyan, such a cold female president, can be convinced. The key others do not know, but in his heart is clear. The young master is a heart of 4 or 5 ah. Multiple lines were in action at the same time and all of them were fruitful. It's almost as if Awesome his mom opened the door to Awesome. And it's awesome. Qin Lang let out a light laugh. Hunter? What hunter? A bounty hunter? If it wasn't for a reason, where would he have had the leisure time to dine with Mu Yuyan? If he hadn't noticed the system hinting that Mu Yuyan's mood was fluctuating violently and that she might have encountered something, he would have probably started giving Su Xiaoxiao a second lesson at this moment, continuing to preach and teach her knowledge. Isn't this more comfortable than going to dinner with Mu Yuyan? Maybach smoothly parked outside the entrance of the Kaiyuan International. Because of the rain, Qin Lang is holding an umbrella out. A set of slim suit. The male, dog, waist to set off more and more with charm. At the entrance of the hotel, Qin Lang stopped his steps and glanced at the little girl on the side. Said as a small girl, but its personal strip already has 1.6 m out of the head. Body, out of the big square. A black and white JK uniform, with 2 long white stockings, can be described as 2 long legs to set off the best. Most of all, Qin Lang found that the girl's body, actually not the slightest bit inferior to the White Sisters to wear, and in the JK uniform, more and more into the eyes and proud. Such a proud figure, favoring the birth of a delicate and childish face, looks like a 17 or 18-year-old girl in general. Ding! The female protagonist Lin Yuchu generates mood swings. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Heavenly Fate villain value of +100. The door of the hotel, Lin Yuchu stomping in a hurry. 2 big watery eyes staring at the road outside the transparent rain glass, seemingly want to rush out to take a taxi, but in fact the heart is anxious. Damn it, what's wrong with this Qin Lang? Can't you see that this lady doesn't have an umbrella? No gentlemanly demeanor at all. Can't he just come up and ask for a ride? Lin Yuchu is a bit indignant. This ghost weather. She wears so little, and outside the pouring rain, is a man to see her, presumably will consider to go up to smooth her a ride, right? Only Qin Lang didn't. The key, he just stood there and watched, and didn't go up or into the hotel. Spell it out. In order to reveal Qin Lang's true colors, Lin Yuchu hard-hate muttered. Step open, wrapped in white stockings, 2 legs rushed out of the rain glass. Did not go out much farther. Intentionally slipped under the feet, snapped and threw a big horse slump, paralyzed on the ground. Inside the hotel's surveillance room, Mu Yuyan and Aining were both sitting in front of the LCD screen, able to see the high-definition video as well as the sound through the camera. Seeing Lin Yuchu fall in the middle of the rain, Mu Yuyan immediately said anxiously, "How can she be like this? Yuchu? She is clearly abusing Qin Lang's sympathy. Moreover, on this rainy day, even if she wanted to be accosted by Qin Lang, she wouldn't have to aggravate herself like this. No, I have to go and bring an umbrella. I can't watch Yuchu continue to get wet outside." Ning hurriedly blocked the way and said with a bitter smile, "Missy, don't add to the chaos. Miss Lin has done this for you, braving the rain to reveal Qin Lang's true colors. If you go now, aren't you just wasting her hard work?" Ning wasn't stupid. She had been following Mu Yuyan for a few years and knew her well. But whenever Mu Yuyan went out, although Lin Yuchu didn't need to get wet again, her identity would definitely be exposed as well. She didn't want to see Miss Lin's hard work spoiled. As he was entangled, Qin Lang in the video moved, and Ning hurriedly said, "Miss, look, nah, Qin Lang is going to do it." In the rain puddle, Lin Yuchu was drenched all over, black and white JK uniform, more and more curvy. She aggrievedly hugged her knees, squatting inside the rain, all over the body could not stop sobbing. Pity, helplessness, aggrieved baba, all kinds of lovable emotions, are overflowing, but any slightly normal man, afraid that will not stand idly by and watch a little beauty like this in the rain, right? Lin Yuchu was even more certain in her heart. She had absolute confidence in her face and body. As long as Qin Lang was willing to strike up a conversation, she was confident that she would be able to trick him away from here. As soon as Qin Lang left, it was a broken promise. Is it necessary to guess what a man wants to do when he takes a strange woman away with him? With that little thought in it? The scum must have just solidified it. After waiting for a while, Lin Yuchu kept skimming Qin Lang from the corner of her eyes, and when she saw him move, her heart was delighted. However, when she saw that Qin Lang did not come towards her, but instead went to the Maybach that had just come down, she was suspicious, and then immediately released herself. Must have gone for the umbrella. Wanted to give her an umbrella and then have an excuse to leave contact info. It's really the old scumbag routine. How could it be hidden from her fiery eyes? A few moments later, Qin Lang got down from the Maybach, and sure enough, he had taken an extra umbrella, but underneath that umbrella, there was another person standing, none other than the driver-cum-bodyguard Junzi. The two walked to a position less than 2 meters in front of Lin Yuchu. Looking left and right, Qin Lang was holding an umbrella in his hand. Not only did he not go forward to help Lin Yuchu shield herself from the wind and rain, but instead, he said with a look of amusement on his face, "Junzi, what do you think is going on with this girl? Suffered a love injury, or pregnant with a child and can't afford an abortion?" Junzi returned in a trance. "Emotional injury, I guess, and her stomach isn't even bulging. Not like she's pregnant. Maybe it's just a short period of time and the pregnant belly isn't showing yet? It's possible." Lin Yuchu was dumbfounded and looked up as rainwater slid down her cheeks, mixed with tears. This thing? Is it scum? He's clearly a straight man of steel. Seeing a weak woman in the rain. Do not go up to shush even if you want to see the fun. But why go to the Maybach to call out the bodyguards? Standing together in front of her to see the fun? Is that so humiliating? Chapter 65 Umbrella with a Fruit Knife? Ding! The female protagonist Lin Yuchu produces violent mood swings. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Heavenly Fate villain value of plus 200. Ding! The heroine Lin Yuchu's anger value continues to rise. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Heavenly Fate villain value of plus 500. Ding! The heroine Mu Yuyan's favorability value continues to rise. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Heavenly Fate villain value of plus 600. Ding! The system beeps that kept ringing beside his ears made Qin Lang feel that he had made a very correct choice. Sure enough, that is not a good person. Although it is a legitimate lowly, but in the original work in the middle of the body is Mu Yuyan, bosom friend of Lin Yuchu, also known as the scum identification machine. Wu Yifeng do not know how many times to dislike, naughty, ruin people's reputation, hand to hand the kind of. This time when Mu Yuyan had mood swings, it definitely had something to do with Lin Yuchu. Moreover, this obvious act of striking up a conversation caused Qin Lang's heart to become wary. If others didn't know, could he still be unaware of Lin Yuchu's hidden familiarity? It's just a girl love. Also, there's a tendency to be receptive, abusive, to this stuff. And the nicer you are to her, the more she jumps. How could you possibly strike up a conversation? Maybe, Mu Yuyan is watching from somewhere. Lin Yuchu has already set up a big pit, just waiting for him to jump into it. Qin Lang laughed coldly in his heart. reversing his position and taking the initiative, looking at Lin Yuchu, who was sitting in the puddle, full of evil. Just by bullying Lin Yuchu, he was able to receive 2 copies of the Heavenly Fate villain value in return. 1 plow, 2 harvests. Why not? The rain continued to fall. The black and white JK uniforms are given wet stained on the body, curvy body, more and more charming. Lin Yuchu gritted her teeth in her heart, but she was unwilling to give up on her previous endeavor. And on the surface, she muttered in a resigned voice, "Brother, it's raining so heavily, can you lend me an umbrella?" Qin Lang pointed and counted the 2 umbrellas, then counted the 3, and asked back with a smile, "Little sister, can't you read and count? There are only 2 umbrellas in total. How can I lend you one?" Lin Yuchu was roaring in her heart. Is the Qin Lang in front of her eyes? After all, she said, doesn't she know to come up and hold her umbrella for a while? Really? Lin Yuchu would never have thought that she would be squatting inside the puddle for so long, and white little pants have been stained wet by the rain. Qin Lang, holding an umbrella in his hand, walked to the front of Lin Yuchu. Looking at the umbrella body will be Lin Yuchu to cover, but in the distance of less than a few dozen centimeters when, came to an abrupt end, stood in place, pointing to not far from the hotel's rain glass, said, "You can go there to avoid the rain." Lin Yuchu wiped her face, not knowing whether it was tears or rainwater, bitterly squeezed out a smile, rubbed her ankle, pampered the general's soft voice, "My leg just twisted. It hurts. Brother, you help me hold the umbrella for a while, okay?" Qin Lang didn't care. Instead, he pointed at a flash of black light exposed at Lin Yuchu's waist, his voice serious. "What is this thing you're holding onto? It's bulging. Take it out for me to take a look?" Lin Yuchu's face changed. "No, there's no need, right, Junzi? Let's go." Qin Lang turned around and shouted at Junzi before preparing to leave. Lin Yuchu hurriedly begged for mercy. "Don't go, don't go. Can't I show you?" She coyly took from her waist a small fruit knife she had pinned to it. This thing was what she had originally thought to bring with her in case of emergencies after she had tricked Qin Lang away. In case this guy Qin Lang didn't care about anything and messed up even if she had blown her own cover, then what should she do? It's only natural to bring a weapon for defense. Now being demolished, in order to maintain the image of her own weak woman, she only had to softly make a feeble explanation. "Brother, this is a fruit knife. It is used to cut fruits." Qin Lang frowned and said suspiciously, "Cutting fruit? On this rainy day, you go out without an umbrella and bring a knife? What do you mean? Rainy night with a knife? No umbrella? Connotation who?" Lin Yuchu's heart was really infuriated and about to collapse, and she couldn't wait to take a fruit knife and stab Qin Lang with 1, 2, 4, 5 or 6 knives, avoiding fatal injuries with the knife. Let him beg for life and death. But thinking that Mu Yuyan is still watching from the surveillance video side, casually threw the fruit knife to the side, making a big move, pitifully selling misery. "Brother, I'm still small. I've only just started high school. My mom and dad are quarreling in the house, saying that they are going to get a divorce, and they even beat me. I'm so scared. I'm so cold. Can brother take me to a warm place to get warm?" She hugged her bladder, trembling in the middle of the rain. Her petite and delicate appearance, whoever sees it, will feel pity. Rao Junzi, such a like Zheng manager level of existence, are a bit of heart, thinking in the heart of the matter, why not just warm her up? Qin Lang looked up and down, reached out and pulled Lin Yuchu up from the ground, and said with emotion, "It's not easy at all. Let's put it this way. I happen to have a friend who is particularly interested in your kind of student and lack of caring object. Why don't I call him over, and let's have a good chat together?" My God! Lin Yuchu was hissing in his heart. Unexpected joy. Unexpected joy. Who could have imagined that the Qin Lang in front of him, who had always acted like a straight man of steel, would make such a bold suggestion at such a critical moment? And find a friend to keep warm with? To hang out with? 3 or 4 together? Lin Yuchu was ecstatic in her heart, facing Qin Lang head on, with her right hand behind her back, comparing an okay pose, with the purpose of letting Mu Yuyan on the other side of the surveillance video see Qin Lang's true face. Inside the monitoring room, Aining was ashamed. "Missy, I really didn't think that Qin Lang, he would be this kind of person. It's horrible." Not only did he want to lay his hands on Ms. Lin, but he even had to call out his friends to join him. How can he be so shameless? Mu Yuyan had a puzzled look on her face, but she didn't go to accuse Qin Lang in the first place. She just felt as if there was something wrong somewhere. But when you can't catch a clue, you feel particularly awkward. What went wrong? The moment he froze, inside the surveillance video, There was a beep 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 beep. Under the curtain of rain, Lin Yuchu stood at the edge of the umbrella. There were drops of water constantly falling along the umbrella bone on top of her head. The slightest bit of piercing coldness, none of which made her duck into the umbrella. Instead, he froze and pointed to the state-faced police officer who had gotten out of a vehicle with flashing siren lights not far away, dressed in a black uniform and approaching. The corners of her good-looking mouth twitched madly as she gazed into Qin Lang's eyes and asked hesitantly, "Is this the friend you were talking about?" Chapter 66 Death on the Spot. Before the words fell, the country-faced middle-aged police officer had already walked to the front, snuffed out the communicator on his waist, and made a stern face. "What are you standing here for if you don't go in to hide from the rain on a heavy rainy day? Are you the one who called the police?" He looked at Qin Lang, his gaze somewhat unfavorable. "The scene in front of me, one is a graceful gentleman, the other is like a drowned chicken," soaped Lin Yuchu. "How to look at it is like a conflict of the young couple." Qin Lang smiled and nodded, pointing at Lin Yuchu. "I'm the one who reported it to the police. This little girl is still in high school. Her parents quarreled at home, and she was also beaten up by her parents, and she doesn't dare to go home, so I'm going to trouble you to send her on a trip." After the state-faced policeman realized that it was a misunderstanding, his gaze eased, moving his eyes away from Qin Lang's body and gazing at Lin Yuchu, secretly saying in his heart that it turned out to be a poor schoolgirl. He said softly, "Give me your home address and I'll take you back." This. Lin Yuchu was a little flustered. Seeing the police, almost subconsciously, his heart was a little weak. "No need to trouble the police, uncle," Qin Lang said suspiciously. "Wasn't it you who said just now that you didn't dare to go home alone? And you said that you want me to take you home to get warm? What's going on? Can't it be that you think my home is a bit warmer than your own?" Lin Yuchu glared fiercely at Qin Lang, her heart growling. "Why is this guy talking so much? Don't you know how to shut up?" The state-faced policeman frowned, also seeing something, his face cold. "What the hell is going on? Take out your ID card." Lin Yuchu stammered. "That ID card I forgot to bring." She also did not dare to hide again. An old one honestly said, "In fact, I am not a schoolgirl. I have become years, just now is joking with friends." "Police uncle, you do not take it seriously." "Are a misunderstanding," Qin Lang promptly added. "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Didn't you just say you were a high school student? Also, we've only just met once. How can we be considered friends?" Ding! Lin Yuchu's anger value continues to rise. Congratulations to the host for gaining the Divine Destiny villain value plus 1000. The stay-faced policeman swept a glance at Lin Yuchu with some disgust. He hated this kind of woman who was out fishing for a man all day long, because his son, who fell for such frivolous girls, has not yet recovered. Now that he had heard Qin Lang's account, he had subconsciously taken Lin Yuchu as a girl who had deliberately accosted him. With a stern face, he looked coldly at Lin Yuchu and chided, "Obstructing public officials in their cases and wasting their time. Do you think this joke is funny?" Lin Yuchu was coy. She really did not think that Qin Lang, this would call the police, and also demolished the stage in front of her. And now she was glared at by the police, and weakly said, "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." The state-faced policeman said coldly, "If saying sorry is useful, what do you need us policemen for?" He pulled out a copy of the civic code from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yuchu. "Read it aloud from beginning to end. Memorize it in 3 days, and then come to me at the station and recite it in public." Lin Yuchu cupped the small green book in her hand, her face ashen, her head as big as a bucket. Endorsement? Or is it a civic code? She had originally thought of exposing Qin Lang's ugly true colors and letting him die in front of Mu Yuyan's face society. But now, how is it that she's the one who's going to die a horrible social death? What can she do when she comes across such a rigid police officer? She was also aggrieved, and with annoyance in her heart, she pinched the civic code, and under the watchful gaze of the state-faced policeman, read it out word for word in front of several people. Patriotism and law-abiding. With a gaze, Lin Yuchu's heart felt like it had been stabbed by a knife again and again. She was full of anger, but she didn't dare to show it in front of the police, so she had to transfer it all in her heart to Qin Lang. After a moment's effort, the recitation of the civic code was completed, and the country-faced policeman turned to leave. Before that, he also emphasized the matter of letting Lin Yuchu go to him 3 days later to recite it. As soon as the police left, Lin Yuchu instantly roared and lunged towards Qin Lang, her teeth and claws flailing. "Qin Lang, old me will fight you. Let you humiliate me. Let you get the police. Bastard." The 2-year trainee of Taekwondo was on full display in Lin Youchu's body. That punch and kick was full of style. Quite a slugger excitement punch in there. While pouncing over, Qin Lang quickly stepped back. Intentionally, no, accidentally stumbled on his feet and fell towards the back. Seeing Lin Youchu pouncing in front of him, he hastily reached out to the front and grabbed where the pride was, and using this as a point of focus, he violently threw himself around, and stiffly stabilized his staggering body. Instead, Lin Youchu's body fell towards the inside of the puddle under the force of the reaction force. Ouch! Hiss! It hurts! Lin Youchu thought she was going to fall, but the reality was not. She tilted her body and stopped in midair, and a sharp pain spread throughout her body at the right side of her heart. When she opened her eyes, she realized that Qin Lang had one hand grasping at her chest, maintaining her in a balance, tilted in midair, which prevented her from falling. Qin Lang, are you taking advantage of me? Let go! You let go! Lin Youchu chortled petulantly. Where had she ever been so wronged? The indignation of being tackled at her weak point, and the fact that she was still relying on a hand grasped over her heart to keep her from collapsing, along with the real pain in her heart, simply made her storm out of the room. Qin Lang looked down and detached his palm one finger at a time from in front of Lin Youchu's heart. No! Lin Youchu had just remembered her current situation, but before she had finished saying the word don't, the palm placed in front of her heart had already withdrawn. Snap! Lin Youchu once again sat on her but inside the puddle, falling to the ground, feeling like her but had been broken into 7 or 8 pieces. Qin Lang was a little embarrassed. I'm really sorry, just now I didn't stand still. An accidental abrupt move. I was going to pull you up, but this grabbing position was not right, and you yelled at me, so I could only let go. Lin Youchu was not only aggrieved in her heart, but also physically in pain. She cursed with her mouth. What's the point of pretending? You just did it on purpose. Slip and fall? You walk normally on 2 legs. How could you slip? Qin Lang rolled his eyes. I'm too lazy to explain to you. Anyway, I can't talk to a woman with 2 mouths like you. Lin Youchu's mouth opened, wanting to say something, but she didn't know where to start. It only felt the aggression in his heart and a strange feeling that rose up at the same time. Chapter 67, Plastic Sisterhood. As Lin Youchu calmed down and prepared to start a second counterattack, Mu Yuyan finally arrived with Aining. The big picture has been decided. Lin Youchu's so-called plan to reveal his true colors has been completely broken. Although Aining was upset, he could only let Mu Yuyan leave. Misunderstanding. Qin Lang, don't be angry. She is actually my bosom friend, called Lin Youchu, the first daughter of the Yinjing Lin family. Mu Yuyan stood in front of Qin Lang with a difficult expression on her face, explaining without any bottom. She did all these things for my good. Don't be angry with her. Qin Lang's face was suspicious, looking at Lin Youchu for a while, and Mu Yuyan for a while, as if he didn't know anything and was suddenly woken up. You two are bosom friends? What are you doing? Acting for me here? Lin Youchu stood up with the help of Aining, and chided without any good humor. Qin Lang, don't pretend. You've seen it all long ago, haven't you? Don't think that I don't know those dirty little thoughts in your heart. It's useless. Even if you can hide Yuyan, you can't escape my fiery eyes. He. Qin Lang snorted and glanced at Mu Yuyan. It seems like your best friend has deep preconceptions about me. Ha! It just so happens that I still have things to do, so I won't bother you. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. Don't! Mu Yuyan's heart tightened and she hastily reached out to pull him back, while glaring at Lin Youchu in shame. Haven't you made enough of a scene yet? Just what kind of situation do you want to put me in before you're willing to fulfill it? In her heart, she was really scared by the toss. There was already a disconnect with Qin Lang, and now Lin Youchu had made this move. It was like pushing her into the fire pit. Lin Youchu bristled, still wanting to dislike Qin Lang, but after seeing Mu Yuyan's gaze that was just like some anger, she could only suppress it in her heart, hummed, and skimmed her head without speaking. Mu Yuyan sighed in her heart, helplessly looking at Qin Lang, explaining, in fact, it just so happens that there are still some things today. The product report of the beauty pill came out, and I just happened to have it with me, and it's necessary for you, as the formula provider of the beauty pill, to take a look at it, and give some advice? Don't you want to start a company and make money? This beauty pill is the first shot at your company's profitability, and it has to be taken seriously. Can we go to a hotel and get a booth and talk over dinner? After thinking for a while, Qin Lang nodded. Talking about business is important. The group returned to the Kaiyuan International Hotel and opened an upscale box. Went to take a shower and came back. Lin Youchu changed into a more mature dress, white halter top, pink set skirt. Although not like the previous JK uniforms generally look tender, but also quirky, playful very. She sat beside Mu Yuyen, wanting to free her from inside Qin Lang's clutches, but Mu Yuyen simply didn't have the heart to pay attention to her, and was discussing with Qin Lang over the report of the beauty pill. Qin Lang scanned over the report with a single, meticulous glance, his fingertips nodding at the lines of type from time to time. Although this report is not a bad introduction, it still has flaws. The beginning part is, understandably, mediocre, and by the time it's elaborated on in the middle, all of the benefits of these beauty pills are sort of nailed down. But wasn't the ending a little too sloppy? Tell you what, find some time. When you're free, we'll discuss it and perfect this report by checking and filling in the gaps. Yes, Mu Yuyen nodded her head fervently, but didn't understand the deeper meaning within. Qin Lang snorted and passed it off, pinching a piece of cola chicken wing and putting it into Mu Yuyen's bowl. Let's eat. After waiting so long for certain people to take a shower, the food is about to get cold. Mu Yuyen was delighted in her heart. This cola chicken wings was one of her more favorite dishes. When her mother came to Tianhai City, she even fought with Qin Lang for it. It didn't occur to her that Qin Lang still remembered her preferences, which meant that she hadn't completely disappeared in his heart. Mu Yuyen took small bites of the chicken wings and said contentedly, "It tastes really good, delicious." Looking at the two people in harmony, like a couple, Lin Yuchu couldn't look on from the side. She had to break the situation, otherwise she was afraid that her silly best friend would be brought inside the pit, deeply trapped in Qin Lang's trap, and couldn't extricate herself. She chucked a piece of blackened garlic from the side and put it into Mu Yuyen's bowl. "Yuyen, if you're hungry you should eat more." Mu Yuyen glanced down, her brows furrowed slightly, and did not mean to move her chopsticks. Lin Yuchu chucked another piece. "Yuyen, don't underestimate this garlic. This is personally brined by the chef of my hotel. It's delicious, tasty and sweet." The black garlic she was holding, just as she put it to her own mouth, she smelled an extremely disgusting flavor, subconsciously bitterly, spitting out her tongue. Vomit. Mu Yuyen's brows knit tighter. Lin Yuchu is now riding a tiger. Holding her breath, put the black garlic inside her mouth, took a bite and exclaimed, "Wow, this black garlic is so delicious. Melt in your mouth. Don't look at the smell of the flavor is not good, but eat like stinky tofu, can be fragrant." Vomit. As she marveled, a pair of big watery eyes flashed with fluttering brightness inside, but not even halfway through her words, she dry heaved again, choking on her tears and snot, the tip of her nose flaming in a shrug. Being stared at by Mu Yuyen's strange gaze, Lin Yuchu was indignant in her heart, but she could only hold on strongly. Maybe it's because she caught a cold just now from the rain. It has nothing to do with this black garlic. It's just a little bit of regurgitation. Vomit. Pieing. Can't make it up. Lin Yuchu slammed the table. Towards the ground, poo-poo the black garlic in the mouth, all to spit a clean. Towards the waiter, who ran in pointing at the black garlic and asked, "This dish is which chef to do?" The old lady to eat spit. "Let him go to the front desk to settle the wages. Hurry to leave. A disgrace." "Okay." The waiter left with a quick nod and bow. The inside of the box was quiet again. Lin Yuchu felt like he had been slapped. His face was hot and painful. Sitting there, holding his bladder, huffing and puffing and not speaking, not knowing who he was gambling with. Mu Yuyen raised her glass and urged, "Yuchu, don't be angry. If it's not good enough not to eat it, let's clink a glass. It's a way to put a stop to today's unpleasantness. It ends here." Lin Yuchu felt like she was having bad luck all day today, and her heart was aggravated. The gaze that looked at Qin Lang became more and more unkind. However, under Mu Yuyen's active mediation, she was forced to raise her glass again, and could only act as if she had agreed, and the three of them clinked their glasses and drank it all in one go. The drinking game, it goes on. Chapter 68. Mu Yuyen was made to cry. "Qin Lang, there are some things I have to apologize to you. I did a lot of things in the past to apologize to you, but I also have no intention. I do not know that you need to do so much for the sake of the family. I have always thought that you are all on the surface of the pretense of that appearance. Until now I just..." Mu Yuyen's cheeks were a bit flushed, and halfway through her words, she picked up a glass of wine and once again tilted her head back to dry it. "This glass of wine counts as my atonement. I apologize to you." She used to find fake boyfriends to put off Qin Lang's advances in order to reject him, and she was wide-eyed and cold-faced every time they met. And when she thought about it now, she felt remorseful. She was also deluded into not realizing that Qin Lang's foppish appearance was all pretense for outsiders. It wasn't until now that she realized. Late or not, that this cup of atonement was something she had to drink. Also, the matter on my mom's side is thanks to your arrangement. When I called last night, she told me that her health has gotten much better recently and that her condition is under control. Mu Yuyan once again raised a glass of wine and drank it all in one go. This glass of wine is my way of thanking you. Qin Lang became curious and sized up Mu Yuyan. You can drink so well? Mu Yuyan reddened her cheeks and shook her head. I'm not quite able to drink. It's just that there are some words in my heart, some things that I have to say, or else it's uncomfortable to hold it in and I can't sleep at night. Can't you drink? Qin Lang poured more into Mu Yuyan's cup. If you can't drink, drink more. No. If you're not feeling well in your heart, drink more, and you'll be fine after a nap. Mu Yuyan was already a bit giddy, holding the wine glass in her hand and swaying a bit, but she still nodded obediently. I'll listen to you. One drink will solve 1,000 sorrows. Cheers. Qin Lang clinked glasses with Mu Yuyan. The two men each drained their glasses. Mu Yuyan was already a little drunk, and when she clamped the dishes, her palms were shaking a little, and every now and then she would drop the dishes she clamped out onto the table. Qin Lang took great initiative to help clip the dishes and pour the wine. I didn't expect Yuyan, you are also a man of nature. It can really be said that wine is a friend of 1,000 cups. Without further ado, have another drink. I can't. I'm already drunk and I'm about to lose it. Yuyan, are you not giving me face? The wine in your glass isn't going down. Are you keeping fish with me? I'll take a break. Drink. I'll drink. Don't pour it on me. Poof. Mu Yuyan, who had drunk at least one more bottle of red wine, had her head resting on the edge of the table, and was dazedly lying there, not moving either. Qin Lang's chair had been moved to her side, wrapping his arm around her shoulders, smilingly sipping the red wine while touching Mu Yuyan's fragrant shoulders with his palm. The end of the day is a leisurely, with good wine and good company. Lin Yuchu, who had been watching from the sidelines with cold eyes, her voice went cold. You continue to take advantage of Yuyan. Continue. And pouring Yuyan a drink. Do you think that if you get her drunk, you'll be able to do whatever you want? Humph. Know why I didn't stop you in time. She pulled out a cell phone from inside the bag she was carrying, and clicked a few pictures of Qin Lang's posture with his arm around Mu Yuyan's shoulders, once again sneering. Just wait. When Yuyan comes to her senses, all of your human-faced, beastly, behaviors will be uncovered by me. At that time, when Yuyan realizes your ugly true face, she will never think of you again. Before Qin Lang had the chance to speak, on the contrary, Mu Yuyan, who was lying there drunkenly, made a sound in a daze. One hand propped up her side face, her back facing Qin Lang's direction, one eye open and one eye closed, and her vermilion lips gently opened in Lin Yuchu's direction. Although no sound came out, Lin Yuchu still clearly read the meaning of the shape of Mu Yuyan's mouth. It is clearly the word ********. Lin Yuchu stood dumbfounded on the spot. The shutter, touched by her index finger, was clicking continuously. Mu Yuyan, worried about making a mistake and dizzy, deliberately collapsed into Qin Lang's arms and kept mouthing fragrance with a silent mouth shape in Lin Yuchu's direction, but Qin Lang gently pushed her out, shook his head inside. Lin Yuchu, if you want to tarnish my reputation, you don't have to. In Yanjing, even in Tianhai City, who doesn't know that I, Qin Lang, am an unscrupulous playboy? Don't you just want me to leave Mu Yuyan? Fine. I'll leave and fulfill you. With that, he stood up. Mu Yuyan couldn't care less about pretending to be drunk at this time, and hurriedly pulled his arm. Qin Lang, this is all unintentional. Young Chu, she was originally born with a playful nature, and didn't really mean to go against you. Lin Yuchu's heart went cold under Mu Yuyan's annoyed eye attack, and she could only lower her head, muttering reluctantly, I'm wrong, isn't it okay? I'll just delete this photo. She didn't have the heart to tarnish Qin Lang's reputation. She just wanted to make Mu Yuyan recognize Qin Lang's true face. But now, after experiencing this silent blow just now, where does she still not understand Mu Yuyan's mind? I'm afraid I've been mesmerized. Nothing more can be done to save this BFF who is already in the loop. Mu Yuyan's eyes were a little red, still tugging at Qin Lang's arm. Qin Lang, don't be angry. This time it's really our fault. I know. I apologize. I promise that this kind of thing won't happen again, and will never go against you again. Not me, and even less for the friends around me. Qin Lang held his forehead, soothed a mouthful of turbid air, and soothed. Yuyan nah, it's not that I'm angry. It's just that the opportunity is not to be missed. Lost is not lost. You've missed the boat. I'm afraid there's no way to keep this meal going today. Next time we have a date? Qin Lang eventually left. Turning off the system prompts of Mu Yuyan's mood swings. A good bird chooses the best wood to live in. With Lin Yuchu here today, he categorically couldn't develop too quickly with Mu Yuyan. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would cause a lot of trouble. He's too much of a pain in the ass to do it another time. When the door was closed, Lin Yuchu had a bitter look on her face. Yuyan, I didn't do it on purpose. Mu Yuyan lowered her head and wiped her tears, being seen by her best friend in this lost look of hers right now. But she didn't have too much embarrassment. But instead, she looked at Lin Yuchu in a serious manner and said seriously, Yuchu, if you still consider me as your best friend, in the future, you should stop meddling in Qin Lang's affairs, or else, the relationship between the two of us can only come to an end. I know. Lin Yuchu's heart thumped, suddenly realizing that he seemed to have really made Mu Yuyan angry today. He was a bit flustered, but he didn't dare to continue to say more for fear of adding fuel to the fire. Chapter 69, Wanted All Over Town. Scorpion, Kaiyuan International. Junzi had parked his Maybach in front of the rain shield ahead of time and stood by the steps, holding a black umbrella. When she saw Qin Lang come out, she immediately greeted him and waited for Qin Lang to sit firmly before slowly closing the car door before jogging towards her driver's seat. Young master, where are we going now? Going home or looking for Miss Bai? Or Miss Chiu? Juniper asked, smiling back as he straightened his tie. He came out after eating, so he didn't need to think about it to know that the young master didn't have an in-depth conversation with President Mu. As a qualified personal bodyguard, he needed to gauge the young master's mind in advance. Qin Lang pinched his forehead. Don't go back yet. How's the recruiting thing that I asked you to do last time going? Junzi returned truthfully. There are quite a few people here. None of them have been inducted recently. I've gathered them at the same hotel and plan to go over there later to give them a lesson. Taking a class? Qin Lang raised his head in surprise and looked at Junzi, the corner of his mouth twitching. Where did you get the guts to give them a lesson? Originally, maybe 80% of the people who were going to join might have to leave, more than half of them after this one lesson of yours. Zhuge Liang has become an old and cunning character in you. What else are you afraid to say? Junzi retorted with some disapproval. Young master, you can't say this nonsense. I'm listening to you all this time reading books. My knowledge is brushing up. It's not a big problem to fool a few old comrades. Qin Lang smiled bitterly. Alright then, I'll go over with you and see if the problem is big or not. Anyway, being idle was idle. The things on Yifeng's side, he had already arranged. According to the time, if he counted, he was afraid that it was fermenting now. He only needed to wait quietly. Okay. Junzi started the car, his heart following in anticipation. He had prepared in advance for this day, and had already thought of what to say in his mind. And now that the young master had personally followed him there, wouldn't he have some opportunity to express himself? Filled with excitement, Junzi drove the Maybach slowly in the direction of the city center. Meanwhile, the White family compound, by Xiaochun, changed the norm. After returning from the scene of the crime, he was furious, hitting and smashing. The whole inside of the living room was a mess. Porcelain tables and chairs, full of sores. Where is there any semblance of the usual demeanor? He was a traditional macho man by nature, and his son, in his eyes, was to honor his ancestors and continue the flame of his descendants. Even if his son was no longer a fighter, in his eyes, he was far more important than Bai Ruyu, by Xiaoyun's sisters. But now, his favorite son is dead, lying in a pool of blood, with a dagger stuck where his heart was. That dying look of fear still lingered on his face. As soon as she closed her eyes, Bai Xiaochun's mind would recall her son's scared and helpless eyes. Scorpion, I want your entire family, together, to bury my son with you. I'm going to make you beg for your life and death. Bai Xiaochun's gaze was crimson and he gritted his teeth. With a snap, another set of tea utensils on the coffee table, all swung to the ground, smashing a fine piece. Your lordship. Ah Fu appeared at the back of the sofa, bending over. His voice was very soft, fearfully reporting the situation. The police side has already searched all the major highways and airports, and there is no trace of the Scorpion. When I first went to the scene, I would have assumed that it was an internal dispute between the kidnappers, a disagreement that led to the tearing of the ticket and then a death due to harboring. But upon further investigation, it was realized that this was not the case. Whether it was Silly Kung's neck that was broken or Tiger's organs that were kicked to pieces under the huge force, such fatal wounds could not have been inflicted by these two men on each other. After further investigation by the police, the identity of the group of kidnappers was identified, and then on reflection of the scene, it is true that there is another person among the kidnappers escaped. It was the Scorpion. This Scorpion, after initial judgment, is most likely the killer of his son. Most of the police forces in the entire Tianhai city were now searching for the scorpion with all their might, but the time was too short, and they still had no luck. Are these police inspectors all for food? What's the use of having them if you can't find one? Bai Xiaochun roared angrily, his heart having long been filled with the fury of his son's murder. Fu stood hunched over, not daring to say a word. After all, the time was too short, only not half a day's work had passed, and even if he had mobilized the video and the statements of some acquaintances, he had only just unfolded it. At times like this, even if you know it in your heart, you don't dare to say it in front of Bai Xiaochun, or else you will incur trouble for yourself. Have the Black Dragon Society's people continue to show up? As long as they can find the scorpion, the bounty can be increased. Bai Shui is Bai Xiaochun's hope, spoiled beyond measure. The noble white group are planning to hand over the full power, and now the people are gone. He still wants those money to do what? As long as he could avenge his son's death, he was willing to pay any price. And Yi Feng sighed. What's going on? Didn't show up all day today? Bai Xiaochun thought of Yi Feng and was extremely upset. In the early hours of this morning, it was after Yi Feng had said that his son would not be in trouble that he received a call from the police. When a person is in the throes of anger, the slightest bit of displeasure is transformed into fire. As a matter of course, Bai Xiaochun's attitude towards Yi Feng at this time also produced a drastic change. Ah Fu spoke awkwardly. Mr. Yi, he seems to have encountered a bit of trouble of his own. After leaving from the Bai family, he has stayed in his own residence without ever coming out, and according to the other bodyguards, Yi Feng was inside his room last night as well, and didn't go out. The bodyguards of the Bai family, naturally, is more than one person, although Yi Feng has a special identity and lives in a luxurious place, but in its surroundings, there are still other bodyguards of the Bai family standing in a forest, which is considered to be a place similar to the staff dormitory, but there is just a clear difference in treatment. Yi Feng receiving special treatment was naturally seen by some people. There was envy in their hearts, but more jealousy and redness in their eyes. A few tidbits of information, naturally, have been circulating. Didn't go out last night? Bai Xiaochun's voice went cold. Good one, Yi Feng. I spent so much to hire him, but it turns out that this is the kind of action he uses to fool me? The irritation in his heart, which rose repeatedly, eventually sank. Yi Feng's side of things, first put aside for the time being, now there is no extra mind to care about him. The police and the Black Dragon Society side, and even some other news channel, you go to get through to me. Bai Xiaochun cold face. The scorpion didn't leave Tianhai City. The range is this big, even if it turns the whole Tianhai City upside down. I still want to see my son's murderer before tomorrow. Chapter 70 Gold Medal Lecturer. Junzi. Some people are sad. Some are glowing. Junzi is one of the representatives. Suits, ties to the meticulous, no finger-length hair, but also smeared with hair wax, back combed out afore unlike a big back hair. He stood on the front stage of the temporarily borrowed hotel conference room, clenched his fist to his mouth and coughed. As far as the eye could see, a sea of saved heads below. The number of people is nearly 100, all retired special forces. Among them, there were those who were in the same class as Junzi and those who knew him well. The young master told him to find someone he trusted, but anyone he knew well inside the army, he trusted. A little too much shouting by accident. June. Now really developed. So many brothers, all were you to shout over, but also one person a single room, and now the whole hotel. The whole floor is about to be our old comrades of these veterans to the package round call. Yes, June, I really envy you. Now you're the one who's doing the best among those old comrades who have retired from the army. However, military brother, some things we still have to make clear. We come here is to give you face, but some things, we will not do. Against the principle of things, we cannot do. Yes, June, I now follow that company is also quite good. 8 to 6. There are 4 days a month of rest. The salary is also quite high, are almost tens of thousands. To realize financial freedom, the lower end of the neatly seated inside the veteran special forces, 3 or 2 of them are talking, envious of the military son of some, but most, are still holding a wait-and-see attitude, and even most of them have already had their own jobs. Xin Lang sat in the back. Besides being handsome, there was nothing special about him. They were all men. There would be no one staring at him. Sweeping lightly, he smiled well in his heart. The feelings of the military son, this is to greet all the old comrades he knows? And, not even those with jobs. Is this an attempt to poach? He was rather curious to see what Junzi would do next. Ahem. Be quiet for a moment. Junzi raised his hand. signaling the scene to calm down. All retired special forces, extremely educated in terms of discipline. The scene was instantly tranquilized. The microphone in the conference room was broken, and Junzi could only rip his voice, amplifying it a bit, so that everyone could hear, as much as possible, the words he uttered. He pointed to one of his comrades who had just spoken and opened his mouth. Old Huang, you just said wealth freedom. What do you think is wealth freedom? What are some of our comrades saying? Isn't freedom of wealth just more money? We can do whatever we want. I'm here to tell you. Wrong. What is wealth freedom? It's when you have so much money that you can stop doing things you don't want to do. You have the right to say no. Do you have the right to say no? You go to work as a bouncer and your boss tells you to drink this drink. Do you have the right to say no? You have the right to say no. What do you do? Point your nose at the boss and yell, I'm not drinking. I'm quitting. What can I do? Old Huang lowered his head. Who dares to say this? Isn't it obvious that you're looking for squid for the boss to fire? Old Huang was a bit unconvinced and directly opened his mouth to ask, what about you, June? Do you dare to talk to the boss like that? Junzi snorted coldly. Would I dare? Of course I wouldn't dare. I'm even more tired than all of you present. One word from the young master and I have to work my ass off. Working my ass off every day. Do you think I'm willing to stand here and talk to you about this? There is not even a microphone in such a big conference room, and my voice is about to go up in smoke when I speak here. Do you think I want to do so? I don't want to talk either. It can't be helped. The young master pays. He gives too much. Hiss. Not to mention those wide-eyed retired special forces who were frozen by Junzi's words. Even Qin Lang, who was sitting in the back row, was stunned when he heard these words. Nice guy. Is this an epiphany for Junzi? The Great Enlightenment. Old Huang raised his hand shakily. June, how is your income now? Nearly 100 people, all of them with their ears perked up, concentrating. Junzi shook his head inside. Not really. My monthly salary is just under 30,000, plus quarterly dividends, year-end awards and all that. It's only like 1 or 2 million. You guys don't just hear that the paycheck looks okay, but it's not as simple as you think. On weekdays, everyone in this business needs to go to relax and have a massage or something, and it costs hundreds or thousands at a time. Do you know how we who work for the young master feel? It's too hard. If you go there once, you'll lose at least $1 billion. The young master of the entire next door to the 5th floor of the Finger Lotus to the package for a month. Those of us who help him to work, every day exhausted. Once a little rest time, he let us go to the 5th floor to add clock consumption. This body not as good as a day. Also, last time the young master went out to spend money, he left $2 million. He just dumped it on me and asked me to divide it among the 40 or so brothers. Do you know how difficult it is for me? I'm sure it's not possible to divide it evenly. There are those who work hard and those who are lazy. No matter how the money is divided up, I, the leader, will be offended. Hey, the world is difficult. Get over it. I call you over this time, but also want to expand the young master's bodyguard team. The words are so many. Say it all. Feel that I am very aggrieved myself. If you want to do it, then let me know. If you don't want to do it, I won't make it difficult for you. We'll still be old comrades in arms. As soon as the words fell, a phone rang in the conference room, and the crowd followed the sound. But it was old Huang's phone ringing. He raised his hand awkwardly, fumbled with the phone, and after listening to the work for a while, he burst out angrily in front of Junzi. Overtime? Overtime, your mom's shift. Don't you know I've been transferred? You want me to go back to work on my vacation? Are you out of your mind? I quit. Who loved to work overtime? Who had to go? Stuff. Love what? Snap. Old Yellow angrily snuffed out the phone and grunted and cursed before glancing his gaze over at Junzi, coughing, and then making a strange sound at him in a very shrill voice. Z. A group of old war veterans heard about it and were scrambling. Z. Squeak. Squeak. The entire conference room are filled with squeaks. No is a group of people in the inside meeting. Do not know also thought it was a rat plague. These old war veterans, they don't want to squeak, but June can give so much. They also want to work hard every day to get a salary of 30,000. Also want to go to spend more than $1 billion at a time. The body is not as good as before now. Chapter 71. Strongly determined brother Junzi. Don't be in a hurry. Register them one by one. But anyone whose stature hasn't regressed in the past few years can be admitted, but only on the condition that there is absolutely no betrayal. Junko raised his hand and began a long speech about the criteria for hiring. Qin Lang watched from the back for a while, a faint smile on his face as Junzi's performance satisfied him. However, After the selection of the military son, he still needed to deal with these people a little bit, and a meal was unavoidable. To really get people to do things for you, you have to get along in advance just as you would with a friend, and be polite before you do anything. Almost waiting until the evening, Xin Lang was in this one hotel and had purposely booked a few private rooms. There were a total of 15 people in the room that Xin Lang was in, deducting Junzi and Xin Lang. Each of the remaining 13 people was a good hand selected by Junzi. A rough estimate of body mass is not below 50 at all. Even after retiring from the military, these people's hands have not regressed in the slightest, and have even grown considerably. If all these people added up, even if they went to deal with Yifeng, even if they couldn't kill him, at worst, they would end up seriously injuring him. Young Qin, I really didn't expect that you've been sitting inside the conference room all this time. It's so surprising. Yeah, I told you, when I saw Qin Xiao at that time, he didn't look like a good, ordinary person. Young Qin, I toast to you. The 13 bodyguards who were about to join were all courteous and flattering, and Xin Lang did not refuse, accompanying them one by one. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Xin Lang clapped his hands, the door of the box opened, and a row of women dressed in black and white work uniforms walked in through the door. The hotel is next door to the Slim Fingers Lotus, so it's just not that convenient to find these technicians. Each one's body was out of this world, big in the front and curvy in the back. After the door was closed by the last technician, 7 or 8 women walked in. The slender figure of the woman was invariably holding the attention of everyone present. Gollum! Someone subconsciously swallowed. Xin Lang smiled and urged, don't all stand around, take your seats. 7 or 8 women took their seats, and for every 2 men in the center, a woman would take the initiative. Whoever it was skimmed his head frequently, unconsciously glancing out of the corner of his eye. Old Huang smiled awkwardly and said, Young Qin, what is that blackness on these beauties? Each of the ladies was coated with a layer of black powder, extraordinarily pretty and striking. Xin Lang smiled, a fashion. All don't be polite. We all come out to play. Just let go a little. He had gotten these 7 or 8 technicians not just for the sake of pleasure, but more importantly, to try out the character of these military son deadbeats. After all, some things are more secretive, arranged to the general bodyguard to do. It is difficult to rest assured. In front of these special forces, the body aspect has been qualified. Loyalty, he also believes that the military son of the vision. The next thing he wants to do is to borrow the character. Followed by knock knock knock. Ever since these 7 or 8 ladies appeared, the temperature inside the entire box was like raised by 8 degrees. Eyes with a smile, flirtatious demeanor, and every now and then, when they toasted, they even touched it with their bodies, hooking these big men, feeling like their souls were about to come out of their bodies. But none of them appeared any out of the ordinary behavior, are sitting upright, at most the eyes more squinting a few eyes. Ahem. Xin Lang down the left side of the Junzi, smiled and opened his mouth. Isn't this your favorite occasion? What? You can't let go? Junzi laughed awkwardly. Young master, you don't know. I've recently gotten close to Manager Zhang, and the relationship between the two of us is developing somewhat rapidly, so if I really do something out of the ordinary and let her know about it, she won't be able to wring my ears off? Wifey? Xin Lang was amused. By the looks of it, it seemed like there was no way to rely on Junzi to drive the atmosphere. He fumbled with the mug in his hand, playing with it slightly, and it fell to the floor with an accidental snap and shattered. At the same time, the lights inside the entire box instantly dimmed. Reaching out. Ah, who is it? What a pain in the ass. Whose hand? Hate it. Don't be like that. The sound of gals giggling and making noise came from the box. Not a moment later, the lights came on again, and the entire box once again resumed its previous situation of sitting upright. If they hadn't seen that the black powder on those 7 or 8 ladies was about to be rubbed off on them, the average person would have been afraid that they would really think that nothing had happened just now. Xin Lang's face went cold as he looked down at the 13 people below. Stretch out your hands to me. Old Huang took the lead, and the 13 people slowly, all with their palms stained with black powder, stretched out the tabletop, and one by one, they all lowered their heads with great embarrassment on their faces. Xin Lang chided with a cold face. I only wanted to try your fixation, but I didn't expect that each and every one of you would be so disappointing to me. If you are given a mission to carry out in the future, is it possible that the other party can leave my mission behind and ignore it as long as they give you a woman? A generous welfare package, that's a sweet date first, and a subsequent heckling equivalent to a big stick, is also essential. If they are not knocked down, it will be difficult for these people to go under control. And we can't just let the military son call the shots on everything, can we? Is he the young master? Or is Junzi the young master? Qin Xiao. We know it's wrong. We shouldn't be so undecided. The truth is that these little girls are so good looking that we didn't hold back for a moment. Qin Lang snorted. Didn't hold back? You guys are human, but Junzi isn't? Junzi, spread your hands out. Junko very quickly spread his hands flat on the tabletop, a little calloused but not stained with any hint of the black powder. Look at other people's Junzi. This is the quality and determination that a real bodyguard should have. And I'm not negating you guys. It's just that there are some aspects that you guys really didn't do well enough, and you need to learn from Junzi. Got it? Qin Lang was positive with a single glance. Old Yellow and a dozen others all nodded again and again in shame. Someone even gave a thumbs up towards Junzi, exclaiming, June, you're really good. You can even endure this. You're my idol. Hey, small potatoes. Junko grinned, revealing dark teeth. Chapter 72 Punishment of the Military. The whole room silent. Junzi really deserves to be a gold medal lecturer. His brain circuit is just different from ordinary people. Others use their hands. He uses his mouth. Those technicians beside him saw this. They were all laughing, and the atmosphere of the box became cheerful and more pleasurable. Those 13 bodyguards, even more so, gave a thumbs up in the direction of Junzi, and some of them even pointed to their own teeth and burst out in joy. Junzi was shocked, and in his heart, he said that it was not good, so he hurriedly gagged his mouth with his hand. Hate to just slap myself in the face. He had all but guessed the young master's mind, but he hadn't kept control of his expression, and all of his little actions were exposed. Qin Lang looked at Junzi, who realized something was wrong and immediately shut his mouth, and said with a cold face, knowingly committing a crime. The crime is aggravated, and next month's salary will be deducted by 20,000. In front of these new bodyguards, hitting his own face, that is impossible. What he needs is to establish authority. Since there is no way to set an example, it can only be the general's son dragged out to beat 30 big boards as a warning. Junzi lowered his head. Young master, I know I'm wrong. I recognize the punishment. The 13 bodyguards, all of whom were aware of the smell of smoke permeating the air, obediently put away their playful expressions, and seeing Qin Lang with such a serious expression, they couldn't help but feel a little trembling in their hearts. Even Junzi, being such a trusted confidant, could be punished at the drop of a hat. If they made a mistake, wouldn't they be fired directly? In their hearts, they all dared not raise any more underestimation. Sulking for a moment, Qin Lang didn't squeak, but only faintly said, I'll go back. He left the hotel of his own accord, not looking much at the 13 would-be bodyguards. Sort of a mental note that he was not happy with his performance today. Junzi arranged the evening entertainment for the group in the back, and then hurriedly sent Qin Lang home. On the way, Junzi apologized one after another, taking a lot of time and feeling guilty. But Qin Lang waved his hand and said carelessly, It's just for show. There's no need to take it too much to heart. All those people you found together aren't as important as you are in my mind. Understand? In person, he needed to establish authority. After the people, he needed to collect the loyalty of the military sons more than anything else. People are very different before and after. Commonly known as the old traitor. Young master, I understand your heart. If any of those guys dare to betray you, I'll be the first to make them pay. Junzi was moved with sincerity in his heart, and his gaze towards Qin Lang became more and more loyal. Aha! Qin Lang responded simply. When he returned to the villa, he sent Junzi off to have fun and relax at the Fiber Lotus. There were times when one couldn't push too hard, or he was really afraid that Junzi would develop some weird emotions. That stuff, he's no good. Walking into the ink green door, since Su Xiao moved in, inside the big home, the windows are clear and clean. There has never been a trace of dust. Even though the relationship had developed to this point, Su Xiao was still like a little nanny, doing everything every day. According to her, it's just a day of idleness that would be uncomfortable on her body. In the kitchen, Su Xiao was washing dishes, accompanied by the sound of water clattering. Qin Lang picked up a bowl from the counter and stood by the other pool and cleaned it. Su Xiao turned her head, startled, and hurriedly snatched the bowl from Qin Lang's hand, saying with incredulity in her voice, Young master, why have you come back? Go and rest for a while. These bowls and chopsticks aren't much. I'll be done in no time. Don't touch them. They'll dirty your hands. Qin Lang, however, didn't care, still fiddling with the only remaining small dish by the pool, and continued to clean it. Just Su Xiaoxiao was home alone, frying very few dishes, and naturally there weren't many dishes. He laughed oddly and said, I can't touch it, so you can? You're the only one who knows how to feel for me, and you won't allow me to feel for you? Young master, Su Xiaoxiao pouted. Her cheeks flew up to 2 red clouds, a little hot. She was still as innocent as ever. There was no way to hide the elation in her heart. One could see through it at a glance, and she still managed to put on a complaining posture. Young master, don't say that. These are all things I should have done yet. She looked at Qin Lang, who stayed in the kitchen and didn't leave, and some suspicion rose in her heart. On weekdays, the young master never touches the water of spring. Why is he like a completely different person today? She muttered curiously. Young master, you're a bit strange today. What's on your mind? With a warm smile on his face, he spoke somewhat without reason. The moon revolves around the side of the earth day and night, but the earth ignores it and still revolves around the sun, even if it is braving the burning rays of a blazing fire. One day, the sun asked the earth, you're a little weird, letting the moon, who likes you so much, not want to, but instead follow me around. What's on your mind? The earth said helplessly, I just love the sun. Su Xiaoxiao put the washed dishes, all in the closet, and asked oddly, what does it mean to like the sun? Qin Lang stepped forward, pressed himself against her temples, and blew a breath. What is the name of the sun's one-word appellation? Brush. Even if the reaction is slow. At this time Su Xiaoxiao also realized that something is wrong. Subconsciously some legs are soft. The voice is 8 degrees weaker. Young master, I am still a little bit afraid. Scared that. Well then, I'll endure it. Qin Lang hung his head inside. That lost look was a stark contrast to the warm smile that had been on his face when he had walked into the kitchen earlier. Su Xiaoxiao's heart violently throbbed. Somewhat regretting to say those words earlier, she hesitated for a moment, backhandedly hugged Qin Lang's waist, pressed her head against his heart, and stammered, Young master, I'm not afraid again now. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, but her whole body was picked up by Qin Lang, and she quickly ran upstairs with the wind at her feet. Pang! The door was kicked shut. Before he could start to get busy, Qin Lang, as if he remembered when, grabbed the door and went straight to the study. And when he came back, he was carrying a set of black and white maid's outfit in his hand. Pang! The door was once again kicked shut. Chapter 73, Qin Lang, play money, $500 million. Changed to a fresh and dry bedding and went back to sleep. A dreamless night. The next day, early morning, Qin Lang, who turned on the system beep, enjoyed the sense of reward for a moment. Ding! The female protagonist Su Xiaoxiao's emotions have produced violent fluctuations. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Destiny Villain value plus 500. Ding! The heroine Su Xiaoxiao's favorability continues to rise. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heaven's Destiny Villain value of plus 1000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the Divine Destiny Villain value plus 1000 *3. Meet Qin Lang stretched out with one hand, the other lazily resting on Su Xiaoxiao's body. The confused Su Xiaoxiao felt being tickled. Rubbing her sleepy eyes to wake up, she hugged Qin Lang's arm and wrapped it around her bosom, her head leaning on his biceps, oddly cute, pouting her mouth. The little head slipped off the arm for a moment, then braced itself and rested on it, obviously suffering from sleep deprivation caused by overexertion. Sleep a little longer. Qin Lang dotingly patted on its small head. Su Xiaoxiao obediently hummed and closed her eyes again, and without leaving, he leaned over the bed and picked up a book and read it, now and then taking his right hand out of the mattress to turn the pages. When it was past 9 o'clock, Bai Ruyu arrived at the villa and met up with Qin Lang in the tea room. Bai Ruyu sat on a chair and took a sip of tea. Her face was very poor. There was no other reason. But again, he was angry with Bai Xiaochun. She was no longer working within the Bai group, but some of her previous business investment points were still inside her head. Her heart was wanting to claim back the portion of liquidity that belonged to her in the White House so that she could easily invest it. However, when asking Bai Xiaochun for money, not only did she not even get a penny back, but instead she was cursed out, almost to the point of pointing directly at her nose and cursing her. How could he? Is that bastard so worthy of his favor? Yun and I can't even pluck a penny out of his hands? Even if he doesn't want to pay the money, there is no need to spill over to my mother, right? Just because she didn't give him a son, all the previous vomiting has become a passing cloud in his eyes? Bai Ruyu chanted inside her mouth, all dissatisfaction, all vented out. Qin Lang was listening from the side, and he felt a bit amused in his heart. Bai Xiaochun's money left to Bai Shui? How can I give it when he's ing knifed me? Can't you burn it for him? Of course, Bai Ruyu didn't know what was going on here yet, and he wouldn't take the initiative to mention it, but instead curiously said, "What do you want this money for all of a sudden? The company is out of funds?" Bai Ruyu rolled her eyes. "Taking your salary for no reason, and also possessing the shares of the company? I don't have the habit of taking advantage of people, taking out a portion of the capital to invest, as if it was the part one had invested in. Besides, there are some companies and some industries that I'm optimistic about that will definitely grow vigorously in these next few years, and although there's no shortage of capital in the company right now, it's still far from enough if we really want to enter these industries. How much more money is missing? I'll get it for you." Qin Lang directly opened the door. Bai Ruyu frowned and said suspiciously, "You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid that I'll abscond with the money? Anyway, in this Tianhai city, I don't have anything to hold on to, so bringing Yun Yun along and going far away from home isn't an unbreakable decision." Qin Lang revealed a warm smile and shook his head. "I believe in you. Whatever you want to do, just let go of it. I'll provide you with the lack of money, and I'll recruit you for the lack of manpower." There's no doubt that Bai Ruyu is the queen of business. It's been proven in the original movie, and, at that time has begun to have the trend of the white group, hard in the white Ruyu of force, not only to restore stability, but also by virtue of the follow-up of some investment objectives, a leap into the value of hundreds of billions of dollars of the group, in the whole of China, are among the top of the existence. What's the concept? Equivalent to those investment targets inside the head of Bai Ruyu now. All the damn are the future leading enterprises or the wind vane of the big hot industry. Just drop money into it and it will come back tenfold, even 100-fold. Later, how could he be uneasy with such a cash cow? After all, Bai Ruyu is also one of the great heroines, once with whom, that is absolutely dead-hearted, pouring out her heart and lungs kind of, also can only play lips, where will really betray. Bai Ruyu pursed her lips and gazed into Qin Lang's deep eyes, and in her heart, besides being touched, there was even more of a feeling of absurdity. Asking his father for his portion of the family fortune ushered in a barrage of curses, but in front of Qin Lang just casually mentioning it, without even the feasibility of explaining what she had in mind, she was believed? Compared to Bai Xiaochun, she suddenly felt that Qin Lang was more like her father? As soon as this absurd thought rose in her mind, it caused Bai Ruyu's cheeks to rapidly blush crimson. Shaking off her head and forcibly leaving these unexplained thoughts behind, she stretched out a hand. $500 million. Just give me $500 million first. In fact, the more capital the better when investing in the industry. But in the way of Qin Lang's trust, she was not willing to make things too difficult for him and only stated the minimum standard. Qin Lang pondered for a while. 500 million. I really don't have that much liquidity on me at this moment. Bai Ruyu smiled. Forget it then. Anyway, the beauty pill side has already started production. Once it is put into the market, it will soon be profitable. At night for a year and a half. At most, it will earn a little less, or it will be able to catch up with the wave of craze. I just said that I don't have it on me. I didn't say that I can't get it. Qin Lang smiled bitterly. I'll think of a way for you. He is not stupid, and naturally knows that the more the investment is laid out in advance, the more rewarding it will be, or else when the subsequent entry is made, the big head has already been fought over by other capitals. So what the hell is there to play with? Is he, Qin Lang, someone who likes soup? Fumbling for his cell phone, he opened his contacts, flicked a press on the memo mom and dialed. After the phone was connected, a gentle voice came from the opposite side. Xiao Lang, why do you have time to call mom today? Do you miss me? If you miss mom, hurry back. Don't stay in Tianhai City. The old man is chanting about you all day and night. He misses you so much, and he's embarrassed to call you because he's in the way. Qin Lang is a ruthless man, and he opens the door and reaches out for money. Qin Lang, call the money. $500 million. Chapter 74, Qin. Fong Xin Arsonist. Lang. 10 minutes later, Bai Ruyu received a phone call from the company's finance informing her that a huge amount of $500 million of public remittance had just arrived. A large remittance of $500 million arrived in 10 minutes? Even if it was transferred from inside a personal account, it should have been questioned properly by the bank. After all, no matter which one, suddenly missing such a large sum of huge money, will be alarmed. In order to prevent mistakes, will be double-checked, and will even have a supervisor, a level of senior management, to visit in person. Qin Lang shrugged carelessly. Next door to my mom's company is the head office of the merchant bank. My youngest aunt serves as the vice president in it, and the matter of her stamp will confirm this transfer. Bai Ruyu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she was choked back. Dare you say that what was impossible in her eyes, Qin Lang took care of it with a single phone call? It is said that you seem to be the first son of the Yinjing Qin family? She opened her mouth and took the initiative to inquire. Qin Lang nodded. Yeah, what's up? Bai Ruyu suspiciously said. Yinjing Qin family, not to mention your father from the civil service. Just your mother's side. You are the only heir. What are you doing running to Tianhai City? Wouldn't it be good to be a top second-generation powerhouse in Yinjing who eats, drinks, and has fun, and inherit the Qin family's foundation in the future? Qin Lang rolled his eyes, and said in a good-natured manner, do you think that the mansion is so simple for you to inherit? How can it be as easy as you think? Not to mention me first, just yourself. Are you okay with the Bai family side? Being poked to the sore spot, Bai Ruyu pursed her lips. I was having a hard time. You're different. You're the first son. Could it be that the Qin family also has a bastard son? Better than you? That's not true. Qin Lang shook his head. Most of all, you don't know how troublesome it is to stay in Yinjing. I'm reaching my age now. No matter it's from grandfather's side, father's side, or mother's side, they all urge me to take over. If I continue to stay in Yinjing, my day's schedule will be full from morning to night. Even if you mix it up for a few years, the future general star rating is 10-1. Even if you casually do a few years in some small county, before the age of 40 is definitely a province's feudal officials. Even if you go to work in a company, you can immediately take over hundreds of billions of dollars or even more worth of shares in the Norwegian company. But, what's the point? Work is for living. All day long I am busy working, lost my freedom, will not lose the meaning of life? Bai Ruyu's eyelids fluttered wildly as she listened to Qin Lang's serious versailles, and had the urge to take off the heels of her patent leather high heels and stuff them inside his mouth to gag his words. But for some reason, when hearing those last two words of his, there was even a faint sense of recognition under its warm smile. Hiss! Bai Ruyu shrunk her neck, feeling that something wasn't right, and immediately opened her mouth to stop. You make another phone call, and ask for another 10 to 8 billion over. You also know that the more you invest, the greater the return. I previously did not know that it was so easy for you to ask for money. If I'd known you were such a filial son, I wouldn't have just asked for $500 million. Qin Lang directly refused. That's impossible. Where is it so easy for you to ask for money? Even if you want pocket money, you have to spend it for 2 or 3 months, right? For the time being, it's just the 500 million, but you don't have to worry. Since you've asked for the money, I'll naturally find a way to get it for you. If you want to do something, you can do it boldly. I will certainly support you unswervingly behind you. You have to know that behind every successful woman, there is a man who loves and cares for her. Finally, I have to say one more thing. In my presence, you should not be so impulsive. I am a person who watches other people being impulsive and follows them. LOL. He placed his hand on a small cabinet on the side and pulled it open slightly, revealing a glimpse of a bunny girl's costume inside. Bai Ruyu had originally listened to Qin Lang's words. Her heart warmed up. That feeling of being believed in was what she cared for and cherished the most. However, after seeing a splash of color inside the small cabinet, he was so shocked that he got up in a hurry and ran away without saying a word. It's broad daylight, and she has important matters to attend to. If she's rushed by Qin Lang, that's another big day off from doing anything. Looking at Bai Ruyu's curling back, Qin Lang could only sigh secretly. On his side, he just wanted to go to Bai Xiaoyun to recover a little bit of interest, when his cell phone rang once again. Qiu Jior, who called over, opened her mouth and inquired just after connecting. Qin Lang, I want to know the information about the scorpion. Tell me. Bai Xiaochun's side has gone crazy and raised the bounty to $1 billion. If the Black Dragon Society can provide the information to find the scorpion, remit the money immediately, and I can split the money with you 9-1. Qin Lang smiled coldly in his heart. His subordinates were following what was going on over at Bai Xiaochun's side. So naturally, they knew it like the back of their hand. It's no wonder that the Black Dragon Society and the Bureau's people have found no clues even now. Who's to blame? It was all because that scorpion was too damn sneaky, hiding in the hills of the small countryside. If not for the fact that Qin Lang had sent people to hide inside the haystacks to change shifts at any time to track and monitor, who would be able to think that the scorpion guy had already planned to live in the hills? After a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth. I don't like this split ratio. Qiu Jior was surprised. 9-1 is not enough? Bai Xiaochun only offered this astronomical price because of the large number of manpower of the Black Dragon Society. If he were a private detective, he wouldn't even be able to get half of this bounty. Qin Lang shook his head. It's not that it's too little. It's that the ratio is bad. 91%? Mr. 91 Chin? Connotation of who? Just give me $500 million, and when the time comes, hit the top of the public account of Great Qin World Investment Bank. Qin Lang returned flatly and did not possess too much. After all, for better or worse, Xiaojiao Air is one of the supply channels for the villain's value. Thinking of Bai Ruyu who had just left, Qin Lang wanted to laugh a little. Bai Ruyu asks Bai Xiaochun for a sum of money, which Bai Xiaochun won't give. But now, by selling intelligence, he has moved that money back into his own hands. When the time comes to give it to Bai Ruyu, it will definitely leave a colorful mark in its heart. Is this the legend of using cheap old man's money to white-ticket his daughter's heart? Since the bounty hunter, he has taken on another title, Qin, the fangirl arsonist. Lang? Under Qiu Jior's questioning, Qin Lang sold the Scorpion's whereabouts, and at the same time, he also instructed with Jun Zi to have the people who were monitoring the situation evacuate immediately, so as not to leave a breakthrough. Chapter 75, Daddy Saves You. Before hanging up the phone, Xiaojiao Air also did not forget the real purpose of this call, opening her mouth like a notification. Tonight, Queen's Bar, my parents want to see you. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Lang to refuse, he hung up. Sitting on the chair, Qin Lang's cell phone was still on his ear, but his heart was odd. You're going to meet with Qiu Long? This is the whole general plot ahead of schedule. Ha, doesn't that mean that tonight, Lin Yuchu's side will also appear at the Queen's Bar? It's a good thing to think about it carefully. The Scorpion's side of the trail had been sold to him, and it wouldn't be long before Bai Xiaochun would learn the false information that Ji Feng had killed his son. The two would definitely fight to the death, and at this point in time, there was no way he would miss the perfect time to hunt Ji Feng. If this overall plot doesn't advance, who knows that after Ji Feng dies, on the side of the daughter of fortune, will she still provide the villain value again? If it's gone, wouldn't that be a net loss every time? Can he still be happy with this kind of money-losing business? It was the night of the Queen's Bar. A paper drunk, extravagant. The sweaty women on the dance floor, swaying and shapely with abandon, had strayed from their original positions with only so much as a dime-sized piece of cloth on their bodies. The men, moreover, like evil wolves, tended to rush, and followed in a circle around the side, with their hands raised above their heads, their butts, flung up after them, and their heads up and down, beating the beat left and right. In such a noisy environment, on a card seat, Lin Yuchu was lowering her head, bitterly drinking wine, extremely unhappy and sad in her heart. When I called Mu Yuyan, she didn't even answer. Going straight to the door is even more of a closed shop. It just felt as if the two were unrecognizable. Heart so painful, as if losing something important, annoyed and sad under the emotion, forced her to come to this kind of noisy place to drink alone. It seemed like the only way to keep the emotions in his heart down. Have a bottle of wanted. A familiar voice rang out from the card seat next to Lin Yuchu's. She turned her head to look over, but it was a familiar face and said in surprise, "Why you? How did you come here?" Qin Lang ignored her and took a bottle of wanted from the bartender's hand, opened the lid with a poof and tilted his head back to drink. He stared at the smiling bartender for several moments, until the bartender he was looking at lowered his head and the other man did not react. "Hey!" Qin Lang shook his head and sighed with some pity. He ordered wanted. Hey! If this were the Son of Luck, wouldn't he be properly mocked? And then the Son of Luck pulls out another Black Bank VIP card and directly swipes it on the spot, buying 100,000 cans of wanted milk for the bartender to open alone? Such a great plot of pretentiousness. I didn't expect this bartender to lower his head even by his look, and he hardly didn't even let out a fart. The villain. How come it's so hard to act like a pussy? Lin Yuchu didn't know the sadness in Qin Lang's heart, and scolded delicately with a stalking neck. Are you following me? Qin Lang rolled his eyes, and said in a bad mood, Are you out of your mind? Are you blah 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 with me? Have you memorized the civic code and have nothing else to do? You. Lin Yuchu's belly of fire was hardened by a sentence, pointing at Qin Lang's nose. Don't talk to me if you have the ability. He was very active, and for the first time, he made a zipper motion to his mouth. The two fell into the middle of a silence. Not a moment later, a group of men in black suits, clustered around a ferocious big head, walked over and surrounded Lin Yuchu in front of the card table. Who are you guys? What do you want? Seeing this, Lin Yuchu was startled and sobered up 7 points. The big head, who looked like a boss at a glance, coldly said, Lin Yuchu, the first daughter of the Yin Jing Lin family, right? The treasure left behind by Elder Master Lin in Tianhai City has not been found until now, right? Where is the approximate location? And some specific information. Tell me. Lin Yuchu looked flustered. What treasure? I don't know. No? Big Head sneered. Since Miss Lin refuses to say anything, then I'll have to ask you to follow along, and you'll be entrusted for a while until we find the treasure. Lin Yuchu, originally from Tianhai City, its old master is still in the chaotic years of a famous old woman, dry, thieves, greedy, do not know how much gold and silver, followed by the war because of the sake of the whole ing to the temporary hiding. Later, on the escape road, the old master of the Lin family was caught by a stray bullet from an artillery shell. When the family helped to clean the wound, they took off their clothes and realized that all the tsuta had been blown away. He died on the spot, and the whereabouts of the treasure have not been known since. But in the outside world, especially in the words of the elders heard by the descendants of some people back then, it's not like this. It's said that the Lin family's direct lineage knows the whereabouts of that great treasure, but just in the way of the amount is too large. Do not dare to divert it. And up to now it's still buried in the same place. Big Head, named Zhang Hu, is the descendant of one of the attendants of the old master of the Lin family back then, naturally knows this information. In the past, the Lin family lived in Yinjing, even if he lent him 10 guts, but also do not dare to go to Yinjing like place wild. But now, Lin Yuchu came to Tianhai City, but also happens to be a person slipped out to drink wine, so how can he miss such a good time? Take the man away. Zhang Hu opened his mouth, and with a wave of his hand, a group of fighters under his hand came forward one after another. Lin Yuchu was scared out of her wits. She is a harboring character, with Qin Lang powerful, okay? But to the front of these ferocious and vicious guys, instantly wimped out, bitter face, looking to the side of Qin Lang, pleading, save me, I really do not know what treasure She had heard of this hidden secret, but the whereabouts of the treasure, not to mention her, even her father, and even her grandfather, who had experienced it back then, was just a child inside swaddling clothes. Who can know the hidden secrets within? Inside the original work this plot was supposed to be a big pit. None of the follow-ups knew the location of the treasure, and the Go-author didn't even fill in the hole. Even if Qin Lang is clear in his heart that Lin Yuchu is telling the truth. But the key is that people's big head. No. Zhang Hu he does not believe now. Several beaters have been on the hand, next to a group of people acting as a fence. Do not allow anyone to approach as well as take out a cell phone to shoot. It is clear that these are mixed on the road. The steps are familiar with the very hand in hand. Wrong. I know it's wrong. Qin Lang, save me, I apologize to you, can't I? Lin Yuchu's face was bitter, her heart was aggrieved. Had I known I wouldn't have come out alone tonight, not even a bodyguard. She's a weak, intellectual, female streamer. Is she going to have to use a slugger excitement fist to fight it? He made a zipper motion to his mouth for the second time and kept his mouth shut. Lin Yuchu's mind collapsed, breaking into a loud curse. I am saving me, please. Open your mouth and say a word to me. Qin Lang held the Wangzai milk and took a light sip, not slowing down, slowly speaking, call daddy, save you. Chapter 76, prepared a meeting gift for the old man-in-law. Great-grandpa, Lin Yuchu shouted in reply. In the back of her mind, the great-grandfather was no more anyway, so a shout-out would be a remembrance. Dad's still around, but you can't yell. Wouldn't that dishonor her mother? However, this cry of great-grandpa caused Qin Lang to get goosebumps all over his body, and he looked down towards the bottom. Grass, your grandpa Tsuta was blown up. Who do you think you're scolding here? You guys carry on. Have a bit of fun at night. I'll take my first step. Qin Lang waved his hand at Zhang Hu's group of people and got up. Not even in the mood to drink the want. He turned around and took a step. Lin Yuchu saw the situation. The heart panicked. After all, the inner insistence cannot withstand the fear of Zhang Hu and others. The small mouth slightly open. With a trembling, let a person listen to the heart and liver trembling voice rang out. Dad. Qin Lang turned a deaf ear and continued to walk forward. Behind him, a heartbreaking cry rang out. Daddy, hurry, come and help me. Qin Lang slowly turned back and pointed at one of the thugs blocking the way. Give me face. Let go of her for now. Uing. The hitman opened his mouth and was about to curse, but was stopped by Zhang Hu raising his hand. He is not a general minion. Is the world of the big, rogue, hooligans? Its early years in the city of Tianhai, but also with the existence of Qiu Long can be divided. It is only because of the failure in an early struggle, retreated to the next city to develop, and now under the Tiger Gate is no less than the existence of the Black Dragon Society. And, over the years, Zhang Hu had never discounted the covetousness of the territory of Tianhai City. He was able to tell that Qin Lang was not an ordinary person, and did not hold his head high. Instead he smiled. You said that you want me to give face, so you must at least show some sincerity, right? Qin Lang hesitated for a moment and said, why don't I bet with you? If you win the person takes away, how do you want to dispose of it? I'll additionally offer you a secret about the treasure. If you lose, I'll take that person away. Good. Zhang Hu was a bit curious as to what the secret about the treasure in this guy's mouth was. What's more, would he, a big shot who had made his fortune in gambling, be timid at parlaying? It's good to just have a little fun and get over it. Why don't you guys go upstairs, get a booth, and I'll be there later. Zhang Hu did not doubt it. Just by looking at Qin Lang's aura on this body, he knew that it was not an ordinary person. And with a wave of his hand, he brought his men and flanked Lin Yuchu up to the second floor. Lin Yuchu cried out pitifully in the crowd. I don't want to go upstairs with them. Qin Lang turned back, his gaze slightly intensified by 3 points. Lin Yuchu's mouth deflated. Daddy! Qin Lang waved his hand. Good boy. Daddy's busy. I'll go up and save you later. With that, in front of everyone, he walked back to the card table and spoke to the bartender. Another bottle of wanted. Drink what you drink to make up for it. He needs to make up for it more. On the other side, a stretch Lincoln sedan with all 3 members of the Vengeance family sitting in the leather seats in the back. Xiaolon's face looked bad, as if someone owed him $1 million or $800,000. What a great style. Do you really think that because he's a member of the Qin family, he can be in charge of my head? Even if my Black Dragon Society is no match for the Qin family, he'll still be my son-in-law from now on. Is this how you treat your father-in-law? Still want me to meet him in person? When we meet later, I'd like to ask who taught him to behave like this. Saying that, he glared at his daughter again. Is this the man you're looking for? If I'm not satisfied later, not to mention entering the gate of my enemy family, even if it's the 2 of you, you'll have to split. You also have to obediently roll back to the blind date for me. What Qin family? It's so unreasonable. In my life, I, vengeful dragon, have never been so tolerant. Watch it later. See how I'll teach that kid Qin Lang to do things. Fang Chuanya rolled her eyes without a good mood. If my daughter likes it, I'll agree. You bad old man know what the hell the Qin family is a big family. A little bit of shelf is also deserved. Also don't look at your daughter, is not worthy of others. What's wrong with my daughter? Xiaolon's unhappy and angry voice. Even if my daughter isn't good, isn't it still worthwhile for me as a father to give a few points of face? Just let me a father-in-law go to the door to meet his son-in-law. Where has there been such a thing in the 5,000 years since the beginning of China? The more you say that, the angrier I get inside. No, I must teach that kid a good lesson later. Xiaojioer sat on the opposite side of the table and looked at her parents in front of her, holding her bladder as if she hadn't heard anything. She didn't even know if Qin Lang had gone to the appointment yet, and she wasn't sure. As for calling Qin Lang to her home, that's even less likely. Just in accordance with Xiaojioer's experience of having 12 in-depth exchanges with Qin Lang, with that big, one-way visible glass on the 3rd floor, as the once exciting battlefield of, maybe there's a chance of a few more. Anywhere else, it's unthinkable. 10 minutes later, the stretch Lincoln stopped in front of the Queen's bar, and the 3 members of the Vengeance family, all of whom were cold to each other, walked out. The 8 welcoming guests at the doorway politely bent their heads and shouted good day chairman, until the 3 of them walked into the bar and saw Qin Lang, who was sitting on the card seat and drinking 2 cans of want. The 8 eyes looked at each other, and Qin Lang didn't get up, but just moved towards the doorway and waved. Here, brush. Xiaolon's face instantly changed from cold to black, like the bottom of a black pot in the countryside that had been burned for decades. Black pot bottom. Uncharacteristic. It's just not like that. Is there such a thing as an unmarried son-in-law? The old man has come over of his own accord, and the son-in-law is still sitting there, with no show of politeness? Xiaolon's first impression of Qin Lang was very poor, and he was indeed worthy of being the rumored dude. The 3 took the initiative to walk up before they could speak. Junzi then walked over, ambled over to Qin Lang's ear, said a few words, and then obediently stood behind him without saying a word. Fang Chuanya, Xiaojioer mother and daughters turned their heads at the same time, looking at Xiaolong, just now on the Lincoln. That big talk, but took off. Now Qin Lang was in front of them. Mother and daughter both wanted to see how Xiaolong was angry. Xiaolong was just about to speak, and before he could say the second word, He was interrupted. Uncle Chiu, Auntie Fong, Joer, I'm really sorry. Before you guys came, I happened to have a bit of trouble here. I need to go up and deal with it. Why don't you guys follow along? I'll take care of it and then talk to you guys for a while? Qin Lang didn't wait for the three to reply, so he led Junzi and walked towards the second floor. What kind of attitude you have when you see your elders? That also depends on the person. An old silver coin like Bai Xiaochun. If you're polite and courteous with him, he'll be hypocritically polite and courteous with you. But like Qiu Long, that's not possible. Qiu Long typical nose on the face. You with him false politeness. He thinks you are really polite. What Qin Lang wanted to do was to give Qiu Long a slightly so special meeting gift. Chapter 77 Uncle Cho. Don't shake. On the second floor box, Qiu Long thought twice, but still followed. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this dude was trying to pull. But the first moment he entered the door, he saw Zhang Hu, vengeful black egg, big head Zhang. The two of them shouted out each other's nicknames in the same breath. Not to mention, although the vengeful dragon man was fierce, the nickname Black Egg was true to his name. As for Zhang Hu, needless to say, the first time Qin Lang saw him, he realized that his head was one size bigger than a normal person. You were invited? Zhang Hu blackened his face and stared at Qiu Long. Qiu Long was also a smart man, and immediately glanced at Qin Lang on the side, not saying a word, and stood away slightly. Anyone with eyes could see that Zhang Hu was not dealing with Qin Lang. Too, he looked unhappy, especially Zhang Hu, even in the next city. But recently the hands and feet have been stretched to the city of Tianhai. Last time, otherwise the daughter found out that the Black Dragon Club that a few traitors, but also really able to set off some wind and waves. He was happy to see Zhang Hu fighting with Qin Lang. If Zhang Hu was suppressed, it would benefit him instead. Qin Lang laughed and didn't care about Qiu Long's reaction. The more carried away the better. Full of concern. Start betting. They are not the helpers I called out. They are just fine and came over to have a look. Qin Lang, what do you mean? You bet against him? He's one of the 36 warriors in the gambling world. Xiao Joer was startled when she heard this. If others didn't know, didn't even Qin Lang, an intelligence businessman, know? Zhang Hu is a famous gambler. Throughout the earth, there are 4 top echelons in the gambling world. 1 god, 2 kings, 36 warriors, and 72,000. And Zhang Hu is one of the 36 warriors. What's the concept? On the whole earth, just these 111 people are the most powerful in the gambling world. And Zhang Hu is even ranked in the middle and upper reaches of the ranking. What elegance! Back then, Zhang Hu won $200 million in Hong Kong by his own strength, and subsequently brought back only $20 million under the Hongmen banquet, which is why Zhang Hu will be on the road after he returns. He knew that he had to be powerful enough to win more money. If it wasn't for the fame brought by the 36 warriors back then, not to mention the $20 million, it would have been a big question as to whether or not he could have brought this life back. Ha ha, I didn't expect that some of the false names from back then. There are still people who can remember. Chiu Hey Dan, it looks like you really didn't mention me less in front of your daughter? Zhang Hu laughed cheerfully. Qiu Long blackened his face and said nothing, feeling like he was being suppressed in terms of temper. However, to really talk about gambling skills, 100 of him would not be a match for Zhang Hu. It's over. Lin Yuchu, who was trapped in the corner, heard Xiao Zhou's description and her eyes reddened. Completely hopeless. Although she does not gamble, but the family's cousin is a gambler. The early years have been bragging to her the gambling world's most powerful 111 people. Even the 72,000 are able to be one of the sitters inside the big game in Hong Kong. Not to mention the 36 chivalrous? No more. She is really nothing. So sorry. If she had known this, she wouldn't have called Qin Lang's father, causing some strange feelings to rise up in her heart when she saw this face of Qin Lang now. Still betting? Zhang Hu looked at Qin Lang with a light smile. Qin Lang was confused by the question. Gambling? Why not? I can't go back on my word just because you're a good gambler, can I? Besides, even if I lose inside the bet, all I need to do is tell you a secret. It's not like I'm the one being taken away. The old woman, Ed the thief. Lin Yuchu heard it and had an urge to spit out blood. Dare to say that in Qin Lang's eyes, he was simply chanting without pressure. Ha 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 ha. Cool people, cool words. Zhang Hu laughed, smugly opened his mouth. Since you have said so, do not blame me for bullying. Mahjong poker, dice roulette guessing the size of, whatever you choose, as long as you will play, I can accompany you. You can bet all you want. This is if the change is the son of the Chiyun here. That is again have to be a good meal of ridicule. And then on the table, not only did not choose to accept Zhang Hu's cool, but also have to pretend to be a bit of let Zhang Hu choose the betting method. Eventually, it will be at its best, and it will be crushed in one fell swoop. The whole room was shocked, mouths closed. Good stuff, intestines, kind of thing. But who is Qin Lang? He's the big villain. Ah, and the key purchase of the gambit is going to be the divine villain value. And it's not cheap. What's the point of spending so much on a Zhang Hu? How tough is it to get all tired of changing costumes and punching holes for 1,000 points of divine destiny villain value? Why go through all that trouble when you can get a free ride? Qin Lang lightly clapped his hands and said with emotion, "Boss atmosphere. Then I'm not going to be polite. Here today, let's play a little novelty. Let's bet on a life. Take a guess. In 1 minute, will you be dead or alive?" Brush. Zhang Hu's eyes instantly turned grim as he looked at Qin Lang with a murderous aura in his gaze. Almost gritting his teeth, he squeezed out a reluctant smile. "I, Zhang Hu, have experienced great storms and waves for most of my life. The sea has gone. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Half of my life has come and gone. How can I not survive this minute? Of course I'm still alive." Qin Lang smacked his lips and shook his head. His hand reached back a bit and then pulled out a big, black, dick, aimed at Zhang Hu's head. With a bang, a shot to the head. Zhang Hu's entire head exploded like a watermelon, blowing a mouthful of white smoke from the muzzle. Qin Lang sighed. It's a pity that the 36 warriors, bet on the wrong. If you're betting on your own death, then I can't really stop you from killing yourself. The bodyguard Zhang Hu brought was dumbfounded, pointing at Qin Lang loudly. You killed the boss? Qin Lang raised his head and aimed his gun at the bodyguard who opened his mouth. Pang! Another shot to the head. Another dead. Qin Lang's gun slowly shifted to the left, aiming at the hitman who was downstairs earlier, ready to scold himself. Say, who fired the gun? And who killed your boss? It's, said the beater, his 2 legs and stomach churning. Pang! A third shot rang out, and the hitman, who had the presence of mind to curse, fell backward toward the rear in a straight line. The 4th shot, the 5th shot, those who were slow to speak, answered incorrectly, and stammered all got shot. At this moment, Qin Lang, where was half of his previous courteous appearance, was clearly a murderous devil. Turning most of the way around, almost subconsciously, Qin Lang aimed his gun at the next person. Say, who fired the shot? Yes, it's me. Vengeful Dragon's voice had a tremor in it, and his 2 legs and stomachs were shaking. Even the big brother of the Black Dragon Society was frightened under the sight of such a monstrous killing aura of Qin Lang. He knew that Zhang Hu was not Qin Lang's opponent and would definitely be suppressed after this time. But it really didn't occur to me that Qin Lang would directly shoot and take out 5 people almost consecutively in such an occasion. Now, with an estimated 1 bullet left inside the clip, Vengeance Dragon was terrified of feeding himself the last one. Qin Lang's glowing red eyes calmed down, tossed the gun to Tiger to handle, and politely greeted him. Uncle Chiu, what are you talking about? How could you have fired the gun? My bodyguard did. Don't you shake. It's okay. What's going on here has nothing to do with me either. I'm just a spectator, and nothing will happen if someone comes later. After all, it's not a bad thing for a commissioner with Special Operations Department credentials to shoot out a couple of milk powder sellers intent on resisting. It's a good thing. A big good thing. For the good of the people. Chapter 78, Worshipping the Old Man. Right. It's a good thing. Vengeful Dragon's eyelids fluttered 3 times. The afterglow caught a glimpse of a couple of bodies on the ground, and his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Zhang Hu's position cannot be in the slightest bit worse than him. The result is just met. Was directly arranged to return to the west. This Qin Lang's means of doing things were too ruthless. Definitely not a dude who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun as rumored. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and the atmosphere was somewhat stagnant. After all, Xiaojia and Feng Chuanya had been with Xiaolong for a long time and had seen bloody scenes, so they just covered their mouths and noses and took a few steps backward, unwilling to look. And Lin Yuchu, the always brutal young lady, was miserable. At the moment, he was lying on the floor, vomiting heavily. Even the drink he had drunk in the card table, he gave it up, which was more effective than the sobering up medicine. There were still pieces of Zhang Hu's head mixed on the ground. That thing, when the bullet hit, and Zhang Hu did not open his mouth. The internal and external atmospheric pressure imbalance? It is simply not possible that just a hole appeared in the brain. 1 shot to the head, like a blown-up watermelon. There was debris everywhere, red and white pieces in tiny pieces. Not to mention girls, even ordinary grown men couldn't stand it when they saw such a situation. Toodle-doo, toodle-doo. Outside, there was the sound of a police car siren. Junzi stood out and spoke. Young master, you guys should leave here first. Although it's not a big deal, someone has to take care of it. Don't you have business tonight? Just leave the rest to me, said, but also took out a red book from his arms. To Zhang Hu, a few scared out of their wits henchman cold face. Later, what should say, what should not say? You are clear in your hearts. Honestly will be the facts of the crime to expound out. You may just be locked up for a couple of years, but what should not be said? Even if it is a tainted point of view, witnesses, but not to live more than 3 days. Get it? The several fighters looked at me. I looked at you, nodding frantically, having long since been terrified by Qin Lang's ferocity. Where was there any trace of retaliation? Qin Lang was like a person who was fine, smiling lightly as he looked at the 3 members of the Chiu family. Uncle Chiu, let's get out of here first. When the police come and go to explain, it's a bit troublesome, delaying you and Auntie from finding me to talk. Alright, all at young Qin's command. Qiu Long nodded. The family of 3 followed Qin Lang and left the Queen's bar through the back door. Originally intended to take Lin Yuchu along, but this was scared out of her wits. 2 legs presenting a duck sitting, just sitting dead in place. How to yell refused to move away. Qin Lang is also lazy to take care of again. The big deal is to be taken to the bureau to record a statement, so that the military son to keep an eye on the point. Do not talk nonsense. As usual, will be released. There is no hurry this moment. A few hours later, the meeting between the son-in-laws was over. Drunk and giddy, Xiu Long and Fang Chuanya left from one of the hotels owned by their family and got into the stretch Lincoln. Fang Chuanya rolled her eyes in dismay. Where's the promise to teach Qin Lang a lesson? You're just drinking after a few sentences. Forget about drinking. But in the end, you even want to drag Qin Lang to be your brother? You want to recognize him as your brother? Have you got it wrong? That's your daughter's boyfriend. Have you got some seniority left? After cursing, looking at Xiu Long, who had collapsed on the seat and squinted, Fang Chuanya's voice trailed off and muttered. It wasn't until the car pulled away that the drunken and groggy Xiu Long slowly opened his eyes, his face reddened and his eyes sober. Don't mention it, lousy ing. Almost died just now. Fang Chuanya frowned. What nonsense. Aren't you alive and well? Even the heartthrob Zhang Hu was killed off. Xiu Long is still scared to death even now. Qin Lang's last shot was aimed at my head. I doubt that. That kid really wanted to finish me off. Can't you see that Qin Lang even has men who are officers for their superiors? There is a red book in his hand, and taking out 5 people, plus the old man, doesn't make much difference. That's terrible. Who the said Qin Lang was a dude? If this is all dude, is there any old silver coins left under the sky? He was originally still thinking of giving Qin Lang a downward spiral. After all, he was the old man. However, they had just met, and before they had the chance to speak, they were staged by Qin Lang to crash the tiger and shake the dragon. It almost didn't scare his guts out. If it was just Qin Lang shooting Zhang Hu, that would be fine. Xiu Long was also used to seeing big scenes and was not that scared. But the point was, it was obvious that all of this was planned in advance by Qin Lang. Finish off Zhang Hu. Body not only a little bit of mistakes are not left, and even because of the identity of his men, perhaps also be able to because of this matter, credited with a great merit. Reckless and presumptuous second-generation son is not scary. Fear is afraid. This second-generation son not only has a hefty background, but also has a brain. Playing with such a guy, Xiu Long felt that he, even if he had 10 more lives, would not be enough to die. So what now? Are we being watched? What about Zhou? She's still inside the hotel. That's your own daughter. Fang Chuanya followed and tensed up. Xiu Long sighed. If it wasn't for Zhou, I'm afraid that the last bullet of that gun would have been left for me today. Hey, also do not know Qin Lang and 9 children. In the end, the development to which step is a serious relationship, or figure a moment of fun. Forget it. Children and grandchildren will always have their children and grandchildren's blessings. Qin Lang's side is all handled by Zhou herself, and it has nothing to do with us. So let's hope that she will be able to balance the relationship well. Fang Chuanya was furious. Xiu Long, have you got it wrong? At least you were righteous back then, but now you don't even dare to care about your daughter? Are you still a man or not? Are you such a wimp? Had I known this, I shouldn't have come back just now. I had to stay with Zhou no matter what. I definitely couldn't allow her to face that horrible fellow Qin Lang alone. Xiu Long held his forehead and didn't say anything. At the same time, on the other side, Qin Lang also assisted Xiu Zhou and entered the deluxe standard room. Looking at the red-faced Xiu Zhou, Qin Lang looked worried. Zhou, why is your face so red? You don't have a fever, do you? You lie down first. I'll take your temperature. Don't move around. Taking your temperature is a delicate task, and if you're not careful, you won't get it right. Time passed very slowly like running water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the Divine Destiny villain value plus 1000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the Divine Destiny villain value plus 1000 asterisk 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the Divine Destiny villain value plus 1000 asterisk 3. Jozi's face was sad and angry. Xin Lang, you this? Bullying people also don't take you to bully like this, right? Chapter 79, Finding the Scorpion. Murderer, Yi Foam. The next day, early morning, Xiao looked at Xin Lang on the side with a sneer on her face with a wisecracking demeanor. Still impulsive? Xin Lang swallowed hard and shook his head. No more rushing. Xiao glanced down, a question in her voice. Hands? Xin Lang, like a good boy, put his hand under the mattress and shrunk it back, smiling nervously. Joer, don't make a fuss. You are now considered to be holding happiness inside the palm of your hand. Don't make a mess. Is that so? Xiao clenched her palms slightly. Weren't you quite arrogant last night? You even aimed your gun at my father. What? You want to shoot him as well, don't you? As wrong as he is, he's at least an elder, right? Xin Lang moved to the side, a bit of egg pain, with a bitter smile on his face. Isn't it because I heard you complaining before that it was because he was looking for a blind date for you every day that I had fire in my heart? What do you mean? Xiao was a bit incredulous. Are you jealous? Xin Lang didn't take the initiative to admit it. That would seem too fake. And he woods brushed his head away with a cold laugh. What kind of joke is this? Would I be jealous? It's just that my woman. I won't allow others to get their hands on her. Xiao face was suspicious, gazing at Xin Lang's evasive gaze. Her heart thumped. It couldn't be that this guy really liked himself, right? Why else would you be so impulsive whenever you meet? It couldn't be that they were busy during the week and found the opportunity to come to her and tell her what they wanted. Xiao's hand force slightly relaxed some, teasingly said, when I was a child, my mother always told me that girls do not grow up to be naughty and mischievous. The original I still do not understand, and now it seems to be really quite fun. At least you are in front of me. The arrogance of that flames. It is a lot less. No matter what happens next time, don't do that to my dad, okay? Anymore. He's the one who gave birth to me and raised me, and he's a big old man. What if he's scared of you somewhere? Xin Lang took a deep breath. Then what if he comes after me? Wasn't it obvious enough that he had that look on his face when we first met last night? If I don't press my head, sooner or later I'll have to cause trouble for me. Also, don't think about Zhang who's turf you guys. Switch to regular business earlier. Otherwise even I can't protect you for the rest of your life. Understand? Xiao gave a cold snort in her heart. Mouth is not the man. Said what does not allow her to go to Dai Zhanghu's territory. In fact, is not just implying that she, do not mess around, or there will be accidents? If you're worried, you're worried. If you like it, you like it. Why hide it? It's not a child. Not even dare to say it explicitly. But also Qin Shao, really have enough cowardice. She rolled her eyes flirtatiously. Got it. Don't need you to remind me. You don't have to worry about my dad's side. If he dares to bully you, I'm not a vegetarian. The voice was much softer, and the strength in his hands, much less. What's wrong with you again? Xiao sensed that something was wrong and immediately changed her face. Xin Lang smiled awkwardly. Joer, don't you know anything about your own charm? Why don't we have a morning walk together? There isn't a single girl who doesn't like to be praised, and Xiao is no exception. Only, in the face of such a situation, still her heart skipped a beat. How long do you usually practice in the morning? Can't say for sure. It depends. Xin Lang had begun to grope around as he explained. Dodo. At the bedside. The cell phone rings. Xiao struggles to reach it and puts the phone to her ear. Hey, have something to say. Eldest miss, by Xiaochun's side has already found the scorpion's trail and has captured him. But it seems like it wasn't the scorpion that killed Bai Shui. What? Hiss. How is that possible? I've already given the information. That bounty must have Bai Xiaochun pay me to the top of the bank account before tomorrow. Otherwise, you let him wait. Tell him that the bounty must be given to my Black Dragon Society. Or else, my Black Dragon Society is not a food for thought. On the other end, the Rose Hall's Vice Hall Master was confused. A bit confused as to what was going on Missy's end. And just foolishly blurted out. Missy, are you hurt? Why does your voice sound weird? Do as I say. Snap. The communication was hung up. about 60 kilometers away from the center of Tianhai City. In the countryside, the deputy head of the Rose Hall, with a puzzled look on her face, she felt as if Missy had been injured. But she should have gotten out of the trap already? How else could you have gotten the call? The deputy head of the Rose Hall, for some things, still didn't understand. After all, she had been secretly groomed by Qiu Long since she was a child, and only knew about fighting and loyalty. For the rest, she didn't know anything. Following the mountain road, the deputy head of the Rose Hall walked up to the White family's butler, Ah Fu, and said with a displeased expression, regardless of whether or not the murderer is a scorpion, that $1 billion reward, I'm going to take it, and we, the Black Dragon Society, need to see the money before tomorrow. Alfred was sick and tired of it. Wasn't this ing trouble? But the people here, most of them are from the Black Dragon Society. If he doesn't convey it, as soon as this group of people withdraws, he may not necessarily be that scorpion's opponent. He can only obediently walk towards Bai Xiaochun, who is standing in front of the thatched hut, and attach a few words to his ear. Bai Xiaochun frowned and simply said that he would arrange for the transfer of the money and left it at that. His eyes glowed red as he looked at the scorpion kneeling on the ground, his voice sounding as if it was coming from the land of the 9 specters. What did you say? She wasn't killed by you. Who killed him? Scorpion knelt on the ground, kowtowing like garlic. Mr. Bai, it really wasn't me. We didn't know that Bai Shi was your son. If we had known earlier, even if we had borrowed a few guts, we wouldn't have dared to do it. The murderer is really not us, but a guy who suddenly broke in. That guy's strength is too strong. My 2 brothers are no match at all. Just a photo was wounded, and the follow-up is even more brutally killed, as well as the white young master, is also that guy's doing. If I hadn't been hiding in the restroom, I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape that guy's clutches. I don't recognize that guy either, but Bai Shi seems to have recognized that guy as Yi Feng. Chapter 80, Zhou Jiu Air has moved her true feelings. Yip Feng? How could it be him? When he heard Yi Feng's name, the anger in Bai Xiaochun's heart was like being doused with a basin of cool water. From head to tail, he was not willing to have any hostile situation with Yi Feng until it was absolutely necessary. If others don't know, can he not be aware of it? Yi Feng in foreign countries, but there is a mercenary organization, and their own strength is even more powerful. Amazing. On his hand this little minion. It is impossible to be Yi Feng's opponent. What the hell is going on? Bai Xiaochun coldly looked at the scorpion in this display of despondency, especially when he went up the mountain just now. It was a bit unexpected that he was easily apprehended under the joint efforts of several Black Dragon Society members. After all, the results of the investigation on the Bureau's side, the other 2 kidnappers, were both killed by an expert. One had his neck broken by brute force, and the other had his internal organs shattered by a kick. As far as Scorpion's strength was concerned, it was far from enough to get here. Scorpion cried out. This stifled in his heart. He is secluded to the mountain inside. Food and drink are in the small village inside the begging stolen. Even home to get some money do not dare. Not to mention to go to the bank to withdraw money. Going deeper and deeper. They don't even know how they gave the trail away. And now that they've been caught, what else would they dare to hide? Mr. Bai, I don't know about your family's situation, but according to young Master Bai, it seems like that Ji Feng has a relationship with the 2 misses of the Bai family. Young Master Bai said that Ji Feng he is trying to make the 2 misses of the Bai family inherit the family's property, and then take the 2 misses into his pocket. Bai Xiaochun froze in place for a long time without opening his mouth, just standing straight up. Ryoga turned slowly down the hill. Ah Fu's side inquired in a low voice. Master, this scorpion, buried. As soon as the words fell, the scorpion kneeling on the ground, the back of his head was smashed hard by a heavy object, and he instantly fainted, and there was no more chance of waking up. Bai Xiaochun's steps were slow, and there were tears sliding down her face. Sure, it's all because Dad has harmed you. Led the wolves into the house. It's all because Dad led the wolves into the house. He already believed 80% of Scorpion's words. Both Yi Feng's strength and the findings of the scene matched. Most of all, Scorpion, an outsider, couldn't possibly know about Yi Feng's relationship with the Bai family, unless those words, all of them, came from his son's mouth. No matter how Bai Xiaochun thinks about it, he doesn't dare to doubt Yi Feng. But now that this fact was given to Scorpion, everything made sense. Yi Feng, a mercenary leader who licked blood from the mouth of the knife, doing the business of killing people and goods, for the sake of his family's foundation? What can you not do? Die. I want you to die. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were glazed over and his body was trembling. At this moment, the fear of Yi Feng had been completely crushed by the truth of his son's tragic death. With his son gone, what does he have to fear? He must avenge his son's death. He wanted Yifeng to die. He wanted to make Yifeng's life worse than death. Ah Fu. Bai Xiaochun's voice was pale. Ah Fu bowed beside him. Master, you speak. On the black market, there seems to be a killer list, right? Money is not a problem. Whoever is willing to come. How high a price Bai Xiaochun can afford. I want Yifeng to die. If 1 assassin is not enough, come 10. If 10 is not enough, come 100. Until he is killed. Got it? Bai Xiaochun's voice was calm, but hidden underneath the calmness, it was like the roar of a volcano about to erupt. The White Family's bodyguards, the Black Dragon Society's men, and black market assassins, all of these, Bai Xiaochun would invite. He wanted to target Yifeng and create a certain death. On the other hand, Xiao Zhou and Qin Lang had not yet parted ways when they received the news that they were going to surround and kill Yifeng. What happened? Qin Lang saw Xiao Zhou's worried look and curiously asked after her. Xiao Zhou bit her lips. Qin Lang, I want to ask you to do me a favor. She had already had dozens of in-depth exchanges with Qin Lang, but had never mentioned anything about helping. It was all about benefits. And this time, she was a little unsteady. Qin Lang smiled and pinched her cheek. Say, what is it? Xiao Zhou sighed. Bai Xiaochun is going to kill Yifeng, hiring my Black Dragon Society fighters. But Yifeng caused trouble at the Queen Bar one time earlier, putting down nearly 30 people by himself. I'm sure that's not his true strength. This time, I would like to ask you to sit in and be able to kill him when necessary. Yifeng's disruption at the Queen's Bar was supposed to be an opportunity to get acquainted with Xiao Zhou, but because of Qin Lang's appearance, it evolved into a transgression, and the Black Dragon Society and Yifeng had a great deal of bad blood. Xiao Zhou did not want Yifeng to continue to live, and this time he intended to take action. But the only scruple was that if Yifeng didn't die, then she and her father's lives would be threatened. It has to be foolproof. Qin Lang's brows furrowed. Bai Xiaochun couldn't hold her tongue to do it? There were some things he hadn't gotten around to yet? There were some heavenly destiny villain values that he hadn't gotten around to acquiring yet. However, Yifeng was, after all, a son of Qi, and Bai Xiaochun had spooked the snake this time. And once he missed it and Yifeng vanished back outside the country, then even if Qin Lang wanted to make a move, he was afraid that it would take a great deal of trouble. It doesn't matter. This was originally my wishful thinking. Yifeng is powerful and not something that ordinary people can deal with. Even if it's you, you'll be in danger. Xiao Zhou didn't feel uncomfortable in her heart when she saw Qin Lang's hesitant stance, but felt normal instead. After all, Qin Lang was the first son of the Qin family, so how could he be in danger? She's the one who took it for granted. Don't you say that. Qin Lang's face suddenly changed as he nervously looked at Xiao Zhou. Do you mean that this time, the Black Dragon Society will use a big price and spare no effort to eliminate Yifeng? Including you. Will you also be traveling? Xiao Zhou softly hummed. That's right. Last time Yifeng messed up at the Empress Bar, injuring the tendons and bones of many of my Black Dragon Society's elite fighters. Some of them even didn't have the ability to get off the ground for the rest of their lives. This is undoubtedly a slap in the face for my Black Dragon Society. If we don't get rid of Yifeng, we simply can't convince the public. In the road, the talk is a righteousness. Now under the brothers were wasted. If even the boss did not squeak a word, who will still be willing to sell their lives in the future? Whether it was Qiu Long or Qiu Zhou, neither of them intended to let go of such a great opportunity. Qin Lang no longer had that playful expression, but fondly stroked Xiao Zhou's slippery cheeks. Zhou, originally, I didn't want to let you participate in this incident. After all, it's too dangerous. However, seeing you with such a serious expression, I couldn't rise to the thought of stopping you. Go ahead. If you want to do it, I will support you in any way I can, and I will stand behind you no matter what, no matter when, no matter where you are. Use all the power you can muster to do your best to support you. Inside Xiao Zhou's beautiful eyes, turbulent ripples arose as she looked at Qin Lang's serious face, in a bit of a trance, and more than anything else, she felt guilty. For her to make such a capricious request was originally an act of abruptness towards Qin Lang's identity, but instead of blaming her, Qin Lang was even so resolutely supportive, and that sizzling heat intolerance, even for her, was touched. Perhaps, one has actually met the right person for the rest of one's life. Chapter 81, Surrounding and Killing the Son of Qiluk. Xiao Zhou's panic. A day later, late in the evening. Manganese. The moon is dark and the wind is high, and the trees are in shadow. The mountain air was thick with the smell of earth and the faint pungency of beaten grass ends. Yi Feng was a bit puzzled and looked at Bai Xiaochun at the side and said, Mr. Bai, young Master Bai was imprisoned here? There shouldn't be any people living nearby, right? As far as the eye can see, it is a deserted mountain, and you can still see a few graves. As for the people, not a thatched cottage in sight. Bai Xiaochun looked sad inside. Mr. Yi, it's really troublesome for you. Even though there are these bodyguards from home out there, I really have no way to rest assured with their skills and eyesight. According to reliable information, she should have been hidden by that group of kidnappers right here. Exactly where? I don't know. I hope Mr. Yi can help to find it. Seeing Yi Feng's disbelieving expression, Bai Xiaochun's heart flared with anger, and he certainly knew what Yi Feng had in mind. His son naturally wouldn't be hidden here. Others didn't know, but Yi Feng was clear in his heart as a murderer. That's why he was so impatient. Hatred has blinded his eyes, and the more Yi Feng behaves this way, the more Bai Xiaochun is convinced that he is the murderer of his son. I'll go up the hill and do some searching. Yi Feng shook his head, without saying much, and walked towards the mountain, and the other bodyguards also followed on its left and right. During this period of time, Yi Feng had already been unlucky, and was already able to know in advance about what would happen to him today with no gain. Sighing, remembering the recent events, even more chills, diarrhea scurrying thin, fishing for kaiju met a body unclean, walking by the grandmother bumper, encountered the little sister was bullied, thought of heroes to save the beauty, but was little sister gave a big mouth. Made a mess of people. Little sister simply do not need a hero. Her hero is that bully, her bad guy. The little sister may be young, but she plays a masterful game of lustful refusal. In the midst of the emotion, the group went deeper into the hinterland of Mangdang Mountain. Suddenly, an eerie atmosphere struck. Yi Feng felt a hint of something wrong, as if the hairs on his body stood up. Danger! It was a familiar sense of crisis. It couldn't be said that it was innate, but for a mercenary like Yi Feng who walked on the tip of the knife, every time a sense of crisis came, it meant that he was going to encounter danger. And, with this amazing sense of crisis, he was able to come back from the dead many times. He turned around and was just about to warn his fellow bodyguards to pay attention, but unexpectedly, a sharp dagger flew towards the aorta at his neck. Out of the blue as a killing move. Money moves people. Bai Xiaochun offered a reward of 100 million to them bodyguards, and whoever was able to make a move to slaughter Yi Feng would be able to get it instantly. That's $100 million, even if every day in the clubhouse inside the dashing fast, also enough to live a lifetime. Who can not be moved? Seek death. Yi Feng was furious, caught the arm of the bodyguard, a turn and a shake, quickly snatched the dagger, wantonly a horizontal sweep, immediately the sneak attack on their own neck of the bodyguard to cut a gap. A large amount of blood gushed out, instantly fell to the ground dead. He held a dagger in his hand and stared angrily. Who ordered you to kill me? Bai Xiaochun? Or Qin Lang? Looking at the no less than 20 bodyguards in front of him, Yi Feng was not the least bit intimidated and even furious. Go! Together! Finish this guy! The bodyguards didn't make a sound. You looked at me. I looked at you. And after looking at each other for a few moments, they all shot out together and surrounded towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng snorted coldly, gripped the dagger in reverse and rushed out. He was like a god of killing, strangely traveling through the group of nearly 20 bodyguards without any obstacles, and as he kept moving, a cold corpse fell, the number of dead bodyguards increasing, and those standing decreasing. Who is Yi Feng? The leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, the true god of killing, the slaughterer on the battlefield. How could this group of bodyguards who hadn't seen blood and fire be his opponent? Not to mention awareness, but just their own physical fitness. These bodyguards were not even 1/8 of him. Chopping and slicing, he slaughtered all the bodyguards that surrounded him. 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes. All the Bai family bodyguards who followed Bai Xiaochun were all dead. Bai Xiaochun, how dare you? Yi Feng wrung his neck, making a clicking sound, his eyes as grim as a hungry wolf hidden in the shadows. He had never suffered such humiliation before. He had come over to help with his own painstaking efforts, only to be surrounded by Bai Xiaochun's design and frame? Is it a big deal to be a 10 billionaire in Tianhai City? He dared to kill even the top brass of a foreign country, let alone a small 10 billionaire? He took a step toward the foot of the mountain, wanting to see what other cards Bai Xiaochun had. Just with these people, he wanted to kill him? It was too much to underestimate his Yi Feng's strength. Step by step, he would pick over the trap set by Bai Xiaochun, and then under Bai Xiaochun's horrified gaze, he would use his knife to slice through his body one by one, so that he would die in fear with immense remorse. But just a few steps away, More and more people came out from inside the bushes. There were members of the Black Dragon Society with black dragon tattoos on their bodies. And there were also professional killers wearing night clothes, constantly scurrying in the darkness. Come on, Yi Feng, will let you guys see what it means to be 1,000-man slaughter today. Accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, Yi Feng advanced instead of retreating, and fought against the odds towards the midst of the surging crowd. The smell of blood gradually spread out. Farther away from this side, on top of a high peak, Xin Lang held a telescope in his hand and said, "This Yi Feng is really powerful. He slaughtered almost 50 people, and there's only a little light injury on him." In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief. Worthy of being a son of Qi, just hard to kill. If this had been his men going to encircle, he was afraid that even if he finished off Yi Feng, he would have suffered heavy casualties. Sui is now someone else's main force. When cannon fodder is cannon fodder, Xin Lang is happy to watch the fun. A set of tight black leather jacket Qiu, but the face of panic, the hands of the binoculars down, anxiously whispered, "Yi Feng is too scary. Such a guy, tonight can really kill?" The ones she had sent were all elite fighters of the Black Dragon Society, and were even equipped with handy weapons, so much so that in Yi Feng's hands, they were still like chickens, being held at will. If Yi Feng didn't die tonight, perhaps the ones who would die tomorrow would be the 3 members of her enemy family. Don't worry, it'll be fine. There are still people who haven't come out yet. These people in front of us are cannon fodder. The masters are still behind. Xin Lang wrapped his arms around Qiu's slender waist and softly comforted. When he said backhanded, naturally, he wasn't referring to himself, but rather, by Xiaochun, that old silver coin. Didn't know how much he had spent to go and hire a few experts, who hadn't shown up until now. If not for the fact that the binoculars he was holding came with infrared thermal imaging, maybe even he would have to be fooled. Chapter 82. Wow. A female assassin. In the middle of the barren mountain, there were more and more corpses that had fallen. This thing, if it was reported to the police, I'm afraid that the entire bureau of Tianhai City would not be able to sleep at night. In the midst of the blood and water, Yi Feng took one step at a time towards the foot of the mountain, and on his body, there were countless wounds. It's all left over from those killers, and there's still toxins scattered about. However, Yi Feng was, after all, a son of Qi, and coupled with his years of mercenary career outside the country, he didn't know how many serums of snake venom and a series of other commonly used poisons he had injected. Under the countless toxins, in Yi Feng's body, surprisingly, it only manifested a weak sense of anesthesia, and didn't even affect his movements too much. His eyes were glazed over, his eyes were spewing fire outward, and he had already arrived at the foot of the mountain and saw Bai Xiaochun standing not far away. "Old dog, why did you kill me?" he roared, his body trembling. In a violent rage, there was even a monstrous fury that erupted from his body. Even a 10-billionaire like Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but stagger back a few steps. "Die for me!" Yi Feng was like a fierce tiger, pouncing sharply in Bai Xiaochun's direction, a dagger held in his hand, emitting a faint ghostly aura under the moonlight. But just as the dagger was about to slice through Bai Xiaochun's neck, a few bizarre figures blocked in front of Bai Xiaochun. An old man in the shape of a withered old man. His body was like dried old tree bark. A little bit of flesh and blood were not visible. He held a walking stick in his hand, and hard smashed on Yi Feng's wrist that was holding the dagger, and shook the dagger down to the ground. There was another midget, the vicissitudes of a middle-aged man's face, but with a childlike figure, a katana held in his hand, but also longer than itself, so half a cut. At this time the katana stabbed out horizontally, cutting off a piece of flesh and blood at Yi Feng's right leg. Finally, there was a female assassin who was all wrapped up inside a black nightclothes. As for why a female assassin? This thing, seeing that protruding and highly representative one-eyed rabbit, if there is no way to distinguish its gender, I'm afraid I can go and take a block of tofu and run myself over. The female assassin with a wow body just showed up and startled Yi Feng backward, his eyes showing his gravity. Deadwood Feng Chun, Shortfoot 7, Scarlet Mandala. I didn't expect that even the 3 of you had come out. As the leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, Yi Feng still knew a lot about some of the well-known figures in the black market. These 3 in front of him were clearly the top 10 existences on the killer list, and the Scarlet Mandala, which was even ranked in the top 3, was feared to be no better than his strength. What's more, is Scarlet Mandala a top-notch assassin who's used to hiding in the shadows? Just now, the Scarlet Mandala was already merciful, or else at this moment, he was afraid that the lightest would have to be seriously injured. Lord of the Blood Wolves, Slaughterer, or should I call you Mr. Yi Feng Yi? you're already at the end of your rope. Why don't you just give us a head? The old man with the title Deadwood Fengchun hammed and hawed, extremely lewd. The walking stick in his hand was vertically mortared on the ground. Mr. Yi, your head is worth over $100 million. It's just too wonderful. If I can cut off your head, my humble self will be able to cross at least 3 people up on the killer list. Shorty 7 was carrying a katana and looked a bit clumsy, but anyone who dared to underestimate this 6th-ranked killer list expert was afraid that their head would be wiped off by the katana in the next second. Kill. The few bodyguards that existed only by Xiaochun's side acted as the vanguard and rushed out under the roar of anger. As for Deadwood Fengchun and Shortfoot 7, they were like ghostly shadows, hiding behind these bodyguards, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Pust. With one punch, Yi Feng dented the head of one of the bodyguards, killing him on the spot, but on his left shoulder, another piece of flesh was cut off by Shorty 7. Boom! With a kick, Yi Feng kicked a bodyguard whose entire chest collapsed, but his right shoulder blade, too, was smashed by Deadwood's crutch, cracking the bone. It's pretty much a dead end. Yi Feng was afraid that in his heyday, it would be difficult for him to fight against these 3 famous names on the killer list, let alone when he was seriously injured. Even if it's a son of Qi, we still have to give him a space to grow. On his side, he just returned to China, not half a month, and encountered this kind of life and death killing situation, where there is a respite time. Whoosh! Yi Feng snatched a dagger from the hand of one of the bodyguards and shot it swiftly towards Bai Xiaochun's neck. The speed was extremely fast, aiming for the center of its brow, and once it hit it squarely, Bai Xiaochun would surely die. The Scarlet Mandala, who hadn't been making a move, moved at that moment, and in the twinkling of an eye, sent the dagger that had been flying, but at the same time, Bai Xiaochun screamed miserably in response. My! The Scarlet Mandala looked down, only to see that a hole had broken open in the middle of Bai Xiaochun's 2 legs, and blood was flowing out like a stream. Yi Feng was covered in blood and laughed fiercely. Old dog, this is the interest that I've asked from you first. In time, there will be better greetings waiting for you. After saying that, he also stopped fighting and quickly fled towards the barren mountains. After them, Deadwood Fengchun and Shortfoot 7 followed closely behind. The Scarlet Mandala glanced at Bai Xiaochun, and seeing that a bodyguard had come over to check on him, he immediately chased after him as well. She hadn't been able to make a move, not because she knew Yi Feng, not to mention any other emotions, but with her status, she didn't intend to team up to kill. But now, Yi Feng had wasted Bai Xiaochun in front of her, which was a huge insult to her profession that had to be recovered from Yi Feng, a shame that could only be washed away with Yi Feng's head. On the distant mountain peak, Qin Lang looked at the fleeing Yi Feng, and had already deployed down in advance through the communication method, allowing his men hidden in various directions to prepare an ambush in advance. Looking at the female assassin who was constantly traveling through the middle of the barren mountains, he couldn't help but TSK. The wasp waist was slim and slender, and the pair of legs, which were long and slender, had a strength that was not inferior to that of a son of Qi. It would be a hell of a thing if such a superb female assassin wasn't some kind of heroine. He was sure that this female assassin, if she intercepted the chance, could definitely increase her Heavenly Fate villain value by at least 50,000 points. Without any doubt, Qin Lang temporarily left Xiaojiu where she was, and took a shortcut towards the direction Yi Feng was facing by himself, going ahead to intercept. Son of luck? After the robbery, pretend to be in the face? He wanted to see, under his heavy siege, whether Yi Feng still had the qi to change his fate against the heavens again. At the same time, his heart was filled with anticipation. Even capturing the daughter of Qi could obtain that much heavenly destiny villain value. Taking out the protagonist's son of Qi, I'm afraid that it would be an even more eye-poppingly big harvest, right? Chapter 83, A Dragon That Kills and Makes Ashes. Yi Feng, you have no way out. There is a cliff in front of you. If you are bent on having your way, I'm afraid that even your corpse will be shattered into blood foam. Why don't you just tie your hands and you can still leave a headless corpse? Deadwood Fengchun forced in a cold voice. Right behind them were Shorty 7 and Scarlet Mandala. The 3 stood together almost subconsciously, looking at Yi Feng, who had been forced to the edge of the cliff face with murderous intent. Ha ha ha, want to kill me? You 3, wait for me. If I don't die this time, none of you 3 will be able to escape. Today's shame will be returned 100-fold in the coming day. Yi Feng threw his head back and laughed, directly taking a step and jumping down towards the cliff. Witheredwood Fengchun chased after him to the edge of the cliff, looked at the bottom of the misted cliff, and gritted his teeth. This madman, Would he rather fall and shatter into bloody foam than dare to fight with us? Go down and take a look. Even if it's blood foam, as long as we can prove its true form, we're still considered to have accomplished our mission. Shortfoot 7 took the path and rushed towards the bottom of the cliff. Live and let live. On the other side, in the midst of the rapid descent, even Yi Feng himself felt that this time he would surely die. But when he was about to fall to the bottom of the cliff, it was a sudden tree crossing, and after a few seconds, the whole thing fell inside a clump of bushes. Wow! Countless leaves shook, and with a muffled sound of pang, Yi Feng landed on the ground. He hissed and grinned in pain, feeling that all the bones in his body had been broken. But Yi Feng didn't have half a bit of remorse. Instead, he looked at the top of the cliff with a color of surprise. It's amazing that he didn't even fall to his death on such a high cliff. A great misfortune must be a blessing. His legs can still barely move, and not far away, there is a river. As long as you can move to the river inside, floating along the water, he still has a great chance of survival. Hiss! Suddenly, Yi Feng, who had moved his body, sucked in a mouthful of cold air and trembled all over as he felt the changes in his body and was ecstatic. Ha ha ha, damn old dog, and those 3 assassins, letting me escape from death this time. Next is your doom. Yi Feng was ecstatic. It hadn't occurred to him that after experiencing this life and death struggle, the gongfu in his body had broken through to the second layer, and the strength of his entire body had been greatly enhanced. Even the injuries have a tendency to heal on their own, and in time, they will certainly be able to completely heal and go on a stronger path. Revenge and hatred were like a seed that had been buried in the bottom of his heart and had begun to take root, chugging, and just at this time, a series of bullets shot out. All of them accurately swept above Yi Feng's legs. Where are the rows of holes? It was clear that both legs had exploded. Blood spray flying across the room. Even the bones were exposed. Immediately afterward, a row of real guns, Junzi and the others, came out from the middle of the dense forest. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The young master really anticipates things like God. Such a big fish, even fell down from the top of such a high cliff, and still not dead. What a nasty terror. I have to say, the young master is really a reincarnated Zhuge Liang. Too damn godly. Zhuge Liang, your grandfather, old lick dog, young master are not in you lick asa? In addition to us, the major caves of this Mangdang mountain, including even that a large lake inside the buried mines, this guy even if the ribs have wings cannot fly out only coincidentally caught up with our wave only. Junzi disliked old Huang nonchalantly, glanced at Yi Feng whose legs were blown away, and said in dissatisfaction, who told you to shoot? Both legs are gone. Your ass. The young master told us to just keep it under control. If he dies, what should we do? Old Yellow nervously rubbed the back of his head and awkwardly said, isn't this being scared? This Blood Wolf mercenary group's monster is too scary. How many did one person kill? I'm afraid these people of ours don't have some handy AK-47s, piss guns or whatever. We really don't necessarily have the ability to take him down. Here, including the military son, there are only 10 people. There is no way. The area of the Mangdang mountain is too large. There are too many places to hide. That is, the young master tried a balance. The bottom of the cliff and this one. There are only so many people waiting for rabbits. Firearms in hand. But also the military son temporarily allocated. After the end, or have to return. After all, this thing, play a day handle can. More times, easy to get into trouble. Who did this? A cold humming sound came from the dense forest. Qin Lang, with a face as gloomy as water, walked out, looking at Yi Feng, who was lying on the ground, with both his legs blown away, his agonized eyes spewing fire outwards. Annoyed, old Huang's 2 strands trembled. Young master, it was me who did it. I know it was wrong. I was worried that this monster would hurt people, so I broke his mobility. Qin Lang stared at Yi Feng, coldly. Who told you to shoot? Did I tell you to shoot? Don't you guys know what kind of person this Yi Feng is? He is the leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, the big brother of the mercenaries outside of the country. You guys are dishonoring him by doing this. Old Yellow lowered his head in shame. The heart was truly chagrined. Having lost face the first time I took the character test, and now that I was actually settling things, it had gone wrong again. He's not going to be fired, is he? Even if it's not as high as Junzi's year-end bonus and dividends, the monthly salary is still around 30,000 and most of all, he already has a match on the side of the slender finger lotus. Qin Lang's hand rested on old Huang's shoulder and patted it vigorously. Old Huang, there's a sentence I don't know whether to speak or not. 1,000 words converge into a single sentence, well done. Pust. Yi Feng, who was lying on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood. Being attacked by anger, nearly fainted. Almost subconsciously, he erupted the energy of his entire body, bracing the ground with his hands with broken bones. Enduring the great pain, most of his body lunged towards Qin Lang. All the fantasies of everything were drowned out when both legs were blown off. Even if he died, he would still drag Qin Lang to accompany him. Young master, watch out! Junzi's several people were in a rage, but there was no way to block the pouncing Yi Feng. A little surprised, Qin Lang turned his head back and looked at Yi Feng, who looked like a vicious wolf with a ferocious glint in his eyes, and reached out a hand, easily pressed it on its head, and turned it with a fierce force. Click! The neck was presented with a 90-degree twist. Yi Feng's blood-red eyes gradually dimmed and his breath dissipated. Most of his body smashed to the ground, and blood was still flowing out in rivulets where his legs were broken. Work! Qin Lang prodded, and one of the bodyguards, who was slightly dumbfounded after seeing him strike, walked forward with a flamethrower on his back after regaining his senses, and bared his flame at Yi Feng's corpse. Under the intense heat, in no time at all, Yi Feng's body couldn't even find any bone crumbs, and completely turned into a pile of black ash, dissipating in the night wind. A one-stop shop for killing people and raising ashes. Thus, the son of Qi, Yi Feng, was dead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the son of Qi, Yi Feng. The heavenly destiny villain value is in the process of accumulating and calculating. Please wait. Chapter 84 Madness. Great Harvest. System upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining advanced firearms proficiency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the primary medical skill. Reward Blitz. Congratulations to the host for obtaining intermediate level medical skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring primary danger sense. Reward Blitz. Congratulations to the host for obtaining intermediate danger sense. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first turn of the Sons of Qi technique. True Dragon Technique. Reward Blitz. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 turns of the Heavenly Dragon Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining plus 50 physique points. Ding! At this moment, in Qin Lang's mind, system beeps were constantly ringing out, one after another of the rich rewards, clearly depriving the already thwarted Sons of Qi of even their souls. Almost all of the rewards, all of them were products that were either taken directly from Yi Feng's body or further upgraded, especially that True Dragon Technique, which was already a martial arts technique that could not be obtained more often. The upgraded 9 turns of the Heavenly Dragon Technique was even more terrifying, like a superimposed surge of inch strength. A total of 9 steps were taken, and each step was accompanied by a power that showed a multiplicative increase. Cultivating to the first turn, and blasting out with full force, one would be able to bring one's physique into play to a 1.5 times the effect, and the second turn would still be such a terrifying increase. Ding! The system has been successfully upgraded. The Heaven's Destiny villain value has been calculated. Please have the host check in the system panel. System panel. Characters, Qin Lang. Body mass 250. Charm, 99. Divine Destiny villain value, 121-6700. Technique, the 9 turns of the Heavenly Dragon Technique. The first turn increases by 1.5. And ascending to the second turn requires the consumption of 200,000 Heavenly Fate Antipodean values. Skills, Affinity LV8, Group Affinity plus 80. Advanced Piano Technique, Advanced Tea Craft, Advanced Aesthetics, Transfiguration, Advanced Firearms Proficiency, Intermediate Hazard Sense, Intermediate Healing, Mall Opening, Lucky Draw Center, in progress. Each lucky draw consumes 1,000 Destiny Villain Values. System Backpack, 1 copy of Anticho's photo album, Clear Breeze drawing paper plus 100 draws used, 1 copy of MS Vice photo album, Electric Vibrator plus 1, destroyed. Hiss. Rao Qin Lang looked at the system interface at this moment, but also could not help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Heaven's Destiny villain value of 1,200,000 or so? Taking out a Yi Feng. How much Heaven's Destiny villain value was this taking away? Millions? Is this the system? Is this the Son of Qi? I thought Lu Bu was already invincible, but I didn't realize that the Son of Qi was as terrifying as this? Whose general is this Yi Feng? Ding! The new plot has been successfully integrated. It needs to consume 200,000 Heaven's Destiny villain values. Is the host aware of this in advance? Yes. Along with the 200,000 Heaven's Destiny villain value being deducted, Qin Lang's heart ached. He had worked so hard and busied himself for so long, consuming so much energy, only enough to know the next episode in advance. Luckily, taking out Yi Feng made up for the millions, or else how long would he have to continue to be busy again to earn it back? A large section of mild information flowed through the middle of its mind. This is a section of the plot of the Divine Doctor's descent from the mountain. From the plot trigger, the time is even shorter. It is also possible that at this time the son of Qi is afraid to have been in the city of Tianhai. However, the only thing that was praiseworthy was that this son of Qi following Yi Feng seemed to be in the stage of just growing up, and his strength wasn't strong. Even compared to Yi Feng, he was afraid that he wouldn't be much stronger. To Qin Lang at this time, the threat wasn't great, and it was a good object for wool gathering. And the wild female assassin who had just appeared in Mangdang Mountain. Qin Lang had probably guessed her identity. The Scarlet Mandala? The top 3 experts on the Slayer list were high-minded and proud, with the sense of honor that comes with being a top Slayer. Sure enough, it's a heroine who is good enough to get 50,000 heavenly fate villain values. No, the system has been upgraded. Even the lottery draws need to consume 1,000 points of villain values. How can I say that? It should be more than 50,000 villain values, right? Young Master. Junzi watched from the side as the young master stood there frozen all the time, and whispered with some oddness in his heart. He was buzzing inside his brain. How could he not think that this Yi Feng had died in the hands of his own young master? Even if his legs were burst open by the bullet sweep, but its last life-sacrificing blow, even if he is him, he may not be able to escape, at least the end of a serious injury. But under the young master's hands, Yi Feng died in such a strange way. It's incredible to think about. Qin Lang turned back and took the micropunch from Junzi's hand. Advanced firearms proficiency, and also a system product. At this moment, Qin Lang's maneuvering of firearms was not in any way worse than that of Junzi Lao Huang and these people, and even steadily exceeded by a lot. With danger perception, he detected danger in 3 places, 2 of which had their sources of crisis together, and the micro-impulse aimed a wild sweep in the direction of a large bush in the dense forest. Old Yellow and the others also picked up their microstrokes and followed along. Strafing. Chug. 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 Chugging. Accompanied by 2 screams, Old Yellow and the others dragged out 2 killers who had been swept into a sieve from inside. It was none other than Deadwood Fengchun and Shortfoot 7 who had just come down from the cliff to search for Yi Feng's body. Intermediate level danger perception, compared to Yi Feng's primary level which could only sense the crisis, was already too much higher, and both were able to roughly determine the direction of their crisis. With a micro's wipe that wide, would it be possible for a couple of hidden killers to dodge it? He gazed in the direction of another dense forest and snorted coldly. Yi Feng is dead. The news here is not allowed to be revealed to anyone, not even by Xiaochun. If you want to live, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for shooting you with a gun. That dangerous touch, as if it was substantial, had already caused Qin Lang to have a feeling that some of the hairs on the back of his spine were standing up in sweat. Chugging. Qin Lang was carrying a micropunch and shot a pike at the bushes next to that one dense forest, not intending to kill anyone, just threatening. The Scarlet Mandala? High and mighty? Then I will trample your pride on the soles of my feet. And if the friction is not enough, I will spit on it again. What if such a stunning assassin slips away after seeing the enemy? If an assassin of this level wanted to run away, even if Qin Lang wanted to investigate his traces, he wouldn't necessarily be able to search for them in a short period of time. It would be better to use the agitation method and just take the hatred first, and just wait for the rabbits afterwards. Within a moment's time, that weird feeling of coldness behind his back disappeared, and Qin Lang glanced at it, knowing deep down that it was the Scarlet Mandala that had already left. After instructing Junzi and the others to clean up the scene, Qin Lang quickly rushed in another direction. He had other things to do. Very important things, and there was some panic in his heart. One might even say some fear. Chapter 85, Qin Lang's Fear. Qiu Jiuer's Devotion. He was so fast that he almost exploded his 250 physique. It was tempting to use the first turn of the 9 turns of the Heavenly Dragon skill to catch up. The anxiety in his heart was like the waves of the sea, coming in wave after wave. He frantically chased towards where Qiu Jiuer was at the peak of the mountain, and after about 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the previous position, but there was no one in sight. Qiu Jiuer is not here. Jiuer, my 9th child, where are you? Qin Lang was filled with anxiety. He's not Lu Bu, and Jiuer is even less of a sable cicada. Who's on Lu Bu's waist? But where's Vengeance Jiuer? Taking out his binoculars from the system backpack, Qin Lang scanned the entire range of Mangdang Mountain. As soon as there was a large area, there were scattered corpses all over the place. After a long time, finally in a location with heavy casualties, he found the trail of Qiu Zhou and immediately threw the binoculars inside the system backpack, and once again frantically chased after her. After 10 minutes, Qin Lang finally arrived at Qiu Zhou's location after consuming a lot of physical strength to catch up. At this moment, Qiu Zhou, with a face as gloomy as water, was commanding the rushing Black Dragon Society members to clear the battlefield. The casualties here had greatly exceeded her expectations, and even the Black Dragon Society could not withstand such a crazy blow. That guy, Yi Feng, is just too crazy. How could he kill so many people? It was like a demon. Transport the casualties of the Black Dragons. Those who are injured, the Black Dragons, will give all financial assistance and will provide you with the best medical care. And those who are already deceased, the Black Dragons, will not shortchange every one of their family members. Qiu Zhou well-organized command of the scene, and made a solemn promise, a kind of pacification. The follow-up: she has to do more, to pay a greater price. But in order to bring the members of the Black Dragon Society back into the fold, she had to do it, even if it meant paying a huge amount of compensation. Zhou, Qin Lang's voice rang out from behind. Qiu Zhou turned back with a surprised face, and was met by Qin Lang, whose eyes were a little red, and curiously said, "Why are you here? Where are Yi Feng and those killers?" Qin Lang took a step forward, his face cold. "What are you doing running here? I told you to stay where you are." Qiu Zhou was indignant in her heart. With such heavy casualties among my Black Dragon Society members, how could I possibly sit back and do nothing? Is it useful for you to come? Do you know how terrifying that Yi Feng is? He kills without blinking an eye. He's a demon. Are you his opponent? Qin Lang cursed in a broken voice. Stupid. What if that guy turns back and kills you? What would you have me do? Don't you know how to think about my feelings? You only think about your Black Dragon Society people and not yourself? Qiu Zhou wanted to retort, but looking at Qin Lang with such a look of excitement, for some reason, she suddenly felt a warmth coming from her heart, and her entire gaze became softer. Worrying is messy. She had never seen Qin Lang in such a sorry state, and now he appeared. But only because he was afraid of her getting hurt? This, perhaps her own position in Qin Lang's mind? The position is a little more important than she herself thought. A little more important? I'm fine. You don't need to worry. Wait for me. Qiu Zhou muttered in a small voice, turned back to the Black Dragon Society members who rushed here and commanded seriously, "Do as I said. Send all the injured ones to the private hospital there. Clean up the scene. Don't leave any traces behind." When the Black Dragon Society was first established, there were often firefights, and there were many injured members every day. Always going to the public hospital is easy to go wrong. Qiu Long, as early as more than 10 years ago, funded the establishment of a private hospital, and now it is developed into a private hospital in Tianhai City is quite famous. After ordering things to be done, Qiu Zhou was not good enough to continue staying here. Pulling Qin Lang's hand, she kept walking towards the inside of Mangdang Mountain, until she saw a hidden cave. She stopped her pace, her voice with a rant. "So many people are there. I am at least the eldest lady of the Black Dragon Society. In their eyes, I am very prestigious. It's not good for you to treat me as a little girl like this. Don't be like this the next time you are in front of people. You know what I'm worried about. Why don't you listen to me? It's dangerous here. What if something happens to you?" Qin Lang had a stern face, not being naughty at this time, not to mention demolishing the loopholes within Qiu Zhou's words. "You don't want to be like this in front of people, but you want to be like this afterward?" There seemed to be some misunderstanding here, and Qin Lang didn't intend to explain it, feigning confusion with his understanding. Qiu Zhou pulled Qin Lang's palm and said softly, "I know in my own heart. I only came down to take care of things when I saw Yi Feng disappearing at the end of Mangdang Mountain. Have you been in any danger? Are there any injuries on your body?" Qin Lang had a stern face and went up to feel around. Qiu Zhou was a bit squirmy, but it was not good to reject Qin Lang's concern. Suddenly, Qin Lang exclaimed, "Zhou, you're injured." Qiu Zhou leaned against the rock and wrapped her arms around her heart as she chortled. No injuries. She was kind of convinced that this guy, Qin Lang, was really greedy enough. One second he was concerned about her well-being, and then after checking that there was no abnormality, he started to act strange again. In the hocus pocus, a minute later, Qiu Zhou gritted her teeth and went to push and bustle Qin Lang, cursing angrily. 3 minutes later, Qiu Zhou was half pushed, her beautiful eyes filled with pity and heartache. Qin Lang showed such concern, Even if Chiojor is no longer willing to show her love on her face, her heart is filled with emotion. Her heart can't even wait to rejoice. And how can she really refuse? 2 hours later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the Divine Destiny villain value plus 1000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the Divine Destiny villain value plus 1000 *2. The fear in Qin Lang's heart finally disappeared. He was scared to death, thinking that if the son of Qi died, the entire plot would disappear and the Heaven's Destiny villain value would not be counted. Now it seems that this is not the case. A son of Qi is a son of Qi, and a daughter of Qi is a daughter of Qi, both of which are their own Qi, and do not have much to do with each other. In this way, some of the things he had not yet had time to do were not considered to be missed, and it would be enough to continue to accomplish them subsequently. Also, he will continue to work hard for the Divine Destiny villain value. Good habits still need to be developed. Definitely not greedy for any pain and comfort. The important thing is to earn villain value fast. Chapter 86, Throwing Away 500,000 Villain Value. Advanced Medical Skills. Phew. Sitting on a rock. The waist sore Qin Lang exhaled a smoke ring. Quite comfortable. As the saying goes, a cigarette afterward makes you feel like a god. What's more, it had been learned through tests that the Qi of the daughter of Qi would not disappear because of the death of the son of Qi. What? More than that, is there to be happy about? Where did you touch the cigarette and lighter from? Chiojor was powerless, but still stretched out her slender jade hand and threw one of the cigarettes that Qin Lang was holding in his mouth on the ground, and said in a bad mood, "What's the point of smoking so many cigarettes? The smell is awful. Next time you smoke in front of me, don't try to touch me again." She reached up and covered her mouth and nose, rather disgusted. But who is Qin Lang? Senior tea master. The best brew is green tea, so he can't tell what's real and what's not. Chiojor is obviously worried about his health, not willing to let him smoke. Just why ever really hate the smell of smoke? As the Black Dragon Society's Rose Hall master, although the self does not smoke, but the Black Dragon Society inside. Which time to open a meeting or something? Not smoke? If Vengeance Joer really cared about this, how come she didn't bring it up before? Qin Lang also does not reveal. And from the arms. In fact, is the system backpack inside the touch out a cigarette? Let's, not waiting for Chiojor to speak, preempted the road. You will cook? Chiojor rolled her eyes. Who do you think I am? A cook? Or a little girl from an ordinary family? We of the Rose Hall only stab people with daggers. We don't touch pots and pans or anything. Qin Lang sighed. Hey, pity. Originally I thought about it. Joer, you so feminine. Also thought that you will be a homeowner. It messed up half a day. Is that I misunderstood? Chiojor didn't have the good sense to say. Good thinking. Why do I need to know how to keep a house anymore? I just need to manage my Rose Hall. Saying that, he didn't bother to talk nonsense to Qin Lang anymore. Turned around and put on a black leather jacket, as if he was sulking alone. As for Qin Lang, instead, he silently opened the system panel and first spent 200,000 Heavenly Fate villain value to upgrade the 9 turns True Dragon technique from the first turn to the second turn, with the increase going from 1.5 times to 2.25 times. In other words, with his 250 physique, he was able to utilize the explosive power of his 562.5 physique when he executed the second turn of the 9 turns True Dragon technique. What's the concept? An opponent who was originally evenly matched. Qin Lang only needed to take advantage of his inattention to execute the 9 turns True Dragon technique, and he could beat the other party into a dead dog with a single punch. Surprise is most deadly. Drawl. With a silent recitation in his heart, a light golden-colored wheel appeared in front of Qin Lang and began to rotate. He had some things in mind that he couldn't wait to verify, and now that he had gotten the desired result, the first thing he naturally wanted to do was to look at the effect of the system upgrade, especially this lottery. From consuming 100 points to 1000 points a draw, a tenfold increase. I'm afraid that the corresponding rewards should also be enhanced tenfold, right? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Heart to Heart Wipes plus 3. Ding! Congratulations to host Huey Stand-In Doll plus 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Marrow Cleansing Pill plus 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Human Cub Burp Bag plus 10. Ding! What wipes? Replacement dolls? Qin Lang's face darkened when he saw the 2 drawn-out items. This raffle is a pit. Can't he buy this stuff himself? He'd have to buy a big portion. The system just gave away these few things, and all of them are still related to that. What? Thank you for your patronage. Too embarrassed to say so. A little sweetener to satisfy his sense of wonder? It was also that a subsequent marrow cleansing elixir had come out that could enhance the physical quality of the person taking it. Otherwise, he would have really wanted to shut the thing down. The pit. It's all a ing lie. It's just like soccer. It's all ing fake. Where else can you play soccer at night and have the sun come out? It's all pre-recorded. Go on. Gritting his teeth, Xin Lang glanced inside the system mall where no marrow cleansing pills had appeared for the time being, so he could only take a hard gamble on his luck. In small quantities, it's all about pitfall rewards, and in larger quantities, sometimes there are still unexpected rewards. Once you can draw 1 or 2 high-level skills, whatever it is, you'll be able to get your money back. If it is really a big loss, then it can only be entrusted to Chiu Jiu and Bai Ruyu, a pair of bitter sisters with no bloodline connection. Or perhaps teach Su Xiao Xiao to shout 1, 2, 1. At least we'll get our money back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the marrow cleansing pill +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host's physique +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced medical skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining brand new electric medical gear +1. After spending 500,000 Heaven's Destiny villain values consecutively and glancing at the system panel, Xin Lang somewhat heartbrokenly closed the lottery interface for the time being. It's a good thing that an advanced medical skill is out. Otherwise, even if there is a marrow cleansing pill, this 500,000 Heavenly Destiny villain value spent is still a meaty pain. System panel. Character, Xin Lang. Body mass 320. Charm, 99. Divine Destiny villain value, 316,700. Technique, 9 turns of the Heavenly Dragon technique, the second turn increases by 2. 25. And ascending to the third turn requires the consumption of 500,000 Heavenly Fate Antipodean values. Skills, Affinity LV8, Group Affinity +80, Advanced Piano Technique, Advanced Tea Craft, Advanced Calligraphy, Transfiguration, Advanced Firearms Proficiency, Intermediate Hazard Sense, Advanced Healing Arts, Mall Opening, Lucky Draw Center, in progress, each lucky draw consumes 1,000 Destiny Villain values. System Backpack, Marrow Cleansing Pill +18, Anti-Chio's Portrait Book, Clear Breeze Drawing Paper +1, 120 draws used, MS. Bai's Portrait Book, Sister Huey's Replacement Doll +1, Heart to Heart Wet Towelettes +3, Human Pop Burp Pouch +10, Brand New Electric Medical Utensils +1. Xin Lang swept through and spent 200,000 to learn about the plot of the next Sons of Qi in advance, 200,000 to upgrade the 9 turns of the True Dragon technique to the second turn, and another 500,000 of Divine Fate's villain value to raffle off the advanced medical skills and so on. There were still over 300,000 Destiny villain values left. Not a loss. This wave was a solid profit. However, if you don't have enough Destiny villain value, if you draw the lottery rashly, you are afraid that the chances of losing money are not small, and the rewards that come out of this dog system are more advanced the further you go. Feeling his 320 physique, even if Yifeng after the breakthrough didn't die, he was afraid that if he fought against him at full strength, he would have less than a 0.02 chance of winning. If he were to perform the 9 turns of the True Dragon technique, probably the winning percentage would be around 0.0001, right? I'll go back first, Chiu Jiu muttered, and seeing the Rose Hall Vice Master who had come to search not far away, she stumbled a little, but stubbornly got up, and took one step at a time towards the dense forest. Let me hold you up. Xin Lang got up and wanted to assist, but Chiu Jiu refused, seemingly sulking. After meeting with the Vice Hall Master, and a bit farther away from the cave's location, Chiu Jiu only opened her mouth's words. The Rose Hall's few cooks haven't been performing well lately. Call out to where I live at night. I want to personally see their cooking skills. If they don't meet the standard, then quit. Chapter 87, Truthful Little Pill. Xin Lang also returned to the villa after not seeing Chiu Jiu's figure. Mangdang Mountain follow-up matters, left to the military son to deal with, not only can not cause trouble, but also will be rewarded and promoted. This thing, privately, discovered a firefight between blacks on the hit list and removed all of these dangerous people. This is definitely a great achievement for the military son who has a job hanging over him. After returning to the villa, Xin Lang leaned on the sofa in the living room, looked at the lights on in the dining room, and called out, "Xiao Xiao." Su Xiao Xiao hurriedly trotted out from the kitchen, and when she saw that it was the young master who came back so late, there was surprise on her face. Sniffing the aroma coming from the kitchen, Xin Lang said playfully, "What? When I'm not at home, one is secretly drinking pork rib and papaya soup as well?" Su Xiaoxiao's pretty face was red. Seeing her small mind being revealed, she immediately lowered her small head in embarrassment and froze there without saying a word. In and out of a dilemma. Come over here. I'll do you a favor. Qin Lang beckoned, and took Su Xiaoxiao, who was as coy as a bunny, into his arms, and grunted. This stuff, every day you drink it, isn't it that you feel hot in the heart? Su Xiaoxiao's red face, shrinking her neck, her body shivering a little, softly So someone needs to help you wave that hot feeling away, only then can you grow up intact. Qin Lang followed the good advice, like a big bad wolf tricking Little Red Riding Hood. Next time if you encounter this situation, come and find me. Although I'm a bit busy on weekdays, I'll still spare no effort in this regard. Got it? Su Xiaoxiao was so flustered that the inside of her little head was buzzing and blank. She felt like she was being burned by fire. Her whole body was about to cook. Her pretty face was red, but she shrank in the young master's arms. But she couldn't come out. Hiss. Su Xiaoxiao frowned and sucked in a mouthful of cold air, her little head all but hitting Qin Lang's embrace. Acting in pain. Ouch. Qin Lang stopped moving. Su Xiaoxiao's head leaned against Qin Lang's heart. Her voice stammered. It doesn't hurt, young master. How to put it? Su Xiaoxiao was such a simple yet tangled girl. Sometimes, she wanted to hold out for more until she was gotten, even if she knew that the likelihood of a girl being unappreciated increased once she was easily gotten. However, when that aspect of the relationship really happened, Su Xiaoxiao was scared again, and somewhat forgot what it meant to refuse. In the end, it was all because they were afraid that their refusal would cause Qin Lang's resentment, which would then lead to a rift between the two of them, and from then on, they would go their separate ways. Su Xiaoxiao was a very traditional and simple girl. In her heart, she has been handed over. Then this life only belongs to the young master alone. When she was a child, she had suffered everything, and had grown up, so how could she ever really fear suffering in any other way? What's more, even if Su Xiaoxiao didn't want to admit it, every time the young master was like that, she could still feel a strong happiness in her heart. Fool, if you're not feeling well, you're not feeling well. What else do you have to hide from me? Qin Lang touched Su Xiaoxiao's head, pulled out a marrow-cleansing elixir from his pocket, put it in her mouth, and said, Eat it. Gollum. Su Xiaoxiao ate the marrow-cleansing pill in one bite, and only afterward did she suspiciously say, Young master, what are you giving me to eat? Sweet and silky. It's quite tasty. Qin Lang hemmed and hawed with mischief. It's a little pill that allows you to show your true purpose. Truth in small pills? The first thing that surfaced inside Su Xiaoxiao's head was this name, followed by a reaction, being shamed by her own thoughts. Where would there be any little truth pills? What the young master had given her was clearly the kind of medicine that would make a girl would be shameless. Well, Qin Lang didn't have time to open his mouth again. His mouth was already gagged. Su Xiaoxiao took the initiative to kiss him. Qin Lang's eyes widened. Xiaoxiao, why have you suddenly become so bold? What's wrong with a kiss? You won't separate? Su Xiaoxiao's red cheeks, somewhat like she was drunk, stammered. Young master, I feel as if the medicine is coming up. She felt a little hot all over. Wasn't that a reflection of the medicine coming on? Why is there a need to hide anything? Anyway, she was fed the medicine by the young master, so she might as well take advantage of this opportunity to vent out all the love in her heart that was full of love. Previously, she was passive. This time, she also wanted to savor the taste of her young master's lips. Xiaoxiao, you've got it wrong. It's not what you think. This is a pill that can improve the human body's physique. It can eliminate the impurities in your body and make your physical quality higher. Qin Lang saw that some of it was getting out of control and quickly opened his mouth to remind him. There's no way around it. This marrow cleansing pill, according to its description, would eliminate impurities after eating it? And if the situation really evolved into Su Xiaoxiao's body sweating black sweat outwards later on, what then? According to Su Xiaoxiao, this simple nature, if in front of him made a fool of himself, afraid of the next a large number of days, even see his face do not dare, not to mention together, a moment's pleasure and a straight pleasure. This kind of trade-off, Qin Lang could still go and take it. How come? Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head and looked at the sweat stains on her arm that were somewhat different from the usual. Blushing and scared, she pitifully looked at Qin Lang and muttered angrily, Young master, you're so bad. Quickly go to the bathroom and take a shower. We'll take a break from fighting tonight. This pill to enhance our bodies may last for a while. Qin Lang pinched Su Xiao's cheek and prodded. What should come will always come. From the moment that sense of crisis appeared just now, Qin Lang had already thought of a way to detach Su Xiaoxiao. It just so happened that this marrow-cleansing pill could enhance Su Xiaoxiao's physique again, and also allow her to happily spend a long period of time inside the bathroom, making it convenient for what he was going to do next. The Scarlet Mandala? A high-strung lady killer? A top 3 expert on the killer list? A daughter of Qi who was no less than a son of Qi? Come and touch it if you can. Let's see if you, the top 3 on the killer list, are the most powerful, or if my villainous tactics are better. Chapter 88 Scarlet Mandala Assassination. It was late at night, and in the darkness of the villa, there was an athletic figure scurrying along. In previous days there were bodyguards squatting and guarding near the villa, but this night Qin Lang specifically ordered that a group of people went to fiber lotus consumption. Scarlet Mandala's figure was light and agile, and she easily sneaked inside the villa. Based on the assassin's experience, he discerned Qin Lang's bedroom in a very short time, and quietly felt his way in. Seeing the body under the bedding on that bed, a murderous aura welled up in his complexion, and he raised his dagger and stabbed down towards the bedding. Pust. 1 cut. 2 cuts. 3 knives. No blood? What's going on? Scarlet Mandala's beautiful eyes were full of doubts. Lifting the bedding. Where was this lying Qin Lang? It was clearly a humanoid silicon moon, cross, pang. The door of the room was closed, and Qin Lang stood behind the door, smiling as he looked at the Scarlet Mandala who had stabbed Sister Hui 3 times, and let out a cold laugh. What a sinister tactic! Just snatching a prey from your hands. You want to put me to death? Anyone who snatches my prey deserves to die. The Scarlet Mandala's pupils shrunk slightly, and it quickly reacted, raising its dagger and attacking directly towards Qin Lang. Her strength was very strong. That is, the Yifeng that she had dealt with earlier in Mangdang Mountain was not inferior at all. Not to mention abroad? In the Scarlet Mandala's eyes, Qin Lang was an egomaniac who dared to meet her alone, not knowing how to die. If assassination fails, then absolute strength will be used to crush it. The dagger glowing with black aura, which was quenched with toxin, wiped towards Qin Lang's neck. A life should have been taken away easily, but it was dodged because of a slight dodge by Qin Lang, and Qin Lang kicked out with a teasing in leg, hitting the crotch squarely while he was on his side. Even though Scarlet Mandala was a woman, she didn't feel good and bent down, gritting her teeth and roaring ferociously low. You deserve to die. She was in existence ranked in the top 3 on the Slayer list, with her own absolute pride in being a Slayer. Qin Lang snatched her prey and went on to threaten her to get lost as if he were driving a pig or dog away. This had seriously offended her. Now, he was even humiliated by Qin Lang in front of his face. Where was there any half-tolerance? The other poisoned dagger was also taken out, both hands holding the blade, like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, attacking and killing towards Qin Lang. A 2-dagger flow? Kind of interesting. Qin Lang faintly revealed a smile as he looked at the blood-colored mandala with a shocking killing aura, and the whole person seemed to be walking idly, wandering on the edge and dancing on the tip of the blade. No matter how crazy the Scarlet Mandala went, there was no way to harm a single hair on his head. According to the projection, this Scarlet Mandala's physique, I'm afraid that it hasn't exceeded 100, and at most, it's on par with Yifeng who didn't break through. It must be known that Qin Lang's physique at this moment was already 302, whether it was dynamic vision or the body's reaction speed. It was far from the Scarlet Mandala being able to go and compare. Playing a bit tired, Qin Lang yawned, casually slapped away the 2 daggers of the Scarlet Mandala, caught her 2 white wrists, reversed to tackle behind her back, and pressed it against the wall. Don't move! How did you get so strong? The Scarlet Mandala's voice carried disbelief within it. She had rushed to the bottom of the cliff after Qin Lang had killed Yifeng, and at that time, she had thought that Qin Lang had killed Yifeng by relying on the firepower suppression of his bodyguards. Who knew that this guy would be so powerful? Out of expectation. You call that powerful? I've got something stronger in store. With a cold snort, Qin Lang took out a red rope from inside the system backpack and tied the Scarlet Mandala's wrists together, following her body and wrapping it up. Within a few moments of work, the curvaceous blood-colored mandala was tied in a bizarre dead end by the red rope. Not being able to move a muscle, he could only lie on the ground, his mouth constantly emitting whimpering sounds, and among his beautiful eyes, killing aura and shyness simultaneously erupted. She had never suffered this kind of humiliation before. It was simply a strange shame. He hated to eat Qin Lang's flesh and blood in order to wash away the humiliation in his heart. Qin Lang squatted in front of it and removed the black mask, and suddenly a face full of great beauty was displayed in the air, a pair of peach blossom eyes, like they were hooking people's souls. And the rich killing intent mixed with shyness was even more charming. Kill me. The Scarlet Mandala then clenched its teeth and commanded a general cold voice. but because of being tied up, the breath of its entire body was not smooth, making its icy voice become trembling and uneasy. Qin Lang's hand gently touched Scarlet Mandala's cheek instead. Such a beautiful face, clearly able to rely on its face value to eat. Why does it prefer to do these things of licking blood from the mouth of a knife? Cut the crap. Either kill me or let me go. I'll kill you when I find the chance. The Scarlet Mandala was so excited that her entire body tilted towards the front, her pretty face resting against the cold ground, and instead, her coiled legs behind her rose up after her. Qin Lang kindly pressed down the Scarlet Mandala's beautiful back with his hand, and said in a good-natured manner, "Don't be so excited. What if you knock yourself out? Don't touch me." Scarlet Mandala exclaimed. There was nothing she hated more than people touching her body, especially men. Seeing Scarlet Mandala's murderous appearance, Qin Lang lamented in his heart, "Is this misogyny? It's all developed so deep into the marrow of the bones, and you're going to be killed for grabbing a prey? Just because you touched it, your killing intent boiled over?" At least he was now a divine doctor with advanced medical skills, in the good spirit of treating the sick and saving people. How can you sit back and do nothing when you see a patient whose organs have been attacked by a virus? To reach the world is to help the world. Since Scarlet Mandala was fearful of this aspect, it was necessary to help her overcome this psychological shadow. 1 minute. A heartbreaking roar came from inside the bedroom. Qin Lang, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 89 Ping and Chen, the Son of Luck. An hour later, the Scarlet Mandala's beautiful eyes recovered from their stagnation and looked in Qin Lang's direction, full of resentment. You'd better kill me, or I'll definitely kill you by any means necessary. I'm relieved with your words. Qin Lang untied the red rope from Scarlet Mandala's body. You can go now. I'm looking forward to your next assassination. However, there's one thing I need to tell you. Tonight is your lucky night. I'm in a good mood. Otherwise I wouldn't be so kind as to treat you. The Scarlet Mandala struggled on the ground and stood up tremblingly. She still wanted to fight with Qin Lang for her life, but her body did not allow her to do so. Her body was as if she had been hit by anesthesia. She could not use her strength at all, and she even stumbled a little bit when she walked. She somewhat recovered some of her strength and came back to Qin Lang for revenge. If I don't kill Qin Lang, I'll swear not to be a human being. Pang! The door to the room was closed and the Scarlet Mandala walked away, leaving an indignant, cold stare that looked as if it would be back soon. Qin Lang revealed a meaningful smile, not afraid that the Scarlet Mandala would not come to his door, but afraid that she would go far away. After this evening's maneuvering, she was afraid that if she gave Scarlet Mandala a $1 billion assassination order, she wouldn't be in the mood to do it. There was only one thought left inside his head, and that was to finish him off. Let it go and it will come back eventually. Not to mention that the Scarlet Mandala has clear grudges and only goes after those who mess with her, and no one around her needs to worry. This thing was totally a nice guy who would barge into the bedroom every now and then in the middle of the night to relieve him of his boredom. Not to be well fed? A beautiful night's sleep. Early the next morning, Su Xiaoxiao prepared breakfast early and went over to the orphanage to take care of the little children. Qin Lang ate his breakfast while looking at Junzi, who was walking over to him, and said indifferently, "Are things settled?" Junzi rubbed the back of his head in some embarrassment. "The solution is good, but the benefits are falling on my head. The previous cases of smashing the Black Dragon Society being planted to sell milk powder, the case of eliminating Zhang Hu and his line of milk powder suppliers, and this widespread firefight case. 3 cases that have promoted Junzi 3 times in a row. He was already in a position to do so, and further up the ladder was even more honorable. Even a 1-star war general, the position is a bit higher, and it's convenient to do things." Qin Lang carelessly inhaled a mouthful of millet porridge and continued, "It just so happens that there's something on my side, so go and help me with the transfer to Tianhai University." Without any questions, Junzi simply nodded and said yes. What's there to think about? It's been more than 2 years since the young master graduated. What other reason could there be for going to college at this time of year than to pick up girls? Only, he was a bit curious. Picking up a girl was just that, even if it was a schoolgirl. With the young master's status and money ability, what's the point of going through the hassle of transferring to another school? What he didn't know was that Qin Lang was imperative about transferring to Tianhai University, because there wasn't just a single heroine there, but several big heroines all inside Tianhai University. The next son of Qi, Chen Pingyuan, had his first mission after descending the mountain, which was to go and protect the school's flower, Chu Mengyao, and it's a large percentage of the drama that takes place inside the school flower. He needed to go to the source, to intercept the chance, and to get a little villain value back for the lottery in the process. Seeing that the young master was pondering, Junzi was not in a position to disturb him, so he left to handle the matter of transferring to another school. Just as he left on his side with his front foot, Mu Yuyan, who was stepping on high heels with her back foot, walked in, her face anxious and flustered. Ahem. It happened that Qin Lang was too absorbed when he was thinking about it, and accidentally choked when he drank millet porridge and coughed twice. What's the point? When Mu Yuyan saw that, she immediately stepped forward in fear and gently patted him on the back with her slender little hand. Is it alright? Are you hurt somewhere? Why are you so stupid? Why did you go to Mangdang Mountain there? What? Qin Lang looked back with a puzzled expression. He somewhat failed to understand the reason for Mu Yuyan's anxious and worried look. Mu Yuyan complained bitterly. Is it necessary? Even if I did wrong in the past, there's no need for you to draw such a clear line with me, right? I know all about it. Ning, she told me. It says that you went to Mangdang Mountain with Junzi and the others last night to eliminate some experts on the killer list, right? Just leave these things to Junzi and the others. Why are you trying to be a hero? Mu Yuyan was at Aining's early in the morning to ask about Qin Lang's whereabouts in a sideways manner, forcing Aining to contact Junzi, and only then did she find out about Qin Lang's trip to Mangdang Mountain last night. Even Junzi said that Qin Lang was injured. Upon hearing this matter, where could Mu Yuyan still sit still? The neatly arranged stacks and stacks of documents inside the office didn't even have time to be processed before they immediately ran towards Qin Lang's home. Where exactly are you injured? Don't sit there. I'll help you go back to the house to lie down and rest for a while longer. Mu Yuyan held Qin Lang's arm and dragged him towards the upstairs bedroom. It was with great difficulty that he was able to put Qin Lang on the bed in a calm and steady manner, and with his hands on his body, he felt around to see if there were any injuries. I suffered internal injuries, which can't be seen from the outside. Cough cough cough. Qin Lang clenched his fist and put it on the side of his mouth, coughed heavily for a few times, and laughed bitterly. Now, I'm just like an invalid. I can't lift up my strength all over my body. I'm afraid that I can't even beat a girl. He shook his head, a little ruefully. When Mu Yuyan's small hand was groping, she accidentally got a little too close, and immediately retracted her palm in fear. The words Qin Lang uttered were still accompanied in his mind. Afraid that he couldn't even defeat a girl? Does that mean she's even better than Qin Lang now? What do you want? I'm telling you, you don't mess around. There are some things that can't be changed in order. We have to start with the heart. Qin Lang looked at Mu Yuyan, whose gaze was gradually getting bolder, and instantly his eyes widened in fright as he roared out loudly. However, Mu Yuyan's mind was made up, and the inside of her head was already filled with Qin Lang's figure these days. Where's the other way back? From the heart. What she has to do now is to follow her heart. She regretted. She was afraid. If she didn't have some involvement with Qin Lang, I'm afraid that in the future, there would really be no possibility between the two people. Qin Lang glanced at Mu Yuyan, who was constantly approaching towards him, fearfully swallowed his saliva and shrank back. Mu Yuyan, are you crazy? If you dare to do this, believe it or not, I won't be finished with you.